The original Harry was unloved by his uncle, neglected by his aunt, disrespected by his cousin, and even the neighbor's dog considered him a source of misfortune. They despised his obscure origins, his status as an orphan, and his uncle bluntly stated that his father was merely an idle vagabond. However, Vitalia's arrival into this world changed everything upon encountering this pitiable child. She resolved to shower him with affection. I apologize. There is no Harry here. Before you stands the eldest son of the Potter family, the heir of Gryffindor. Tremble muggles, ha ha ha. Sister, I was mistaken. Chapter 1. I have transmigrated into a novel, and I am the malicious aunt's little daughter. Wong Mei, moments after being stabbed by her boyfriend, found herself transported into a book. Upon opening my eyes again, I discovered myself cradled in the arms of a nurse, covered in amniotic fluid and blood. Where am I? The words I wished to articulate failed to form, resulting only in a wail of wah-wah. As time flew by in this new world, I accomplished nothing but receiving abundant love from my English-speaking adoptive parents, while desperately clinging to life, attempting to recall the English vocabulary I had once learned in my previous life. Transmigrated, yet still needing to learn English, I presumed I must be the most unfortunate of all transmigrators. Firstly, the body of small baby was exceedingly inconvenient. I was either hungry or in need of change, but after drinking milk, my belly would feel uncomfortably bloated. Even when I wished to ponder my circumstances, drowsiness would prevent me from staying awake. A year passed. When I finally began to take my first wobbly steps, I started to observe my surroundings with a clearer mind. Toys spun above me in the crib. Those common toys found in cribs, though I was unaware of their proper names, perhaps something like Melly. I gazed at them in a daze when my mother's joyful face, adorned with the Union Jack, appeared beside me. "Oh, Vitalia, you are awake." My mother lifted me, gently patting my back while singing a lullaby. In this life, my mother was a beauty, though a bit too slender, giving her neck an elongated appearance. Overall, she was indeed lovely. Her name was Petunia Dursley, and my father, the one I had received without any effort, was named Vernon, a plump and greasy man. This household resided at number 4, Privet Drive. These familiar details were enough to cause my little head to throb, for as far as I knew, these people and this address belonged to a fictional narrative. Yes, an ominous premonition settled within me. Despite my attempts to dispel the anxiety creeping into my mind, I ultimately had to reluctantly accept the reality before me. The signs from my parents indicated that everything bore an uncanny resemblance to the Dursley family. Their characteristics were strikingly similar to those of the Muggle aunt and uncle who inadequately raised the protagonist in the series I had read as a child, Harry Potter. It feels as if I am truly here. Could it be that this is indeed the world of Harry Potter? If that is the case, then I've been reincarnated after being betrayed by my unfaithful boyfriend, and how can I possibly seek revenge by planting explosives in his skin? Condition. However, a considerable amount of time has elapsed, long enough that it cannot merely be attributed to a dream. The nauseating sensation of a soiled diaper, the sour scent lingering in my nose when milk is expelled, everything feels so undeniably real. In other words, this is reality. So who am I exactly? After regaining the ability to move my body, I confirmed multiple times, and the outcome remained unchanged. I am indeed a girl. My name is Vitalia. Originally, the Dursley family was supposed to have only one son named Dudley. Yet in this world, I am the sole child of my parents. Could it be that I am Dudley? A gender-swapped version of him? Was I a girl in my previous life, thus reincarnated as a girl? Is this truly acceptable? If I were merely an inconsequential minor character, I could opt to remain uninvolved in the narrative and live a modest life. However, Dudley's identity is rather delicate. Though I am a Muggle and would not need to engage in the perilous affairs of the Wizarding World, I am too close to the protagonist should I inadvertently cause Harry Potter to fail in vanquishing Voldemort. The potential for the Muggle world's demise would not be negligible, and I would be left to serve my role in a most burdensome manner. While I am not yet 100% certain, perhaps it is merely a coincidence that my parents possess common names akin to those of the couple in the story. One can only hope. As I ponder this while cradled in my mother's arms, a sound emerges from outside. Oh, what is that noise? My mother tilts her head in curiosity and walks toward the door, still holding me. Today is Halloween. Wait, don't go. I am not psychologically prepared. I wish to voice my protest, but unfortunately, my vocal cords have yet to fully develop, allowing me only to emit a feeble no. Seemingly interpreting my fussiness as mere tiredness, my mother gently pats my back. When she opens the door and peers outside, she discovers a baby swaddled in a blanket who appears to be about my age. My mother, puzzled, lifts the blanket to reveal an English-style diaper. Ah, now it is confirmed. This unmistakably aligns with the world of Harry Potter. Oh dear God, you truly do have a sense of humor that makes one chuckle. Chapter 2. My brother Harry Potter, a child to care for, simply because of a letter? Have they lost their minds? Mother exclaimed, her voice echoing in the room. She had repeated this phrase countless times, so many that I had lost count. After reading the letter, she shouted while fixing her gaze upon Harry Potter. As Harry awoke and began to cry, Mother hurriedly scooped him up, looking into his tear-filled eyes, calling out for Lily, who herself soon succumbed to tears. Father, standing nearby, tenderly stroked Mother's back, his head bowed in frustration as he glanced at Harry. Father, this is hardly the demeanor one should adopt towards an infant. While I too felt the pangs of hunger and longed for nourishment, as a considerate child, I remained quietly observant of the unfolding scene. After all, we already had a child, Vitalea, a delightful and well-behaved little one who required little effort. I was a thoughtful baby, perhaps even possessing a mental age surpassing that of my mother. To ensure my parents were well cared for, I endeavored to refrain from crying or causing mischief at night. Yet I could only describe their parenting skills as woefully inadequate. The fact that the original protagonist had survived to such an age was a testament to divine intervention. Nonetheless, the endeavor of nurturing a child was undeniably challenging, and the prospect of raising two at once seemed overwhelming for Mother. Furthermore, Harry was a wizard's offspring, which surely added to the complexity of his care. Contemplating the tribulations this couple was about to face, I felt a twinge of sympathy. Wait, could it be that I would also suffer? It had been ages since I last perused the Harry Potter books. Although I had seen the films, I had only watched the first two. My memories were hazy, but I recalled that during his early years, Dudley faced considerable misfortune, growing a pig's tail and turning into a balloon, or was that Aunt Petunia who transformed into a balloon? Speaking of which, if I were Dudley, would I likely become portly in the future? In a few years, would I transform into a rotund figure, wider than tall? Oh, the cruelty of it all. How could my cherubic form, resembling a heavenly being, possibly evolve into such a state? Time was slipping away, and Father suggested we discuss matters further tomorrow, believing it prudent to rest for the night. Mother nodded in agreement and rose from her seat. Oh no, I simply could not miss the opportunity for nourishment. Mother, Father, Grandmother, I implored, stretching out my arms, which rekindled a spark of hope in Mother's desperate gaze, softening Father's tense expression as well. Behold, this is the charming me, capable of healing any soul. Haha. Thanks to my memories from a past life, my linguistic abilities far surpassed those of my contemporaries, despite my frequent mispronunciations, such as confusing call with ca all right, darling, Father will feed you. With a smile, Father made his way to the kitchen to prepare the formula, seizing the moment. I approached Mother and Harry. Mother, do not cry. To me, this life's mother seemed merely a little girl herself, having given birth just over a year ago. At the pinnacle of happiness, having just welcomed a daughter into our new marriage, I was abruptly struck by the devastating news of my sister's passing and the care of her orphan child. It was a moment that could easily shatter one's composure. Oh, Vitalea, you are indeed a wonderful child. Mother gently placed the now sleeping Harry on the sofa and enveloped me in a tight embrace. At this moment, it seemed that she still harbored some affection for Harry. After all, he was nearly the same age as her own daughter. Even a stranger's child could evoke a sense of endearment. However, my father appeared to hold a different sentiment. It seems men are often less fond of children, unless they are their own. What shall I do next? I pondered as I gazed at the lightning scar on Harry's forehead. So far, events seemed to unfold in accordance with the original narrative. The dilemma lay in what was to come. As a girl, it would be impractical for me to bully Harry as depicted in the story. Such feats were better suited for the robust Dudley, while I, a beautiful, naive, and charming girl, would likely face retaliation even if I attempted to do so. Even if I were to grow into a large, formidable figure in the future, I would still have no desire to engage in such behavior. Besides, I abhor violence. As an elder sister, I have no interest in tormenting Harry. What course of action should I take? When will Harry's magical powers surge uncontrollably? There are theories suggesting that Harry was mistreated due to his outbursts of magic or that he had once injured Dudley. What was the beginning of the story again? Have I completely forgotten the original narrative? During my childhood, I was preoccupied with watching Balala the Fairies, and everything else took a back seat. It was only after starting work that I would occasionally watch the Harry Potter films during bathroom breaks. I sighed. It seems futile to strain my memory for those intricate details. Given that I was born a girl, the original plot could no longer unfold in its intended manner. It would be of no benefit to labor over such trivial matters. Once Harry is enrolled at Hogwarts, our connection will significantly diminish. Rather than squandering time, it would be more constructive to aid in Harry's healthy growth, benefiting both the magical and muggle worlds. Having made my decision, I resolved to embrace a sibling bond. Mother, shall Vitalea become an older sister? I said, pointing to the sleeping Harry, expressing my delight at having a brother or sister. Mother furrowed her brow, her expression revealing her difficulty, yet she did not refute my statement. Chapter 3. Twin Siblings. Plush animal-shaped toys twirled gently on the mobile above the crib. Beside me, young Harry Potter lay quietly asleep, a scar adorning his forehead. It had been several months since that fateful Halloween night when Harry was abandoned at our doorstep. I was on the verge of turning 2. On that Halloween night, I had cried and insisted on sleeping with Harry, and since then, we had shared the same bed in the children's room. When Harry first arrived at our home, he was often restless, unable to adjust to the new environment or cope with the longing for his mother, frequently waking in the night, inconsolable. Initially, my apprehension regarding the potential for magical outbursts proved unfounded. Recently, his sleep patterns have returned to normal, allowing him to rest peacefully both day and night. I gently prodded the chubby cheek beside Harry's partially open mouth. The softness of it was even more delicate than that of cotton candy, my fingers sinking into the plushness. Such perfection, such an endearing infantile visage, was utterly irresistible, evoking a playful desire to deliver a light slap to rouse him from slumber. I had intended to treat Harry as a true younger brother, striving to maintain familial harmony, yet my feelings for him have evolved into something akin to maternal affection. This sweet, soft child, still classified as a mere infant, is destined to endure horrifying experiences in the future Wizarding World. One can only lament that if his top knot were a tad more handsome, I might find fewer reasons to scold him. I recalled the heart-wrenching sight of Harry crying out for his mother, his pale cheeks flushed crimson, his face smeared with tears and snot, coughing as he searched desperately for her, a scene that tugged at my heartstrings and transformed my perception of Harry Potter from that of a story's protagonist back to a bereaved young child. I vowed to protect this boy, at least during his stay in our home. Harry, it's time to wake up. I gently shook his small shoulder, and he displayed a reluctance to leave the warmth of sleep, slowly rising. Harry was now capable of sitting independently and could stand and walk, though his speech development lagged, likely due to psychological stress from having encountered some dreadful visage. As I continued to caress his tousled black hair, he narrowed his eyes in comfort. I couldn't help but marvel at the genetics of the Potter family. Even such a small infant possessed such a thick head of hair. In contrast, I faced my own dilemma. My hair, a sparse blend of brown and gold, barely grew, with a conspicuous bald patch at the back of my head. With my scant hair, I appeared even younger than Harry when we were together. Come, let us put on your hat. I placed the hand-knit green woolen cap, crafted by my mother, upon Harry's head. Although this shade of green belonged to Slytherin at Hogwarts, it suited Harry's bright emerald eyes perfectly. The red hat, more reminiscent of Gryffindor colors, was mine. I had initially intended for Harry to wear it, but my mother insisted that girls should don warm hues, and thus it remained. By the way, my own eyes are also green, so Harry's hat should suit me as well. I attempted to recall the color of Dudley's eyes from the original story, but was unable to do so, ultimately resigning myself to forgetfulness. Why wear a hat so early in the day? To diminish Harry's Potter-like traits. Once his hair was completely concealed, standing next to me, a fellow possessor of the same eye color, we would resemble twins. After all, at 2 years old, his facial features were still soft and undefined, making his eyes the most prominent characteristic. In doing so, perhaps our father would perceive Harry as my companion, willing to shower affection on this child devoid of blood ties. Although it may seem somewhat childlike, the impact of visual perception on interpersonal relationships is undeniably profound. There exists an additional advantage in masquerading as twins, particularly in the eyes of our neighbors. Raising two children who appear to be of similar age but are evidently dissimilar may inevitably provoke gossip, with the more severe implications leading to suspicions of infidelity. Yet, when two children don matching attire and stand side by side, even if their genders differ and their features are not alike, others are inclined to perceive them as fraternal twins. Due to my mother's rather lackluster parenting skills, opportunities for outings were scarce, which inadvertently alleviated some of my burdens. One might say that this generation of parents still possesses room for improvement. Neighbors would remark on how delightful it was to see such adorable twins when they beheld Harry and me. Consequently, my parents resolved to adopt Harry, embracing him wholeheartedly as their son, as though he had always been a part of the family. Thus, Harry grew up in the Muggle world under the name of Harry Dursley. Chapter 4. I confront Voldemort. Vitalea bears a striking resemblance to Penny. She is destined to be a beauty as she matures. Upon returning home from work, my father gazed at me in my lovely attire, expressing his satisfaction with a smile. Each time he purchased new clothing for me, he would offer such compliments. In the original narrative, Dudley, though a boy whose looks were hardly commendable, one could scarcely distinguish him even in a pigsty, was still indulged by his father. Now that he has a daughter, my father's affection has naturally multiplied, becoming somewhat overwhelming. Harry, observing this, could only manage a wry smile, his brows knitting together. I disregarded my father's enamored expression and turned to the full-length mirror, striking a pose. The black checkered dress I wore was cinched at the waist with a black ribbon, and as I twirled, the bow danced elegantly. Harry donned matching black checkered trousers, complemented by a white shirt and a black tie. We continued our twin dressing style, though we no longer wore identical outfits. Rather, our colors were similar. After all, Harry was becoming increasingly ill-suited for adorably styled clothing. Oh, how my heart ached for my dear brother, feeling as though I had lost a doll to dress up. My long hair, too, did not lend itself well to a boyish appearance. Nonetheless, We persisted in our twin ensemble, as it meant that Harry would also acquire new garments through my influence. This was our first attempt at distinctly gendered attire, and it proved to be a splendid endeavor. Both of us looked quite charming. The black checkered pattern harmonized beautifully with Harry's dark hair and my newly red locks. Indeed, my hair had transformed to a vivid red. Prior to the age of 4, my hair had been so sparse that it could be described as nearly bald, causing my parents considerable concern. However, it gradually thickened into a deep crimson hue. As for my appearance, I possessed a straight nose and almond-shaped eyes reminiscent of emeralds. My father always praised my beauty, likening me to my mother. Though I felt it was more akin to, I cast a discreet glance at Harry. Regardless of whether it is at the elementary school or elsewhere, those around us perceive us as twins. Harry bears a striking resemblance to his father, James Potter, yet his gentle and gracious demeanor undoubtedly mirrors that of his mother, Lily. Apart from our eyes, we share a few similarities in other aspects. After all, it is only natural given our blood relation. I cast another glance in the mirror. The brand new black shoes paired with white knitted socks perfectly complement Harry. Having always had sparse or short hair, I have steered clear of wearing skirts, strictly speaking, dresses. This marks the first occasion in this life that I don a dress, and the familiar, unsettling chill from my past life resurfaces. I reassess my appearance. Indeed, I am quite beautiful. It is truly difficult to believe that I am the gender-swapped version of Dudley. In this world, my greatest fear is to grow as Dudley's substitute into an excessively rotund individual, yet there are no signs of such a fate thus far. On the contrary, I have inherited my mother's slender physique and can eat without gaining weight. What a blessing. Today, we have taken great care in our appearance because last week we celebrated our 7th birthday, and today marks a belated celebration as we prepare to watch a film. Astonishingly, it is the 15th installment of 007. I never expected that James Bond would exist in this world. Though a fictional character, he nonetheless has a presence here. If my memory serves me correctly, this film commemorates the 25th anniversary of the series and is a high-budget blockbuster. This time, Timothy Dalton portrays James Bond. What a handsome man. Oh, I digress. Upon arriving at the cinema, despite it being a Monday evening, the place buzzes with excitement due to the premiere. A long queue has formed at the ticket counter, casting a shadow over my spirits. Dad, can we take a look over there? I tugged at Harry's arm, pointing towards the familiar candy shop at the cinema. The vibrant array of British sweets and gummies is neatly arranged, igniting a thrill within me. All right. I shall give you some pocket money. However, you must buy me some popcorn. Understood, caramel flavor, right? What about drinks? Cola, perhaps? Honestly, consuming so much could lead to hypertension. I'll be quick, so don't wander off, okay? Now, let us proceed, Harry. I entrusted the task of purchasing tickets to my parents and pulled Harry towards the candy shop. No need to rush. There is plenty of candy over there, Harry chuckled. Although this world's Harry does not receive much affection from his father, the love from his mother overflows, endowing him with a gentle nature. Can such a mild child defeat that dark wizard? Though I harbor some concerns, it is always comforting to have a sense of abundance in my heart. We have already explained to Harry that his parents have passed away and that he is adopted. He has come to terms with this fact in his tender heart, embodying gentleness without weakness. As I observe Harry's healthy growth, I cannot help but squint my eyes in delight. However, gazing at these vividly colored candies truly brings joy. Oh, there's the sour apple candy, my absolute favorite. Alas, this one is quite tart, Harry remarked with a grimace, as if he were consuming a sour confection. It is a pity that he does not recognize its merits. It seems I must take on the role of his sister to savor it instead. Is it truly delectable? Harry murmured, seemingly skeptical. Such a child, utterly endearing. One cannot help but feel a playful urge to tease him. Harry, I believe you would enjoy this, I said, pointing to the milk candies wrapped in shimmering silver foil. They possess a flavor reminiscent of caramel simmered in butter, exceedingly sweet for my palate, yet surely delightful for someone with a penchant for sweets like Harry. We selected a few varieties of gummies and chewing gum, placing them into a bag before heading to the checkout. I popped a milk candy into Harry's mouth, and among them was a sour piece. Harry's eyes widened in surprise, and then he revealed a blissful, albeit somewhat strained, smile. Following this, we dashed towards the popcorn stand, intending to procure snacks for our rather childish father. The film was utterly captivating, its narrative mirroring precisely what I had previously witnessed on a website in my past life. This was a significant revelation. This world, at least in the Muggle realm, bears a striking resemblance to my former existence, aside from the events detailed in the original work. In other words, I am, in many respects, a person from the future within the Muggle world. Perhaps I could invest in the World Cup and become a millionaire, traversing the globe, provided that the round-headed figure does not come to dominate the Muggle world. Vitalea, why do you keep changing your expression? Harry, who still shares the same childhood room with me, looked at me with curiosity. It's nothing, let us just go to sleep. The light switch is conveniently located by my bed. I clicked it off and nestled beneath the covers. A troubling thought occupied my mind. I just turned 7 last week. And next month, Harry will celebrate his true birthday. Yet, there has been no sign of his magical powers manifesting. I had anticipated at least one occurrence, but none has transpired. Consequently, our parents treat Harry as an ordinary boy, raising him with integrity and without maltreatment. While this is certainly a positive aspect, it also brings a twinge of unease. The existence of the Wizarding World remains unconfirmed, and this uncertainty troubles me. Harry's scar on his forehead, the letter left behind on that fateful Halloween. These two elements alone do not suffice to validate the existence of a wizarding realm. If the Wizarding World does not exist, it matters little. After all, as a person from the future, I have ample opportunities to acquire wealth. If Harry's parents truly perished in a car accident, as my parents have indicated, and his scar was a result of that event, that would be most fortuitous. If that dark wizard also does not exist, it would indeed be a peaceful world. How splendid that would be. But what if there is no what if? What if this is the very world depicted in the original narrative, where the Wizarding World and that dark wizard do exist, yet Harry shows no signs of magic? The term dud surfaced in my mind. What if Harry were to be rendered powerless? What would become of this world? The mere contemplation of such a possibility sends a shiver down my spine. Surely, I am not destined to save the world, am I? Chapter 5. A Letter from Hogwarts? July 1991. Time slips away swiftly. Just last Sunday, I celebrated my 11th birthday. My father suggested we commemorate the occasion with a trip to the zoo, yet I declined. Although my bond with Harry is strong, I chose to forego this outing to avert any potential misfortunes, especially considering my profound fear of snakes. At that moment, I was convinced it was the wisest decision, yet I now find myself harboring a tinge of regret. Yes, snakes, if I reflect upon it. The prelude to the second installment of Harry Potter, The Chamber of Secrets, unfolds during a conversation with a snake on Dudley's birthday at the zoo. Consequently, I deprived Harry of an event, albeit not monumental, that held significant importance. The thought of my momentary lapse leads me to break out in a cold sweat. Furthermore, my birthday has passed, signifying our entry into the timeline of the original narrative. It is now July, yet Harry has yet to exhibit any signs of magic. To the eyes of muggles, he remains an ordinary boy. Had we ventured to the zoo and confirmed his ability to speak Parseltongue, perhaps we could have avoided this anxious summer altogether. Surely, that would not have been too much to ask. Yesterday, when I checked the mailbox, it was devoid of anything, which left me with a gnawing sense of dread, as if the burdens of my past life were haunting me in this one. Vitalea, are you feeling unwell again today? As I emerged from my room, clutching my stomach, the door to the adjacent room swung open, revealing Harry's dark-haired visage peeking out. Although we grew up like siblings, the passage of time has led to our rooms being separated since 2 years ago. I once relished the act of gently poking Harry's soft cheek as he slept. Yet now that is no longer permissible, leaving me with a sense of loneliness. I'm a bit off my appetite, I admitted. The tension was so palpable I felt as though I might be sick. With matters having progressed to this point, I could only resign myself to fate. You're not running a fever, are you? Harry inquired, placing his hand on my forehead with concern, his gentle voice filling me with pride for this child, evoking a bittersweet sense of comfort in his growth. Even if you have no appetite, you must eat well, otherwise, you truly might fall ill. Harry gazed at me with genuine care, and in my heart, I wished for his happiness. As I followed Harry towards the dining room, we descended the stairs, where our father, already partaking in breakfast, called out to us. Harry, could you fetch me the newspaper? Sure, Harry responded. It was evident that he and our father had developed a bond akin to that of a father and son. The pressure my father once exerted on Harry, as depicted in the original text, seemed to have dissipated, and Harry no longer shrank from him in fear. I decided to check the mailbox as well, trailing behind Harry. He glanced back at me, but without concern, continued his path towards the entrance. Harry's head peeked into the mailbox, eliciting a sound of curiosity. He tucked the newspaper under his arm and reached inside the mailbox once more. What is this? My heart raced wildly. Is it the anticipation of the Harry Potter narrative? The concern for Harry and my own safety? Or perhaps a fear of the Wizarding World? My emotions surged tumultuously. Harry extracted an envelope, its ancient wax seal and parchment exuding a distinctly vintage charm. He gazed at the envelope with curiosity, turning it over repeatedly. Number 4, Privet Drive. Room at the top of the stairs on the second floor, Mr. Harry Potter? Upon uttering the address, Harry furrowed his brow. How splendid. At least Harry possessed the magical aptitude to enter Hogwarts, even if he had never demonstrated it. The long-standing worries dissipated, and I internally celebrated with a triumphant fist pump. What is this? A prank? Potter was my original surname, wasn't it? The specificity of the room's location felt somewhat unsettling. Harry's reaction diverged somewhat from that in the original text. Indeed, this letter appeared rather dubious. As Harry was on the verge of discarding the acceptance letter into the trash, I quickly interjected. What does it say? Let us open it and see. Well, all right, here you go. He casually handed me an envelope, identical to the one in his hand, even bearing the same wax seal. Vitalea, yours is here too. Harry's words left me momentarily speechless. Those emerald green almond-shaped eyes, mirroring my own, gazed at me in confusion. His neck stiffened as if rusted, and I slowly lowered my eyes to the letter in my hand. Number 4, Privet Drive. South corner room on the second floor, Miss Vitalea Dudley. It seemed this indeed was my letter. The sudden and bizarre turn of events left me feeling dizzy, compounded by my recent inability to eat, resulting in my fainting from anemia. Chapter 6, Dudley and Vitalea. I had a peculiar dream. A large, fleshy hand forcefully pushed a frail little boy's back. The boy, who was shoved, staggered and tumbled down the stairs. The boy sprawled on the ground with disheveled hair. It was Harry. I shouted something, and my father approached, loudly reprimanding Harry. Harry remained motionless, unable to move. My father, seemingly losing patience, dragged Harry up and flung open the door to the small storage space beneath the stairs, tossing the small body inside like luggage. I watched in amusement, laughing heartily. My father huffed, his nostrils flaring with disinterest, as he returned to the living room. Why would you do something so cruel? Hearing this voice, I turned in astonishment to see a girl standing there. She had deep chestnut hair and almond-shaped green eyes, adorned in a blue dress with green and black checks. Although I was seeing her for the first time, I recognized where it came from and its price. Her eyes, identical to Harry's, looked at me reproachfully, igniting a flicker of anger within me. You are me. Why do you blame me? Because he is here, Mommy will cry. Because he makes Mommy cry, I despise him. My voice was hoarse and unfamiliar as I responded to the girl's inquiry. Is that so? The girl's eyes widened in astonishment. Then, she scrutinized me from head to toe, her brow furrowed in confusion as a smile graced her lips. It's fine. Leave it to me. I shall certainly manage. Leave it to you? What can you possibly accomplish with your frail arms? Observing her noticeably slender limbs, I feared that even a slight exertion might cause them to snap, rendering her weaker than the already feeble Harry. There exists a saying that the pen is mightier than the sword. In this world, it seems that a wand surpasses a fist. At some point, the girl held a slender object in her hand. I cannot fathom why I recognized it as a wand. Wizards are perpetually armed with wands, yet I understood that I could not withstand its power. Though reluctant, I acknowledged that she was indeed the most suitable choice. I comprehended. Thus, please take good care of Mother. Of course, I shall protect both Mother and Father. The world began to spin, and I transformed into my true self. Standing before me was a plump yet sturdy boy, his lips pursed in a semblance of indignation. Well then, I shall take my leave. Farewell, Dudley. I bid adieu to the boy who had just been my companion. The thought of possibly never encountering him again stirred a pang of regret within me. Dudley gazed down at me, arms crossed, his brow furrowed as he remarked, Vitalea, here's a hint. Back in my day, Harry arrived on the night after Halloween. What? What does that mean? I attempted to inquire, but my voice failed to manifest. We were engulfed by a brilliant light. Upon reopening my eyes, I beheld the familiar ceiling of my living room. Upon awakening, I discovered myself reclining on the sofa. Ah, right. Harry gave me the letter from Hogwarts, I suddenly recalled. Feeling as though I had just emerged from a significant dream, albeit one that remained shrouded in ambiguity. As I lay there surveying my surroundings, I spotted Harry standing nearby, his expression fraught with concern as he observed my parents, who were engaged in a loud altercation. How did they know where those children were sleeping? Mother anxiously scrutinized every window in the house, as if suspecting that someone was watching us. I admired her perceptiveness. She was indeed quite astute. Under surveillance, perhaps, being followed. My father's words elicited a chuckle from me, although I had initially overlooked it. This dialogue mirrored the very moment in the original story when Harry first received his letter from Hogwarts. Vernon, what shall we do? We must reply and refuse. These children are perfectly normal. No, ignore them. There is no need to respond. In the original tale, Mother displayed a similar anxiety, while Father appeared more resolute than in the text. For the past decade, Harry and I had exhibited no magical or peculiar abilities, leading them to believe that the letter was undoubtedly a mistake. Throw the letter away. No, simply burn it, and that will be the end of it. Although the circumstances were slightly altered, the conclusion remained the same. Father truly embodied Vernon Dursley. A thrill coursed through me as I felt myself stepping into the original narrative. Regardless, the letters would continue to arrive in succession, and this one being burned was of little consequence. Casting a glance at Harry, I observed his bewilderment at the couple's distress, perhaps perceiving the letter as a mere jest, displaying no signs of attachment whatsoever. Harry, you find no issue with this, do you? After Vitalea awoke, she too informed him, I am awake. I interrupted my father's words, and Harry exhaled in relief, turning to face me as our parents hurried over. Oh, Vitalea, your sudden fainting was quite concerning. Are you feeling unwell? Shall we head to the hospital? No, we ought to go. Prevention is always preferable to regret, they insisted. Indeed, we should go. Mother, there's no need for theatrics. I merely have my chronic anemia. I shook my head, silencing my mother's incessant chatter that fell from her lips like a rapid-fire machine gun. A few months prior, after I commenced my menstruation, I frequently experienced severe symptoms of anemia. Had I been born as a healthy child like Dolly, my mother would not have to worry about me. I managed a wry smile. What was that letter about earlier? It was merely a prank, wasn't he, Penny? Knowing the answer, I feigned nonchalance in my inquiry, while my father, a poor liar, trembled as he responded. At that moment, the mailbox at the door chimed. By the way, our mailbox differs from the original. It has a slot. Several years ago, I slipped on the doormat upon returning home from school and fell heavily on the back of my head, which led to the installation of this mailbox. My parents tensed for a moment, but upon confirming it was ordinary mail, they sighed in relief. My father hurried to retrieve the letter, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he returned. For my still anxious mother, he forced a smile, saying, "It's nothing. Just a letter from Maggie." He exaggeratedly produced Aunt Maggie's letter and began to read it aloud. His performance was lackluster, with raised eyebrows and an exaggerated expression of surprise on his face. Goodness, Maggie has fallen ill. She consumed some tainted shellfish. Ah, this plot seems familiar. To be honest, I held little interest in Aunt Maggie and could only wish her well in spirit as I stretched and sat up slowly. I'm hungry. Very well, I shall prepare breakfast. Vitalea, you remain seated. Harry nodded and stepped into the kitchen to prepare breakfast for me, displaying remarkable chivalry. Yes, this gentlemanly brother is a product of my nurturing. Harry handed me a warm glass of milk, which felt comforting. For someone like me, whose hands and feet are perpetually cold throughout the year, this was extraordinarily thoughtful. I wished to reciprocate Harry's kindness with tenderness of my own. Regardless of whether I truly am a witch, if I am, I consider myself fortunate. For I can enter Hogwarts alongside Harry. To me, Harry is an important brother, akin to a son. To protect him, I would not hesitate to undertake some harsh measures. That Voldemort, I would gladly show him who the true patron is. I shall twist that round-headed figure off and kick it like a ball. I resolutely contemplated as I took a sip of milk. Chapter 7. You have been admitted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The following day, after retrieving the letter from the mailbox and incinerating it, my father departed for work. The day after that, in a desperate attempt to catch the sender, he even resorted to sleeping by the doorway, lamenting the aches that coursed through his body. Nevertheless, he tossed several letters, which had mysteriously arrived, into the flames before stepping out. Subsequently, the mailbox was secured with nails, rendering it unusable, and letters were instead shoved through the cracks of the door and the small window of the lavatory. At this rate, in a few days, the hearth in the living room would overflow with an avalanche of letters, creating utter chaos within our home. I had no intention of evading these missives. I yearned to celebrate Harry's true birthday in tranquility at home. If I continued to indulge their farcical antics, it was only a matter of time before a short, thin pig's tail sprouted from my backside. While I might tolerate the notion of feline ears, a pig's tail was entirely out of the question. So, what was to be done? I surmised that this prank might have been orchestrated by Dumbledore himself, or perhaps it was the work of well-meaning house elves. The venerable Dumbledore could very well be observing these elves as they diligently engaged in their mischief, all the while feigning ignorance with a silent chuckle. Most of the Academy's instructors were earnest and solemn individuals, unlikely to employ such a nearly threatening method. Assuming this was indeed the handiwork of house elves, their proximity to our magically warded home suggested a different way of thinking, and it was understandable that they might misjudge the severity of their actions. I opened the window, allowing the bright summer sky to fill my view. It was such a splendid day, yet due to the tumult of letters, my parents had imposed a house arrest, which was quite disheartening. If there were letters, they ought to be delivered directly to me. I spoke to the outside world. Suddenly, a flurry of letters surged through the empty window, approximately 50 in number, all addressed to me. As I gazed at the parchment envelopes scattered across the room, my cheeks twitched in surprise. I had not anticipated matters escalating to this degree. If not addressed promptly, our home would be inundated with letters, and we might as well consider starting a paper mill. I recalled that parchment was rather costly in this era. Thank you. This is a token of my gratitude. I placed the biscuits I had baked that morning on the windowsill, and moments later, they vanished. It appeared to be the work of house elves. Had it been some mischievous old fellow with a white beard, he would have responded to my call and delivered Harry's letters to me. I picked up a letter from the floor and tore open the envelope. Hogwarts. Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. Order of Merlin, First Class. Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. Dear Miss Disley, we are delighted to inform you that you have been accepted into Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and enclosed is a list of textbooks and required supplies. The new term will commence on September 1st. Please return the letter by owl before July 31st. This indeed is an admission letter, although the question of my eligibility to become a wizard remains debatable. Nevertheless, it is improbable that there has been an error in the Hogwarts enrollment roster, thus this should not be a misunderstanding. In any case, a prompt response is imperative. The letter instructs that it must be sent back by owl, yet our household lacks such a creature, and I must first persuade my parents. Oh, what should I do first? If I do not act swiftly, the enormous guardian will arrive. for the safety and tranquility of my posterior. It is absolutely essential that such a person does not come. Chapter 8. Lily, am I truly your mother? Mother stood in the kitchen, her spirits having recently dwindled. The reason is evident, of course, due to the letter from Hogwarts. I resolved to persuade her first, for she understands all too well the perils of denying a wizarding child the opportunity to attend a wizarding school. Moreover, as per the original narrative, she had once corresponded with the Wizarding World. Mother, may we speak? What is it, Vitalea? Mother turned, her face adorned with a gentle smile. But it froze upon seeing the letter in my hand. Vitalea, how did you? Mother, I wish to attend Hogwarts. Her countenance drained of color, as if she had received a death sentence. Her lips trembled as she sank to the floor, shaking her head vehemently. No, you are an ordinary girl. You cannot be like them. Like them? Those abnormal individuals. They always engage in unsavory activities. Lily, your aunt was one too. After she went there, she became strange and never returned. Mother exclaimed, grasping my hand and pleading with me not to venture to such a place, lest I meet a similar fate. Witnessing her tearful supplication, a profound sense of guilt welled within me. Clearly, the Wizarding World was a minefield for her. Lily, am I truly your mother? At some point, Harry had appeared not far behind us, having heard Mother's outcry as he emerged from the room. Both Mother and I gasped in shock. What does it mean to be killed? Did my parents not perish in a car accident, but rather at the hands of someone? Harry inquired. Mother's complexion paled further. Her lips pressed tightly together, as if she had made a resolution. Yes, no, I am not certain. The letter we received did not provide detailed circumstances, yet I suspect it to be the case. This time, it was Harry who drew in a sharp breath. Mother unsteadily rose, turned on the tap, filled a glass with water, and drank it down, the metallic taste evident. Harry and Vitalea, there are some matters I must disclose to you. Mother motioned for us to sit at the dining table, placing a kettle filled with water upon the fire to heat. Silence enveloped us, broken only by the distinct sound of boiling water. Harry nervously fixated on the vase at the center of the table, adorned with perfume lilies that Mother had cultivated in her garden. 7 years ago, she had stumbled upon this new variety of lily in a gardening magazine, and without delay, she rushed to London, traversing numerous florists and garden shops to procure them. I do not know where to begin, Mother murmured, placing the teacups before us. As the steam from the black tea rose, the aroma of Assam tea filled the air. She poured the tea, adding milk, and then spoke with a hint of melancholy. First and foremost, I have never liked her. You do not like her? Well, what comes next? Harry seemed to mask his inner turmoil, adding 3 sugar cubes to his milk tea, awaiting Mother's continuation. Since childhood, peculiar incidents have always surrounded her, and I feared she might act strangely in front of others. Then, I received a letter, much like the one you both have now, a notice of admission to a magical school. A magical school? Harry's eyes widened in astonishment. To clarify, I laid the letter upon the table. Harry, your mother and father both attended there. They met each other at that very institution. When she returned home, her pockets were often filled with frog spawn, and she would transform cups into mice. I truly despised those antics. Yet your grandparents were utterly delighted, constantly calling out Lily. Lily, until they too departed. Mother's gaze drifted away, as her parents had passed shortly after my birth. Aunt Lily's family had become the target of Voldemort due to a prophecy, and she had hidden in their home in Godric's Hollow, leaving Mother unable to bid farewell. But I cannot perform magic, Harry protested, shaking his head. Indeed, Harry, you do not resemble Lily. You are an ordinary child, yet you are still their child. Mother took a sip of her tea, and we followed suit, though the milk tea had grown cold. Vitalea, you bear an uncanny resemblance to Lily. Every time I consider the possibility that you might follow in her footsteps, I am filled with dread, fearing you too might vanish. But I can no longer evade the truth. We must ascertain whether you truly possess magic. I shall write to Dumbledore. After uttering this, Mother rose and retreated into the couple's bedroom. Harry and I watched her silhouette as we finished the now entirely cold milk tea. Chapter 9. Dumbledore's personal visit. How Mother managed to send the letter via owl was beyond my understanding, yet it appeared to have reached Dumbledore without issue. You inquire how I know this. The answer is simple. Albus Dumbledore himself stood before me. In the evening, the doorbell rang, and as I opened the door, I was met with a delightful surprise. An elderly gentleman, who undoubtedly had been quite handsome in his youth, stood at the threshold. Without needing to inquire his name, I recognized this kindly figure immediately, his sparkling eyes fixed upon me. Ah, you must be Miss Vitalea Dursley, correct? Indeed, you are Mr. Albus Dumbledore, are you not? Precisely. Dumbledore bestowed a kind smile and nodded. How much has this elderly gentleman truly discerned? Surely, he wouldn't employ legilimency on me, would he? That knowing yet joyous gaze was somewhat unsettling. May I enter? Of course, please do step inside. He tilted his head slightly, a gesture that seemed rather childlike for one of his age, yet he executed it with a playful charm. I welcomed him into my home and led him to the living room. Perhaps sensing something, my mother and Harry were already awaiting us there. Ah, Harry, how you have grown. Dumbledore embraced Harry as a grandfather might greet a long-lost grandson. Harry's eyes widened, and after a moment's hesitation, he wrapped his arms around Dumbledore's back. After exchanging pleasantries, we settled onto opposite sides of the sofa. "Very well, I understand you have some inquiries to make," said Dumbledore, directing his gaze toward my mother. She appeared somewhat timid but quickly regained her composure and spoke. "I received letters from your esteemed institution regarding these two children, but is this not a mistake? They have never experienced anything peculiar like Lily. The Hogwarts roster never airs. Both children's names are inscribed there. Harry has been recorded since his birth, and Miss Disley's name has been noted since that night I entrusted Harry to you," Dumbledore remarked with a chuckle, casually taking a biscuit from the table and popping it into his mouth. Although his action of pocketing the remaining biscuits while exclaiming how delightful they were was somewhat startling, now was not the time to dwell on such matters. "So, my name was also on the enrollment list when Harry was brought to our home? This implies that I performed some form of magical ability that day. Yet, I have no recollection of it. All I remember from that fateful night 10 years ago was the fear that Harry's crying might incite a magical upheaval. As I pondered this in my mind, Dumbledore's gaze met mine. "Did you not realize? You have always been concerned for Harry, hoping he would not encounter misfortune. That is your magic." "Ah, so my magic quelled Harry's magical turmoil? Is that truly possible?" I looked at Dumbledore with an expression of disbelief, his eyes sparkling as he winked at me. "Indeed. The very thing you feared did not transpire, did it? Though it was precisely the absence of calamity that heightened my anxiety, I refrained from voicing this sentiment." Dumbledore's words prompted a look of confusion on Harry's face, while my mother seemed to grasp his meaning, covering her face with her hands and sighing deeply. "I see now. Lily was always accompanied by a child during that time. Was it Severus? Oh, he actually mentioned that person's name." Knowing the original story, my heart raced as my mother nodded and asked, "Do you know him?" "He currently teaches at Hogwarts." "I see." My mother fell into silence. Completely unable to keep pace with the conversation between her and Dumbledore, Harry looked at them in a state of panic. At that moment, Dumbledore seemed to believe the matter was resolved. He placed the remaining treats into his pocket and stood up. Children endowed with magical abilities must learn to wield their powers judiciously. If such formidable strength is mishandled, it could ultimately lead to harm, not only to themselves, but also to those dear to them. "Let us send them to Hogwarts. It would be beneficial for them." "I understand, but..." Dumbledore's words were impeccable, yet my mother still struggled to make a decision, her gaze flitting about. At this juncture, a little nudge was necessary. "Mother, I promise I will return. Harry will surely come back as well." Harry wore a look of "Do I have to go too?" but I chose to ignore it. Why did he feel it was unrelated to him? I grasped my mother's slender hand and softly urged, "So please allow us to go." At last, the once unyielding mother relented. "Are you certain?" "Very well, I will send a teacher to accompany you to procure your textbooks." "When would be suitable?" "July 31st. I interjected before my mother and Harry could speak, seizing the moment. The events of that day are of utmost significance. In the original narrative, Hagrid accompanied Harry, but this time it may involve someone else, though the overall scenario should remain similar. Having avoided the pig's tail incident, Hagrid was no longer a source of fear. I also wished to purchase a birthday gift for Harry. Though this was an excuse, the celebration of Harry's birthday was sincere. Seeing my radiant smile, Dumbledore rarely displayed a look of contentment mixed with bittersweetness. Chapter 10. The Little Magic by the Window. On the evening of Dumbledore's visit, my parents engaged in a heated discussion, though it did not last long. Ultimately, my father conceded during this debate. My mother, fearful of the Wizarding World, eventually accepted this, leaving my father with little room for opposition. In fact, my father had known that my mother's sister was a witch when they began their courtship, yet he married her without hesitation, demonstrating his profound affection. Moreover, to mend the rift between my mother and Lily, my father even invited the unfamiliar wizards James and Lily to our home for dinner, showing utmost dedication. Although that gathering forever deepened the divide between my mother and Lily, one could only say it was a twist of fate, the fault of the divine. If the two children wish to go, Penny, I will not oppose it if you agree, my father said, embracing my mother. My mother let out a somewhat discontented hum. Yet her actions of nestling into his embrace suggested an undeniable affection. The couple, though somewhat excited about magic, generally exudes rationality and tranquility, enveloped in love, a truly blissful pair. There is no cause for concern. Both have matured, and your worries are unfounded. The father reassured the mother in an exceptionally clear tone. Aware that I had brought tears to my mother's eyes, I quietly retreated to my room once their conversation concluded. Gazing out at the night sky from my window, I heard a gentle knock at the door. Upon opening it, I found Harry standing there, wearing a complex smile. "Is this a convenient time?" he inquired. "Of course. What brings you here?" I invited Harry inside, where he settled beside me on my bed. Harry surveyed the surroundings, moving my desk chair to sit beside the bed. Although we had previously shared the same bed, he had now learned to appropriately draw the line between genders, evoking a sense of nostalgia within me. I'm completely lost in the conversation. "So, does that mean Vitalea and I are wizards?" I was taken aback by Harry's question, but upon reflection, it was evident that he had been entirely excluded from this world lately. Until yesterday, he had no concept of wizards existing in reality, making his confusion quite understandable. Yes, you are a wizard. In fact, I have known this for quite some time. Really? Harry tilted his head in puzzlement, then lowered it, fidgeting with the cuffs of his pajamas as he spoke. Well, if Vitalea is a wizard, that makes sense. She always assures me that everything is all right whenever I feel anxious or sad, which comforts me and feels quite right, almost like magic. Harry spoke with a shy smile. I felt a surge of happiness upon hearing such words, reminiscent of a child growing up. Moreover, I had yet to read the letters, so I lacked a tangible sense of it all. Even if I wished to see them, my father had burned all the correspondence sent to me. Vitalea, when did you read the letters? Oh, that's simple. I stood up and opened the window, the night breeze gently caressing my cheeks. The stars twinkled, and the nocturnal scene suggested that something wondrous might occur. I pondered how Harry would experience magic for the first time. The atmosphere needed to be just right. I took Harry's hand and guided him to the window, smiling as I encouraged him. Try saying, I want to receive a letter, okay? Oh, and don't forget to specify just one, or you'll end up with many. Harry blinked in disbelief, but nodded with a wry smile when I urged him to give it a try. Well, I want to receive a letter, just one. It seemed a bit late to mention the just one. No sooner had Harry spoken than letters cascaded in like a waterfall, leaving him astonished as he stepped back. The space where he had stood now piled high with letters, the enchantment of magic evaporating entirely. Oh dear, it's all piled up. The task of cleaning up will undoubtedly be quite strenuous, far exceeding what I had received before. Harry's mouth moved like that of a goldfish, expressing silent astonishment. Indeed, anyone would be taken aback upon witnessing such a spectacle. This is what my mother referred to as peculiar magic. To be precise, it is the magic of a house elf, distinct from the sorcery practiced by wizards. I selected a letter from the pile that had fallen and handed it to Harry. He accepted it mechanically, like a broken toy, and proceeded to open it. Chapter 11. The First Encounter of Lily and Professor Snape. July 31st, 1991. The morning of the anticipated day has finally arrived. I rose early, intending to prepare for Hagrid's arrival, yet my efforts were in vain. I despised this wretched condition of orthostatic hypotension. As I awoke in the morning and prepared to rise, a wave of dizziness overwhelmed me, compelling me to surrender to the bed, becoming its steadfast companion until Harry called for me. Vitalea, are you awake? I'm sorry, Harry. Same as always. After knocking, Harry entered slowly and, upon seeing me entwined with the bedding, nodded and smiled before turning to leave. Wait, I'll fetch a drink. As I watched Harry dash away, I sighed. My body, how shall I put it, stands in stark contrast to Dudley from the original narrative. I feel exceedingly frail. When in my childhood, I was anything but this way. A glance at the clock revealed it was already past 8. The appointed time was 9. Leaving less than an hour, truly dreadful. Vitalea, sorry to keep you waiting. Are you all right? Harry returned, holding my favorite mug. I took it, sipping the warm milk, which is the most effective remedy for me. I feel revived, I breathed, feeling somewhat like an old man. Harry chuckled softly. Being likened to an old man was rather displeasing. Though age may indeed accumulate over lifetimes, my present form is undeniably that of a striking young lady. I will make sure to retrieve your share as well. You should rest at home today. Absolutely not. I must go? I shook my head in response to Harry's suggestion. I had long anticipated visiting Diagon Alley. I could not possibly remain at home. Moreover, I needed to collect my wand and school uniform, particularly the wand, as I fully comprehend the significance of being chosen by one. Besides, Diagon Alley is filled with grand spectacles. I yearn to see it, truly. And as a devoted fan of the original work, I cannot afford to miss it. Even if I have to crawl, I will go, Harry. Wait for me outside while I change. All right, but don't push yourself. Harry seemed to have more to say, yet under my resolve, he nodded and departed. In the worst-case scenario, Hagrid, as the designated guide, could carry me or transport me in a sack of rice. Now, the question remains, what shall I wear? Just moments ago, Harry donned an attire reminiscent of the composed-hued flannel shirt seen in films, which, while fitting him well, was not of the style I possess. Lately, Harry seems to be deliberately avoiding wearing similar clothing to mine, perhaps a consequence of his adolescence. Ever since father began treating Harry as his own son, the necessity for us twins to coordinate our outfits has diminished, though I am not overly concerned. Today, I felt inclined to match. Harry, do not think that merely growing a bit taller will allow you to escape from your sister's influence. Although I lack a jacket with the same pattern, I do possess a shawl that mirrors it. To conceal any impressions, I decided to pair black fitted jeans with a black collared shirt, and thus, I was ready. Stepping out of my room with confidence, I was met with Harry's presence at the door, and I could not suppress a triumphant expression. Though I felt a tad dizzy, I had prepared myself and was determined to venture out. At that moment, the doorbell rang. The Herald of Hogwarts has arrived, and I shall not permit you to wander as you please. Contemplating the possible misunderstandings of those unfamiliar with the situation, I peered down the staircase to observe the entrance. Mother was welcoming the guest with a look of surprise, ushering them inside. To my astonishment, Hagrid, who entered from the foyer, appeared somewhat smaller than I had imagined. Though he was tall for an adult male, he wore a heavy black cloak, and his gaunt face, a shade of dull gray, seemed quite unhealthy. His long black hair cascaded down to his shoulders, giving him the appearance of an oversized bat. Wait, that person isn't Hagrid. It seems that Dumbledore's words from a few days ago were indeed prophetic. Father and Mother have consented to Harry attending Hogwarts, rendering Hagrid's special visit unnecessary. Normally, they would dispatch someone with a certain understanding of Muggle life. Upon encountering this completely unexpected individual, I instinctively retreated up the stairs, seeking refuge in my room. Why the urge to flee? I felt, almost instinctively, that my appearance was a sensitive topic for him. I gently cracked the door open, peering outside. Our eyes met, and Harry appeared perplexed. "What's wrong, Vitalea?" he inquired. "Just a moment. I need to prepare myself mentally." As I placed a hand over my racing heart, I took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, and inhaled once more. All right, I can do this. Encouraging myself to raise my chin, I was met again with Harry's disheveled hair. While my visage may be a sensitive area for him, there was another individual equally within that realm. Well, I suppose someone else would share the burden, guiding the miniature versions of Lily and James on a shopping expedition. What a form of punishment. I can hardly fathom the psychological trauma this could inflict upon him. Dumbledore, the one who commanded his presence here, must have orchestrated this with a sense of mischief. I can envision him lurking nearby like a cunning fox, grinning with delight. "Professor Snape, this is your final opportunity. You can still escape while you have the chance." As I hoped he might suddenly recall some urgent matter that required his return, I clutched my subtly aching stomach and walked into the living room alongside Harry. Severus Snape, that man with eyes as deep as obsidian, gazed sorrowfully at the flowers on the dining table. Mother, likely feeling embarrassed, had retreated from the living room and kitchen, surely back to her own chamber. Although it seemed impolite to leave a stranger waiting alone, wizards cannot be treated as ordinary folk. The warmth of Muggles might even evoke their aversion. "My apologies for the wait," Harry ventured. Professor Snape lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Harry's face, his eyelids twitching slightly. Perhaps he was taken aback by Harry's resemblance to his father, attempting to mask the past with an impassive expression. I feigned ignorance to this minor reaction. "So, this is the hero of the Wizarding World. My sincerest apologies. I overslept." Sensing that Professor Snape was about to unleash his ire, I intentionally interrupted him. He frowned in dissatisfaction, impatiently redirecting his gaze towards me. Our eyes met, and in that fleeting moment, a spark flickered in his dark eyes before they plunged back into an abyss of gloom. I couldn't help but feel a twinge of remorse, wondering if he was. At that moment, recalling memories of Lily as he so often did in the past, I heard the appointed time was 9 o'clock, but it seems there has been some sort of miscommunication, Professor Snape remarked in a tone devoid of emotion, revealing a hint of exasperation. Had I been Neville Longbottom, I might have fainted immediately. Yet, regrettably, my previous life endowed me with ample social experience, allowing me to navigate many daunting situations. No, 9 o'clock is indeed correct. I apologize for the delay. Oh, this is troublesome. Hogwarts is a fully boarding school, and all affairs must be managed independently. Are you suggesting that you intend to have your parents accompany you to school? Professor Snape's manner of speaking remained as softly murmured as in the original text. However, every word was crystal clear, whether due to his enunciation or the quality of his voice. I shall be more mindful in the future." Professor Snape's reproach elicited a sense of reverence within me. Although he had appeared surprised upon first seeing me, he quickly regained his composure. Harry, beside me, froze in fright at Professor Snape's stern words, daring not to breathe. "If you were already students of Hogwarts, you might have been able to mitigate the situation." "What a pity." Professor Snape's lips curled slightly as he spoke in a somber tone, directing his gaze at Harry. Harry had yet to be sorted into a house, and I was about to interject but halted, fearing it would complicate matters further. Completely bewildered by the notion of points being deducted, Harry cast a pleading look in my direction, which I deliberately pretended not to notice. "I'm sorry, my friend. Using my countenance to advocate for you would only exacerbate the situation. In mourning for my unfortunate brother." I gazed at the slight curl of Professor Snape's lips and silently prayed for a smooth continuation of our shopping expedition. Chapter 12, Diagon Alley. During the journey from the bus to the train, the three of us remained enveloped in silence. Professor Snape's countenance bore an expression of discontent, as though he might resort to magic to sever the tongue of anyone daring to engage him in conversation. The atmosphere was palpably tense, and both Harry and I lacked the courage to initiate dialogue. Despite Harry's myriad questions regarding the magical realm, he chose to remain mute beside me upon perceiving my frosty demeanor, evoking a sense of pity for him. However, I was equally reluctant to discuss Hogwarts in the presence of ordinary Muggle passengers, which, in fact, afforded me a moment of respite. Upon our arrival in London, I hurriedly endeavored to keep pace with Professor Snape, who advanced with unyielding strides, his long legs propelling him forward with relentless speed. Ahead loomed a dilapidated pub. Professor Snape cast a glance back at us to confirm our presence before striding in without a second thought. Vitalea, that professor is rather peculiar, I mused. Harry, having been coddled by his adoptive parents and sister over the years, led a life free from malice and found himself perplexed by Snape's overt disdain, perceiving him as both a formidable and eccentric instructor. Indeed, I was breathless and had reached my limit. I paid no heed to Snape's irritation or Harry's bewilderment. All I desired was to find a place to sit. With all my weight, I pressed against the pub door, and when it swung open, the patrons turned in astonishment to behold Harry. Marvelous! Harry Potter, what an honor! Exclaimed the pub owner, his eyes gleaming as he bypassed me to rush toward Harry. To avoid entanglement, or rather, to prevent becoming an obstruction, I swiftly distanced myself from Harry and settled into an empty seat, gasping for breath. The customers followed suit behind the owner, clamoring to express their delight and extend handshakes. Caught off guard by this sudden commotion, Harry appeared dazed, allowing them to fawn over him. Meanwhile, Professor Snape wore an expression of utter disinterest, fixating on Harry as he was jostled by the crowd. No, go help him. Lest he develop some peculiar aversion, I thought, casting a glance at Harry, only to notice a man with a purple scarf and a pallid complexion greeting him with a handshake. I glanced back at Professor Snape, who seemed to recognize the man as Professor Quirrell, his brow furrowed deeply, akin to the Mariana Trench, and he let out a long sigh. Professor Quirrell. Snape's voice resonated throughout the pub, instantly silencing the previously boisterous establishment. What transpired? Did his voice possess an element of magical authority? The crowd surrounding Harry dispersed, allowing him to escape towards us, his hair even more disheveled than before. Professor Snape, Quirrell stammered, his voice trembling with anxiety. Indeed, the situation appears to depict Professor Snape bullying Professor Quirrell. What brings you to such a place? The corners of Professor Snape's mouth lifted slightly, his smile evident. Yet his eyes remained icy, as if to imply that, as an educator, one should not display frivolity before students, but that should you have done something to that child, I shall not let it pass lightly. It is unclear when in the original narrative Professor Snape became aware of the secret looming over Quirrell. I merely came to purchase new books, Professor Quirrell stammered in a voice tinged with fear, uncertain whether it was the vampire or the imposing bat before him that instilled such dread. Well, I shall take my leave now. Anyway, Potter, see you next term. Professor Quirrell offered a hasty greeting to Harry and departed in a flurry. That individual also seems to be a teacher at Hogwarts, Harry whispered furtively in my ear, to which I responded with a casual "oh." In an instant, the clamor of the pub faded away. It seemed as though everyone had lost interest in Harry, but in truth, they observed us from a distance, perhaps deterred by Professor Snape's imposing presence. Miss Disley, you appear rather unwell, Professor Snape remarked, bending slightly to glance at my face. He resembled a schoolteacher, and I nearly overlooked that this fierce bat was indeed one. I was taken aback by the concern directed towards me, my response slightly delayed. I will be fine after a moment's rest. Vitalea suffers from anemia and is prone to fainting, I replied, but Harry interjected, she is fine. I shot Harry a disapproving look, yet he shook his head earnestly. This morning, she had trouble rising for the same reason. Professor Snape, you walk too swiftly. Could you perhaps slow down a bit? Professor Snape glanced at Harry and me, sighing. If you feel unwell, do not conceal it. Speak up sooner. I apologize, but this is all the medicine I have on hand, though it is better than nothing. He handed me a small vial. I had a hunch that it contained a vitality-enhancing potion. I was curious whether this was something he carried for students or for himself. If it were the latter, would Professor Snape concoct potions for ailing students in secluded places? If so, I would indeed like to witness that. By the way, the creator of the vitality-enhancing potion was an ancestor of the Potter family, namely James Potter's forebear. I wondered if Professor Snape was aware of this lineage. I uncorked the vial and drank the potion in one swift motion. The thought that this potion might have been brewed by Professor Snape stirred in me a desire to boast to my past friends about having consumed such a concoction. Yet I found myself unable to convey it. A low buzzing seemed to resonate in my ears. Harry regarded me with astonished eyes. Evidently, the potion was remarkably effective, as the weariness I had felt moments earlier seemed to dissipate. Hogwarts has a nurse, if there are any medical concerns. It is prudent to inform the headmaster and the school nurse. Professor Snape took the empty bottle and tucked it into his robes, proceeding to elucidate the workings of Hogwarts. As the potions master and head of Slytherin House, he introduced the 4 houses, the rules, the system of points, and the various forms of punishment. Please remember this well. Do not cause me any trouble. Thus concluded Professor Snape's discourse on Hogwarts. Harry gazed at him with palpable excitement. Indeed, for an ordinary child, the prospect of entering such a wondrous school of magic would be exhilarating. However, the thought of the trials and tribulations that awaited Harry filled me with considerable apprehension. Upon sensing the admiration in Harry's eyes, Professor Snape averted his gaze, somewhat uncomfortable. In response, I offered him a radiant smile. Well then, should I be sorted into Slytherin? I hope for your guidance, Professor. If you are chosen for Slytherin, I would welcome you, he replied, his eyes betraying a flicker of joy mingled with sadness. As if he doubted such an occurrence would ever transpire. It seemed he firmly believed that Harry would be sorted into Gryffindor, like James Potter, while I, akin to Lily, would also find my place there. Professor Snape does possess a certain stubbornness. In the original narrative, he evidently perceived Harry as inheriting his father's arrogance, or at least attempted to view him thus. I, however, felt a modicum of confidence that I might be sorted into Slytherin, given my past experiences in behind-the-scenes operations and coordination. Nonetheless, the ultimate decision lay with the sorting hat. It is time to move. Keep up, he instructed. After confirming the potion's vapors had dissipated from my ears, Professor Snape turned and strode away, with Harry and I hastily following. We traversed through a pub and entered a small courtyard enclosed by walls, overgrown with weeds and littered with a few trash bins, resembling more of a refuse dump than a welcoming space. Professor Snape drew his wand and lightly tapped the bricks of the wall. The bricks began to tremble and contort, revealing a small opening that gradually expanded into an arched entrance. Beyond the archway, a cobbled street unfurled in a meandering path. Professor Snape passed through the arch, with Harry excitedly trailing behind. Diagon Alley was now within sight. I struggled to suppress my smile, striving to maintain my composure. Chapter 13, Professor Snape's Days. The Cauldron Shop. Broom Shop, Owl Emporium, Cloak Shop, Telescope Store, towering heaps of precariously stacked books, an array of animal skeletons, and unfamiliar plants. Finally, we had arrived at the shopping street for wizards, Diagon Alley. This scene evoked memories of a candy store at the cinema, vibrant and brimming with delights that stirred excitement. Although these items appeared ominous and unsettling compared to sweets, they were nonetheless sufficient to quicken my heartbeat. Hey, Vitalea, what is this? Upon seeing the price tags, Harry, seemingly realizing something, turned pale as he clutched his wallet tightly. Gallon, Seco, and Nat. These currencies are unfamiliar to me. Upon hearing my words, Harry, perplexed by the differing currencies, grew increasingly agitated. It was rather endearing, though Professor Snape, seemingly oblivious to Harry's distress, continued onward, providing me with a mischievous delight as I chose to revel in the unfolding drama, allowing Harry to stew in his anxiety. Let us proceed to Gringotts, where you may exchange your currency, I suggested. After traversing a short distance, Professor Snape abruptly halted before an imposing white edifice, a stark contrast to the quaint individual shops surrounding it. Flanking the grand double doors were uniformed goblins, and the establishment exuded more the air of a luxurious hotel or department store than a bank. Upon entering, we were greeted by a vast marble hall, where goblins busily perused ledgers and weighed coins behind an elongated counter. Indeed, setting aside the species of the staff, this was undoubtedly a bank. The counter for exchanging Muggle currency is over there. You may attend to that yourself. I have matters to attend to in the vault, so I shall step away momentarily. Please wait for me here once you have completed your exchange, Professor Snape instructed, gesturing towards a counter where a goblin was counting familiar pound notes. I felt a pang of confusion. Where was Harry's vault? What of the Dursleys' finances? This seemed to diverge from the canon's narrative, and as I turned to glance, Professor Snape had already approached another counter. Was it possible that the Dursleys' funds were sufficient for Harry, rendering the Potter family inheritance unnecessary? Or had Hogwarts, over the years, succumbed to moral decay, usurping its core assets? Was this akin to the treachery of the third Hokage? Did Professor Snape require funds as well? Harry tilted his head in bemusement. Perhaps, I mused. I had anticipated that Professor Snape would escort us to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone, yet I could not share this with Harry, merely nodding in silent acquiescence. In the original tale, Hagrid's imposing figure had evidently not concealed his role in serving Dumbledore, and later, Harry and his companions discovered the treasure stored in Gringotts was indeed the Philosopher's Stone. Yet, perhaps Professor Snape was merely retrieving something from Hogwarts' vault. I offered Harry a subtle clue in place of Hagrid. Although I believed my hints were sufficiently clear, I wondered if Harry would remember. I hoped he would successfully gain entry into Gryffindor and ultimately join those two in locating the Philosopher's Stone. What? You ask what my role is. Naturally, it is to play the part of the sixth wheel. After exchanging all my pocket money, Harry and I settled into a chair in the hall, awaiting Snape's return. After what felt like an eternity, Professor Snape appeared, his complexion ashen. It seemed he had succumbed to motion sickness. Realizing that he was unaccustomed to such rapid modes of transport, I suddenly recalled that the invigorating potion I had earlier provided was intended for the carriage ride. I felt a twinge of guilt. As a teacher, he was expected to procure the Philosopher's Stone while leading us. Yet he had inadvertently given me the potion meant for himself, only to suffer discomfort from the journey. In the original text, Hagrid consumed a bottle of vitality potion at the pub, presumably to cope with the high-speed transportation. Although I cannot express remorse for matters of which I am unaware, I silently extended my gratitude to Professor Snape. Chapter 14, Draco Malfoy. Our next destination was near Gringotts. First, we had to tailor our outfits at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Professor Snape strode directly into the shop, and we hurried to follow, lest we be left behind. Upon entering, Professor Snape unhesitatingly moved to a corner of the store, leaning against the wall. His indifference towards the students was striking, his lifeless gaze reaching an extraordinary level. "Good day, sir and madam. Are you students from Hogwarts?" A witch clad in purple emerged from the shop, presumably Madame Malkin herself. "Everything can be arranged here, and we have a young man trying on robes." Upon hearing Madame Malkin's words, I eagerly glanced inside the shop, only to be met with disappointment. The one trying on robes was not Draco Malfoy, but rather a tall, mature upperclassman, evidently there to order a new robe. "Let us fit this young man first." Madame Malkin beckoned Harry to step onto the platform beside the upperclassman, draping him in a robe, taking measurements, and pinning it in place. As I observed, I pondered whether I had misremembered the date. No, that was impossible, since Professor Quirrell was present in the pub, according to the original narrative. This should be the very spot where Harry and Draco first encountered one another, perhaps merely with a slight temporal discrepancy. "Hello, are you also a student at Hogwarts?" Just as I was lost in thought, someone suddenly spoke to me from behind, startling me. Turning around, I was greeted by the platinum-haired boy I had long anticipated. It appeared we had arrived early. Indeed, Professor Snape was quite swift, and we were ahead of the original timeline. "Yes. Is he your brother?" Draco Malfoy inquired, gesturing towards Harry with his chin, scrutinizing him keenly. "He is my adopted brother, taken in by my parents, and he is also my cousin." I had no intention of concealing this aspect. After all, once enrolled at Hogwarts, the entire school would be aware that we were not siblings by blood, and there was no need for obfuscation. Furthermore, while Harry was adopted by the Dursleys in the Muggle world, his wizarding identity remained unchanged. Thus, here, he was still Harry Potter. The letter from Hogwarts addressed him as Harry Potter, likely for this reason. "Oh, I see." Draco responded with a disinterested hum, then began to speak rapidly like a machine gun. He intended to secretly purchase a broom for competitions to bring to school, discussed matters concerning the Quidditch team, expressed his desire to join Slytherin, and mentioned that he might consider leaving if sorted into Hufflepuff, among other concerns. The thought of studying alongside those of Muggle lineage weighed heavily on him. They simply did not comprehend our way of life. I apologize for the interruption. When Draco began discussing the pros and cons of Muggle-born students' admission, I interjected. Startled, Draco blinked at me. "I regret to inform you that I, too, am of Muggle descent." Upon hearing this, Draco surveyed me from head to toe in astonishment. "But your cousin is a wizard, is he not?" Ah, he misunderstood. Hogwarts admits a certain number of Muggle-born students each year, but the occurrence of close relatives being wizards is rather rare. Both of his parents are wizards. His mother is a witch of Muggle birth, the sister of my mother. "So, your mother is not a squib?" Draco inquired, to which I shook my head. Draco evidently found this hard to believe, yet surprisingly, he did not lose interest. "However, you seem like a perfectly normal girl," he murmured, perplexed. I stared at him in astonishment. What exactly did he envision Muggle-born individuals to be like? Normal? Did he think Muggles had mouths that stretched to their ears? I asked. Draco's face flushed crimson, and it seemed my assumption was correct. Draco in the original story was similarly perplexed, and I had always found it odd that someone from a pure-blood family, with friends chosen so meticulously, would casually strike up a conversation with a complete stranger like Harry. He likely thought Muggles were hideously unattractive beings, much like some Muggles believe that witches are merely haggard old women with hooked noses. The thought of him conversing with others in such a manner made me chuckle, but Draco clearly felt ridiculed and raised an eyebrow in indignation. "Do not laugh, you filthy mudblood," Draco shouted. "Young man, do not use such language towards a lady." Mrs. Malkin, who was measuring Harry in the shop, exclaimed loudly. Harry looked over in astonishment. The upperclassman nearby frowned disapprovingly at Draco, and realizing his precarious situation, Draco reluctantly bit his lip. Draco, Professor Snape, who had been lurking in the corner, finally intervened. Draco, evidently unaware of his presence, widened his eyes in shock. "Such remarks diminish your worth. You must exercise caution in your speech henceforth." "Yes, I apologize." Whether it was due to the friendship between Professor Snape and his family, or his awareness of Snape being the head of Slytherin House, Draco could only lower his head and apologize dejectedly. "I did not mean to mock you," I said, leaning down to meet Draco's gaze. His icy blue eyes shimmered with unshed tears, on the brink of spilling over. It was truly pitiable how he had arrived at Hogwarts with high hopes, eagerly purchasing school supplies and attempting to engage with his peers, only to find himself in such a predicament. If possible, I hope you can be my friend. Along with Harry over there." Just as I was about to urge him to lift his head, Draco abruptly raised it. "Harry? You mean, that Harry? Harry Potter? Hee. What do you think? To me, Harry is simply Harry." Draco stared at me in astonishment, his eyes sparkling, then bowed his head. "No, I cannot be friends with you. My parents would not permit it. Oh, then let's keep it a secret. What? Draco's eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness. Does the obedient child of a pureblood family lack even such a trivial rebellious thought? My name is Vitalea Dursley. I extended my hand, and after a moment of hesitation, Draco finally grasped it. Chapter 15, Cedric. My dialogue with Draco proved to be profoundly significant. The books he recommended for learning magic contained invaluable information previously unknown to me, and I resolved to purchase the Encyclopedia of Magical Herbs, Potions Compendium, and Comprehensive Guide to Spells later. Just then, a senior student who had just finished measuring his height approached us. Hey, you two have reconciled. That's wonderful, he smiled, seemingly genuinely pleased. Upon closer inspection, he was strikingly handsome. Excuse me, are you an upperclassman at Hogwarts? I am Cedric Diggory of Hufflepuff, in my second year. Oh wait, I'll be in my third year starting this new term. Cedric's slight miscalculation regarding his year made him appear somewhat embarrassed. The sudden appearance of an important figure tightened my heart. I truly wished I had not encountered him. Becoming acquainted with someone destined to perish is agonizing, especially knowing he would meet his end unprepared. Of course, I might be able to take measures to save him before disaster strikes, but I must prioritize Harry, Dad, and Mom. This means that in certain circumstances, I might have to forsake him, which weighs heavily on my conscience. I look forward to your arrival at Hogwarts. Although it is a bit early, congratulations to the three of you on your admission. Should you encounter any difficulties at school, feel free to seek me out. Regardless of which house you are sorted into, I welcome you all. I hope you are placed in Hufflepuff, Cedric said with a smile, causing Draco's expression to darken and his shoulders to tremble slightly. Just moments ago, Draco had belittled Hufflepuff and expressed his biases against Muggle-born wizards. Nevertheless, Cedric willingly extended his warm welcome, exemplifying Hufflepuff's tolerance and kindness. Thank you, Senior. I shook Cedric's hand, while Draco awkwardly bowed beside me, and Harry nodded in acknowledgement. Then, see you at Hogwarts. After Cedric departed, Madame Malkin promptly approached me. Miss, it is your turn. I stepped onto the platform that Cedric had just vacated, donned the robe, which was quite roomy in the sleeves and hem, while Madame Malkin meticulously measured and pinned it. Although such tasks could ostensibly be accomplished by magic, perhaps out of a sense of craftsmanship, it was fortunate that the sewing would be swift, as Cedric had received his finished robe shortly after his measurement. Should we lengthen the hem a bit, in case you grow taller in the future? I have already experienced my first menstruation, thus my height is unlikely to increase significantly. Ah, I understand. Madame Malkin adjusted the hem of the garment. While observing her work was indeed intriguing, the constant inclination of my head caused a strain in my neck. I glanced up at Harry, whose face was slightly flushed, evidently having overheard my conversation with Madame Malkin. Draco, however, remained engaged in discussion with Professor Snape, not glancing in our direction. The seamstress responsible for taking Harry's measurements approached Madame Malkin. She meticulously inspected the robe pinned in place on Harry, nodded in approval, and then removed the garment. Very well, your measurements have been completed. Thank you for your patience. Harry nodded, leaping off the platform to join Draco and Professor Snape. They were conversing, and Harry and Draco exchanged handshakes and smiles, a scene that could never have occurred in the original narrative, prompting a chuckle from me. Harry lifted his forehead to show Draco his scar, causing Draco's eyes to widen. At that moment, Madame Malkin called out to Draco, who reluctantly averted his gaze and stepped onto the adjacent platform. With a smile, I inquired, "What do you think of Harry? Could he potentially be a friend? He does not seem foolish or uncouth. He would certainly suffice as a companion." That is reassuring. Despite Draco's somewhat haughty remark, there was no malice behind it. I chose to overlook this aspect. He truly is a young gentleman from a respectable family. Are you acquainted with Professor Snape? I deliberately posed this question, fully aware of the connection between the Malfoy family and Professor Snape. However, this was part of a communication strategy, encouraging him to discuss familiar topics to foster a closer bond. He is a friend of my father's. They have known each other since school. Draco enthusiastically recounted, his words slightly awkward, yet his expression endearingly innocent. I nodded continuously, guiding him to speak of his family and Quidditch, topics that brought him particular joy and pride. Time flew by, and my measurements were complete. I received a set of robes from Madame Malkin and turned to Draco, waving goodbye alongside Harry. See you in the new term. Thank you for sharing. I had a wonderful time. Goodbye, Draco. Until school. Goodbye, he stammered, his cheeks flushed, smiling shyly. In that moment, he appeared quite charming, which brought me much joy. Chapter 16. Both houses lose 5 points. Initially, I merely wished to witness the first encounter between Harry and Draco, yet I found myself unable to refrain from intervening in their relationship. Harry seemed to take a liking to Draco, indicating that the original plot was perhaps destined for alteration. However, this was for the best. I had no intention of allowing Harry to bear such a heavy burden alone. Having numerous friends like an ordinary child was quite beneficial. Before that wretched creature's resurrection, I must learn and master more. Although my current weapon is my knowledge of the original text, it is still insufficient. At Flourish and Blots. I sought books that could serve purposes beyond mere textbooks. I could not afford to keep Professor Snape waiting for long. Desperately, I searched for the Encyclopedia of Magical Herbs, the potion recipe collection, and the atlas of spells that Draco had mentioned, and I soon found them. Next, I stumbled upon a book titled Curses, Casting, and Lifting, which Harry had also perused in the original narrative. Among the heaps of tomes related to the history of magic, I discovered Modern Magical History, the rise and fall of dark magic, and major magical events of the 20th century. This was the very book Hermione referenced on the Hogwarts Express in the original story, and I decided to purchase it as well. I was uncertain about the state of my mind, although my memory of the overall plot was rather vague. Encountering lines and passages from the original work would suddenly trigger recollections of its contents. I could not pinpoint when this peculiar phenomenon began, but it had already manifested itself, much like when I unexpectedly recalled the invigorating potion while perusing the menu at the Leaky Cauldron. "Professor Snape," I called out to him. When he turned to see the stack of books I was holding, his eyes widened, a rare expression for him, known for his stoic demeanor. "Do you have any recommendations for reference books on potions?" I inquired, and he displayed a look that seemed to question how many more books I intended to purchase. While it was commendable to focus on my studies, he seemed to wonder how I planned to transport these tomes home. "Well, through sheer determination, of course," I replied. To acquire books beyond the curriculum, I had brought along a suitcase and a Boston bag. Despite any opposition, I was resolute in my intent to buy these books. Professor Snape let out a long sigh. "Let us proceed to the checkout," he said, with a flick of his wand. A book flew from the shelf and landed atop my pile. It was inscribed with advanced potions, and I could not help but chuckle. Though I could not recall the specifics of the original text, I recognized it as a 6th-year textbook, a prerequisite for those wishing to partake in Snape's advanced course, which required outstanding results on the 5th-year examinations. Under these circumstances, the book would be of no practical use. In reality, Harry's 6th-year potions class was taught by Professor Slughorn, and even a satisfactory grade would suffice for enrollment. I was puzzled by Professor Snape's intentions. Did he wish for me to excel in the exams 5 years hence? If that was his motivation, I welcomed it wholeheartedly. I reached for advanced potions, leafing through its contents: the elixir of life, the polyjuice potion, the amortentia, and the draft of living death. Of course, it was a brand new book, devoid of the Half-Blood Prince's scribbles. "Oh dear, young lady, you truly are diligent," the bookstore clerk remarked, beaming as I approached the checkout with my armful of books. The clerk, with a grin so wide it nearly reached his ears, mentioned that just a few days prior, another girl had purchased a considerable number of books. It must have been the academically gifted Hermione. I stuffed the multitude of books into my bag when Professor Snape called out to me again. "Consider this a gift from the professor to his student." With that, he cast a spell on my suitcase. I was filled with immense joy. Professor Snape's haughty demeanor was indeed amusing. I peered into the suitcase and discovered it to be remarkably spacious, large enough to accommodate a bookshelf and a table. I decided to designate this space as my study room. "How marvelous." "Thank you, Professor." I quickly stuffed the books I had purchased into the suitcase, along with an unnecessary empty Boston bag. "Harry, do place your belongings in here as well." I took Harry's items and placed them all into the suitcase. Everything fit seamlessly. Harry was quite exhilarated, exclaiming, "It's astonishing. It's as if by magic." "Harry, this is not merely magic. It is true magic. We shall learn it in due time." We laughed joyfully outside the bookstore when Professor Snape seized us by the scruffs of our necks and, quite literally, lifted us off the ground. "Do not disturb other customers," he muttered, deducting 10 points from us before unceremoniously tossing us onto the street. One would not expect him to possess such physical strength. "Professor, we have not yet begun our studies," I reminded him. Professor Snape languidly replied, "Upon enrollment, 5 points will be deducted from your respective houses." This meant we might attract the scrutiny of the upperclassmen right from the start. However, as long as we remained undetected, it would be manageable. "I apologize. We shall strive to make amends." I thought of Hermione as my rival, resolutely clenching my fists. Harry, beside me, remarked with a hint of exasperation, "You truly are optimistic." Chapter 17. Selecting my unique wand. After acquiring a cauldron, scales, a telescope, and potion materials for self-study, we returned to the pub for a light meal. Now, the only task left was to procure a wand. When I saw Harry gazing at the pure gold cauldron with sparkling eyes, I felt a chill run down my spine and promptly intervened. Fortunately, Harry did not have much money. Just as in the original story, I could not fathom what allure the pure gold cauldron held for Harry Potter. Oh, and there was an important task I must not forget. On our way to Ollivander's wand shop, I spotted a sign adorned with an owl. "Professor Snape, please wait." I called out to the professor, who was walking ahead. "I wish to see the owls." I pointed to the Elop's Owl Emporium, but Professor Snape displayed signs of impatience. "Hogwarts has owls as well." "No, I want to see them now, I implore you," I retorted, and Professor Snape pressed his lips together in annoyance. "Do you possess a compelling reason to see them?" "Indeed, I am quite curious." "Professor, your esteemed poker face is on the verge of breaking." I fully understood his reluctance to carry such a precious magical stone for an extended period, and I empathized deeply, but I pleaded for just a little longer companionship. Upon entering the shop, I was enveloped in darkness. In the dim light, an array of owls gazed at me with their round, glistening eyes. Among them, I sought but one owl, making my way straight to the depths of the store where she resided. Even in the obscurity, her snowy plumage stood out remarkably. This one, I declared. Harry, this shall be your birthday gift. However, a thought crossed my mind. If I simply took her home, would I not incur my mother's wrath? Harry shook his head, yet he seemed utterly captivated by the pristine white owl, stealing glances at her incessantly. Heh, do you think I've been your sister for all these years without reason? I already have permission. I skillfully whispered sweet nothings to our formidable matriarch. Upon hearing my words, Harry raised his arms in delight and enveloped me in a warm embrace. Vitalea, you are simply marvelous. Harry, evidently overjoyed, repeatedly patted my back, exclaiming, "Haha, I'm thrilled you're happy, but easy there, brother. You might break my bones." I, too, felt immense joy in presenting Harry with such a splendid birthday gift, albeit at the expense of Hagrid's credit. Yet in this world, no one was privy to that truth. Wow, she is so white and fluffy. With beaming smiles, we exited the owl emporium, Harry cradling the birdcage. Harry gazed at the slumbering white owl within, a look of sheer contentment gracing his face. How adorable. I'll think of a name for her. I inexplicably sensed that this owl would eventually bear the same name as in the original narrative. Next, we ventured to Ollivander's, a shop steeped in vintage charm and a hint of dust. Upon entering, Professor Snape, as per his usual routine, retreated to a corner, leaning against the wall. An almost ritualistic act. The depths of the shop were lined with slender boxes stacked high, reaching towards the ceiling, each one a wand, seemingly gazing back at us. Harry brushed the dust off an old chair, causing a cloud of particles to rise, prompting a cough from him. At that moment, I fancied I heard Professor Snape let out a tiny sneeze, though I preferred to think it was merely a figment of my imagination. One must not look back. A glance would surely result in losing points. "Welcome," a voice suddenly announced. I was startled to discover an elderly man standing there, having appeared without my notice. Hello?" Harry, equally taken aback by the seemingly sudden presence of the old man, stammered a greeting. "I knew you would come, Harry Potter," he said joyfully as he approached Harry. Introducing himself, it turned out to be Mr. Ollivander. "You possess the same eyes as your mother." The memory of her purchasing her first wand here feels as vivid as yesterday. That wand measured 26 centimeters, crafted from willow, and was particularly suited for enchanting spells. "Mr. Ollivander spoke with an intoxicating fervor. Harry took a step back, startled by his enthusiasm, while I sensed Professor Snape trembling behind me. "Your father favored a mahogany wand. 28 centimeters in length, remarkably agile, particularly suited for transfiguration. While I say it was your father's preference, in truth, it is the wand that chooses the wizard." Mr. Ollivander approached Harry, nearly touching his nose, prompting Harry to shut his eyes. A sinister aura enveloped me from behind, compelling me to lower my gaze. The atmosphere was palpably awkward. Mentioning the name James Potter in Professor Snape's presence was a grave misstep. "Oh, who are you?" Mr. Ollivander noticed me, glancing back and forth between Harry and myself with evident curiosity. I was under the impression that the Potter family had only one son. He mistakenly assumed I was a daughter of the Potters, a misunderstanding I could not blame him for, as my resemblance to Aunt Lily was striking. "I am Harry's cousin. My mother is Lily's sister." "Ah, I see indeed." Mr. Ollivander's gaze bore into me with an intensity that suggested he was peering through me to another person. An unsettling sensation. Thankfully, my parents never looked through me to see Lily. Moreover, while accompanying me today, Professor Snape, though at times reminiscent of Lily, had never sought her through me. I began to empathize with Harry's feelings in the original text. Being perceived as a conduit to another person was undeniably disheartening. We are here to purchase a wand." "Ah, quite right. So, who shall begin?" Mr. Ollivander produced a silver measuring tape from his pocket. I encouraged Harry to select his wand first and moved beside Professor Snape. The ensuing process closely mirrored the original narrative. Harry was astonished to discover the tape moving on its own, even measuring the distance between his nostrils, which elicited a chuckle from me. Mr. Ollivander roamed about, presenting wands for Harry to test, shaking his head time after time. The more elusive the wand, the more exhilarated Mr. Ollivander appeared. Was this how Professor Snape had selected his wand? Bored, I attempted to engage Professor Snape in conversation. I envisioned a youthful Snape, brimming with excitement as he chose his wand. Perhaps she had been by his side then. It is rather rare to encounter such difficulty in finding a suitable wand. Professor Snape, arms crossed, maintained a steady gaze on Harry as he selected his wand. At that moment, I caught the words holly and phoenix feather and immediately turned around. It was Harry's wand. When he waved the holly wand, sparks erupted like fireworks, sending a sphere of light swirling about. I swiftly dodged the luminous orb that soared towards me. "Splendid!" Mr. Ollivander exclaimed, and relief washed over Harry's face upon finding his wand. Truly remarkable. Oh, this is simply wondrous, exceedingly wondrous. Continuing with Mr. Ollivander's tale of the Brother Wands. Both Harry's wand and that of the Dark Lord were crafted with feathers from a phoenix. Harry listened intently, his expression grave, while Professor Snape clutched his left arm tightly. Beneath the black sleeve, a thin arm that surely bore the mark. Today a shopping excursion in Diagon Alley felt akin to unearthing old wounds of Professor Snape. Then, the moment arrived for this young lady. Mr. Ollivander's words drew me back to reality. I nearly forgot. Harry's wand selection had concluded, and I mistakenly believed everything was finished. I extended my right hand, allowing Mr. Ollivander to measure the length of my fingers and arms. When the measuring tape flew in to gauge my nostrils, I inadvertently swatted it away, but fortunately, Mr. Ollivander refrained from further comment. After trying several wands, that moment finally arrived. A wand of you and a dragon's heartstring. Measuring 26 centimeters, remarkably resilient. I accepted the wand handed to me by Mr. Ollivander, raising it above my head to wave, as a small, red orb of light, reminiscent of a yew berry, emanated from the tip. Splendid. Mr. Ollivander applauded, and Harry joined in the celebration with glee. The defensive spells cast with the yew wand are formidable, often unleashing powerful magic during duels. Upon hearing Mr. Ollivander's words, a stir of emotion surged within me. I gazed at the wand that had chosen me, yew, reputed to withstand even 7 fires without succumbing to flames, its floral symbolism representing prudent wisdom. I guard you. This wand seemed to bolster me in the endeavors I was about to undertake. I addressed the wand with a plea for its guidance, feeling a warmth radiating from the palm that grasped it. Chapter 18. Professor Snape treats us to dinner. On our return journey, we were utterly exhausted. On the subway, Harry, cradling the birdcage, dozed off against my shoulder while I fought off drowsiness, repeatedly bumping my head against Professor Snape's shoulder, who sat opposite me. We disembarked at Paddington Station, still with a while to wait before transferring to the train. Professor Snape's guidance concluded here, and we bid him farewell as Harry and I settled onto a long bench. It felt as if we were caught in a dream, with Harry gazing vacantly around the station. The throngs of commuters were mostly returning from work, clad in suits. In the words of the Dursleys, they appeared quite normal. This evoked a sensation of returning from a dream to reality. Yet both Diagon Alley and this station were indeed part of the real world. This isn't a dream. Look, there's an owl. I pointed to the birdcage Harry held. Yes, without this owl, I might truly believe all this was a dream, Harry replied, clutching the cage tighter, lowering his head. He was likely exhausted to the core, succumbing to silence. I too had reached my limit, drowsily observing the passengers in the station, when suddenly, a man clad entirely in black approached from across the way and stopped before us. Ah, Professor Snape? I thought you had returned, I exclaimed in astonishment. It is quite disheartening to see 2 children dozing off in such a place. With that, Professor Snape settled beside me and presented a paper bag adorned with a familiar emblem from a past life, containing hamburgers. Had he, like Hagrid in the original tale, taken the time to procure these for us? I glanced at the bag and then at Professor Snape, marveling internally at the incongruity of such a fast food offering from one so ill-suited for it. Of course, I displayed no hint of irreverence on my face. Wow, thank you, Professor. I expressed my gratitude, retrieving a hamburger and turning to offer it to Harry, only to find him in a deep slumber. It seems I should escort you both home. Your current state is rather perilous, Professor Snape remarked with a furrowed brow. Are you a character from some antiquated literary work, exhibiting such aloofness? I mused. I, too, felt the weight of drowsiness upon me, and as dusk began to settle, it became evident that it was indeed unsafe for the 2 children to be sleeping here, considering the historically precarious security of the British Empire. One could hardly dismiss the possibility of encountering Jack the Ripper were we to travel back a century. I understood this truth, yet I had momentarily let my guard down. Is this permissible, Professor? Do you not have other matters to attend to? I inquired, contemplating whether he intended to transfer the Philosopher's Stone to Hogwarts. Snape turned his head slightly and replied in a low, clear voice, I have already concluded my tasks. How could he have completed his work so swiftly? I pondered, though I recognized that questioning him would yield no answers. Thus, I ceased my contemplation and began to eat the hamburger, entirely oblivious to the old man with a white beard in the distance at the burger joint. Eventually, I roused Harry, and we boarded the train, subsequently transferring to a bus that finally brought us back to our home on Privet Drive. Standing at the entrance was my mother, clearly anxious for our return. Mother, I'm back, I called out. Welcome home, Vitalea, and you too, Harry, she said, enveloping me in a tight embrace. Seeing the relief on her face filled me with comfort. Ah, Severus, thank you, my mother expressed to Professor Snape. He remained silent, merely nodding gently before turning to vanish into the night. Perhaps he felt a certain obligation towards her. He is just the same, my mother murmured, tinged with a hint of resignation and solitude, her voice fading into the enveloping darkness. Chapter 19. An invitation from Malfoy on the train. September 1st, 1991. Today marks the Hogwarts entrance ceremony. Father will drive us to King's Cross Station, from whence we shall embark on the Hogwarts Express from platform 9 3/4. Although my condition had been rather dismal in Diagon Alley, today I felt quite splendid. More importantly, ever since I consumed that invigorating elixir, I have not only avoided fainting due to anemia, but I have also been free from any dizzy spells. Professor Snape's potions are truly remarkable. Harry, rise and shine. The dawn breaks. I burst into Harry's chamber, poking at his tousled hair alongside Hedwig, the white owl. Since that day, Harry, much like in the original narrative, named the owl after a moniker he discovered in his History of Magic textbook. It's still not quite dawn. What time is it? Harry mumbled, slowly sitting up, his dark hair still sticking out in every direction. It was just past 5 o'clock. Isn't it too early? Harry exclaimed, peering at the clock, which read 5:07, now having shifted to 5:08. The sun in London is expected to rise at 6:13 today. It has yet to make its appearance. What do you mean too early? We must leave by 7, otherwise, we shall miss our departure. We only have 2 hours left, I solemnly informed him. Upon hearing this, Harry, who had intended to slumber a little longer, sprang up abruptly. Is it really that late? I suddenly felt a twinge of anxiety. Had I forgotten something? Harry donned his glasses, jumped out of bed, and began pacing the room with his list of school supplies. I am all set. My desk and bookshelf are packed, I stated. The bookshelf contained not only the tomes purchased in Diagon Alley, but also some Muggle fairy tales, perhaps suitable for sisterly chats. Additionally, there were candies and my beloved red tea set, making my little castle brimming with treasures. Isn't that rather cunning of Vitalea? Harry gazed at me enviously. Indeed, the thought of the fourth-dimensional pocket bestowed upon me by my mentor, Professor Snape, filled me with confidence. After all, a girl who smiles often tends to enjoy good fortune. I patted Harry's shoulder. His suitcase was one I had previously used. Harry still regarded me with dissatisfaction. So I reassured him, Harry, I will help you with your luggage. Please don't be upset. Harry grunted reluctantly. I popped a lemon drop into his mouth and then exited his room. By the way, I had procured these candies to bribe Professor Dumbledore. Although he is not the sort to be easily swayed, having these sweets on hand might serve as a convenient excuse should I need to dash into his office. Of course, unless absolutely necessary, I had no intention of willingly stepping foot in that place. All right, now to change clothes, prepare breakfast, and also make sandwiches for lunch. Though there is much to do, I am exceedingly cheerful. I hummed a little tune as I made my way to the kitchen. We arrived at King's Cross Station at 10 o'clock. To alleviate my parents' emotional strain, I instructed them to drop me off at the parking lot. My mother had been weeping ever since my father drove into the heart of London, and my father had begun to sob uncontrollably after successfully finding a vacant parking spot and securing the vehicle. Mother, truly, there is nothing to worry about. It seems that the magical realm is devoid of any frightening figures now. I conveyed the information from the History of Magic textbook to her. Although I was acutely aware of the events that lay ahead, the deception towards my family weighed heavily on my conscience. Yet, without such reassurances, my mother might never relinquish her grasp on my hand. Oh, you both must take care, she implored. You are our pride. Wherever you go, you are the best. My father, wiping away tears, placed his hand upon our shoulders. After bidding farewell and embracing my parents, Harry and I proceeded towards the platform 9 3/4. Since we possessed only my suitcase and Harry's cage for Hedwig, we opted against using a trolley. Beside the large sign marked with a 9, there was another sign denoting 10, with nothing in between. I pondered whether there might be something akin to the wall of the leaky cauldron. Harry tapped the wall. He grasped the extraordinary rules of the Wizarding World far earlier than in the original narrative. While I regretted missing the opportunity to witness his bewildered expression, it was gratifying to see him exhibit greater intelligence than his original counterpart. His enhanced capacity for calm reflection would surely augment Harry's chances of survival in the future. Indeed, the ticket indicated platform 9 3/4. I could not feign ignorance at this moment, so I followed Harry's lead. Is this the place? Harry inquired, reaching out to touch the barrier between the two ticket gates. Striking true, his right hand vanished. Upon witnessing his wrist sink into the wall, Harry recoiled in alarm. Yes, this is it, I affirmed. Harry nodded. In the original story, one would encounter the Weasley family here, yet we deemed that a non-essential event, thus opting to proceed ahead. All right, let us go. I took Harry's hand, closed my eyes, and stepped forward. Not encountering any obstruction, I advanced another step. Still met with nothingness. Excellent, we could pass. Grasping Harry's hand tightly, I began to run, sensing him behind me, as the world momentarily dimmed before brightening once more. I cautiously opened my eyes. It appeared we had successfully traversed the barrier. A crimson steam locomotive stood at the bustling platform, announcing departures for the Hogwarts Express at 11 o'clock. A shiver ran down my spine. This was not an unpleasant sensation. What could be more exhilarating than this? Before us lay the Hogwarts Express, surrounded by wizards and many students of Hogwarts. A cat gracefully meandered beneath my feet, likely someone's pet. Upon closer inspection, I noticed numerous cats amidst the wizards. We navigated through the throngs of people and felines toward the rear of the train, assuming the front seats were already occupied. Spotting an empty compartment near the back, I stepped inside, only to realize Harry had not followed. Turning, I found him halted in the aisle, squinting at something. Has his vision deteriorated again? It's Draco. Harry finally focused, exclaiming with excitement. Peering out, I followed Harry's gaze and indeed found Draco standing before several compartments, surrounded by numerous children of similar age, all exhibiting an air of haughty superiority. Ah, they must surely be friends from pureblood families. I'll watch the luggage. You should go say hello, I suggested. As someone of Muggle descent, I felt somewhat out of place, but Harry would have no trouble. After all, he is Harry Potter. At this juncture, even the children from pureblood families aligned with the dark forces should regard Harry with friendliness, as their parents would undoubtedly believe that the boy who vanquished Voldemort is a formidable dark wizard capable of leading them to resurgence. How amusing it all is. All right, I'll go take a look, Harry said, nodding with enthusiasm before handing Hedwig over to me and dashing off. While Draco seemed untroubled, the other children would surely turn hostile upon learning that Harry had entered Gryffindor. I couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness for Harry a few hours down the line. Well then, I shall attempt a bit of magic myself. I surveyed the empty compartment. First, I needed to enlarge this cramped space. An undetectable extension charm. In fact, I had already practiced this at home. Recalling Professor Snape casting a spell on my suitcase in Diagon Alley, I mimicked his movements with my wand. It is said that there are loopholes regarding the restrictions on underage wizards using magic, and it appears to be true. In the original text, Hermione mentioned practicing simple spells at home without issue, so I decided to give it a try, and it went off without a hitch. This suggests that using magic in the Muggle world before enrollment goes unnoticed. There is also a notion that using magic in the presence of adult wizards will not attract attention, which I intend to verify later. After casting the spell, I looked around the compartment. Has it become a tad more spacious? While it may not accommodate a person entirely, it should have expanded by approximately 20 centimeters. The distance between the seats has also increased correspondingly, allowing for the small table I brought along to fit. Regrettably, at my current skill level, this is the extent of my capabilities. Even with Professor Snape's demonstration, this is all I could manage. It made me reflect on how truly brilliant Hermione is, achieving so much with mere textbooks. I'm back. Oh, has it become more spacious? Harry returned, his expression cheerful, indicating that his encounter with Draco had gone well. Welcome back. I tried a bit of magic, I said. Ah, was it Professor Snape's spell? Harry exclaimed, realization dawning as he scanned the compartment. It's certainly not as impressive as the professor's. I shook my head, but Harry's expression conveyed that he deemed my efforts quite commendable. No worries. If you could match the professor before enrollment, there would be no need to attend Hogwarts. Harry's words momentarily took me aback. Perhaps I was being a bit too hasty. At Hogwarts, there would be ample opportunities to hone my skills. Oh, by the way, Draco expressed a desire to meet you, Harry remarked, as if he had suddenly recalled this detail. I widened my eyes in confusion. Although I did not harbor much animosity towards Draco, our acquaintance could hardly be deemed intimate, and I wondered whether my Muggle heritage would be acceptable in their circles. I had gleaned the pride of pure-blood families from literature. Is that true? He wishes to see me? I inquired. He mentioned hoping you might visit his compartment to introduce you to his friends, Harry conveyed innocently. It seemed that Harry did not fully grasp the complexities of blood purity. He relayed Draco's words without a hint of skepticism. Should I go? Would I be subjected to mockery by the scions of pure-blood families? A myriad of negative thoughts surged within me. Well, I suppose I shall take a look, I replied. Go ahead, Harry encouraged, as he began to play with Hedwig, who had just been released from her cage. I departed from him and made my way towards Draco's compartment. Chapter 20. Hostility from Pure-Blood Aristocracy. Vitalea. Long time no see. Upon my arrival at Draco's compartment, he greeted me with delight. Two burly boys sitting opposite Draco stared at me vacantly. One was Gregory Goyle, and the other, Vincent Crabbe, I presumed. The girl beside Draco, with her large, round eyes, must be Pansy Parkinson, who regarded me with a distinctly cold gaze. Draco, is this some form of British schoolyard bullying? I thought. Allow me to introduce. This is Vitalea Dudley, a witch raised in a Muggle family, and she is also the cousin of Harry Potter. Draco introduced me to his friends. Wait a moment. Did he just say she was raised in a Muggle family, rather than born of Muggle stock? Muggle? Crabbe? Or perhaps Goyle? Reacted with evident disdain. Indeed. This was the quintessential reaction against Muggle-borns. Though she was raised in a Muggle household, she is a remarkable witch, endorsed by Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin House, and she aspires to join Slytherin at the sorting ceremony. Draco's words made me realize that Professor Snape was quite the gossip. Severus Snape, what tales have you been spinning to the children? While I did indeed mention that if I were to enter Slytherin, I would appreciate their support, I never claimed to desire entry into Slytherin. Furthermore, What significance did Draco's statements hold? No, it must be Lucius Malfoy. He must have imparted some advice to Draco. Perhaps. In an effort to ensure his son had a well-connected friend at school, he instructed Draco to conceal my origins and to teach him that, given my potential as a witch, being Harry Potter's cousin, building connections was paramount. How astute and cunning. Such a Slytherin tactic left me, an interloper, feeling somewhat uncomfortably familiar. At this moment, I find myself yearning for the sorting hat to place me in Slytherin, where I can assume the role of a prominent figure within the house. Allow me to introduce Vitalea. The hulking figure over there is Gregory Goyle, while this other imposing presence is Vincent Crabbe, and she is Pansy Parkinson. The two large fellows exchanged glances before extending their hands in a gesture of camaraderie. After shaking their hands, I turned my gaze to Pansy, who appeared to harbor a distinct aversion towards me. Please take care of me, I said. Pansy reached out her hand, and as I grasped it, her grip was so strong that it elicited a slight twitch at the corner of my mouth. This does not bode well. I sense the jealousy of a young girl. I assure you, dear lady, I harbor no such feelings for Draco, nor do I possess any inclination towards illicit affections. You may rest easy. What is it that you summoned me for? I inquired quietly in Draco's ear. A few days prior, Professor Snape visited my home and informed my father that I am an exceptional witch. He mentioned that my aunt is also a scholar at Hogwarts, leading my father to ponder the peculiarity of so many remarkable wizards emerging from a Muggle family. He speculated that perhaps my mother is a squib and that there are wizards among my ancestors. My conjecture seems to be on the right track. It appears that Professor Snape and the Malfoy family share a close bond. The original text reveals little of their interactions, leaving their intimacy somewhat ambiguous. Yet it is evident that they frequently correspond. Consequently, my father stated that although marriage was out of the question, forming a friendship would pose no issue. Draco appeared somewhat bashful at the mention of the word marriage. I noticed Pansy, who had been eavesdropping, wearing a sardonic smile. What are you laughing at? Oh, so we are officially friends then. I emphasized the term friends, deliberately directing my words towards the girl beside me. Subsequently, I engaged Draco in a discussion about the books we had read. I informed him that the illustrated guide he had previously recommended was indeed quite useful, which filled him with pride. I managed to win over Crabbe and Goyle with some sweets I had on hand, while maintaining a cordial demeanor with Pansy as well. At that moment, the Hogwarts Express began to move, and I bid farewell to Draco and his companions, returning to the compartment where Harry was seated. Upon stepping into the corridor, I was suddenly startled by a chilling sensation on my shoulder, prompting an involuntary shriek from me. Almost instinctively, I swatted the object off my shoulder. A frog? Or perhaps a toad? I spotted a large toad sprawled on the corridor floor, regarding me with a resentful gaze. This revolting creature could not possibly belong to Neville, could it? My apologies for startling you. Are you all right? I cautiously lifted the toad. By the way, aside from the creature with the letters, I fear none of the other beings. It was merely the unexpected shock that caught me off guard. Although it bore no visible injuries, I nonetheless performed a healing spell to restore it to its former state. Thankfully, this is the Hogwarts Express, where underage wizards are permitted to use magic. Clutching the toad that bore a striking resemblance to a leaf, I returned to my compartment, only to discover that aside from Harry, there was another person present. Ah, Vitalea, welcome back, I greeted. I'm back, Harry, I replied, exchanging pleasantries with him. As I stepped into the compartment, the boy, presumably Ron, looked up at me, his face flushing instantly, frozen in place. Indeed, even the most enchanting of maidens can leave young boys awestruck. I am well aware of my striking beauty, often startling myself when I glance into the mirror. My resemblance to Aunt Lily tends to leave most children in a state of shock. Draco, however, seemed unfazed, likely accustomed to the stunning beauties of the Black family. Crabbe and Goyle, on the other hand, were more preoccupied with food than with the presence of girls. Who are you? I inquired, as Ron struggled to form words. P.S. Ron, we've already become friends, Harry interjected, glancing at Ron. Is that so? I am Vitalea Dursley. It's a pleasure to meet you, I said with a smile, extending my hand. Ron reciprocated, but the moment our hands touched, he involuntarily trembled. Chapter 21. Hermione's greatest rival. Harry is actually Harry Potter. How astonishing, Ron exclaimed. It appeared that initially, Harry had introduced himself under the surname Dursley. The name Potter always struck me as peculiar. Harry shrugged. You still have to get used to being registered as Potter here, so you might as well embrace it. Perhaps he disliked being referred to as a hero. But it was futile to resist. He would still be addressed as Harry Potter at school. So, that scar on your forehead, is it from that person? Ron asked, his gaze fixated on Harry. Fixated seemed a more appropriate term for his eager scrutiny. A few years ago, my father had purchased tennis rackets belonging to Jimmy Connors and John McEnroe at a charity auction. His eyes had gleamed with the same fervor as Ron's now. My father was so enamored with those rackets that my mother, feeling jealous, stowed them away in the storage room under the stairs, claiming they had broken while she was applying lubricant. Yes, but I don't remember anything, Harry responded, shaking his head as Ron pressed on with his inquiries. In hindsight, I realized I had never heard Harry recount those events directly. That had been the time Aunt Lily was murdered, a subject our family never discussed. I could only recall flashes of green light and a tangle of vine-like plants surrounding us. Ah, was that the Thorn Witch? Harry's remark elicited a small gasp from Ron. I felt the color drain from my face, as I had never heard that term before. In the original narrative, Harry only remembered the green light of the killing curse, having long assumed it was merely the headlights of a car. The more pressing concern was Ron's mention of the Thorn Witch, a character that did not exist in the original tale. Excuse me, what is the Thorn Witch? Unable to suppress my stern tone, I cast a sharp gaze at Ron, causing him to flinch slightly. Observing his reaction, I realized my excitement had been excessive and hastily sought to smooth things over. I apologize. The history of magic does not mention the Thorn Witch, which is why I was taken aback. All the reference books, including modern magical history, the rise and fall of dark magic, and the great magical events of the 20th century, reference the attack on the Potter family during Halloween. Yet they echo the original narrative without ever mentioning the term Thorn Witch. No, it's quite all right. Upon reflection, I understand that for you. This is a matter concerning your family. Ron shook his head, somewhat embarrassed. The Thorn Witch is merely a rumor, yet no one has truly encountered her. This may create a certain discomfort, but... Ron glanced at Harry, who, sensing Ron's gaze, nodded encouragingly for him to continue. I'm fine, it's good to listen. Harry's words seemed to ease Ron's tension as he began to recount the tale. It is said that the Thorn Witch is an accomplice of that individual, though the exact circumstances remain unclear. She is rumored to be a mad witch, and others claim she is a collector of corpses. Those slain by that individual are said to be wrapped in vines, their bodies disappearing, allegedly taken away by the Thorn Witch. Once Ron finished, he rubbed his arms as though trying to shake off the dreadful feeling. Harry's complexion turned pale, understandably so, for his parents might have been taken by a twisted corpse collector. I too felt my face drain of color. I recalled the peculiar dream I had received the day the letter from Hogwarts arrived. What had Dudley said in that dream? In the original tale, Harry was delivered to the Dursleys' home on the night after Halloween. In this world, however, Harry arrived at our home on Halloween night itself. What could have caused this shift in time? A chill crept down my spine. Perhaps there are others in this world like me, anomalies of sorts. Could that individual be the Thorn Witch, a sinister figure rumored to be her master? If the Thorn Witch is also a traveler like myself. Suddenly, a lively girl's voice broke through my thoughts. Turning my head, I saw a girl with chestnut hair, clad in a Hogwarts robe, standing at the door of the compartment, accompanied by a round-faced boy with a pale complexion, also in robes. It must be Hermione and Neville. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. It's just that this child lost her pet toad, and while searching for it, I accidentally overheard you. With that, Hermione entered the compartment and sat beside me, while Neville, after a moment of hesitation, awkwardly took a seat opposite her. Ah, is this toad yours? My leaf, I exclaimed, producing the toad I had just found. Neville joyfully accepted it, and thanks to their interruption, the tense atmosphere in the compartment had considerably eased. Now, regarding our previous discussion, do you not find it peculiar? Since no one has ever laid eyes on the Thorn Witch, how can we be certain of her identity? Hermione leaned forward, inching closer to Ron, who sat diagonally across from her, momentarily startled by her boldness. How should I know? It is merely a rumor. Perhaps, although her appearance remains unseen. Someone has indeed heard the sound of her casting spells. Ron raised his voice in mild frustration. The two who would eventually become a couple seemed to be at odds at this stage. All right, everyone, let us remain calm. We are all newcomers. Why not take this opportunity to bond? Have you had lunch yet? I brought sandwiches. I retrieved a small table and a box filled with sandwiches from my suitcase. Hermione's eyes lit up at the sight. How impressive. Is that the undetectable extension charm? I have tried it, but I could only slightly enlarge the space. That is not my doing. This box was enchanted by a teacher at Hogwarts. If it were up to me, I could only manage to expand this compartment, I replied. I am Vitalea Disley. It is a pleasure to meet you. Hermione glanced around the compartment, seemingly relieved. It appeared she had achieved quite a level of skill. What a formidable academic. I would need to exert myself even more. At that moment, Ron and Neville noticed that the compartment was slightly more spacious than usual, taken aback. I am Hermione Granger. It is a pleasure to meet you. Vitalea, I have heard of your name. You topped the biology, English, and French exams in the UK national assessments. Hermione appeared elated, having remembered all the names of those who shared first place, and I smiled back at her. You yourself have excelled in nearly all subjects. I have never encountered anyone quite as talented as you. Oh, Vitalea, you are too flattering. Hermione's cheeks flushed, resembling a love-struck maiden. Alas, the current object of her affections was her studies, while her future romantic interest gazed at us in bewilderment. If I may interrupt. It is not yet our turn for introductions. Let us first enjoy some tea, Harry suggested, retrieving tea sets and a kettle from my bag, magically heating the water. Ron chimed in again. Underage wizards using magic outside of Hogwarts will receive a notification from the Ministry of Magic. Oh, that is permissible before enrollment. I have practiced several times without issue. Hermione's and my words left Ron gaping. Had he known this could be done, he would have certainly tried it. However, even if he had been aware of this loophole, Aunt Molly would undoubtedly have disapproved. It would be best not to disclose that using magic alongside adult wizards post-enrollment would go unnoticed. After everyone took turns introducing themselves, Neville timidly raised his hand. My grandmother prepared lunch for me. I will go fetch it. My mother also made me some pie. With that, Neville and Hermione dashed off, engaged in their own conversation. Upon hearing their words, Ron seemed to recall something and retrieved a lumpy parcel from his luggage. He opened it to reveal 4 sandwiches. These are made by my mother, he said, looking somewhat embarrassed, likely guessing they contained corned beef. They're quite good. Let's trade. However, he added, they are rather dry and not particularly appetizing. My mother is quite busy, as she has to care for 5 children. In fact, when Ron mentioned the 5 children, he was referring to those currently under the Weasley household's care, which was a testament to their family's remarkable capacity. Mine aren't particularly lavish either. Sharing is far more enjoyable. I snatched Ron's sandwich and placed it in my basket on the small table. At that moment, Hermione and Neville returned, and the snack trolley arrived. We purchased chocolate frogs and pumpkin pasties and laid out all the food we had brought. A toast to Hogwarts. It felt akin to a family gathering. After we finished the pies and sandwiches, we eagerly opened the accompanying cards from the chocolate frogs. Only Ron drew the card of the Witch Morgana. The other 4 were all Dumbledore. However, Ron felt somewhat discontent, believing he was different from the rest, and he took a bite of the chocolate frog, which tasted delightful, prompting him to devour it hungrily. We couldn't help but laugh at his enthusiasm. Run, Neville suddenly shouted, his face pale as he searched frantically for something. What happened? Did the chocolate frog escape? I inquired, to which Neville shook his head. He covered his face with his hands, as if the world were coming to an end. No, Trevor has escaped again. No way. Upon hearing Neville's exclamation, Hermione and I exclaimed in unison, glancing around the compartment. We indeed spotted the leaping toad mingling among the chocolate frogs. Chapter 22. Welcome to Hogwarts ultimately. Trevor was still nowhere to be found as the Hogwarts Express gradually slowed down. Strange, the door hasn't opened. How could he just vanish? Ron remarked while peering beneath the seats. I stifled a laugh. His logic was sound, but his conclusion was entirely incorrect. His pet mouse, Scabbers, was the true wizard. In reality, Ron's pet mouse, Scabbers, was blissfully snoring away. Were it not for my knowledge of its true identity as a rather unsavory adult male, I might have found it endearing. Don't worry, the staff responsible for handling luggage should find him. You all should hurry and change your clothes. Hermione glanced anxiously out the window. I'll go change in my suitcase. You all can change here. I moved my suitcase into the corridor. Can I take a look inside? Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course. But Neville, could you keep watch for us? Sure, he replied. Hermione and I jumped into the suitcase. Inside were only my desk and bookshelf. Yet Hermione cheered with delight. This is amazing. We can bring so many books. The casting and lifting of spells is a subject I have yet to explore. The latest methods of vengeance involve various curses to torment adversaries. The baldness curse, the jellyfish foot curse, the tongue-tie curse, among other forms of torturous magic. After changing my attire, I turned to find Hermione engrossed in a perilous tome. Hey, that book belongs to me, I remarked. Shall I lend it to you afterward? She inquired, her cheeks flushing with delight. Really? Hermione's face beamed with joy. If I were a boy, unfamiliar with Hermione's nature, I might mistakenly believe she harbored feelings for me. As we emerged from the luggage compartment, Harry and Ron had already changed their garments, and the train had just come to a halt. The 5 of us squeezed together to disembark. We found ourselves on a small platform, the night enveloping us in darkness. A chilling breeze wafting through the air. First years, over here. We noticed lanterns swaying above the heads of students ahead. That must be Hagrid. First years, oh. Harry, you must be Harry. We made our way toward the lantern, where a jovial giant with a bushy beard waved enthusiastically. Ah, yes, do you remember me? He asked. The last time I saw you, you were merely an infant. You resemble your father greatly, though your eyes are akin to your mother's. Hagrid squinted at Harry. I am Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, residing in a small hut by the edge of the forest. You are always welcome to visit, should you desire. Hagrid extended his large hand and tousled Harry's hair. I thought to myself that Harry's hair was now in disarray, yet it appeared as untamed as ever. All right, are all the first years here? Follow me, and mind your step. Hagrid turned to lead the way, the path narrow and treacherous, the ground slippery, likely due to the dampness or the trampling of the preceding students. The trees surrounding us were dense, obscuring the moonlight and starlight, making it nearly impossible to see our feet. Unfortunately, several unfortunate students slipped. Wow, Neville exclaimed beside me, and I instinctively grasped his arm. His weight nearly toppled me as well, but I managed to steady him, barely keeping him upright. Thank you, he stammered shyly. You're welcome. I replied with a smile, though I wished I could have assisted him more gracefully. It seemed clear that I needed to strengthen my physique. Everyone, Hogwarts is just ahead. We'll see it after this turn. Hagrid's booming voice echoed. Cheers erupted from the students ahead. The path suddenly opened up, leading us to the edge of a vast lake, its waters appearing inky black under the night sky, with towering mountains rising on the opposite shore. Crowned by a castle, that was Hogwarts. For to a boat, Hagrid called out once more. We approached the small boats tethered at the shore, realizing that with 5 of us, one would have to go alone. You 4 should sit together. I shall find others to join me, I said. I pushed Neville onto the small boat occupied by Harry, Ron, and Hermione. The 4 of them looked at me apologetically, but for someone of my maturity, it was merely an instinctive action. At that moment, a boy with brown skin approached and asked, "Are you alone? Would you like to join me?" If there were no other African students present. This boy must be Blaise Zabini, whom Harry had described in the original text as having high cheekbones and elongated, upturned eyes. Yet he was undeniably handsome. The son of a renowned beautiful witch and a notorious flirt, his appearance reflecting his lineage. For him, this conversation might have been a form of flirtation. Yet I was equally eager to befriend a student soon to be sorted into Slytherin. Thank you. I was just with my friends, but now I find myself alone. I took the boy's outstretched hand and boarded the boat. Already aboard were 2 stunning girls, identical in looks, likely the Patil sisters, Parvati and Padma. I must say, our vessel was exceptionally blessed with beauty. Let us introduce ourselves. I am Blaise Zabini, he said with a smile. I am Parvati Patil, she introduced. While Padma appeared somewhat aloof. Despite being identical twins, their expression differences were striking, akin to the contrasting sides of an hourglass. I am Vitalea Dudley. Pleased to meet you all. After our introductions, the boat began to glide forward. The magnificent Hogwarts castle loomed closer, its tower windows shimmering against the night sky like stars. A breathtaking sight that left us momentarily speechless. I had intended to foster camaraderie during the journey, but the castle's splendor rendered us speechless. The other boats were similarly quiet. The lake enveloped in tranquility. Duck. Hagrid's voice brought us back to reality, and we quickly complied. As we passed beneath the curtain of vines, I spotted a familiar toad sitting beneath us. Leafa, is that you? I exclaimed as I captured this habitual escapee and tucked it into my embrace. Upon reaching the dock, I bid farewell to Blaise and the others in search of Neville. Soon, I spotted Ron, who was particularly tall, with Neville nearby. Neville, I found Leafa. I called. Leafa. Neville exclaimed joyfully as he took the toad, clutching it tightly, fearful of its escape. Vitalea, thank you so much, Neville said, his eyes glistening with gratitude. I felt a surge of happiness, yet a hint of complexity lingered in my heart, for I had once again usurped Hagrid's credit. You found it. That's wonderful, Harry remarked, glancing at the toad in Neville's hands, while Hermione nodded in relief. Did it really climb onto the boat by itself? What an intelligent little creature. Ron seemed to still harbor doubts about Leafa's true identity. If he was so astute, why did he not question the longevity of his own pet rat? As we continued chatting, we made our way up the rocky path, and finally, just as my strength was waning, we arrived at the castle entrance. Chapter 23, a subtle shock for the new students in the Grand Hall of Hogwarts. The first-year students were guided by Hagrid to Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall appeared exceedingly stern, emanating an air that permitted no whispering. To be frank, she seemed even more formidable than the perpetually glowering Professor Snape, leading one to ponder whether they might be related by blood. Welcome to Hogwarts, she announced, ushering us into a small chamber adjacent to the hall, where she commenced her address. The welcoming ceremony was on the verge of beginning, but before we could enter the auditorium, we needed to be sorted into our respective houses. The sorting ceremony held immense significance, for during our time at Hogwarts, the house would serve as our home within the school. Professor McGonagall elaborated on the intricacies of house life and the house cup, introducing the forthcoming sorting ceremony. Standing beside me, Neville trembled, and I overheard him anxiously murmur, "What if I don't get sorted into any house?" I reassured him, knowing he was a kind-hearted, strong, and courageous lad. It's all right. Regardless of which house we are placed in, or even if we aren't sorted at all, we shall remain friends. As I adjusted Neville's robe, I encouraged him, and I noticed his shoulders relax somewhat. How exactly would the sorting take place? After instructing us to remain quiet, Professor McGonagall departed, prompting Harry to quietly inquire of Ron. I suppose it's something akin to an examination, Fred chimed in, though it might be quite painful at first, likely jesting. Ron replied, albeit his pallor suggested he believed it, and the other new students began to exhibit signs of anxiety. An idea for a prank suddenly struck me, and I discreetly cast a silencing charm on Neville. An examination? Surely, we aren't to battle ghosts, I exclaimed, feigning exaggerated terror. Of course, I was aware that the ghosts would soon be passing through, and upon hearing my words, Hermione began to mutter, perhaps rehearsing spells she knew, while Ron and Harry clung to each other, nervously scanning their surroundings. Our conversation caught the attention of the other new students, who, in turn, brandished their wands, bracing for battle. Perhaps I had taken the jest too far, but it was undeniably entertaining. The rumor spread rapidly, ultimately transforming into the notion that we would need to remain inside a ghost's belly for 3 days, as the specters would consume us. One by one, the first years drew their wands, and tension and fear permeated the confined space. The only one bewildered by the situation was Neville, under the effects of the charm, who merely gazed at everyone in confusion. Suddenly, a girl emitted a faint scream, causing all eyes to turn towards the source of the sound, followed by a collective gasp. The ghosts glided through the walls, materializing before us. A chorus of screams erupted from the first years, plunging into a state of collective panic. Most of the children crouched down or fell to the ground, while only a handful bravely attempted to cast spells. However, the freshmen could only emit some wisps of smoke or a muddy substance, their expressions stiff as they mimicked others by crouching or lying down. Ultimately, only Hermione, Draco, Neville, and I remained standing. Hermione and Draco incessantly cast spells at the ghost, yet those incantations merely passed through its ethereal form, and eventually, they too sat down in defeat. My assessment was that they were indeed talented, yet still in need of practice. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron were rolling about, clutching one another. What on earth was happening? The portly ghost appeared somewhat displeased, glancing around before finally realizing the situation. Freshman, I see. It seems I have frightened you. You must be preparing for the sorting ceremony. Correct? No one responded, as everyone was too stunned, with the exception of Neville and myself. Neville, having dispelled the silencing charm, looked quizzically at the seated freshmen, while I crouched among them, attempting to distance myself from the chaos. Ah, indeed, Neville replied, prompting a satisfied smile from the plump ghost. Many of the freshmen stared blankly at Neville, while Harry and Ron regarded him with reverence. Thus, the brave Neville Longbottom was born. I was already struggling to suppress my laughter. Well then, let us proceed. The sorting ceremony is about to commence. What has transpired? Professor McGonagall returned with a furrowed brow, displaying a hint of confusion. Nothing at all. I stood up, pulling Harry and Ron to their feet as well. Almost simultaneously, Hermione and Draco, realizing the misunderstanding, rose with flushed faces, and the other students slowly stood, exchanging awkward glances as the ghosts drifted through the walls. All right, form a line and follow me, Professor McGonagall instructed. The freshmen, as if awakening from a dream, lined up behind her. Someone in the back quietly grumbled about who had mentioned the ghost, ready to face the consequences. But I feigned ignorance. I had not mentioned a ghost, only referred to specters. Thus, I was not at fault. We were ushered into the great hall, where under the watchful eyes of the professors and upperclassmen, the sorting ceremony began. Upon seeing Professor Snape's intense gaze fixed upon Harry, I could not help but chuckle. Chapter 24. Me, Slytherin. Though I may not be conventionally attractive, one must not judge by appearances. Should there exist a hat more astute than I would gladly yield my position. The sorting hat is jet black, tall and upright, a silk masterpiece. I am the sorting hat of Hogwarts, transcending all others. The secrets hidden within your mind, I can perceive with clarity. Don me, and I shall reveal the name of the house you are destined for. Should you be placed in Gryffindor, the house of the brave, known for its chivalrous valor, Gryffindor stands apart from the rest. If you belong in Hufflepuff, you are honest and loyal, possessing great endurance and sincerity, finding labor not burdensome. The ancient wisdom of Ravenclaw beckons. If you possess the will, here you shall encounter companions of intellect and learning. Perhaps in Slytherin, you may discover true friends, regardless of the cunning means employed to achieve one's aspirations. Do give it a try? Fear not. Do not be overly anxious. Entrust it to me. Hand yourself over to my care, though I possess no hands. For I am the hat of thought. Once the sorting hat concluded its song, Hermione gently nudged Ron with her elbow. What a ridiculous ordeal this exam is. Merely donning a hat, she whispered in his ear, her tone laced with sarcasm. Ron, having been jabbed, squirmed in discomfort. It's all Fred's fault. I was deceived as well. And it was all for naught. He claimed he would battle a troll. Ron shrugged, contemplating that perhaps such a desire might one day be fulfilled. Though he did not voice it. What bad luck, he lamented. Hermione gazed at Ron in exasperation. Everyone was in a frenzy, driven by the rumors of battling ghosts. Yet no one blamed Ron for being led astray by his family. Hermione glanced at Harry, noting he was with Neville, both wearing forlorn expressions. Of course, this was metaphorical. They were likely lamenting their perceived unsuitability for any house, fearing they might be overlooked. Their slumped figures resembled that of mushrooms about to sprout. As names were called in alphabetical order, it was time to don the hat, take a seat, and accept the sorting. Professor McGonagall approached, holding a lengthy scroll of parchment. The once boisterous hall fell silent following the sorting hat song. Hannah Abbott, Hufflepuff. The sorting had officially commenced. I advised Harry and Neville to take a deep breath when their names were called, and I inhaled deeply myself. My surname began with a letter early in the alphabet, and I knew my turn would come swiftly. Vitalea Dursley. There it was. I stepped forward, took the hat, and glanced back at the staff table. locking eyes with Professor Snape. To my surprise, he nodded with a smile before shifting his gaze elsewhere. Following his line of sight, I spotted Draco, gazing at me with an expression akin to prayer, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. It seemed the pressure from the outside world was not merely a figment of my imagination. However, the sensation was not entirely unwelcome. Even if I were sorted into Slytherin, with Harry present, the Gryffindors would surely treat me well. I smiled at Draco before placing the sorting hat upon my head. "Oh, a peculiar child has arrived," the hat remarked. Indeed. It appeared to perceive that I was an exceptional case. I pondered whether its ability stemmed from telepathy or ancient magic. Before the sorting commenced, why not to first understand oneself? With these words, my vision plunged into darkness. I became aware that I was wearing the hat, seated in an unfamiliar place, a Muggle hospital. I recognized this location. At the hospital where I was born, my father sat anxiously in the waiting room, his restlessness akin to that of a man awaiting his own birth, while my mother gazed at him with a bittersweet smile. Darkness enveloped the moment. The doctor placed the ultrasound probe on my mother's rounded abdomen, and as he observed the screen, he declared, "It appears to be a boy." My mother lovingly caressed her belly. Once again, darkness descended. I was born. The attending physician raised his eyebrows slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. "It's a healthy girl," he announced. My mother looked at me in astonishment, and my father, holding her hand, shared her wonder. The doctor explained that what the ultrasound had detected was likely the umbilical cord, a common occurrence. Darkness returned, this time a profound darkness. "Do you recall anything?" A voice resonated above me, and I nodded. The sorting hat gently intoned, "Your soul has traversed dimensions to inhabit this world, yet the power of your soul, having crossed realms, is too formidable for an ordinary boy. Thus, you must reshape your body to withstand its strength. Is this why I appear as I do?" I inquired, and the sorting hat seemed to nod in affirmation. "Indeed, your form was selected from all the possible combinations that your parents could have conceived, the one best suited to bear the magical essence. If this is the ideal vessel for magic, then it is no surprise that I resemble Lily Evans. Your body is that of a wizard, inherently capable of wielding magic. However, your soul is not defined by such. Remember this, your power is not constrained by our laws, but rather reflects the principles of another realm." I found myself perplexed. "You will come to understand," it assured me. "Such concepts are too abstract." Eager for more knowledge, I found the sorting hat had ceased its discourse. The dark world gradually brightened, and the sorting hat and I returned to the grand hall of Hogwarts. Perhaps we had always been here. "It's been over 5 minutes. Sorting hat," shouted 2 upperclassmen seated at the Gryffindor table. Upon closer inspection, I recognized their identical features, Fred and George. They held an object resembling a clock. Were they timing the new arrivals? Professor McGonagall, once a sorting hat herself, bit her lip in concern as she gazed at me. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville also looked on with pale faces. Draco closed his eyes in prayer, murmuring incantations. Professor Snape exhibited a fleeting look of resignation. "Well, everyone, your expressions resemble those at a funeral." The sorting hat continued, "As for your house, I see you possess an insatiable thirst for knowledge and a quest for truth. You are compassionate and kind, astute and cunning. You are well suited for Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, or Slytherin." The sorting hat nodded in affirmation. "In my past life, I was an academic achiever, so Ravenclaw felt fitting, yet Hufflepuff surprised me. After all, I had primarily shown kindness to those close to me. By the way, what about Gryffindor? I am aware that I do not quite fit in, yet I still asked. You tend to be rather cautious, favoring self-preservation." "Oh, very well. I understand, but I still wished he had expressed it more delicately. Since I lack the qualifications, I shall let it go. Gryffindor is indeed alluring, particularly for the opportunity to be alongside Harry, but since I am not destined for Gryffindor, my preferred house has been determined. Vitalea, you did not realize earlier that you belong in Hufflepuff. Now I shall enlighten you. You cherish this world and its inhabitants. Do you not? You repeatedly borrow popular books from the library, yearning to read them once more even after the due date, saving your pocket money until you finally procure your own copy. Yes, I love them. Indeed, I love my father, my mother, and Harry." The sorting hat gently swayed atop my head, as if it were laughing. Then, taking a deep breath, it proclaimed loudly, "Slytherin." Cheers erupted from the Slytherin table. Even though my surname does not belong to a magical lineage, the upperclassmen welcomed me, and Draco, who had yet to be sorted, joyfully punched the air in celebration. Professor Snape appeared somewhat taken aback, yet he smiled. Harry, Hermione, and Neville applauded me, while Ron lowered his head in disappointment. "Thank you for loving this world, Vitalea. I wish you the best of luck." Thus concluded my sorting ceremony. Chapter 25, Draco's Future. 8 minutes and 24 seconds. It seems I have shattered the record for the longest sorting in history. However, in reality, my sorting commenced 5 minutes later, rendering that record a mere fabrication. The sorting that followed me largely adhered to the original narrative, the only distinction being that Neville's sorting concluded remarkably smoothly. In the original story, Neville felt unworthy of entering Gryffindor, causing the Sorting Hat considerable difficulty. However, now that he had formed a bond with Hermione, who was sorted into Gryffindor first, and with Ron mentioning that his family predominantly belonged to Gryffindor, Neville joyfully dashed to the Gryffindor table post-sorting. Draco, who was sorted into Slytherin right after me, greeted me with, "Welcome to Slytherin." This struck me as somewhat comical. I harbored a slight concern that Harry might follow me to Slytherin, though that was merely my sister's overactive imagination. Harry and Ron were both sorted into Gryffindor, joyfully embracing once more. Draco appeared somewhat displeased. "Fool, crybaby, wretch, twist, thank you, everyone." After a few remarks from Professor Dumbledore, akin to "all right, wow, oh yeah, that's it," the feast commenced. In my previous life, I occasionally encountered leaders with such a speaking style at work gatherings. Draco sat beside me, with the Bloody Baron on his other side, significantly diminishing my appetite. Draco also seemed somewhat queasy, as the ghost of the night left him with considerable psychological distress. Nevertheless, the cuisine at Hogwarts is exceedingly sumptuous and delectable. If I must express a desire, it would be for a greater abundance of vegetables. However, there are numerous boys here in the throes of hearty appetites, and prioritizing meat for their future growth is unavoidable. Perhaps I could venture into the kitchen and beseech the house elves to prepare some lighter fare. During the meal, I struck up a conversation with Millicent Bulstrode, who had been sorted into Slytherin slightly before me. Millicent has a profound affection for cats and often speaks with pride about her pet feline. In the original text, Hermione mistakenly used cat hair for a potion, which must have belonged to her cat. Just as I began to feel satiated, the food on the table transformed into desserts, signaling the arrival of sweet treats. Other tables were laden with ice cream, jelly, apple pie, and treacle tart. As I savored my ice cream, I glanced over at Harry and Gryffindor. According to the original narrative, Harry's forehead scar should have been aching at this moment, yet he appeared to be dozing at his seat, seemingly asleep. Moments ago, Professors Snape and Quirinus Quirrell had been engaged in conversation at the staff table, and now seemed to be the opportune time. Perhaps he was in such a deep slumber that he was oblivious to the pain, or perhaps there was a divergence between the text and reality. I sincerely hope he is not so dulled to sensations. Ahem, as everyone has had their fill, allow me to say a few words. As the new term commences, there are several announcements to convey. Firstly, to the first-year students, please heed this warning. Entering the Forbidden Forest is strictly prohibited, a rule that equally applies to upperclassmen, particularly certain individuals. Headmaster Dumbledore rose and cast his gaze towards the Gryffindor table, his sparkling eyes likely fixed upon Fred and George. Mr. Filch, the caretaker, reminded everyone not to use magic in the corridors during breaks. Dumbledore's unwavering stare was directed at the Weasley twins, as if to say, "It is you too." The twins shrugged, stuck out their tongues, and made faces in response to their indifference. Dumbledore gently shook his head at their antics before turning his attention forward. In the second week of this term, the Quidditch trials will take place. Those wishing to join the house team should contact Madame Hooch. Lastly, if one wishes to avoid a most unfortunate fate, please refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor this year. Finally, Dumbledore cast another glance at the Weasley twins. Their trustworthiness in the eyes of the faculty was virtually non-existent, and even their brother, Percy, the head boy of Gryffindor, appeared exasperated. The Forbidden Forest is off limits, yet there are perilous areas within the school itself. Draco, seated beside me, furrowed his brow. Indeed, in such a labyrinthine castle, one might instinctively avoid danger, yet becoming lost renders one powerless. Although that right-side corridor is supposedly locked, it remains fraught with peril. Should I inform my father? Draco's murmured thoughts brought to light the gravity of the situation. This year's events are intertwined with those of the next. When the charming Draco first departed from his parents, embarking on the unfamiliar journey of school life, perilous creatures and traps lay in wait within the campus. It is no wonder that his father felt a surge of anger. It is entirely understandable that he sought to drive away Dumbledore with that diary. Ideally, such an endeavor should have been orchestrated before Draco's enrollment, both to mitigate the risks to him and to allow his continued studies at Hogwarts after Dumbledore's departure. However, why did Lucius Malfoy choose to deploy the diary at such an inopportune moment during Draco's second year? The answer is rather straightforward. He was consumed by rage. Although he had not intended to take matters into his own hands, fury compelled him to act. Who, I wonder, would bear the consequences of such reckless actions that provoked the Dark Lord? Ultimately, the burden of responsibility would fall upon Draco. I had intended to intervene on Draco's behalf. Yet without adhering to the original narrative, I could not foresee the unfolding of future events, and thus I relinquished my efforts. At least until I am sufficiently powerful. I plan to follow the original storyline. My apologies, Draco. I shall treat you to tea in the future. As the students sang the Hogwarts school song, I prayed for Draco's future to remain unscathed. Chapter 26, My Underwater Castle and the Diary. Daylight broke, and I awoke to find that I was not in my own room. The sound of splashing water from outside indicated that the Slytherin dormitory was submerged beneath the lake. According to the upperclassmen, If the weather remained hot and the water level receded, one could occasionally open the windows. At present, however, the windows were nearly entirely engulfed. One upperclassman lamented that it was rather inconvenient to send owls out in such conditions. The only disappointment was that the dormitory was a single room, which felt somewhat disconcerting for someone like me, a student from Huaxia. Although I longed to share tales of romance with roommates and enjoy a delightful dormitory life, reality was quite different. I would not allow myself to feel lonely. I would seek out Harry for companionship. I mused that Professor Snape must have arranged this single room specifically to help a Muggle-born student like myself better acclimate to Slytherin. Perhaps that was a comforting thought. In light of the events to come, perhaps a single room was indeed a prudent choice. I rummaged through my suitcase to change into appropriate attire before settling at the Muggle desk I had brought along. Naturally, there was no electricity here, so I lit an aromatic candle to serve as a makeshift lamp. I retrieved a Muggle notebook and mechanical pencil and began to document the discrepancies I had observed thus far between the original narrative and reality. June 23, 1980, Vitaly Dursley is born. In the original narrative, the Dursleys had a boy. I believe this is a consequence of my reincarnation. October 31st, 1981, the Potter family suffers an attack. In the original narrative, Harry was delivered to the Dursleys the following evening. The reasons remain unclear. Harry's memories, seeing the vines. The rumors of the thorn which do not exist in the original narrative. On July 31st, 1991, at Diagon Alley, led by Professor Snape, it was believed that our admission was due to the consent of the Dursleys. On September 1st, 1991, during the Hogwarts enrollment ceremony, Harry's scar did not hurt, the reason for which remained a mystery. The forthcoming strategy involved initially securing the Philosopher's Stone, which would provide hints, while dedicating the year to magical practice and investigating the thorny witch. Having extinguished the candle, I closed my notebook and tucked it away in the drawer of my desk, placing a wooden board atop it to create a makeshift hidden compartment. As it was not concealed by magic, it would be less likely to be discovered by magical means, ensuring its safety. I adorned the compartment with a few cherished trinkets to give it the appearance of an ordinary girl's desk drawer. My stomach began to grumble. After emerging from the secret study room, I hid my suitcase beneath the bed and departed the dormitory. As I descended to the common room, I found Draco leisurely seated on the sofa by the fireplace, greeting me, indicating that the other students had yet to awaken. Good morning, Vitalea. Did you sleep well last night? I did, thank you. The sound of water was quite soothing. Indeed, natural sounds possess a remarkable ability to relax the mind. I had anticipated that the Slytherin dormitory would be dark and damp. However, it was quite the contrary. Despite being beneath the lake, it was pristine, and the air felt fresh and inviting. The indirect lighting cast a green hue, which initially seemed somewhat gloomy, yet I grew accustomed to it, as Mother always claimed that exposure to green is beneficial for one's health. Good morning, Draco. Dursley. Pansy Parkinson descended the spiral staircase from the girls' dormitory, wearing an expression of displeasure directed at me. Accompanying her was Daphne Greengrass, who wore a look of confusion, glancing between Pansy and me. By the way, I had exchanged a few words with Daphne before retiring for the night. I suspect Pansy believed I had encroached upon her territory with regard to her boyfriend and girlfriend. Vitalea. A voice called from the direction of the boys' dormitory. Turning, I saw Blaise Zabini descending the spiral staircase. We didn't get a chance to converse properly last night, but it's splendid to share the same house. Blaise extended his hand in a gesture of friendship. Draco and his pureblood companions regarded Blaise with expressions of curiosity, clearly unfamiliar with him. Blaise had grown up in a perilous environment, with his father and stepfathers mysteriously deceased one after another, and now lived with his mother. He likely had not participated in social gatherings of pureblood families. In Slytherin, it was rare for students to meet for the first time. Most were already acquainted prior to enrollment due to familial connections. Compared to the other three colleges, this phenomenon is particularly distinct, which explains the close-knit connections among them. Good morning, Blaise. I look forward to your kindness in the future. I shook Blaise's hand firmly, feeling Pansy beside me casting a curious glance in my direction. Indeed, children of this age are quite fascinated by romantic gossip. Youth is truly delightful. Subsequently, Blaise introduced Draco and the others, and we proceeded towards the Great Hall together. Shouldn't we wait for Crabbe and Goyle? Never mind them. I called for them several times, yet they remained in bed. If they cherish their pillows so dearly, let them remain friends with them forever. What lazy fellows. When I inquired about Draco's two lackeys, Draco pouted in discontent. It seemed he had exerted considerable effort to rouse them, but to no avail, leaving him in a foul mood. Blaise regarded Draco with a hint of surprise. Indeed, this child possesses an endearing charm that aligns with his age. Thanks to Professor Snape's arrangements and Mr. Lucius's misunderstandings, I believe my time in Slytherin will be quite pleasant. I mischievously embraced Pansy, who had been stealing glances at me. What are you doing? Are we that familiar? Pansy blushed and exclaimed. Oh, so, does this mean you will acknowledge me once we are acquainted? Huh. I assured Pansy that I would strive for her recognition, leaving her momentarily speechless. Her mouth agape like a goldfish. Daphne beside us smiled elegantly, as if amused by the unfolding scene. Chapter 27. I still prefer your previous rebellious demeanor. Upon entering the hall, a multitude of owls flew in at that moment. I couldn't help but wonder about the hygiene of dining here. However, the feathers that fell seemed to vanish before touching the food on the tables. It appears that protective charms are in place. Upon closer inspection, there was not a speck of dust floating above the tables. The owls flitted about, searching for their owners before landing on their arms. Among these owls, Harry's white owl, Hedwig, was particularly conspicuous, flying directly to Harry at the Gryffindor table. As he received the letter, he rushed towards me. Vitalea. Harry approached the Slytherin seats, causing a hushed murmur among both Slytherin and Gryffindor students. Is that Harry Potter? Why would a Gryffindor student approach the Slytherin table? Harry appeared indifferent to the whispers around him. This is a letter from my mom and dad. Harry handed me a letter, and I couldn't help but laugh. A letter on the very first day of school? Truly overprotective. Hedwig must have made the nightly journey between Hogwarts and Privet Drive. Her avian expression one of reluctance. Damn it. Earning 1,800 and risking my life for this, right? Why would Harry Potter send a letter to Vitalea? Blaise leaned in to examine my letter, while other Slytherin students appeared to be eavesdropping. Harry, my cousin and adopted brother, has been by my side since infancy, as my parents took him in after he lost his own. The tale of Harry Potter's loss is well known, so I shall spare you the details. Blaise and Daphne gazed at me with wide eyes, curiosity evident in their expressions. It seems you share a strong bond. Yet one is in Gryffindor while the other is in Slytherin. Such a situation is not without its challenges. Indeed, the rivalry between the houses is quite pronounced. I nodded in agreement with Blaise's observation. It would not be wise for Harry to venture alone into Slytherin territory, as he risks becoming the target of pranks or provocations. Really? Harry seemed taken aback, blinking in surprise. It appeared that Ron had refrained from speaking ill of Slytherin in consideration of my feelings. So, don't come too often. Harry, you are my friend. You are always welcome. Before I could finish my thought, Draco's voice interrupted me. He surveyed the room with an air of arrogance, nostrils flaring like a bull. Slytherin students, both older and of the same year, looked on in astonishment, while Harry laughed joyfully. Draco, is that true? How splendid. I was worried that we couldn't communicate as friends. By the way, what was it called? Quidditch. Teach me the rules when there's no class. Harry grasped Draco's hands, his excitement palpable as he wiggled in delight. Draco smiled proudly towards the Gryffindor section, while Ron's expression was one of utter disgust. Perhaps Harry had yet to inform Ron about our newfound friendship with Draco. With Draco in Slytherin, I felt reassured. Vitalea, despite her frail constitution, often puts on a brave front. After Harry waved goodbye and returned to the Gryffindor seats, it was as if a tempest had swept through, arriving swiftly and departing just as quickly, leaving the Slytherin students in a state of bewilderment. My father says that regardless of which house Harry Potter is sorted into, they can maintain a friendly rapport, Draco proclaimed, puffing out his chest with pride. It appeared he was a staunch believer in his father's ideals, though I suspected Lucius Malfoy did not intend for such friendships to flourish. Even if Harry joined Gryffindor, the intention was likely to keep the lines of communication open for future leverage. I imagined that was what Mr. Malfoy meant. Yet, Draco spoke of it as if they were the closest of friends. Oh, how Navi he was. Blaise, you have to admit, Malfoy isn't so bad. He whispered discreetly in my ear. He had initially thought Draco to be rather arrogant, yet it turned out he was indeed somewhat haughty, albeit charming. Vitalea Dursley. A deep voice called my name. It was Professor Snape. I turned to see him striding towards me with purposeful steps. Before class begins, you should visit Madame Pomfrey for a health check. And just in case, here, take these. Professor Snape persistently offered me 3 vials of potions, as if inviting me to enjoy a canned beverage. Much like the one I had procured in Diagon Alley, I now recognized this as a restorative elixir. Thank you. He must have specially brewed these potions for me. After expressing my gratitude, Professor Snape let out a grunt and casually placed a piece of parchment on my arm, which was cradling the small bottles. It was the class schedule. Potions, as per the original timetable, was slated for Friday morning, alongside Gryffindor. Before that, I needed to remind Harry. Subsequently, Professor Snape distributed the schedules to each Slytherin student present. Noticing that Crabbe and Goyle were absent, he handed their schedules to Draco, who displayed an awkward expression. Are you feeling unwell? Pansy inquired, glancing between the restorative potion in my hand and my face. Anemia? I tilted my head. In truth, I was uncertain. Muggle doctors deemed it a transient symptom common during adolescence. Research on postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome began around the 1950s in Germany. Yet even in my previous life, many aspects remained unknown. It was hardly surprising that doctors of this era were not widely aware of it. I had once read an article stating that this condition arose from the body's growth rate surpassing the development of the nervous system. But voicing such a notion as a young girl seemed futile, so I dismissed it. You're not eating enough, Pansy insisted, placing bacon and fried eggs onto my plate. In truth, I was already quite full. Dursley, I need to clarify something. Pansy glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before leaning in to whisper. Do you prefer Draco or Blaise? Adolescent girls are always so charming. Pansy's face bore a serious expression, yet I knew that if I confessed to liking Draco, she might never speak to me again. Neither of them is really my type. What about Theodore Nott? Or the older Marcus Flint? If this continued, Pansy might enumerate every Slytherin boy's name. Flint seemed to have overheard our conversation and appeared somewhat restless. Well, although the older students are quite handsome, if I had to choose, it would be Professor Snape. To assert that I did not fancy Flint in front of him felt somewhat hurtful. So I opted to add a touch of social nicety. I apologize, Professor Snape, but given your nature, you would neither misconstrue nor feel awkward about it. It serves as the best excuse. This was not entirely a falsehood. In fact, Professor Snape was likely the closest in age to me within this school. And the only men I could realistically consider as romantic interests would belong to that age bracket. Oh my, so Vitalea has a penchant for mature men? Pansy exclaimed, gleefully patting my back. Darling, I still prefer that rebellious demeanor you just displayed. She suddenly called my name, and I found her swift change of demeanor quite endearing. Flint, who had been eavesdropping on our conversation, along with some upperclassmen, inexplicably appeared to take pride in the moment. It seemed that Professor Snape was quite popular among the Slytherin students. And you, Pansy? Who do you like? I asked, feigning ignorance, and to my amusement, Pansy blushed and fell silent. She was more innocent than I had anticipated. I had assumed she was merely drawn to Draco's status as the Malfoy heir, but it appeared she possessed genuine affection. Pansy, let us discuss love stories in the dormitory tonight. You can't escape. I grasped her shoulder. I yearned to converse longer. Yet time was short. I needed to return for my textbooks and visit the infirmary. Such a pity. Do tell me everything tonight, I stated solemnly to the wide-eyed Pansy, then gracefully departed from the hall. Chapter 28. Professor Snape's Special Attention. Upon entering the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey greeted me with a gentle smile. I've heard from Professor Snape about your condition. Please, take a seat. Following her guidance, I settled into the examination chair. What specific symptoms are you experiencing? Madame Pomfrey inquired, holding my hand while taking my pulse. Be it wizard or muggle, it seemed that examinations often began with palpation. I sometimes experienced dizziness in the mornings, struggled to rise from bed, and occasionally, while standing, I would suddenly collapse. I see, she said, waving her wand. I felt warmth enveloping my body. This was not a healing charm, yet it felt remarkably effective. What spell could this be? Every year at Hogwarts, several students present with similar symptoms, particularly girls. We prescribe invigorating potions and bursts of vitality. It appeared that wizards and muggles shared certain similarities. After all, we are all fundamentally human. Professor Snape just provided me with a burst of vitality potion. Hearing this, Madame Pomfrey nodded with approval. In that case, you should be fine. The potions prepared by Professor Snape are far superior to our over-the-counter remedies. She smiled and assured me that I could seek her assistance should I feel unwell, then waved her wand once more. A wave of warmth coursed through me, invigorating my spirit. I left the infirmary, eagerly heading to class. The first lesson for the first-year Slytherin students was, unfortunately, the least popular, History of Magic. Professor Binns appeared through the blackboard wall, which was rather amusing. But that was the extent of its charm. To be dead, yet still working seemed a fate worse than death. There was a palpable fear of ghosts among the students, their expressions reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Professor Binns began to read from the textbook, and one by one, students succumbed to slumber. I also discovered that my eyelids are profoundly enamored with one another. Well, I shall abandon that notion. I relinquish my focus on Professor Binns' lecture and retrieve a letter sent by my mother from my pocket. Dear Vitalea, congratulations on your acceptance to Hogwarts. I had hoped to accompany you to the train, but alas, I am inept. I have been corresponding with Headmaster Dumbledore and have just learned from his letter that you have been sorted into Slytherin. The head of your house, Severus Snape, is actually a childhood friend of your mother and her sister Lily. He was very kind to Lily, so should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek his assistance. He will surely aid you. I hear you and Harry have been placed in different houses, even in separation. Continue to treat each other with kindness as you always have. You are astute enough to have noticed Harry's complex background. He may face challenges, so please look after him diligently. Furthermore, although my knowledge of magic is limited, I have heard that as long as you are near Harry, both of you will be safe. That is a form of magic. Thus, if you confront anything frightful, escape together. Whatever transpires, your father and I will protect you. Of course, we hope nothing will arise. Take care of yourself and savor your school life. Love, Mother. Vitalea, boys are like wolves. Never be alone with them. You are beautiful, and many will undoubtedly take notice of you. Even those who appear gentle and kind may harbor ill intentions, so remain vigilant. Cultivate friendships with more girls. This is a promise from your father. Father, despite your father's warnings, you are wise, and I have no concerns, whether they be boys or girls. The friends you make will surely be good individuals. Mother, almost forgot. I will send the plants you requested next time. Mother, I carefully returned the letter to my pocket. Pretending to read my textbook, I organized my thoughts. Though my father can be somewhat extreme, his letter contained important matters: blood protection, the sacrificial curse. The protective magic Lily bestowed upon Harry with her life repelled that dark figure and continues to safeguard him. Harry was sent to the Dursleys to strengthen his protection through blood ties. Upon reflection, I too am a blood relative of Lily, genetically quite close to her. Perhaps as long as I remain at Hogwarts, it shall be safe? Thus, that figure would be unable to access the Philosopher's Stone. What lies beneath Professor Quirrell's turban? At the welcoming feast for first years, Harry's scar did not ache. Could it be that the dark figure did not enter Hogwarts? But how could that be? I opened the notebook on the table, verifying the schedule tucked within. The defense against the dark arts class is the day after tomorrow. This must be confirmed. What truly resides beneath that purple turban, or is it simply nothing at all? Chapter 29. The mind has become so distorted, yet the body must thrive. As evening descended, I chose not to visit the grand dining hall. Instead, I apprehended Pansy, who had attempted to flee, and confined her within the sanctuary of my chamber. No, one might better say I graciously invited her to partake in a gathering. I summoned the house elves to prepare the bedding and borrowed chairs, a table, and a tea set for our little soiree. Earlier that day, as I collected my textbooks, I had left a note for the house elves, beseeching their assistance, and it appeared they had successfully comprehended my request. I placed my favorite tea leaves into the teapot and infused them with hot water. The aroma was delightful. For refreshments, I had arranged an assortment of sandwiches, buttery biscuits, apple pie, and rice pudding, all crafted by the diligent house elves of the kitchen. But why did Pansy harbor affections for Draco? I abhor circumlocution. When it comes to matters of love concerning others, I find it most intriguing to be forthright. So I posed the question directly. Pansy, bewildered by my sudden inquiry, stood up in astonishment and made a dash toward the door. Locked. Seal it. Wait. How can you wield such advanced magic? She exclaimed, tugging futilely at the completely sealed doorknob. Though she referred to it as advanced magic in the original narrative, Harry had encountered Luna Lovegood employing this very spell during their 5th year. Thus, it could be inferred that it was indeed within the grasp of 4th-year students. Perhaps even learned earlier. Prior to Halloween in Harry's first year, Hermione had already mastered the locking charm, Alohomora. She might have become acquainted with this spell as well. My dear, were you not quite brazen just moments ago? Now that I have divulged my type, you must reciprocate. I approached Pansy step by step. Her back pressed against the immovable door, gradually unraveling like the protagonist in a thriller. A sly smile crept upon my lips. Oh, so you truly harbor feelings. Pansy displayed a countenance of regret. Ignoring her seething glare directed at me, I grasped her hand and gently guided her back to her seat. It's nothing of consequence. My father has advised me to cultivate a rapport with the eldest scion of the Malfoy family. She feigned composure, reaching for a sandwich and taking a bite. This, I surmised, was a half-truth. Yet, such a remark alone hardly warranted her shyness. I placed the brewed black tea before Pansy, for it is known that during an interrogation, offering a warm beverage often disarms the subject. By the way, today's tea was Nilgiri. Pansy grimaced slightly as she sipped the tea. I suppose I am not adorable enough. She murmured under her breath. What? Your eyes are large. They are quite endearing, I instinctively replied. Pansy sighed and turned her gaze toward me. Such words sound rather mocking. Listen quietly as I share, when I am ridiculed for my appearance. Impossible. Who dared to say such a thing? I am determined to confront them. Having mastered numerous vengeful incantations, rising to my feet, I raised my wand. Though Pansy's nose is somewhat petite, her large eyes and delicate face render her undeniably charming. It is disheartening to witness such a girl's beauty subjected to malicious ridicule. I shall ensure they experience the repercussions of the baldness curse and the nose hair hex. I have committed to memory every spell from the art of casting and dispelling. Just as my indignation reached its peak, Pansy stuffed a piece of butter biscuit into my mouth. This harkens back to our childhood. After I recounted my tale, I recalled a party at the Malfoy residence where the elder sisters remarked that the Parkinson family's only daughter looked as she did, and lamented that no one would wed her. Pansy paused momentarily, sipping her tea. As I chewed on the overly large butter biscuit, I awaited her continuation. Then Draco proclaimed that if I were to remain unmarried, then none here would find a spouse either. Perhaps his intention was not solely to protect me, yet I felt a surge of joy. Wow. Pansy's childhood recollections elicited an involuntary exclamation from me. Well done, Draco. I regard you with newfound admiration. Pansy hid her face in her hands, sitting quietly. Perhaps at her age, my own cheeks would have flushed upon hearing such a tale. This is precisely the collegiate life I have longed for. Tales of youthful girls and sweet romances. Despite my mental maturity, I still find myself giddy as a child. Forgive me, for my body is but newly entering adolescence, and I must take care to maintain my health. My psyche is already quite peculiar, yet my physical form must remain robust. Pansy, I truly cherish our conversations. How extravagant. I clasped Pansy's hand, to which she responded with a resigned smile. In retrospect, during our primary school days, the other children were far too immature to engage in such discussions. While I had heard whispers of who liked whom, it seemed akin to a mere fondness for marrying one's father in the future, utterly foolish rather than endearing. In our intimate female discourse, after exhausting the topic of romance, we continued our conversation late into the night, discussing our favorite sweets, books, clothing, delightful accessories, and the art of makeup with great enthusiasm. Chapter 30. Fake News. I've been spotted. An owl descended. I accepted the daily profit it delivered, paying 5 nuts. Vitalea, have you subscribed to this? Pansy, who was having breakfast nearby, glanced curiously at the newspaper. Well, I am not well versed in the happenings of the wizarding world and thought I would take a look. However, the articles seem rather mundane, do they not? Pansy quickly scanned the pages, seemingly unimpressed by any intriguing content, and returned to her drink. I continued perusing the newspaper. The boy who lived, Hogwarts enrollment. The boy who lived, Harry Potter, has finally entered the hallowed halls of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It was evident from the outset that he possessed the qualifications for admission. A youth of such remarkable accomplishments could never be a mere muggle. We have long anticipated the return of the boy who survived to the magical realm. Photograph. Young Potter, hand in hand with a girl, aboard the Hogwarts Express. Even the esteemed wizard Albus Dumbledore grapples with worries that elude resolution. It is widely acknowledged that he frequents the renowned shop Honeyduke's. Yet whispers suggest that his habitual visits mask a quintessential male concern. He often ventures to the apothecary adjacent to Honeyduke's, while I am unaware of his purchases. The shop's most popular item is a hair growth potion. An informed source divulged that despite his charmingly bearded visage, this may indeed reflect a deeper insecurity within him. Such trivial articles leave me pondering whether I have mistakenly acquired a gossip magazine. Moreover, when was I surreptitiously photographed? The image captures me grasping Harry's hand as we embark upon the Hogwarts Express. The thought of having squandered 5 nuts on such drivel incites my ire. The marketing ploys are truly vexatious. Although tempted to discard it, I noticed Draco's apparent interest, prompting me to offer it to him instead. I turned towards the Gryffindor compartment, where Harry was engaged in jovial conversation with Ron, Hermione, and Neville. Perhaps the camaraderie fostered during the train journey has strengthened the bond between Ron and Hermione. While it may undermine the essence of the troll encounter, it is far preferable to their facing peril. Today's lesson centers on the defense against the dark arts. In an attempt to alleviate my anxiety, I gulped down some grape juice as I made my way to the classroom. Ah, hello. I shall teach you defense against the dark arts. I am, Professor Quirinus Quirrell. Professor Quirrell stammered through his introduction, and I felt foolish for my nervousness towards him. The students, who had eagerly anticipated the class, appeared equally disheartened. I surveyed the defense classroom. It bore no unpleasant odor, a stark contrast to the garlic scent mentioned in the original narrative. The garlic was intended to mask the peculiar scent of the professor. Thus, in the absence of such an odor, one might suspect that beneath Quirrell's turban lay merely an ordinary scalp. This presents quite the conundrum. Is the protective charm too potent? Or has the influence of the thorn which prevented Quirrell from encountering that individual during his travels? The nature of this uncertainty seems to propel the original story in an uncontrollable direction. It appears we must await Halloween for further revelations. At that moment, whether he was white or black would become evident. As I diligently noted the contents on the blackboard, I pondered how to confront the giant. Chapter 31. Slytherin gains 10 points. I ceased my subscription to the Daily Prophet. As an avid reader, this was a lamentable decision. However, even my love for literature could not compel me to endure the nonsensical advertisements. Thus, I resolved to subscribe to a Muggle newspaper. Tentatively, I inquired with Professor Snape. And to my surprise, it proved quite successful. Although daily delivery was impossible, a weekly newspaper subscription was feasible. Consequently, I subscribed to the Times, the Guardian, the Daily Telegraph, and the Financial Times, which provided not only news but also economic insights. A hefty bundle of newspapers was unceremoniously dropped before me. While Draco and Pansy gazed at me in astonishment, and Crabbe and Goyle wore expressions of bewilderment at the notion of spending money on rubbish. It was indeed unfortunate. These Muggle newspapers were at least superior to the Daily Prophet. Surprisingly, Blaise exhibited an interest in the economic section. Vitalea, Draco, as I organized the papers. Harry sprinted over from the Gryffindor table. Hagrid has invited us for tea this afternoon. Would you like to join? Upon hearing Harry's words, Draco's face contorted slightly, evidently disliking Hagrid. I, on the other hand, was inclined to go. To be frank, I was a bit curious. Engaging with the troublemaker Hagrid posed significant risks. Yet I was intrigued by his abode. Opportunities to witness magical creatures firsthand were rare, and this could serve as a preview for our Care of Magical Creatures class. If we went now, there should be no dragon eggs, so the danger was minimal. After some deliberation, I decided against it. No, I would go. Draco initially intended to decline, but changed his mind. Clearly, he had noticed Ron from the Gryffindor table glaring at him with crossed arms. Draco seemed indifferent to visiting that filthy little hut, provided he could oppose Ron. Really? Splendid. Let us meet at Hagrid's hut at 3 this afternoon, Harry exclaimed joyfully. Returning to the Gryffindor table, he remained blissfully unaware that he would soon be tormented by Professor Snape during potions class, laughing carefree with Ron and the others. Are you certain you wish to go? I queried, unwilling to concede to Weasley in front of Harry. I asked Draco if he truly wished to visit Hagrid's hut. He shook his head, his eyes igniting with determination as he glared at Ron. Is this a competition of sorts? Nevertheless, Draco's burgeoning friendship with Harry was advantageous for me, allowing my parents at number 4, Privet Drive, to rest easy. Subsequently, I departed the Great Hall early and made my way to the potions classroom. Upon reaching the subterranean chamber, I discovered I was the first to arrive. The walls were lined with bottles containing preserved animals and their innards, leeches, horned snails, pufferfish eyeballs, and a furry rodent resembling a sea anemone, which might very well be a Maltese. In particular, a massive serpent coiled within a grand bottle, its species unknown. Wait, I have seen this during a team-building exercise in my previous life. It is a king cobra, the most formidable venomous snake in the Muggle world, yet merely regarded as an ordinary herb in the wizarding realm. I surveyed the contents of the bottle and then took a seat in the front row. Ah, Vitalea, you truly are diligent. Pansy chuckled as she settled beside me, likely mocking my earlier remarks about my preferred type of romantic interest. I intend to master potion making. I did not mean that, I replied, causing Pansy to shrug in disappointment. The classroom initially filled with Slytherin students, soon followed by their Gryffindor counterparts, who sought available seats. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville arrived last, occupying the rear of the room, appearing to have encountered some trouble, as Neville's robe was covered in dried grass. Hermione produced her wand and tidied up Neville's attire. The door swung open, and Professor Snape entered with the sound of his leather boots, instantly silencing the classroom. He began to take attendance, foregoing the usual sarcasm directed at Harry. In this lesson, we shall delve into the intricate science and rigorous art of potion brewing. Here we go. I struggled to suppress a smile at the corners of my mouth. This class would not involve any foolish wand waving. Many may question whether this is truly magic. The classroom was so quiet that only Professor Snape's voice could be heard, with students holding their breath, afraid to make a sound. The bubbling cauldron, the rising steam, the exquisite power of fluid coursing through human veins, the enchanting magic that bewilders the mind and distorts the senses. I do not expect you to fully grasp the wonders of it all. What I am teaching you is how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even stave off death, provided you prove to be more astute than those imbeciles I taught before. After Professor Snape's lengthy discourse, the classroom fell into an absolute silence. Remarkable, every word echoed the original text precisely. Professor Snape's profound affection for potion making was evident, a deep and abiding love. I bit my lip to mask my relaxed expression, while Pansy regarded me with an expression of disgust. My apologies. This is merely a mutual recognition among the academically inclined. Potter. Professor Snape's voice rose. Harry jumped, straightening his back. What will result from brewing asphodel root powder and wormwood? Professor Snape questioned Harry, just as in the original text. Yes, it creates a very potent sleeping draught known as the Draught of Living Death, Harry replied somewhat hesitantly. Upon hearing Harry's response, Hermione lowered her raised hand. Yes, at least that is the answer in the current textbook. Studying together proves beneficial. However, the lower year textbooks do not contain all the ingredients and methods for brewing the Draught of Living Death. I raised my hand. Dursley, please elaborate on Potter's answer. Professor Snape gazed at me with a sly smile. Professor, you truly are a wicked man, though I confess I am rather naughty myself. Indeed, the elixir of life requires the addition of chopped valerian root and the juice of sleeping beans. Excellent. 5 points to Slytherin. Professor Snape nodded in satisfaction. It felt as though this were a predetermined contest. It was none other than Professor Snape who had recommended the tome on the elixir of life's formulation, Advanced Potions. To me at Diagon Alley, was this not tantamount to leaking exam questions? Even if Harry answered correctly, Professor Snape would not bestow points upon Gryffindor, whereas I earned the approval of my classmates by securing points for Slytherin. Casually, I noticed Hermione looking at me with a mixture of envy and jealousy. Truly, I felt a twinge of guilt, but it was exhilarating. Upon realizing that Harry had diligently prepared, Professor Snape ceased to pose further inquiries. The much-anticipated potion-making practice indeed involved concocting a remedy for boils. While retrieving materials from the shelf, I stealthily swapped Neville's textbook with my own. I had circled the text regarding porcupine quills in red ink and scribbled a warning that if added before removing from the heat, it would explode. As I arranged the ingredients on the workbench, I caught sight of Neville partnering with Hermione. Perhaps, with Hermione's assistance, I needn't intervene. I paired with Pansy. And to be honest, our progress was remarkably smooth. We removed the cauldron from the heat and added the porcupine quills. Neville's group was performing the same operation. To our relief, no explosion occurred. Draco had perfectly brewed his knotgrass potion, earning praise from Professor Snape. However, when Snape instructed us to observe, an unexpected incident transpired. Seamus. No, Harry exclaimed. The boy named Seamus wore a bewildered expression as he tossed the porcupine quills into the boiling cauldron. Protego. I quickly drew my wand and cast the shield charm. A feeble barrier appeared between Seamus Finnegan and the cauldron, and in the next moment, the cauldron twisted grotesquely, its contents spilling forth in a chaotic eruption. Students hastily leaped onto their chairs to take cover, while Seamus stood dazed, his shoes slightly melted. The shield from my protective spell was splattered with potion, yet aside from the soles of his shoes, Seamus appeared unscathed. Fool! Professor Snape bellowed, marking the first time I had witnessed his voice raised in such a manner. He waved his wand, and the overflowing potion vanished instantaneously, courtesy of a silent vanishing spell. It seems you added the porcupine quills before removing the cauldron from the heat. Professor Snape strode deliberately toward Seamus, scrutinizing him from head to toe. He appeared unharmed. What good fortune! Gryffindor loses a point. This cauldron is rendered useless. You shall join Potter and Longbottom's group. Seamus nodded silently and hurried towards Harry and Ron. Dean Thomas, partnered with Seamus, appeared somewhat bewildered, wearing an expression of utter confusion, and hastily joined Neville and Hermione's group. Very well, Miss Dursley. I recall stating in class that wands are prohibited. Professor Snape turned to regard me. Yes, my apologies, I was rather flustered. I lowered my gaze, feigning contrition. There was no genuine reflection, but it would be foolish to retort against Professor Snape. Slytherin loses a point. The merciless deduction stirred unrest among the Slytherin students. However, Professor Snape continued. Nevertheless, that shield charm was remarkable. Slytherin gains 10 points. His words not only incited cheers from Slytherin, but also elicited applause from Gryffindor. I mused. Could he not simply award 9 points? Yet, it was understandable. Professor Snape had a penchant for being difficult. Subsequently, Pansy and I completed the potion for treating boils on time, earning another point. Neville, Hermione, and Dean Thomas's group also finished promptly. But due to Dean's earlier mishap with the cauldron, or perhaps because they were Gryffindors, they did not receive any points. Thus, the first potions class concluded, with Harry still oblivious to Professor Snape's malignity. Chapter 32, The Princess of Hogwarts. After a hasty lunch, I returned to my chamber, retrieving the book Curses and Counter Curses from the secret compartment of my trunk before stepping out once more. With time to spare before Hagrid's tea party, I thought it prudent to check the kitchen for any provisions to bring along. I ascended the stone staircase, traversed the great hall, turned right, opened a door, descended the steps, and proceeded down the torchlit stone corridor, pausing before a painting adorned with a vast silver fruit bowl. Gently scratching the green pear, I succeeded. It giggled and transformed into a door handle. I lightly pushed open the door that appeared before me and stepped inside. Oh dear, what an unexpected visitor. The kitchen was already occupied. There stood the Weasley twins, likely preparing snacks in advance for the weekend. Hello, Fred, George. Although I greeted them, I could not distinguish between the two. Two red-haired, freckled faces beamed at me side by side. Princess of Slytherin. Remember our names. What an honor. Their synchronized banter was truly remarkable. Although Harry and I had pretended to be twins growing up, even with a script, we could scarcely achieve such a level of camaraderie. Princess was rather exaggerated. Although I had earned a considerable number of points for Slytherin this week, it was only with Professor Snape's assistance that I managed to hold my own against Hermione. So what brings you here today? Inquired one of the twins, Fred or George. I received an invitation to attend a tea party hosted by Hage, and I wished to prepare some delightful treats to bring along, seeking to borrow the kitchen for this purpose. As I surveyed the spacious kitchen, I discovered an array of culinary tools strewn about, with charming little sprites peeking from behind them. With their petite frames, oversized heads, elongated noses, and eyes as large as tennis balls. I wondered if they had been summoned by ancient wizards. May I borrow the kitchen? I inquired of them. The sprites gathered around me eagerly. Of course, chirped one with a high-pitched voice. By the way, thank you for the delicious butter cookies last time. Could you teach me how to make them? I expressed my gratitude for the previous gathering arranged with Pansy, prompting gasps from the sprites, who covered their faces with their hands. Some even vanished entirely. It is only right. We seem to have botched the delivery last time, and the lady even sent us cookies. A sprite said, tears glistening in its eyes. So it was you who delivered the letter to my home. They praised the lady's kindness while collectively extolling my virtues. Though I felt a tad embarrassed under the curious gazes of the Weasley twins, who might have found the situation amusing. Subsequently, with the sprite's assistance, I baked cookies and scones. For reasons unknown, the Weasley twins also helped with the scones. To be prudent, I marked the scones they prepared with a chocolate pen, just in case. While we awaited the baking to complete, I made sandwiches and placed them in the basket lent to me by the sprites. At that moment, one of the twins shouted, "Cursed spells and their undoing." I guessed it was George, as he held up the book I had brought and flipped through its pages. Wow, how cool. Fred, presumably, placed his hand on George's shoulder to peer into the book. We want this book too. But this year Ron started school, So our pocket money has dwindled. They embraced each other, pretending to weep dramatically. I noticed them popping some candy-like treats into their mouths, and soon their eyes streamed with tears like a waterfall. Quite the exaggeration. They occasionally glanced at me, as if wishing to say something. I shall lend this book to Hermione, but you may borrow it once she has finished. I offered. Really? You are truly the Princess of Slytherin. Oh no, the Princess of Hogwarts. They exclaimed, raising their hands in jubilation. The torrent of tears ceased immediately. How is this possible? They continued to shout, bouncing around in celebration of the princess. The sprites, still unaware of the situation, joined in their dance. The twins twirled around me as they leapt, with the sprites hopping along in tow. What is this? Is it Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs? This whimsical dance persisted until the cookies were finally baked to perfection. Chapter 33. Hagrid's threat to Ron as Draco stood uneasily at the entrance of the common room. I approached with freshly baked pastries and sandwiches from the kitchen. Vitalea, how splendid. I felt a tad awkward coming alone. Where have you been? He inquired. I was in the kitchen, preparing some snacks, I replied. Draco hurried over, his eyes widening as he glimpsed the contents of my basket. So much. Remarkable, he exclaimed. The house elves lent me quite a hand, I shrugged modestly. Draco, ever the polite lad, offered me praise. As we made our way towards the Forbidden Forest, we soon spotted Hagrid's hut, where Harry and his companions were gathered. The original trio, now joined by Neville, seemed to always embark on their adventures as a quartet. I ran closer to them just in time to witness Ron being playfully tackled by a massive hound, Fong, who was enthusiastically licking Ron's ears. Ron was laughing joyfully, though Draco beside me appeared somewhat apprehensive of Fong, taking a cautious step back. We were then invited into Hagrid's humble abode, where introductions were made. Upon hearing Draco's name, Hagrid furrowed his brow slightly, yet Draco, undeterred, responded with a disdainful smirk. Relax, Hagrid urged. He served each of us a cup of tea and settled onto the floor, sending dust swirling into the air, which elicited a soft gasp from Draco. I stole a glance at him. His complexion was pale, and his body rigid, clearly anxious and alert. His gaze fixated on the floating particles within his cup, revealing that this was his first visit to such a dilapidated dwelling. Hagrid, thank you for brewing the tea, but with such lovely weather, why not enjoy a picnic outdoors? I prepared sandwiches, cookies, and scones. Let us relish the day, I proposed. My suggestion seemed to ease Draco's tension, while Hermione nodded vigorously. Harry, Ron, and Neville exchanged amused smiles. What a splendid idea. With so many of us. This hut does feel rather cramped, Harry remarked. Hagrid, the only one to take my words literally, chuckled in agreement. I stepped outside and found an open space to lay out my handkerchief. Expand. I cast the enlargement charm. The handkerchief gradually grew larger, though my magical prowess was insufficient for a full transformation. Just as I contemplated casting the spell multiple times, Hermione, standing by, offered her assistance. Let me help you expand. How dependable she was. Together, we cast the charm, and the small handkerchief swiftly transformed into a picnic blanket ample enough for 6 children, enhanced with a waterproof charm. Hagrid was left to sit on the ground. Wow, Vitalea and Hermione are truly amazing. It's like magic, Harry exclaimed joyfully. At times, Harry would liken challenging spells to mere magic, which I thought amusingly akin to a muggle joke. Harry, this is genuine magic, Hermione replied with a smile. Neville seemed to grasp the meaning behind it, and chuckled alongside Hermione, while Draco and Ron appeared somewhat perplexed. Here, these are the sandwiches and snacks I made myself. I placed the basket in the center of the picnic blanket, and the boys immediately gathered around. Despite having just had lunch, the growing boys had quite the appetite. Your sandwiches are truly delicious. Do you have a secret? Hermione inquired. Well, I completely disregard calories. I never skimp on butter and mayonnaise. After all, I don't gain weight from it. This is my secret. Deliciousness equates to calories. Just add sugar. Upon hearing my words, Hermione grimaced and withdrew her hand. Wow, this scone has chocolate in it, Ron exclaimed with delight. Oh no, I instinctively thought to warn him. Wait, Ron, that S what? What S wrong? It was too late. Ron had already taken a bite of the scone, looking at me with confusion. That chocolate-laden one was made by your brothers, the twins. What? Ron shouted in horror. As his hair began to grow rapidly upwards, everyone panicked, and Ron's hair continued to grow wildly, transforming into a large tree. Ron's red-haired tree reminded me of a peeled cedar. Suddenly, a small bird flew in and perched on a branch. It was a plump little bird, likely a European robin. And Harry and Neville gaped at the creature. Draco was laughing uncontrollably. We should chop it down, Hermione suggested, considering Ron's hair had become as stiff as wood. Harry snapped back to reality, nodded, and then entered the cabin with a dazed Hagrid. Ron's face was ashen. Ron, I'm so sorry. It's all right. It's Fred and George's fault. I apologized, but Ron managed a shaky head shake. Are you really okay? With each movement Ron made, the tree rustled, startling the little bird into flight. Before long, Harry and Hagrid returned. Hagrid approached Ron, wielding an axe. The moment Ron saw the axe, his pallor intensified. And even Draco ceased his laughter, his face turning pale, fearing Hagrid might lose his temper and chop him down as well. All right, don't move. I'll be quick. Just stay still. Hagrid aimed the axe at Ron's head. Hermione seized Ron, who attempted to escape, forcing him to sit down. It's all right. I'll hold your hand. Be brave. Hermione grasped Ron's hand firmly. Ron reciprocated, closing his eyes tightly. Draco and Neville hid behind me. Harry and I raised our wands, ready to prevent further harm and poised to rescue if necessary. All right, here we go. Hagrid swung the axe down. With a resounding thud, the large tree toppled toward the forbidden forest. Not bad. This wood is excellent, perfect for firewood. Hagrid nodded in approval. Ron and Hermione slumped onto the ground. I exhaled in relief and tucked my wand back into my robes. At that moment, something in the pocket of my robe rustled. Upon retrieving it, I discovered a note that read, the tree on your head will wither and vanish once the scone is finished. After reading it aloud, everyone turned to look at me. I'm sorry, I just found this out, I said. No, it's all right. It's Fred and George's fault. I apologized. And Ron shook his head, laughing like a meme. Chapter 34. The Tragic Fate of Neville's Parents. I spent half my life trying to chase your twin brothers out of the forest, Hagrid complained as he chopped the fallen tree into firewood. Upon hearing Hagrid's words, Ron clutched his head in disarray, likely wishing to chop off his troublesome brothers as well. Beside him, Hermione was helping to tame his disheveled hair. The other four of us, including myself, languidly sat on the picnic blanket, staring blankly at this peculiar scene. Although some unexpected events had just transpired, everything was now behind us, and as I relaxed, I found myself growing drowsy. Harry and Neville were also dozing off beside me. However, even if physically severed, the tree can maintain its shape. That's quite advanced magic, Draco remarked while munching on the scones I had made. Hey, Weasley, how old are your brothers? You mean Fred and George? They're third years, Ron replied, clearly displeased with Draco's commanding tone, but answering nonetheless. Third years, Draco exclaimed, his eyes widening. Indeed. It's surprising. Even with my knowledge from the original text, and having verified all the potion lessons I attended, I still cannot comprehend the principles behind such magic. Yet, this is something that third-year students can accomplish with ease. Perhaps Professor Snape would be intrigued by this. What materials could it involve? It must be transfiguration-related. The effects of the full moon grass are too weak on their own. Perhaps they also used a bicorn horn, and possibly a rat's tail to make the hair stand up. I enumerated all the potion ingredients I could think of, and Hermione's eyes lit up. Bicorn horn. I've never heard of that. It's not on the materials shelf in the classroom, is it? Hermione, true to form, instantly grasped my words. What was even more remarkable was that after just one lesson, she had memorized all the materials in the potions classroom. No wonder she would succeed in brewing Polyjuice potion next year. Such materials are often used in complex potions that completely transform the body, like the Polyjuice potion, of course. I kept that last thought to myself. Vitalea, how did you discover potion ingredients that aren't in the textbook? You demonstrated it in today's class. Hermione leaned in closer to me, as if to convey that concealment was unacceptable. In the realm of academia, those who cut corners were nothing but curs. Her gaze fixed intently on my face. I had merely perused various tomes, and the one I was currently studying remained unfinished. I shall lend you Potions for Beginners next time. It comes highly recommended by Draco, and contains practical recipes for simple healing salves and antipyretics. Draco puffed up his chest beside me, acknowledging, yes, it is indeed your merit. Thanks to you, I am quite popular among the female scholars. I handed Hermione the book I had brought, The Art of Curses and Their Counteractions, which she embraced tightly, her laughter blooming like a flower. Really? Thank you. Her smile radiated warmth. The mere act of lending her a book brought her such joy that I mused, if I were a boy, I could certainly take advantage of her affections. Yet, as a girl, perhaps I should transform my luggage into a study room, creating a library specifically for Hermione? Let us cease our discourse on potions. Tomorrow, I am fortunate to have no classes, and I would rather not dream of Snape. Ron appeared lackluster, while Draco furrowed his brow. You ought to refer to him as Professor Snape, Hermione corrected Ron. Indeed, he is a professor, yet he shows favoritism towards Slytherin. He poses exceedingly challenging questions to Harry. True, the questions are rather difficult, but they are documented in the textbook. During the brewing process, Slytherin students were also critiqued. Harry expressed his bewilderment at Ron's remarks. It seemed Harry was oblivious to the special attention he received from Professor Snape. Ron's assertion held merit. There was no doubt that Professor Snape favored Slytherin and was particularly harsh on Gryffindor students. However, this did not imply that he was lenient towards Slytherin students. Yet, Malfoy has never been reprimanded. Naturally, I have completed this straightforward potion several times, Draco retorted with a smirk, leaving Ron at a loss for words. Neville interjected to defend Ron, but I also find Professor Snape quite intimidating. His brow knit with confusion, Neville's expression betrayed his trepidation. Although he had managed to avoid the mishaps of the original narrative, he still harbored a fear of Professor Snape. Neville, you were not criticized by the professor even once in today's class. I encouraged him, to which Neville shook his head. That was only because Hermione was present. If I were alone, I would surely have exploded the porcupine quills. He recalled the incident involving Seamus's cauldron and Snape's furious outburst, his complexion paling. It seemed he had already envisioned a nightmare of being chastised in the next class. It was a relief to discover that Neville too had his fears. Harry smiled, prompting surprise from Neville. Wait a moment, I have many things that frighten me, Neville protested. You? How could that be? Ron's astonishment mirrored Hermione's own surprise. I found myself curious about how Gryffindor perceived Neville. It is likely due to my antics during the opening ceremony that everyone perceives him as a valiant hero. Vitalea, heed my words. This morning, Neville even managed to chase away Peeves, as Hermione proudly informed me. Upon hearing this, Neville shook his head repeatedly, insisting, no, I merely pursued Leaf. He explained that while chasing the fleeing Leaf, he inadvertently collided with Peeves, who was causing mischief in the courtyard corridor. Neville passed right through Peeves' form and landed in a heap of grass. Nevertheless, Peeves was indeed driven away. It was purely coincidental. Hermione regarded Neville's expression as if to say he was excessively modest, while Neville, blushing, attempted to clarify, but found no one would believe him. An amusing thought occurred to me. I had previously wondered if Neville might be the archetype of the underdog protagonist. I was unsure if this constituted a deviation from the original narrative, which left me in a bit of a quandary. It is said that the son of the Longbottoms is timid. Thus, it seems the rumors are unreliable, Draco remarked, stroking his chin in admiration. In a spirit of mischief, I chimed in. If any first-year student did not fear ghosts at the opening ceremony, then they would be qualified to declare Neville cowardly. In other words, not a single first-year possesses the right to label Neville as a coward. Even Vitalea concurs. Neville exclaimed in distress. At that moment, Hagrid joined in, stating that Neville's parents were also brave Aurors, causing Neville to blanch visibly. Hagrid, speaking of Neville's parents, is a taboo subject. Hagrid spoke in the past tense, wearing a somewhat nostalgic expression, while Harry and Hermione likely assumed that Neville's parents had passed away, looking at him with sympathy. Draco, presumably aware of the truth, glared at Hagrid in anger, for he held family in high regard. Ron, on the other hand, found having Auror parents impressive, appearing innocent and naive. For a moment, the atmosphere cooled, but soon after, we resumed our conversation, cheerfully concluding Hagrid's tea gathering. As we departed, Harry discovered a clipping about the Gringotts heist in Hagrid's cottage and showed it to me. I was utterly shocked, having forgotten about the events of the original narrative. Chapter 35, I am doomed. On days devoid of classes, I immersed myself in study. Hermione and I had already been dubbed the unparalleled duo of Hogwarts' first year. But hold on a moment. Despite having pursued postgraduate studies in my previous life and possessing knowledge of the original narrative, I found myself barely keeping pace with an 11-year-old girl. This was utterly astonishing. I refused to accept it. I could not concede defeat. Consequently, I spent every spare moment in my room or the library. When mealtime arrived, Pansy would come to seize me and drag me to the Great Hall. Naturally, I also valued my interactions with Harry and his friends. A few days prior, during dinner, Hermione returned the art of spell casting and counterspelling, which I had lent to the Weasley twins. The students of Gryffindor cast reproachful glances at me, seemingly convinced that I was engaged in some dreadful activity, which left me feeling somewhat discontented. The following morning at breakfast, I lent Hermione my potion recipe compendium. Pansy, Daphne, Millicent, and I decided to host weekly gatherings on Friday evenings. As we stroked Millicent's cat, we engaged in delightful discussions about who was the most handsome in the house and what lovely garments we desired. Such topics we could discuss ad infinitum without weariness. Every 3 days, I found myself mediating the disputes between Draco and Ron, while also collaborating with Neville to tend to our domestic vegetable garden and flower beds. In the flower bed, I planted the fragrant lilies sent by my mother. Should they flourish, I plan to preserve them with preservation magic and present them to Professor Snape. Harry and I initiated a diary exchange. It was Harry's suggestion and indeed a splendid idea. This way, I could remain informed about his happenings, vigilantly fulfilling my sisterly duties, and better prepare for future events, while also tracking the progress of Harry's adventures. As everyone gradually adapted to life at Hogwarts, a notice was posted in the Slytherin common room. Flying training was set to commence on Thursday, a joint course between Gryffindor and Slytherin. I had not forgotten this, yet. To be candid, I felt a wave of disappointment and frustration. I have a fear of heights. However, this was a moment of no retreat. What sort of wizard would I be if I could not fly? I steeled myself. Perhaps I could surpass Hermione in this regard. Although flying lessons were not formal classes and bore no grades, it was indeed Hermione's area of weakness. I immersed myself in reading Quidditch through the ages in the library, only to suddenly realize that the Hermione of the original narrative had proven that merely reading this book would not enhance one's broom riding prowess. What a waste of time I was indulging in. I should focus on practical experience instead. A broom is much like a new car. After a few rides, one becomes indifferent to muddy roads. Similarly, Once one flies high enough and experiences the thrill to its fullest, fear dissipates. I inquired with Draco about broom riding techniques. Yet he inexplicably rambled about how a competent wizard should avoid helicopters, offering no assistance whatsoever. I approached Professor Snape, but he silently averted his gaze. I attempted to follow his line of sight, only for him to redirect it elsewhere. It seemed he too was lacking in this skill. The image of his omnipotence crumbled in an instant. No wonder he never wooed my aunt. Does he not realize that taking a girl for a thrilling ride is an essential trait for every rogue? Thus, devoid of any useful insights, I faced Thursday's arrival. How much better it would have been to have concentrated solely on my studies from the onset. As I trudged toward the pitch, enveloped in a melancholic mood, I felt a chill above my head. For a fleeting moment, I thought it was rain, but it was not. It was Neville's pet toad, Trevor. Are you coming along too? I inquired, hoping for a companion on this venture. Leaf emitted a series of croaks, and one might interpret that as his expression. By the time we reached the courtyard lined with brooms, all the Slytherin students had gathered. The tardy Gryffindor students were trickling in one by one. Oh, Leaf? Neville gazed at the creature atop my head, a look of confusion etched on his face. Suddenly, he exclaimed, I remember now. I forgot Leaf's meal. Neville furrowed his brow apologetically. It turned out he had escaped out of hunger. Such a large toad must consume quite a bit. What does Mr. Leaf typically eat? I inquired out of curiosity. Meat, chicken, that sort of thing. Ideally, he should be fed insects, chicks, or mice, but I lack the courage. Neville replied with a wry smile. Mr. Leaf's diet was more lavish than I had imagined. Upon hearing the word mouse, Ron, standing beside Neville, turned pale. Well, let us hope this doesn't foreshadow something for third year. I mused. Turning grown men into mice to feed to a toad sounds rather thrilling. What are you all dawdling for? A female voice shouted. It was Madame Hooch. Line up next to the brooms, quickly. Under Madame Hooch's urging, the students hastily approached the brooms. As if under her command, everyone extended their right hands and began to shout in unison. I noticed that Harry, Draco, and Ron's brooms lifted into the air. Hermione's broom rolled a few centimeters. Mine and Neville's brooms remained utterly still. Once again, we shouted. No response. As lifeless as a corpse. Hey, Neville, what is it, Vitalea? Watching those who had failed to lift their brooms repeatedly summon them to their hands. I couldn't help but twitch. Neville probably had similar thoughts. Madame Hooch, oblivious to us, had already started instructing on how to mount the brooms. Should we cheat? All right. We picked up our brooms, preparing to employ a physical charm. Okay, after I whistle, kick the ground hard to stabilize the broom, hover about 2 meters up, then lean slightly forward to descend immediately. Start after the whistle, 1, 2. Madame Hooch blew her whistle. Neville didn't take off, as Leaf was pressed against his face, slowing him down. I didn't rise a single millimeter either. The other students returned to the ground. Keep this rhythm. Once more, hover about 2 meters, then descend. Get ready, 1, 2. The whistle sounded again. This time, I kicked the ground with force. A sensation of floating enveloped me. The cool breeze brushed beneath my skirt. Even leaning forward, I couldn't descend. Though not as exaggerated as Neville's experience, my broom began to rise slowly. 3 meters, 4 meters. And Madame Hooch noticed the anomaly. Hey, come back. Mrs. Hooch cried out. We can't go back. We can't descend. We're going to fly into the sky. I joined her in desperate cries, astonished to find myself embodying the role of Neville from the original narrative. 7 meters, 8 meters. I could no longer look down. Though I could hear Harry's voice from the ground, his words were indistinct. I fervently prayed for the broom to halt, and miraculously, it did. I cautiously opened one eye to glance below. Alas, it was futile. My wavering sense transferred to the broom, causing it to go haywire. I nearly suspected that someone had cast a curse from afar, as the broom bucked violently. I clung to it with all my might, thinking that although I had never ridden a mechanical bull, this sensation must be quite similar. Calm down. Stop the broom. Hold on to me. Unbeknownst to me, Mrs. Hooch was soaring beside me, but the broom remained uncontrollable. The rampaging broom flung Mrs. Hooch away, accelerating further. My grip slipped, and the broom flew from my hands. Ah, it's the end. Harry, remember to choose a good burial site for me. Vitalea. At that moment, I thought I heard Harry's voice, but whether it was a dream, reality, or a fleeting vision, I could no longer discern. Chapter 36. Someone seeks to harm Vitalea. Setting aside the process, if we speak solely of the outcome, I survived and awoke in the infirmary. Curiously, Neville was sleeping in the adjacent bed. Beside Neville, the toad, Trevor, was unusually well behaved. Vitalea. Neville, are you all right? At that moment, the infirmary door creaked open, and Hermione peered in. She scanned the room, confirming that Madame Pomfrey was absent, and hurried to my side. Soon after, Draco, Pansy, and Ron entered, an uncommon assembly. I'm fine, though I remember nothing, I nodded, feeling no discomfort. Seeing you fall, Potter rushed over and caught you in midair, but since it was a single-person practice broom, it couldn't bear the weight of 2, resulting in both of you plummeting. Pansy continued. The last voice I heard from Harry was indeed from that moment. I pondered this revelation. Then Neville dashed forward and caught the two of you as you fell. Hermione added. I just took a tumble. It really hurt, Neville mumbled from the adjacent bed. His face contorted in a dreamy haze. He was likely speaking the truth, yet everyone regarded him as the valiant Neville, showcasing his prowess. What about Harry? I inquired. He wasn't injured, but Professor McGonagall took him away. She seemed to have witnessed the incident, and I'm worried she might misunderstand, Ron replied. He fears that Harry might be expelled. If Harry were truly expelled, it would be absurd. I'd have my father protest, for Harry saved Vitalea, Draco remarked, crossing his arms defiantly. Wow, you're quite dependable, Ron exaggeratedly praised. Draco shot him a glare. What is the matter? Nothing. Draco and Ron confronted each other. Although it was an improvement over the original narrative, these two still had a penchant for bickering. The situation unfolded as such. Vitalea, you are in grave trouble. Someone may have cast a spell on your broomstick, Hermione whispered. What? I was momentarily taken aback by her words. Is it not due to my lack of skill in riding the broom? I inquired, to which everyone, save for Neville, shook their heads. No matter how poor your skills may be, it should not have resulted in that, Draco remarked. Vitalea, after your fall, the broom continued to soar erratically through the air. Pansy declared, her face a mask of terror. Clearly, in the original story, after Neville's fall, the broom merely ascended further before drifting away. This suggested that someone was indeed manipulating the broom. Curse you, Professor Quirrell, was it you? How outrageous. While I could not yet be certain of his involvement, it would not deter me from seeking retribution in the future. Are the teachers aware of this incident? I asked. Everyone except Neville shook their heads. Professor McGonagall likely did not notice. She was too preoccupied with Harry, Ron awkwardly stated. Draco let out a derisive snort, and Pansy shared a knowing smirk. Madame Pomfrey was similarly focused on the fallen Vitalea. It could hardly be attributed to Professor McGonagall's negligence. Hermione defended her. Draco and Pansy shrugged indifferently. Neville mentioned that there was an issue with the broom when you fell. I did not catch everything, but when I looked up, it was indeed flying erratically. Only we and Harry seemed to have noticed, Draco observed, casting a respectful glance at the still slumbering Neville. It appeared that Draco now held Neville in high regard. Though it remained dubious whether Neville had truly noticed the broom's irregularities, I decided to align myself with the prevailing sentiment. Neville, you truly are remarkable. Akin to the protagonists in those tales of dragon riders, Leaf chirped beside Neville's pillow. Chapter 37. Draco is looking for you. That day, Neville and I exited the infirmary together. Through the corridor's windows, the night had fully enveloped the surroundings, signaling the approach of curfew. Vitalea, what shall we do? I've forgotten the password to enter the common room, Neville exclaimed anxiously. What? I turned to see Neville clutching a memory orb, his complexion pale. The orb emitted a crimson glow from his hand, illuminating the dim corridor. Let us head to Gryffindor's common room. Perhaps someone will assist you in opening the door, I suggested. Though unease lingered on Neville's face, he nodded in agreement. It seemed too cruel to leave Neville alone here, and I was eager to ascertain the precise location of the Gryffindor dormitory. We traversed the Great Hall, stopping by the kitchen to gather some provisions. According to the original text, the password to the Gryffindor dormitory at this hour should have been Pig Snout, yet I could not divulge this to Neville. We traversed a concealed door and a secret passage hidden behind a tapestry. The Gryffindor dormitory lay within the tower, easily accessible from the outside, yet fraught with numerous hidden doors and corridors leading there from within. Following Neville to the end of the hall, we encountered a splendid portrait depicting a corpulent woman clad in a pink satin gown. What is the password? The rotund lady inquired. I've forgotten, Neville replied, on the verge of tears. Then I cannot allow you entry. She shook her head. Neville's expression grew increasingly grim. This was troublesome, according to the original text. No one would pass this way before 11:30 tonight, and it was unlikely anyone would come after that. I'm afraid I cannot escort you to the Slytherin dormitory, I said helplessly, considering I resided in a single room. It's all right, Vitalea. It's quite late. You should return to your dormitory. I'll wait here for someone to come. I'm sorry for the trouble, Neville forced a smile. His grin was strained. Yet it was a boy's attempt at self-reassurance, and persisting would only seem rude. I'm sorry, but I cannot assist you. Though I knew the password, I felt a twinge of urgency in my heart. I bid farewell to Neville and retraced my steps to the Great Hall, descending the stairs back to the subterranean Slytherin dormitory after passing through the hall. Before the damp stone walls, I uttered the password and returned to the Slytherin common room. At that moment, I pondered how to show Harry and the others the corridor with the three-headed dog. Vitalea, you've returned quite late. Didn't Draco accompany you? As I entered the Slytherin lounge, Pansy rushed towards me. She embraced me and then, noticing no one was behind me, tilted her head in confusion. Draco went to look for you. Oh, why? I blinked in surprise. Vitalea, you were nearly in grave danger today. Are you truly unscathed? Pansy grasped my collar, shaking me slightly. Reflecting on it, I indeed had nearly caused her considerable worry. I'm fine. I was just with Neville. Lombard brought you back? That lad is quite the gentleman, only slightly inferior to Draco. Pansy released me. In truth, I had accompanied Neville, but I chose to withhold that detail, finding it rather amusing. Professor Snape said if your injuries are not severe, you need not stay overnight in the infirmary, so Draco and I went to fetch you. But they informed us you had already left. We returned to the dormitory, and you still hadn't arrived. Pansy sighed. This was indeed a significant matter, prompting Draco to venture outside once more in search of me. I'm sorry. It's all right. Your safety is what matters. Did you visit the kitchen? No wonder we missed each other. Pansy, seeing the bread and fruit in my hands, understood. She penned a letter and entrusted it to Draco S. Owl, which was stationed in the common room, then settled onto the sofa. I've already informed Draco. He'll be back shortly. It's just that Potter and his friends. Pansy's words surprised me. It seemed Draco had alerted Harry and the others before searching for me. I hope they don't get caught by Filch, she remarked, glancing at her nails. On the first day of flight training, in the dimly lit dormitory, an ominous premonition washed over me. The events from the original narrative were unfolding in this very place. Not only were Harry and his friends involved, but Draco was outside as well, leaving me in suspense about what might transpire. As I anxiously awaited, I observed a pale-faced Draco rush into the Slytherin common room, and I began to grasp the gravity of the situation. In Chapter 38, using Harry as bait, it was utterly bewildering to discover that such a monstrous creature was confined within the school walls. What on earth were they thinking? Draco was exceedingly agitated. Meanwhile, in the Gryffindor common room, Ron would undoubtedly echo similar sentiments, his words almost mirroring those from the original text. Despite their stark differences in many matters, Draco and Ron shared an uncanny resemblance in their thought processes, often employing a sarcastic tone. Faced with Draco's fury, it was Pansy who appeared disoriented. It was no wonder. The typically composed Draco was now in a state of fervent outburst. Furthermore, for Pansy, Draco was the object of her affection. As I watched Draco, breathless and expressing his dissatisfaction to Professor Dumbledore, with Pansy anxiously glancing at him, I found myself calming down. Steady now, Draco, what has transpired? I murmured, gently patting his back to ease his tension. Draco pouted at me, resembling a frustrated horse. According to Draco's account, the events unfolded as follows. After sending a letter to Harry, he began searching for me around the school. Soon after, Hedwig arrived with Harry's response, indicating a meeting at a designated location before they would split up to search. Consequently, they arranged to convene in the trophy room. While Draco awaited in the trophy room, the Gryffindor quartet appeared, with Neville confirming that he had been with me moments earlier. Just then, Pansy informed Draco of my return, revealing that we had merely missed each other. As everyone exhaled in relief, Filch made his entrance. They fled through the corridors, ultimately arriving at a locked hallway, where they encountered a three-headed dog before making their escape. It was a colossal creature, its heads nearly brushing the ceiling, yet sharing a single body, a truly absurd sight. As Draco indignantly remarked, this was not a promising development. It could potentially be reported to his father. Why on earth was such a creature present in the school? Coupled with the matter of flight training, I was perplexed. Pansy furrowed her brow. Is it possible to arrange a meeting with Harry and the others tomorrow afternoon? I, too, wish to inquire about the flight training. Draco, might I implore you to write to Harry? I pleaded with Draco, hoping to buy some time and deter him from reporting to his father. Oh, by the way, Vitalea, you may not yet be aware, but there's no need to worry about the flight training. Although it was against the rules, Harry has fortuitously been selected as a Quidditch player. Now, back to the matter at hand. Yes, let us find a place to meet tomorrow. Draco joyfully informed me of Harry's selection as a Quidditch team member and graciously agreed to write a letter. Might I participate as well? I have an inkling that this matter is intertwined with Vitalea. Pansy regarded me, perhaps out of concern. Indeed, it is fortuitous that all those involved in the flying training are partaking in this event. It is better to attend together. Draco nodded in agreement, then sent a letter to Harry, after which we dispersed. I retrieved my suitcase from beneath the bed and slipped into the study within, lighting my cherished candle. I took out my notebook from a concealed drawer and opened it. June 23, 1980. Vitalea Dursley was born. In the original narrative, the Dursleys had a son, possibly due to my reincarnation. October 31, 1981. The Potter household was attacked. In the original story, Harry was placed in the Dursley home the following night. The reason for the differing foster date remains unclear. Harry's memories, whether he saw vines or thorns. The rumor of the Thorned Witch, absent from the original tale. July 31, 1991, Diagon Alley. The leader was Professor Snape. The Dursleys' agreement to our enrollment ensued. September 1, 1991, the Hogwarts enrollment ceremony. Harry's forehead was devoid of pain. The reason is unknown. Perhaps my presence has reinforced the sacrificial curse. Professor Quirrell's head bore no trace of that individual. October 3, 1991, flying training. My broomstick was manipulated, dark magic. The reason remains a mystery. The corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Draco witnessed the three-headed dog. I snapped my notebook shut. What will happen next? Now that I think about it, I have been rather careless. I always assumed that only Harry's life would be at stake. Yet, as a relative of Harry Potter, I may find myself in more peril than Ron and Hermione in the original tale. Nevertheless, to safeguard Harry, I must take some necessary precautions. Although I detest pain and suffering, I have already faced death once. Naturally, I shall strive to prevent my parents from feeling sorrow. I opened the largest drawer on the desk and extracted a bag filled with lemon drops. Perhaps it is time to utilize them. Whether in the original story or this world, it remains uncertain how much Headmaster Dumbledore knows or foresees. Perhaps he will deftly evade the truth. However, I shall not divulge everything either, thus evening the scales. If I so desire, intervening in Voldemort's resurrection is not beyond the realm of possibility. I reflected on that individual's resurrection scheme. I could not help but ponder how Harry might react in the original narrative. If Harry, with all clues in hand, were unwilling to guard the Philosopher's Stone, that would not pose a problem. After all, Professor Quirrell would also be unable to obtain the stone. However, should Harry choose to confront the challenge, I shall lend him my unwavering support, delivering a devastating blow to our adversaries at a crucial moment. My thoughts are tinged with a strategic consideration, for adhering to the original narrative would facilitate the management of subsequent events. Although my desire is to safeguard Harry, I am also prepared to place him in the fray as bait. Thus, I cannot cast blame upon Professor Dumbledore. Chapter 39, Snape, 1 point for Gryffindor. The following day in potions class, Professor Snape was evidently in a foul mood, though the cause remained elusive. As per his usual practice, he posed a challenging question from the textbook to Harry, and upon receiving a correct response, Snape appeared quite displeased. After a few such exchanges, he suddenly turned his attention to Neville Longbottom. What are the characteristics of the potion made with oregano? Why yes, Neville stammered, startled by the unexpected inquiry, his voice trembling as he even rose to his feet, though no one had instructed him to do so. Hermione, seated beside him, nodded confidently, while Ron gestured encouragement from the other side. Harry quietly offered Neville words of support. Observing Neville straighten his back, I too felt a surge of anxiety. Yet I knew he would perform well. After all, herbology was Neville's forte. Oregano is a healing herb, particularly its extract, which serves as a universal remedy capable of treating cuts, scrapes, burns, and even counteracting the venom of poisonous spiders and snakes. Moreover, dried oregano can function as a remedy for stomach ailments and headaches. His response was nothing short of perfect, surpassing even the textbook's content. Professor Snape appeared momentarily astonished, his eyes widening slightly. Then, he sighed and begrudgingly remarked, "Very well, 1 point for Gryffindor." The Gryffindor students beamed with smiles, nearly bursting into simultaneous celebration. But they quickly covered their mouths, for Neville was the first Gryffindor to earn points from Professor Snape, and they did not wish to risk losing points for excessive revelry. Neville looked momentarily taken aback, as if he had not quite heard Snape's words, but when Ron silently mouthed the message to him, a blush spread across his round face, and he happily returned to his seat. Most of the Slytherin students stared at Neville in disbelief. Those from pureblood families may have heard negative rumors about him, while Draco sat there, beaming with pride, embodying the charming demeanor of a friend who relishes in his companion's achievements. The upcoming practical assignment involved concocting a potion for removing skin blemishes and sunburn, and the girls were filled with enthusiasm, whereas the boys appeared somewhat apprehensive. Professor Snape seemed indifferent to this annual occurrence, and his foul mood gradually dissipated. After class, I returned my textbook to my room and made my way to the Great Hall, where I discovered a lively commotion at the Gryffindor table. A single point may seem trivial to an individual, but for Gryffindor, it represented a monumental leap. One of the Weasley twins stood on a chair delivering a speech, while the other scattered confetti in celebration. Neville shyly glanced around, his demeanor revealing his discomfort. The news of his impressive score in potions had reached the upperclassmen, and to my surprise, they were familiar with the famous words of Neil Armstrong. I murmured to myself, recognizing that Fred or George must have quoted the astronaut's proclamation during the Apollo 11 moon landing. My words caught Draco's attention. Neil Armstrong? Who is that? He inquired. He was an astronaut from the United States, who, in 1969, declared that it was one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind upon stepping onto the moon. My statement widened Draco's gray eyes in astonishment. The moon? Muggles actually landed on the moon. Surely this must be a fabrication. It is uncertain. It is said that only those with special training can go, I replied. It seemed he was silently questioning whether I had also ventured there. So I quickly dismissed the notion with jest. If I could go to the moon, why would I bother learning magic from you? I would simply unleash atomic devastation and teach Voldemort a lesson about nuclear radiation. Draco's eyes sparkled momentarily, yet he soon realized that showing interest in Muggle culture contradicted his upbringing, prompting him to clear his throat and resume his meal nonchalantly. I found his reaction amusing. Regarding our discussion today, I discovered a discreet place to convene. Intentionally shifting the topic, I noticed Draco visibly relaxed and picked up the conversation. Oh, where is it? On the 8th floor, but let's keep an air of mystery. You'll find out soon enough. I grinned mischievously, while Draco blinked in confusion. Chapter 40. The Room of Requirement and Friendship. A room that appears intermittently or one that fulfills needs. The Room of Requirement. Accompanied by Harry and the others, I wandered the corridor of the 8th floor, pacing back and forth 3 times. The room for our secret strategy meeting should ideally have a large table and 7 chairs, allowing us to gather and discuss matters collectively. Additionally, it would be splendid to have a tea set. Suddenly, a shimmering door appeared on the stone wall, an immense success. Upon pushing the door open, I found the room to be exactly as I had envisioned. Incredible! A room like this exists, Harry exclaimed, surveying the space. What is this doll? Hermione inquired, lifting a plush squirrel toy that had been resting on the round table. Forgive me, irrelevant thoughts have crept in. Irrelevant thoughts? Hermione tilted her head, her chestnut curls mirroring the fluffy tail of the squirrel she held. Seated upon the 7 chairs were plush toys, a white owl with round glasses, a brown rabbit with a red nose, a squirrel with a bushy chestnut tail, a somewhat plump bear, a serious-faced white fox, a black cat with large eyes, and a robin with a slight reddish hue. Is this meant to represent us? Harry noticed the glasses on the white owl and exclaimed, Wait, am I the rabbit? Ron gazed vacantly at the other dolls, realizing there were none resembling his own, and subsequently relinquished his pursuit, opting instead for the rabbit doll. It was quite charming indeed. I wish it were a tad more dashing, he mused. Hermione chuckled softly, prompting Ron to pout. The bear represented Neville, the fox stood for Draco, and the cat was Pansy. This was all a manifestation of my subconscious imagination. I never anticipated it would materialize so vividly. Truly, it is a house that grants wishes. How delightful. Should I take it home? Pansy fixated on the cat doll. Let it be, then, as a token of our friendship. Upon my utterance, everyone except Draco and Ron brightened with joy. Wait a moment. I have no intention of mending relations with Malfoy, Ron retorted. Nor do I wish to befriend someone like you. The two exchanged fierce glares. It was quite exasperating. They were remarkably similar in certain aspects. Amidst the escalating tension between the two, Hermione interjected, All right, enough with the soulful gazes. Let us turn our attention to more pressing matters. As she spoke, she unfurled a scroll of parchment onto the table's center, which depicted a rudimentary layout of the students' positions during yesterday's flying lesson and the configuration of the buildings. This was the extent of my recollection. The faces and names of the Slytherin students may not align, and there might be some inaccuracies. No, I believe it is correct. Rather, even if it were erroneous, I doubt I would discern it. You managed to memorize the names of all students from the other houses? Hermione's remarkable memory left Pansy astounded. Draco appeared equally astonished. Ron stood proudly beside Hermione. It was likely the first time Draco and Pansy witnessed that Hermione's greatest strengths lay in her memory and observational skills, with her learning ability being merely a supplementary trait. Professor McGonagall had rushed in from here, and Professor Snape was observed near this window, surveying the courtyard. As Hermione spoke, she drew arrows on the map and circled a line indicating the school building. Professor Snape was present? I inquired, to which Hermione nodded. I was unable to properly ride the broom yesterday, so I observed more than others. Professor Snape was watching the courtyard from the 3rd floor window, which I found peculiar. Considering the potions classroom and Slytherin dormitory are situated in the basement, Hermione said, her voice tinged with hesitation. I see. That individual remarkably enjoys staying indoors, rarely emerging except for meals, I mused. Professor Snape's sphere of activity only expands when commanded by Professor Dumbledore. For instance, in the original work, he monitored Professor Quirrell and concocted the Wolfbane potion. Oh, by the way, the Hogwarts headmaster's office is also on the 3rd floor. Thus, Snape may have witnessed that commotion. Ron, it's Professor Snape. Ron gasped, while Harry cautioned him. Draco and Pansy glared at Ron. In summary, this is all that is currently known. We will discuss the matter of the prisoners later. For now, let us turn our attention to the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor. Hermione paused, casting a glance at Draco. We spoke last night, and that 3-headed dog seems to be guarding something. Did you notice the trapdoor beneath it? No. I did not observe it, Draco replied, shaking his head. After a moment of contemplation, he added, However, Hogwarts is indeed a prime location for guarding treasures, as it is home to some of the most formidable wizards that exist, making it, in some respects, more secure than Gringotts. Upon hearing the mention of Gringotts, Harry gasped. The Gringotts heist. Just before that incident, I had gone to Gringotts with Vitalea to exchange some money, and then Professor Snape, our leader, mentioned he needed to attend to something in the vault, perhaps a task related to Hogwarts. So, are you suggesting that the items in the vault have been targeted, and they were moved to Hogwarts for protection? Neville's eyes widened. Yes, the conversation is progressing smoothly, even without my interjections. They are approaching the truth more swiftly than in the original tale. This implies that the professors at Hogwarts are already aware of what it is, Pansy remarked, stroking her black cat figurine. Assuming that the perpetrator of the heist and the one targeting Vitalea are the same individual, then Professor Snape cannot be the culprit. After all, he would never intentionally harm a student he cares for. After Pansy spoke, she patted my shoulder, indicating her concern for me. However, I never considered Professor Snape to be the criminal from the outset, so I was not worried. Why is Professor Snape not the culprit? Ron asked, his expression one of displeasure. Although I knew he harbored a dislike for Snape, I could not fathom why he was so incensed. Are you a fool? Draco glared at Ron. The Gringotts heist and the enchantment placed on Vitalia's broomstick are not feats that an ordinary wizard could achieve. If someone is capable of such acts, they would undoubtedly be an exceedingly powerful dark wizard. Therefore, these two incidents must be the work of the same perpetrator or an accomplice. If Professor Snape transported the items from the vault to Hogwarts, he cannot possibly be the criminal. Hermione nodded in agreement with Draco's explanation. Indeed, if he were the culprit, he could have simply stolen the items outright or substituted them. Draco looked at Ron with a sense of triumph. Ron clenched his fists. If you claim the perpetrator is a dark wizard, then you too are quite suspicious, and your father. My father is innocent. It has been proven in court that he was merely manipulated. Draco interrupted Ron. Pansy bit her lip and lowered her head, appearing quite dejected, oblivious to the unfolding drama. Harry and Hermione looked on in astonishment, while Neville, pale-faced, remained attentively focused. Stop. Enough of the bickering. I clapped my hands, and both Draco and Ron turned their heads, ignoring each other. Let us take a break. I will go prepare some tea. As I stood up, I gently brushed my hand against Pansy's, who sat beside me. Pansy gazed at me, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The plight of the Slytherin children was perilous, whether during dark times or periods of peace. Even if what Ron stated were true, no parent would confess to their child that they belonged to a faction of failures, if raised to believe their parents were innocent. The children could only accept that truth. Some children, like Draco, blindly trust their parents, while others, like Pansy, though somewhat aware, remain silent, following their parents' footsteps. It is only upon his resurrection that the children will discover the truth, and many families will passively conform out of fear of retribution. If he does not return, Harry cannot wholly vanquish him. Should he remain unrevived, the Slytherin children could continue their charade of ignorance. This issue is deeply entrenched. I trust both Malfoy and Parkinson, Neville said softly, cradling his teacup. The tense atmosphere compelled everyone present to turn their gaze toward Neville. Under the scrutiny of their stares, Neville's cheeks flushed. Yet he spoke with determination. I still cannot trust your families. My own family has been persecuted by that man, so I fear those associated with him. However, I believe in both of you because you genuinely care for Vitalia. Although we had only known each other for a month, Neville's words elicited a heartfelt smile from me. Draco and Pansy flushed as red as a London double-decker bus. Vitalia and I became friends 2 months ago. Friends, of course, care for one another, Draco murmured. There is no need for such debate. Harry and Hermione laughed joyfully. Friends, indeed, friends. And may I call you by your names? It feels too formal. I wish to befriend you. Neville raised a teddy bear as a symbol of friendship. Pansy shyly nodded in agreement. Draco's face turned crimson, his mouth agape. And after a long pause, he finally exclaimed, I've considered you a friend for quite some time. I know, Draco, I replied. It was evident how delighted Draco appeared during potions class when Neville excelled. Neville stood, grasping Draco's hand tightly. Please take care of me, Draco. And you too, Pansy. This is the first time I have had so many friends. Neville's face radiated with joy, devoid of any hesitation. Neville, it's the same for everyone. Friends only multiply. Hermione remarked, placing a squirrel plush on the table. I will also call you by your names because I regard you as friends. Even if you find me challenging to be around, that is perfectly fine, Hermione asserted firmly. Then, may I as well? Parkinson. No, Pansy. Harry mimicked Hermione. Placing an owl plush on the table, Neville set his bear down, and I placed my Robin plush beside it. Pansy, bashfully lowering her gaze, placed a black cat plush on the table in agreement. Draco and Ron exchanged glances, uncertain of who would yield first. If Draco and I were to become friends, I would undoubtedly receive a howling letter, for my father harbors a profound disdain for yours, and you would surely face your father's ire as well. Ron fidgeted with a rabbit plush toy, appearing quite hesitant. Draco scoffed. However, Ron slammed his palm onto the table, clutching the rabbit toy, and declared, I apologize for my previous behavior. I was excessively harsh. Let us argue more in the future. If you find me displeasing, you are welcome to strike me. Though rest assured, I shall retaliate. The force of his action caused tea to spill onto his hands. Ouch! What are you doing? Hermione exclaimed, waving her wand in a flurry. The scene descended into chaos. Draco stood momentarily stunned before erupting into laughter. Very well, I shall strike you soundly in the face, he replied, a mischievous grin adorning his features as he placed the fox plush on the table. Around the circular table, the plush toys formed a circle. There is something delightful about having similar items, is there not? I waved my wand, and green and red striped bows appeared on each plush toy's chest. These decorative items I had brought from home were finally proving their worth. The toys adorned with bows appeared immensely proud. Chapter 41. The 3-Year Pact. During the discussions in the Room of Requirement, Harry and the others concluded that they could not identify the perpetrator or the unclear motives behind their actions. At this stage, attempting to link the troubles occurring at Hogwarts to that individual seemed rather far-fetched. Nevertheless, despite the momentary tension, matters were ultimately resolved satisfactorily, or so one might say. Everyone behaved well, which was tremendously helpful. Now, I shall leave the rest to my sister. Following the conclusion of the discussions in the Room of Requirement, I ascended to the 3rd floor of Hogwarts with a supply of Muggle-made lemon sherbet sweets, with Harry trailing behind. I had intended to act alone, but everyone feared that I might be harmed by the assailant, resulting in this outcome. However, Vitalea, we do not know the password to the headmaster's office. Before the stone statue on the 3rd floor, Harry anxiously surveyed his surroundings. Although there was no explicit rule forbidding students from visiting the headmaster's office, Harry felt as though they were engaging in mischief, appearing quite uneasy. I suspect it is the name of a candy. Let us try them one by one. Oh. Harry became even more anxious at my baseless suggestion. Yet, constrained by familial pressure, he had no choice but to accompany me in the endeavor. Even if other teachers or Filch discovered us, we could simply claim we were there to share the headmaster's favorite Muggle sweets, which could hardly be considered a lie. Lemon sherbet, chocolate frogs, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, treacle tart, licorice wands. I recited every candy name I could conjure, but the statue remained unmoving. This isn't working, Harry. What was the best candy you've had since coming to Hogwarts? I inquired. After a brief moment of contemplation, Harry replied, treacle tart. No sooner had he spoken than the statue creaked and shifted aside, revealing a spiral staircase carved from stone. It opened. It actually opened. Harry and I exchanged nods as we ascended the spiral staircase. The stone steps moved upward like an elevator, bringing us to the circular office of the headmaster. Principal Dumbledore sat at his opulent desk, mouth agape, and poised to indulge in a honey tart. Upon noticing our presence, his surprise was palpable. Was this an impromptu performance? It seemed that the headmaster, eager to make Harry feel at ease in the wizarding world, relished the role of a somewhat mischievous and eccentric old rascal. Given his formidable powers, he must have sensed our movements in the corridor and orchestrated this amusing tableau. I sincerely hoped that for Harry. The wizarding world would be a realm of dreams and wonders, thus such a display was most welcome. Oh, Harry, Vitalea, how did you arrive here? Dumbledore inquired. Tilting his head in curiosity, Harry and I were discussing the most delectable desserts we had tasted at Hogwarts. Honey tarts were indeed delightful, and I had a fondness for rice pudding as well. I jested earnestly, while Harry regarded me with a look of bewilderment. Dumbledore nodded at my feeble excuse, appearing to accept anything as long as it wasn't too outrageous. In truth, I had matters to consult with the headmaster about. Oh, this is a gift I brought, I stated, transitioning to the main topic as I presented the lemon sherbet sweets. Dumbledore's expression brightened. This is my favorite among Muggle confections. Yes, I am well aware. You were enjoying these sweets the day you delivered Harry to the Dursleys, and I also know that in the future, you will use these as a password for your office, I replied. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore summoned 2 chairs, gesturing for us to sit, while he poured some hot water into a teapot. Well then, what brings you here? He asked while handing us teacups filled with mint tea. I noticed Harry adding 5 sugar cubes to his tea. Just say it plainly. Someone at school might be using dark magic, and I am the victim. What? You've detected it? Dumbledore's eyes widened, his unexpected reaction startling Harry as well. Dumbledore murmured to himself, stroking his long beard. Professor Snape has reported that he inadvertently witnessed your flying practice. For safety's sake, I had instructed the teachers to be more vigilant, to avoid causing widespread panic. We chose not to inform you, but it seems that has only heightened your concerns. Dumbledore's words left Harry somewhat disgruntled, while I felt a touch of gratitude. If the victim had been Harry himself, he might have accepted it without much concern. My predicament was inconsequential, but Vitalea's was not. Harry shot me a glance. The mischievous child, who would not partake in tea or coffee without a minimum of 3 sugar cubes, has astonishingly uttered such words. I had always perceived him as a mere boy. When did he transform into such an impressive young man? The educators at Hogwarts are indeed formidable wizards, rest assured. We will vigilantly prevent such pranks from recurring. After articulating this, Professor Dumbledore defined the matter with finality, waving his wand. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind. Did you call for me? It was Professor Snape. He cast a fleeting glance at Harry and me, then donned a look of utter bewilderment as he turned to face Professor Dumbledore. Oh, Severus, it is quite late. I apologize. Would you kindly escort Harry back to the dormitory? I need to converse with Vitalea for a while longer. Professor Dumbledore, seemingly unfazed by the reproachful gaze of Professor Snape, spoke with a bright smile. Harry, wearing a perplexed expression, shifted his gaze between me and Professor Dumbledore. I nodded silently, signaling Harry to comply with the arrangement. I understand, Professor Snape. I appreciate your assistance. Harry bowed to Professor Snape. The latter regarded Harry with an impassive expression before turning to depart. "Keep up," he said in a flat tone as he strode away. Harry hurriedly followed, and the sight of Snape's retreating figure reminded me of that day in Diagon Alley. When Snape had also exited with such haste, perhaps he truly wished to avoid Harry's visage. For Professor Snape, Harry embodies his mistakes and regrets. Vitalea, if there are questions you find inconvenient to pose in Harry's presence, you may now inquire of me. Once the two figures had completely vanished, Professor Dumbledore turned to me. Although I had numerous questions, I doubted he would respond candidly. Engaging with this sage would yield information solely based on my own prowess. "Professor, have you ever suspected who might be the mastermind behind the broom incident?" "Ah, Vitalea, that is indeed a challenging question. Although it is your first inquiry, I cannot provide an answer. I have some conjectures, yet I cannot confirm the identity of that individual. There is no evidence, merely suspicion. Hence I cannot recklessly disclose anything at this juncture." Professor Dumbledore shrugged. Implicitly, was he suggesting it was not Professor Quirrell? My attempt to clarify only deepened the enigma. Thus, this dubious individual is neither a Hogwarts teacher nor a student, correct? Precisely, Dumbledore nodded. Is it truly safe for an unidentified person to infiltrate the school? If my parents were to discover this, they would undoubtedly be furious. The Malfoys would surely be incensed as well, particularly Mr. Lucius, who would certainly rush to Hogwarts. No. Perhaps this is precisely Professor Dumbledore's intention, to deliberately allow this unidentified individual to act in order to unveil their true nature. If Lucius Malfoy were to hear of an unidentified individual infiltrating his son's school, yet chose to remain passive, it is highly plausible that this person hails from the ranks of former Death Eaters within the pureblood aristocracy. Conversely, should he voice any objections, it would indicate an affiliation with an opposing faction, perhaps those steadfast followers of Voldemort or newcomers to his cause, such as Professor Quirrell, or individuals like Sirius Black from the original narrative, who infiltrate Hogwarts for ulterior motives. I surmise that this individual does not seek your demise. Rather, they intend to tamper with your broomstick. His words left me more perplexed than ever. Although I had braced myself, I felt as if I had been misled. Perhaps I should first clarify my thoughts. If that person does not wish for my life, then Headmaster Dumbledore must possess his own rationale. This headmaster, while appearing benevolent, is, in truth, a pragmatist. If he deems the threat to my life non-existent, there must be justification, such as the fact that prior to the broom incident, there were opportunities to harm me that were not seized, and so forth. Does such a person exist in the original narrative? Furthermore, this enigmatic figure seems unrelated to the Philosopher's Stone, which does little to alleviate Ron's suspicions regarding Professor Snape. Thus, I shall remain discreet. Hence, I need not overly concern myself with the broom incident, correct? Indeed, yet I shall still instruct the teachers to maintain surveillance. Headmaster Dumbledore nodded. The so-called teachers must refer to Professor Snape, who indeed is being utilized to the utmost. Sensing Dumbledore's trust in Snape, I continued my inquiries. I comprehend, thus. Please enlighten me regarding the magic surrounding Harry. You explained to my mother that as long as I am near Harry, he shall be safe, correct? Headmaster Dumbledore smiled and nodded. He seemed to lower his guard. As these words had already been conveyed to my mother, there was no need for concealment from me, making it easier for the headmaster to respond to my probing. That magic is a legacy of sacrifice left by Harry's mother, amplified through her bloodline. And the reason Harry was placed in your care. If what Headmaster Dumbledore asserts is true, the process of Harry's guardianship aligns with the original tale. However, does this not imply that Harry's life is indeed in jeopardy? Regrettably, yes. The Wizarding World has seen many who followed Voldemort, and certain extremists among them may seek retribution against Harry. Dumbledore, considering my youth, spoke in a gentle tone. After all, revealing to an 11-year-old girl that Voldemort has not been entirely vanquished is undeniably cruel. Yet, I am no ordinary 11-year-old. I am aware of the truth. So, that means Voldemort himself is still a factor, does it not? I inquired, as Dumbledore's blue eyes widened behind his crescent-shaped glasses. Why do you think so? He asked, confirming my suspicions. Dumbledore, the esteemed headmaster, remained oblivious to my identity as a time traveler, and the Sorting Hat did not divulge this secret to him. It is said that the ancient hat exists independently within Hogwarts, belonging to no one. After all, he simply vanished without a trace, leaving no remains behind, did he not? I provided a plausible explanation. Dumbledore assumed that I, like my parents, harbored concerns for Harry and feared Voldemort, a notion that was not entirely unfounded. He gently reassured me with his soothing voice, urging me not to worry. The protective charm bestowed by Harry's mother has grown even stronger due to your connection. As long as there exists a blood bond between you and Harry, neither Voldemort nor those with fragmented souls can approach you. Not only can they not reach you, but they cannot even draw near, indicating that the protection is more potent than in the original narrative. The reason for this is clear to me. Love. Both of my parents deeply cherish Harry, considering him family. Our home undoubtedly represents a sanctuary for him. perhaps significantly influenced by my own status as a witch. In any case, it appears my suspicions were correct. Voldemort could not infiltrate Hogwarts. Headmaster, should Voldemort re-emerge, do you believe Harry ought to confront him once more? I sincerely hope not. I wish for that not to be the case. Although it may sound as though fate has other designs, I choose to interpret it positively. Upon hearing this sentiment, I felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Trust him. Although this individual concealed many significant truths in the original text, he has never told a lie. He will undoubtedly protect Harry until he becomes sufficiently powerful. Thus, my singular task remains to seek alternative means to vanquish Voldemort. Headmaster, I shall become an exceptional witch within 3 years. 3 years? Dumbledore displayed a look of curiosity. Indeed, that is my proclamation. I responded with a smile, and Dumbledore's blue eyes sparkled with interest as they regarded me. Chapter 41. Ensnaring Voldemort with a Cat's Charm. A week after the initial flying lesson, Harry received his broomstick. As described in the original narrative, he adhered to Professor McGonagall's advice and refrained from unwrapping the package within the Great Hall. Yet the shape of the parcel unmistakably revealed its contents. Even from the farthest corner of the Slytherin table, one could easily discern that it was a broomstick. It seemed that all students at Hogwarts were aware of this. That day, Harry recorded in his exchange diary the receipt of the broomstick and the commencement of Quidditch practice. In my response to Harry, I offered encouragement regarding his Quidditch training and shared a simple method for concocting a healing salve, anticipating that injuries would undoubtedly occur during practice. Subsequently, while perusing the Muggle newspaper, I penned a letter to my father containing investment advice. This year, the Baltic states have gained independence from the Soviet Union, and by year's end, the Soviet Union will be entirely dissolved. The bankruptcy of Pan American Airlines should also transpire this year, leaving the economic outlook in a state of uncertainty. In a few years, the European community will be established, and the European economy will temporarily experience an upturn. However, it is an unavoidable yet laborious task to convey future tidings to mitigate my father's business losses. To be regarded as a harbinger of the future is troublesome enough, but to be perceived as a prophetic sorcerer is even more burdensome. I meticulously clipped articles from newspapers that bore slight indications and sent them along with a letter, reminiscent of my previous life. In my former existence, I served as the secretary to the president of a certain company. While it may sound prestigious, I was merely an ordinary staff member assigned to the secretarial department, the youngest and most recent graduate. Each morning, my first task was to clip articles from the newspapers. Although the president and employees would arrive at work only after reading the news, the reason behind this remains a mystery. The remainder of my duties primarily involved organizing the president's private gatherings and golf outings, hardly qualifying as work. And I was also tasked with investigating the interests and preferences of the president's friend spouses. Upon reflection, in my past life, I busied myself until my demise, with little interest beyond reading novels during the commute on the subway. Such an ordinary person, I dared to boast to Headmaster Dumbledore. How audacious. Nevertheless, it felt gratifying. How proficient am I in magic? Thus far, as long as I grasp the theoretical underpinnings of spells, I can manage to employ magic, albeit with some difficulty. Feeling a touch melancholic, I was met with a cold inquiry from Pansy, who was engrossed in her reading beside me. Have you encountered some sorrow? She asked. I could hardly confess that my melancholy stemmed from memories of my previous life, so I merely muttered, what if I fail my final exams? Though unlikely, the mere thought of failing would render me too ashamed to ever set foot on Hogwarts grounds again. After all, having been a diligent student for 2 lifetimes, if I were to fail now, I would surely hide in the storage space beneath the stairs at 12, Grimmauld Place, until the end of the world. It is still early, isn't it? It's only October. If you fail, then all the first-year students will have to repeat the year. I shook my head. Hermione is not included in that scenario. She will undoubtedly pass with flying colors. Comparing myself to her is simply unjust. Pansy sighed in resignation. Vitalea, do you have any troubles? Perhaps you should adopt a cat. They have a way of helping one forget everything. At that moment, Millicent entered the common room, cradling a cat in her arms. She pressed the cat's belly against my face. It was fluffy, warm, and exuded a delightful scent reminiscent of high-end shampoo. Indeed, a charming cat can help one forget all worries. If I were to fail my end-of-year exams, I would simply hide in the storage room beneath the stairs, surrounded by cats, waiting for the apocalypse. Millicent's cat settled quietly on my lap, curled up, and yawned widely before drifting into a deep slumber. I too wish to have a cat, I murmured, and Pansy nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is utterly adorable. It makes me wish to transform into a cat. Pansy gazed enviously at Millicent's feline companion, which comfortably shifted its ears upon my lap. Truly, the carefree existence of a cat is immensely alluring. The thought of becoming a cat and discovering a cozy spot for an afternoon nap is quite delightful. Speaking of which, Professor McGonagall is an animagus capable of transforming into a cat. I wonder if she curls up for a nap in her feline form. Merely contemplating that image fills me with excitement. Ah, animagus, what has come over you? I lifted the cat and stood up. Pansy gradually grew accustomed to my peculiar behavior. Chuckling lightly, I have always aspired to master all the spells from the original works, yet I have not delved into the art of transformation into animals. My focus has solely been on the spells employed by Harry and his companions, but I ought to learn the magic they do not. I must adopt a different approach to confront Voldemort. I declare my intention to become an animagus. Upon uttering this proclamation, both Pansy and Millicent widened their eyes in astonishment. Do you truly wish to become a cat? At that moment, they were in perfect synchrony, reminiscent of the Weasley twins. Although I do not genuinely desire to transform into a cat, to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings, I shall play along. Without further ado, I dashed out of the common room and raced toward the library. Chapter 42. The Gentle Professor Snape's Distinct Treatment. 2 months have passed in the enchanting world of Hogwarts, and tomorrow we shall finally celebrate Halloween. The entries in the exchange diary I received from the oblivious Harry remain in a Quidditch style, detailing what practices occurred today and the fundamentals of training, akin to a child's activity log for their mother. While Harry might be considered Gryffindor's secret weapon, is it truly wise for him to disclose such detailed training information to me, a Slytherin? Nevertheless, witnessing Harry, innocent and joyfully embracing his youth, evokes a sense of pity within me. The fault lies not with me, but with that individual. I used magic to thaw the frozen quail purchased from the Muggle poultry shop, feeding it to Hedwig, who brought me the exchange diary. Although it was merely ordered from Muggles, Hedwig devoured it with great enthusiasm. Even a diet of owl treats can become monotonous, and at times, Hedwig stealthily ventures out at night to hunt. She is quite clever, and I commend her for it. However, the Forbidden Forest harbors dangerous creatures brought by Hagrid, so I sincerely hope she refrains from nighttime excursions. Providing Hedwig with animal protein is a secret from Harry. Modern children like Harry are even hesitant to touch maggots meant for fishing. That would be far too stimulating for him. I waved my wand, cleaning the red-stained beak and the feathers around her face, erasing the evidence. I entrust you with this, Hedwig. Please deliver it to Harry. I handed her the freshly penned diary along with a small vial containing a specially concocted healing potion. This is the original formula that Neville, Draco, and I painstakingly experimented with for several days, based on oregano and blended with purple root and angelica root, with some ingredients procured from Muggles. In the event that a giant beast appears tomorrow, it may assist Harry and the others, although it is indeed preferable that they remain unscathed. As I watched the proud white owls soar away, I departed from the Slytherin dormitory. Night was approaching, and I needed to hasten my pace. I knocked on Professor Snape's office door, but received no response. He was likely absent. I pushed open the door to the adjacent potions classroom, which was unlocked and yielded easily. Peering inside, I was enveloped by the classroom's pervasive, somber atmosphere. "What brings you here, Miss Dursley?" came a voice from behind me. It resembled the sound of butterfly wings fluttering, yet was distinctly audible. Simultaneously, something solid lightly tapped the top of my head, painful, but slightly itchy. Turning around, I found Professor Snape standing there, clutching a thick tome. Had he truly struck my head with the corner of such a hefty book? I had matters to discuss with him. Nodding, Professor Snape produced a crisp sound with his footsteps as he opened the door to his office and entered. I hurriedly followed, excitement coursing through me, for it was my first time stepping into Professor Snape's study. The dimly lit walls were adorned with large glass containers, each filled with a variety of potion ingredients. This must be Professor Snape's private apothecary, complete with a rune spore's egg. Hogwarts professors must indeed be well compensated. Suddenly, I noticed a desiccated toad hanging from a nearby shelf. A chill ran down my spine. Surely, Professor Snape would not resort to such cruelty towards a student's pet? Indeed, the portrayal of Professor Snape's treatment of Neville's pet in the original narrative was excessively harsh. But surely he wouldn't, would he? It seemed I hadn't seen Trevor in quite some time. As these dreadful thoughts swirled in my mind, I reached out to touch the desiccated toad's back and the line dividing its abdomen. Trevor is a black toad with a pale gray underbelly, characterized by wavy dark gray stripes along the boundary between its back and belly. Although I was uncertain of Trevor's markings in the original tale, it was clear that in this world, Trevor is, by and large, a black toad. In contrast, the unfortunate desiccated toad, while somewhat resembling Trevor in color, bore vivid yellow stripes along its flanks, definitely not Trevor. It is essential to remember that boiling toads has a cardiotonic effect. Ah yes. Just as I exhaled a sigh of relief, Professor Snape had already positioned himself beside me, beginning his explanation. What a man who could truly test one's heart. Professor Snape opened a cabinet deep within the study and retrieved several items, tossing them onto the central preparation table, which emitted a sharp sound as they landed and bounced slightly. Another black toad. This one also bore a resemblance to Trevor, but its underbelly was white, clearly not the same creature. Professor Snape restrained the fleeing toad. The toxin secreted by the toad's parotoid glands possesses potent hallucinogenic properties and can cause severe burns upon direct contact. Professor Snape positioned a vial against the protrusion behind the toad's eye and waved his wand. A few drops of a milky liquid flowed into the vial. and he employed the same method to extract venom from the other side's gland, raising the vial before my eyes. As you can observe, the quantity obtained from a single toad is quite limited, rendering this venom exceedingly precious. The milky liquid within the vial swirled gently. Many students kept toads as pets, yet it is ill-advised to handle such a dangerously toxic creature casually. A faint smile graced the corners of Professor Snape's mouth. Very well, I shall exercise caution, I replied, feeling the weight of his presence. Perhaps he was subtly warning me against contact with the toad. Why, I wondered, though Professor Snape had already begun to tidy away the toad and the vial, seemingly unwilling to elaborate. Now, Miss Dursley, what matter requires your discussion? Professor Snape inquired. As if nothing had transpired, I recalled the pressing issue I had nearly forgotten, retrieving a small bottle and parchment from my robe's pocket. In my haste, a lemon drop, which I had stuffed alongside the other items, tumbled out and landed at Professor Snape's feet. Those eyes, deep and enigmatic like a shadowy forest, fixated on the candy. As he glanced down, I noticed his unexpectedly long eyelashes. Chuckling awkwardly, I hastily stuffed the sweet back into my pocket, feeling rather childish. My mental age was somewhat mortified. It is free time now. I shall not be as stern as in class, but do refrain from bringing personal items unrelated to the curriculum onto school grounds. Yes. My apologies, I replied. Professor Snape bent slightly to retrieve the candy, handing it back to me, which I accepted with haste. Wow, Professor Snape is remarkably gentle today. Had I been Harry Potter, I would surely have lost house points by now. First, I have a few items I would like you to examine. I regained my composure and presented the small bottle and parchment to Professor Snape. What is this? He inquired. This is a healing potion that Draco, Neville from Gryffindor, and I have concocted, along with its preparation method. Although still in the experimental phase, it is based on peppermint essence, and we aim to create a more effective remedy, particularly for wounds inflicted by magical creatures. Peppermint essence is inherently a potent potion, capable of healing any wound or burn instantly, restoring one as if no injury had ever occurred, much like the wounds I had sustained just days prior. In theory, no enhancement should be necessary. However, this is only effective for ordinary injuries or those caused by magic. When inflicted by formidable magical creatures, even peppermint's efficacy is halved. The most notorious example being the bite of a werewolf, which remains untreatable. To simplify, peppermint essence is somewhat ineffectual, capable of remedying minor ailments while leaving one to await demise in the face of greater afflictions. Moreover, in the original work, Harry's chest wound, even after the application of mint essence, did not fully heal. This is unacceptable. I require a potion capable of preserving life even when the fangs of a giant serpent penetrate the throat. Thus, I seek the counsel of Professor Snape. Although it may seem peculiar, I wish to consult him regarding the development of a new potion. Professor Snape regarded the contents of the vial with notable interest, lifting it towards the ceiling light as if to ascertain something. The opacity was considerable, derived from a plant, specifically a root powder from the Apiaceae family. But the stirring was insufficient, and the viscosity was inadequate. If intended for use as an ointment, the viscosity fell short. If the aim was to enhance the mint essence, then beeswax was unnecessary, as its absence would not significantly alter the potion's efficacy. A series of critiques ensued. Professor Snape could identify the ingredients without even glancing at the parchment detailing the preparation method, a feat that inspired profound admiration. It was truly astonishing that someone could possess such mastery over potion making. Nevertheless, the idea was commendable. 3 points for Slytherin. It appeared that Professor Snape's method of complimenting students involved a strategy of initial criticism followed by praise. Even reading the original work would not reveal this nuance. For Harry Potter was never lauded by severest Snape. Professor Snape. This, Neville also participated in the concoction, I cautiously remarked, prompting a displeased downward tug of his lips and a narrowing of his eyes. How juvenile, yet amusing. 1 point for Gryffindor. Thank you. After my expression of gratitude, Professor Snape huffed in response. Chapter 43. The Little Knights Beside Us in Times of Danger. At last, Halloween had arrived. In the Harry Potter series, Halloween has always marked a significant day in the narrative's inception. I found myself burdened by 3 concerns. Firstly, whether Professor Quirrell would unleash the troll. Should the troll appear during dinner, Professor Quirrell would undoubtedly be confirmed as the puppeteer behind the chaos. The second worry was Hermione. Due to my various interventions, the interpersonal dynamics from the original narrative had undergone substantial alteration. Hermione had forged a strong bond with Harry and Ron, leaving me curious about the impact this would have on the unfolding events. Ideally, no quarrels would arise, and when the troll emerged, she would heed the prefect's instructions and return to the dormitory. Yet, vigilance was essential. The third concern revolved around Professor Snape. I hoped that the experimental potion I provided him yesterday would effectively heal the wounds inflicted by the 3-headed dog. In summary, I felt a sense of trepidation. The mere possibility of a troll's appearance filled me with dread. I struggled to digest this anxiety, clinging to Pansy throughout the day. only to be met with her complaints about my incessant need for comfort. "What are you doing?" Pansy inquired, her expression one of exasperation as she regarded me. I'm feeling a bit unwell and would like to take this food back." I utilized a Muggle-made food storage container, diligently packing the food before me. Indeed, the Halloween feast has finally commenced. The golden cutlery and sumptuous dishes before me exude the essence of the occasion. However, the thought of what may transpire next rekindles my old ailment, causing my stomach to churn uneasily. Should the troll truly make an appearance, there would be no time to savor the meal. It would be wiser to take the food back and indulge in it once the turmoil has subsided. The sole source of my comfort lies in the sight of Hermione seated at the Gryffindor table, nestled between Ron and Neville, her laughter bright and untroubled, suggesting that no quarrels have arisen. Now, I can only pray for Professor Snape's safety and for all students to return to their dormitories swiftly. Naturally, I also hope the troll does not come, yet my instinct forebodes otherwise. Furthermore, I cannot find a trace of Professor Quirrell at the staff table. Cursing that turbaned fellow in my mind, I continue to fill my container with food, completing a lavish meal. Just as I secured the lid and cast a protective charm, the turbaned man dashed into the great hall. It seems Professor Quirrell has been confirmed as the mastermind. Let us seize the opportunity. At this critical moment, nausea threatens to overwhelm me. Students gaze at Professor Quirrell with expressions of bewilderment. He approaches Professor Dumbledore, fear etched upon his face, staggering as he leans against the table, gasping for breath to speak. "A troll in the basement. We must alert everyone." With that, Professor Quirrell collapses, losing consciousness. What a remarkable performance. Even I, ever diligent, feel the urge to laugh. A troll? What could that possibly be? Students begin to stir restlessly. The escalating chaos is quelled by the sound of firecrackers from Professor Dumbledore. In the hushed great hall, his voice resonates. "Heads of houses, immediately escort your students back to their dormitories." The heads rise to their feet. Draco's face pales as he gazes at the head of his house. Looking around, I notice the Slytherin students are all ashen. It is no wonder. Professor Quirrell has declared that a troll lurks in the basement, and the Slytherin dormitory is located underground, compelling them to seek refuge there. The students most likely to encounter the troll are indeed those from Slytherin. Following closely are the Ravenclaw students, whose path to their dormitory coincides with that of the underground stairs, and they too appear anxious. Yet, I suspect there is no troll in the basement. In the original tale, the professors ventured into the basement and found no troll. Harry and his friends encountered it in the corridor leading to the girls' lavatory and the fourth-floor staircase. Thus, the troll must be at the end of the first-floor corridor. In fact, the students from Hufflepuff traversing the adjacent route may be in the most perilous position. As I ponder this, someone clasps my hand tightly. Startled, I look up to find Pansy gazing at me. "Vitalea, are you all right?" This gentle soul is concerned for my earlier complaint of having no appetite, her own hand trembling. "I'm fine, thank you," I responded with a smile, and Pansy nodded. Under Pansy's guidance, we descended into the depths alongside other Slytherin students. Noticing that Draco and Blaise also held their wands aloft, walking beside us. They must have been terrified as well. Everyone looked remarkably impressive. I felt my eyes moisten, realizing that what I had initially thought were merely adorable companions turned out to be far more dependable than I had imagined. Chapter 44, The Mysterious Man. Upon reaching the Slytherin common room, the first-year students collapsed onto the floor, with even a few second years appearing utterly spent. "Is everyone present?" A senior girl called out. The younger students quickly lined up to be counted. Slytherin students are notably obedient to protocol, thus the roll call proceeded smoothly. Once it was confirmed that everyone had safely taken refuge, the first years were urged to return to their respective dormitories. As it seemed the upperclassmen would stand guard at the entrance, I returned to my room and flopped onto my bed, utterly exhausted. I was so fatigued. Had Harry and the others safely returned to Gryffindor dormitory? I hoped they hadn't engaged in any foolish endeavors against the troll. And I was also deeply concerned for Professor Snape's safety. It was almost certain that Professor Snape had been injured, as unlike Harry and the others, he had likely ventured to the fourth-floor corridor as per the original tale, and despite knowing this, I felt powerless to alter the course of events. I couldn't help but lament my own weakness. Furthermore, I was more timid than I had anticipated, burying my face in the pillow and murmuring to myself. That man's malevolence was truly terrifying. No, perhaps it was not merely that. I feared the events unfolding as they did in the original narrative. Harry, having grown up in the Dursleys' household, was loved, and thus his protective magic was stronger, rendering that man unable to enter Hogwarts. Nevertheless, Professor Quirrell had still unleashed the troll, and Professor Snape was bound to suffer severe leg injuries. Although I believe that handling matters as outlined in the original narrative would be easier when faced with reality, I was still filled with dread. According to the original story, Harry would be injured multiple times, as would Ron, Hermione, and Professor Snape. Suddenly, a man's voice broke through. "The reflection session ends here." I looked up to see a stranger standing there. The young man was impeccably dressed and possessed an exceptionally handsome visage. There was certainly no one like him among the Slytherin upperclassmen. Who was he? I hadn't heard the door open. How had he entered? A chill surged from the depths of my being, causing me to shudder involuntarily. I hastily rose, drawing my wand to aim at the unfamiliar man, but alas, my hands trembled, rendering me unable to take aim. The worst scenarios flashed through my mind. The striking, dark-haired man. Could it be that Tom Riddle's diary still resided in the Malfoy household? Oh, you don't recognize me? The young man asked, tilting his head in confusion, his lustrous black hair swaying gently with gravity. Who are you? At last, my vocal cords uttered a phrase. So it is, so it is. I comprehend now. Henceforth, let me be referred to as the Cursed Prince. The young man nodded and spoke words that eluded my understanding. A Cursed Prince? Is such a character present in the original tale? Is he yet another variable following the Thorny Witch? A traveler? Could he be a fellow countryman? I harbor no intent to harm you, but time is of the essence. Follow me, the mysterious youth urged, brandishing his wand. Though no incantation was uttered, I discerned he was casting a summoning spell. Tension gripped me as I awaited the outcome, only to be startled by a piercing scream echoing from beyond the room. With a resounding bang, the door was flung open, and an ancient flying broom burst into the space, likely from the Hogwarts supply room. Hold on to me, the youth commanded without hesitation, tucking me under his arm as he mounted the perilous-looking broom. A peculiar sensation of levitation surged within me, a feeling I wished to avoid ever experiencing again. The broom accelerated rapidly within the cramped confines, soaring out of the room, traversing the narrow corridor, spiraling down the spiral staircase leading to the common room. It felt akin to a roller coaster ride, and yet there were no safety belts. I thought I would perish. I truly had no control over this contraption. We darted between upperclassmen poised with wands, flying out of the Slytherin dormitory, through dimly lit hallways, leaping over staircases, crossing the vast, empty Great Hall, and into the corridor on the opposite side. No, that's not right. Over there is. The corridor was permeated with an odor reminiscent of an unkempt public restroom. The broom gradually decelerated, halting midair. I see it, the mysterious youth remarked casually. As if commenting on the weather. Cautiously, I lifted my gaze to the direction he was observing. Professor Snape? Dragging his injured leg, Professor Snape emerged from the staircase. What brings him here? Clearly, he had just returned from the fourth-floor corridor of the Forbidden Zone. Since Hermione was unharmed, Harry and the others had not vanquished the troll. Professor Snape, evidently aware of the foul stench in the corridor, displayed a look of displeasure, covering his mouth and nose with his robe sleeve. Perhaps he employed an invisibility charm, for he seemed oblivious to our hovering presence. Professor Snape, vigilant, held his wand aloft, concealing his face as he limped forward. As he passed by the girls' restroom, a sudden explosive sound erupted, and the restroom door was blown off its hinges. The professor, standing before the door, was easily hurled aside, crashing heavily against the corridor wall. Professor! I screamed, yet he appeared not to hear, nor did the troll take notice. A colossal creature emerged from the girls' restroom, its gray skin and massive form accentuated by a disproportionately small head and sturdy arms. The troll brandished a club, advancing towards the fallen Professor Snape. Its club raised high. It swung down towards him. Protective charm. The protective charm I cast shattered in an instant, followed by the ominous sound of the floor cracking. Professor Snape narrowly evaded the attack, yet with his injured leg, he could not dodge again. Remain calm. You know how to defeat that beast. The mysterious youth urged as he placed me in the corridor. I implore you, he whispered in my ear before vanishing. Looking back, the youth had disappeared. The roar of the giant was terrifying, yet I had to steel myself. I pulled a piece of candy from my pocket and hurled it at the giant's face. A lemon drop lightly struck its forehead. Of course, it felt no pain, but it was enough to draw its attention. Leave Professor Snape alone, you foolish monster. You big oaf. This marked the first time in my life that I had so vocally insulted someone, and the first time I had felt such disdain for an entity. The giant turned toward me, and Professor Snape, astonished, stood at its feet as the creature approached, brandishing a club. My legs trembled, yet I could not move. I needed it to come closer, a little closer, just a bit more. Wingardium Leviosa. What a splendid Thursday evening it was. I had just finished a class on fairy spells, and it felt delightful. The club gently floated from the giant's grasp, spinning rapidly as it descended toward its head. With a dull thud, the giant swayed and collapsed, its eyes rolling back. Professor Snape. My spirit felt utterly depleted. I feared pain, loathed the thought of blood. It was all too dreadful. Tears flowed uncontrollably as I dashed past the fallen giant and threw myself into the folds of Professor Snape's robe. I seemed to hear a muffled sound, yet I was too overwhelmed to consider anyone else's feelings. Dudley, how did you end up here? I exclaimed, bewildered. I have no idea how I came to be here. I clung to Professor Snape's slender waist like a cicada, weeping incessantly until other teachers arrived, alerted by the commotion. Chapter 45. Watching the match with Professor Snape. After the giant's tumult subsided, I narrowly escaped punishment from Professor McGonagall for leaving the dormitory without permission. However, as upperclassmen from Slytherin had witnessed my abduction by a mysterious intruder, I ultimately faced no repercussions. Moreover, my perfectly timed sobbing left me speechless, and Professor Snape, responsible for attending to me, said little. Thus, by the following morning, the rumors surrounding the incident had morphed significantly. Whispers spread that I had been kidnapped by the giant, and that Professor Snape had come to my rescue. His leg injury was attributed to his brave battle against the beast, even being referred to as a mark of honor. Due to this rumor, Professor Snape became an overnight hero in the eyes of the students. The Weasley twins took it upon themselves to extol Professor Snape as a hero of Hogwarts, hoping it would lead to fewer points being deducted from Gryffindor in the future. Through this incident, I have truly come to realize the unreliability of rumors. Pansy sighed. Regarding the circulating news, the students of Slytherin bore mixed feelings. Many of them had seen that the individuals who attempted to abduct me were not trolls. While the acclaim of Professor Snape as a hero pleased them, their focus on his valiant deeds overshadowed the unsettling fact that suspicious characters had infiltrated Hogwarts, which left us rather displeased. Nevertheless, at least half of the rumors held some truth. I subtly fabricated a lie. For me, if it were revealed that I had vanquished a troll, it would draw Professor Quirrell's attention to me, which was the last thing I desired. After all, lurking in the shadows as a low-profile sixth year was rather exhilarating. Furthermore, the enigmatic young man who appeared in my room last night had entrusted me with the care of Professor Snape. I was uncertain of his identity or his reasons for placing his trust in me, yet I sensed he was not a malevolent person. After all, if he wished me harm, he could have acted already. You remain as carefree as ever, Pansy remarked with an air of resignation. Carefree indeed. I often felt at ease before events truly transpired. Thus, I decided to attend the Quidditch match. Today marked the season's inaugural game between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Perhaps Professor Quirrell would take some action. Pansy turned back at the entrance to the common room, seemingly uneasy about leaving me alone in the dormitory. The password had been changed, and Professor Snape along with the upperclassmen had cast protective enchantments, so I should be safe to venture out. Well, no problem. Have fun, I declared, claiming I would not attend the match, citing a temporary aversion to brooms and a desire to review for exams. But in truth, I had other matters to attend to. Upon returning to my room, I gathered my conspicuous long hair atop my head, donned a beanie, retrieved an eyebrow pencil from my makeup bag, and applied slightly bold black eyebrows. I then put on a pair of glasses once worn by Harry. Yes, this would suffice. I changed out of my skirt into pants and spun in front of the mirror, dubbing it my Shadow Warrior transformation. Once my disguise was complete, I strode confidently toward the staff office. In the corridor before the staff office, I removed my glasses and waited. When Professor McGonagall emerged, she fixed me with a puzzled stare for 2 seconds. The sensation felt almost torturous, but fortunately, I possessed enough thick skin to be unperturbed. Eventually, my target, Professor Quirrell, appeared. I donned my glasses and sprinted past him at full speed, heading toward the Gryffindor dormitory staircase. On the landing, I removed my hat and glasses, stopping with my back to the corridor, immediately sensing someone following me upstairs. The corner of my vision caught a glimpse of a purple scarf. Professor Quirrell was evidently searching for Harry. He passed by me and continued upward, scanning the second-floor corridor for Harry's presence. After confirming Harry was not on the second floor, he proceeded to ascend further. The tension is overwhelming. This ought to buy me some time. I hope Professor Quirrell believes for a while that Harry is still at the school, searching for him. I removed my makeup in the girls' restroom and then proceeded to the Quidditch pitch. Upon my arrival, I noticed a banner glowing in the Gryffindor stands proclaiming "Let Potter be president," suggesting that Hermione and the others should be nearby. If that is the case, Professor Snape must be situated in the stands opposite the pitch. I scanned the area and, indeed, soon spotted the dark-robed figure resembling a vampire count. Professor Snape was perched at the edge of the stands, impatiently fixated on Harry, who was engaged in the match. His constant vigilance towards Harry allows him to notice any irregularities before anyone else. I took a seat beside Professor Snape. "Did you play Quidditch during your student days?" I inquired. "Personal matters are not for discussion," he replied curtly. I had intended to startle him by speaking without greeting, yet Professor Snape displayed no particular surprise. He merely cast a fleeting glance in my direction before returning his gaze to the sky. Although he did not respond to my question, I surmised he was contemplating that he would never involve himself in such a tedious sport as Quidditch. "So, did you learn the rules only after becoming a professor?" In the original text, Professor Snape had also served as a referee. After becoming a professor at Hogwarts, this role became one of his responsibilities. Professor Snape frowned, his expression betraying a hint of displeasure as he regarded me. At last, you see me," I thought, smiling back at him, and Snape sighed. "I have attended a few matches, but I only truly grasped the rules after taking up my teaching position." Faced with a student whose flying skills were nearly non-existent, he found it pointless to maintain his usual aloofness and answered my question directly. "Oh, I see. I assumed you would deliberately avoid the Quidditch pitch to escape witnessing James Potter's glory in the match. This is rather surprising." Is your attendance merely to cheer for Slytherin? What else would it be? Professor Snape replied in a tone laced with disdain. Indeed, it was a rather foolish question. However, I have always felt that Professor Snape does not seem the type to actively cheer for his own house. His social circle appears quite limited. I even wonder if he has any friends at all. Is it to support a friend? I asked. To this, Professor Snape offered no reply, instead lifting his gaze once more towards the sky. Being ignored stings a little. Yet, even if he has friends, they likely do not share a warm relationship. Especially considering he is from Slytherin. Particularly in Professor Snape's generation, the environment must have been quite harsh. Coupled with his current standing, he is despised by Death Eaters and loathed by those opposing them. Even if he once had friends, they may have drifted apart by now. Given the circumstances, it appears that Mr. Lucius Malfoy possesses remarkable prowess, as he does not seem to shy away from the disapproving gazes that accompany his continued public association with Professor Snape. Ah, by the way, Professor, how is your injury? Has it improved? You need not fret about that. The injuries inflicted by the three-headed dog have not responded well to the experimental potion concocted by Draco and myself. Professor Snape mentioned that its efficacy is marginally superior to that of conventional potions. Throughout the original work, Professor Snape has always limped, which indeed seems attributable to the lack of effective treatment. How could one not be concerned? After all, the professor sustained grave injuries while attempting to save me. Upon hearing my words, Professor Snape's cheek twitched slightly. Oh dear, do refrain from such a frightful expression. Surely, it would be preferable to be regarded as a hero rather than be the subject of rumors about being saved by a newly enrolled female student, wouldn't it? Professor Quirrell? I turned to address the man in the purple turban who had just arrived. Judging by the atmosphere, the match was nearing its conclusion. There would be few spectators arriving at this late hour. Ah, indeed. Professor Quirrell, caught off guard by the sudden inquiry, appeared somewhat flustered, nodding repeatedly. His gaze wandered restlessly towards Harry. Is he contemplating tampering with the broom? Alas, events may not unfold in your favor. Ah, is that the golden snitch? As the match drew to a close, Harry sprang into action. His broom accelerated, diving towards the ground before executing a sharp turn, slithering like a serpent at high speed to evade the other competitors. Before him, the golden snitch shimmered enticingly, much like that enigmatic youth from earlier. Harry's broom-riding skills were utterly confounding. No one could catch up to Harry, nor could anyone impede him. Professor Snape beside me let out a loud click of his tongue. Both my shoulders and Professor Quirrell's jolted in unison. Professor Quirrell, how well we are in sync. Harry stood up on his broom high above, grasping the snitch with both hands, then using his feet to bring the broom to a halt. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Gryffindor triumphed, 170-60. Announcer Lee Jordan exclaimed with fervor. Harry's victory incited jubilant cheers from the Gryffindor students. Meanwhile, the countenance of Professor Snape, seated next to me, plummeted into despair. While I was elated by Harry's stellar performance, I hesitated to display my delight, uncertain of Professor Snape's reaction. What a pity. Our house was so close to winning, I remarked, only to be met with a cold glare from Professor Snape. Shouldn't Harry's cousin refrain from such commentary? What then should I say? Professor Quirrell, with a strained smile, gradually retreated. Traitor, what has happened to our camaraderie? After finally managing to thwart Professor Quirrell's interference, and with Harry winning the match, I felt a wave of relief, yet being alone with Professor Snape remained an intimidating prospect. Vitalea, did you not say you would not attend the match? A voice rang out from behind me, and I turned abruptly. It was Pansy, my savior. Pansy, just in time. Ah, Professor Snape, thank you for your efforts. Wishing you a splendid day. I embraced Pansy and, after greeting Professor Snape, hastily departed the scene. By the way, in the original narrative, Hagrid would inadvertently mention Nicholas Flamel's name today, but since Harry was unharmed, that scene would not unfold. Chapter 46. The Christmas Invitation from Malfoy. As mid-December approached, the temperatures outside Hogwarts Castle plummeted, and the surface of the lake was entirely frozen. The Slytherin dormitory, submerged beneath the icy waters, was unbearably cold, prompting many Slytherin students to linger in the Great Hall after breakfast to warm themselves. Suddenly, the doors of the Great Hall swung open with a loud bang. The idle students turned their heads casually to see Professor Quirrell, his face bearing an expression of distress, adorned with snowballs bouncing off the back of his scarf, clearly the handiwork of the Weasley twins. As I observed this scene, I pondered the arrangements for the upcoming Christmas holiday. Given the protective charm cast by Lily, spending as much time with Harry as possible seemed the wisest choice. Although my parents wished for my return home, and I yearned for it too, the matters concerning the invisibility cloak and the mirror of Erist posed a dilemma. Could I truly ignore the events of the past? If I concocted an excuse to remain at Hogwarts, Harry might feel compelled to stay out of consideration for my feelings. Hey, Vitalea, what are your plans for the Christmas holiday? Just as I was sipping my hot cocoa, Draco approached, his nose slightly reddened from the cold. Still undecided. I replied, hesitating. What? Not returning home? Draco blinked in confusion. I was genuinely curious about what Hogwarts' Christmas party would entail. Of course, that was a fabrication. If I ultimately chose to remain at school for Christmas, it would serve as a convenient excuse. The turnout for Hogwarts' Christmas festivities was typically sparse, surely dull. Attending such a gathering paled in comparison to spending time at my home. Draco's invitation took me by surprise, causing me to blink in astonishment. Really? Absolutely. Harry must come too. That's what my father insists, Draco said with a cheerful laugh. I understood now. Lucius intended to dispel any suspicions surrounding him by extending an invitation to Harry. This way, Harry would owe a favor to the Malfoy family. And I was eager to meet Mr. Lucius Malfoy. The invitation was indeed advantageous. Moreover, and most importantly, it promised to be delightful. I want to go, but I must first consult my parents. As for the Mirror of Ariste, that could be addressed later, if it truly needed to be shown to Harry. I was confident that Professor Dumbledore would handle it appropriately. Very well, I shall send the invitation later, Draco responded, satisfied with my answer. Thus, Harry and I resolved to return home for the Christmas holiday. Do as you please. Everyone has departed to indulge themselves, while I remain here. A mere plaything for Fred and George, subjected to Percy's incessant nagging. How I shall revel in this Christmas. On the eve of the festive holiday, we gathered for a clandestine tea party in the Room of Requirement, where Ron, feeling utterly isolated, was engulfed in a fit of despair. Even Draco expressed a modicum of sympathy, yet nothing could be done about it. Ron's inability to return home stemmed from his parents' journey to Romania to visit his brother, a fact that Ron found intolerable. Upon my return home, I shall pen a letter and send some Muggle sweets. You must muster your spirits. Upon hearing this, Ron's mood slightly lifted as he raised his head from the table and nodded. I shall also include some toys and distractions. Harry's words prompted another nod from Ron, his interest in Muggle toys evident as his eyes sparkled. Then I shall send you a few Muggle books, I added. Thank you, I appreciate the gesture. But you may keep the books for yourself. Ron immediately rejected Hermione's suggestion. Hermione's eyes widened in surprise, and her brow furrowed as her soft chestnut hair fluttered slightly with magic. Clearly, she could not fathom why anyone would decline such a splendid Christmas gift. What? Faced with Hermione's ire, Ron recoiled slightly and retorted sullenly. You will undoubtedly send some obscure, soporific tomes. Then I shall select some simple books suitable for infants. Hermione replied resolutely, insisting on sending the books. At this, Draco wore a mocking smile. How delightful, Ron. Starting over at the infant level might just render your empty head a tad more intelligent. Upon my return from the holiday, I shall have you read them as well, perhaps to remedy your twisted character. And I might even offer you a few lessons in moral education. Ron shot back, while Draco's eyes widened in amusement at what he perceived as entertainment. Oh, you actually know the term moral education. How impressive, Draco exclaimed, akin to one admiring a performing dog, prompting Ron to roar in anger. All right, cease the squabbling. Our secret gathering in the Room of Requirement was intended for Draco and Ron, yet their bickering continued unabated. However, compared to the initial exchanges, their disputes now resembled friendly banter. I shall write as well, though I cannot furnish anything as peculiar as what Harry might send, Neville chimed in, while Pansy, propping her chin on her hand beside me, added, I can write to you too. Oh dear, Pansy is quite the hypocrite, I thought. As Ron appeared taken aback by Pansy's words, displaying an expression of surprise before shyly expressing his gratitude. I shall not send you a letter, Draco declared, arms crossed and self-important, shattering the romantic moment with his interruption. Why not? No, it's not necessary. I would not want to receive a letter from you. Ron has returned to his usual self, albeit still exhibiting a hint of his temper, transforming back into the lively boy he once was. Chapter 47, The Gift of Giving. The platform at King's Cross Station, specifically platform 9 3/4, was bustling with parents eagerly awaiting the arrival of their children. We navigated through clusters of reunited families, making our way towards the Muggle side of the station's concourse. Hand in hand with Harry, we dashed forward just as we had on the day of our initial enrollment, our vision momentarily darkening as we entered the shadowy tunnel, before being greeted by familiar faces. Vitalea and Harry. Upon spotting us, our mother opened her arms wide, enveloping both Harry and me in a warm embrace. A faint scent of soap wafted from her, a fragrance unique to her presence. You both look splendid. Harry seems to have grown taller and stronger. Our father ruffled our hair affectionately. After all, Harry had joined a sports club, likely gaining some muscle. I had not noticed these changes as I saw him every day. After sharing numerous hugs, we departed from the station, indulged in some shopping in London, and eventually returned to our home at number 4, Privet Drive. During my time in London, I purchased a box of biscuits for Ron, who remained at Hogwarts, and prepared Christmas gifts for others as well. For my familiar companions, I selected a set of matching pens. But considering that Draco and Pansy's families might not accept Muggle products, I intended to make some adjustments. Before the holiday, the Weasley twins informed me that minors were prohibited from using magic outside of Hogwarts, yet magical potions and items were permissible, and they lent me some props. The Weasley twins were indeed of great assistance, and I felt compelled to prepare some gifts for them as well. Harry, may I borrow Hedwig to write a letter to Ron? After dinner, I entered Harry's room, only to find it in a state of disarray, as if it had been ransacked. How did you manage to make such a mess? I inquired. I'm uncertain about what to gift Ron, Harry replied, awkwardly scratching his nose. Oh, he mentioned wanting something to pass the time. Since electronic devices are prohibited at Hogwarts, any battery-operated toys would be of no use there. It seems that only classic board games would be appropriate. Do you think we have anything more entertaining than Wizard's Chess at home? Harry tilted his head in curiosity. It's hard to say. The reason we find Wizard's Chess amusing is largely due to its novelty, I reflected. Although the rules are akin to those of Muggle chess, the pieces engage in conversation, making it all the more fascinating. Who wouldn't enjoy a game with lively banter? Thus, we may instinctively perceive Muggle creations as less appealing. However, Muggles possess creativity, and if we were to unveil a board game absent from the Wizarding World, it would undoubtedly pique everyone's interest. What about flip chess? It's been around for less than a decade, and few in the Wizarding World have experienced it. Excellent idea. As expected of Vitalea. After I proposed the suggestion, Harry nodded in agreement. There exists a game of life, and I am uncertain whether the realm of wizards possesses anything akin to it. However, from the perspective of a Muggle's existence, it is evident that wizards and Muggles are fundamentally different, which may render this experience quite novel. Perhaps it would also impart some Muggle knowledge along the way. Harry appeared to be quite fond of my idea, cheerfully stacking the box of the game of life atop the game of chess and securing it with a rope to prevent any untimely disarray. It truly is a vexation that we cannot employ magic at this moment. I also placed the letter and the box of biscuits inside. Hedwig, this task is somewhat weighty. I implore you. Harry entrusted the items and the letter to Hedwig, who proudly puffed out her chest, evidently delighted by the trust bestowed upon her. We watched as her white wings soared into the night sky, and then we commenced tidying the disheveled room. The following midday, Hedwig returned bearing Ron's letter of gratitude. It read, "You are simply remarkable." Witnessing Ron's joyful expression, Harry and I exchanged a smile. It seems that the intriguing novelties of the Muggle world may indeed find popularity within the wizarding realm. Chapter 48. The Silver Car of the Malfoy Family, December 23, 1991. Today, we have been invited to the Malfoy family's Christmas party, where we shall also spend the night. Incidentally, according to Draco, their family traditionally spends Christmas Eve together in solitude, which is indeed a quintessential tale of familial affection from the Malfoy lineage. Since my reincarnation as Vitalea Dursley, this marks my first visit to a friend's home for an overnight stay. As I donned my gown before the mirror, this realization struck me suddenly. During my primary school years, the children around me were far too immature for my liking, and I had no desire to engage with them. However, it was rather satisfying to outsmart them in examinations. Compared to playing with those children, caring for Harry proved to be more enjoyable. Although Harry has a few good friends, he invariably clings to me after school and during holidays, hence he has never been invited to another's home to play. To venture to a friend's abode for the first time at the Malfoy estate feels rather exhilarating, yet I fear my values may be challenged. I am indifferent to this, but I wonder if Harry will adapt. Vitalea, do not fidget, my mother chided gently, grasping my chin and commencing to arrange my crimson hair before the mirror. The reflection showed me in a green gown adorned with silver-threaded roses, fashioned with loose sleeves and a vintage style, far more favored by wizards than the contemporary trends beloved by Muggle girls. When I informed my parents of our invitation to the Christmas party, my father generously procured this gown. My mother intricately braided my hair, culminating in a grand bun at the nape of my neck. This is the very adornment you shall wear on your wedding day. Indeed, it suits you splendidly. Finally, she placed a delicate crown atop my head and nodded in satisfaction. Oh, Vitalea, you resemble a princess. Harry, already prepared, complimented me. Harry, you are quite handsome as well. I expressed my gratitude. Harry shyly smiled, then executed a flawless bow. I lifted the hem of my skirt and returned a courteous curtsy. The lessons learned in the etiquette training class from my past life proved invaluable. The expenses were covered by the company, making it a worthwhile investment. Harry's manners seemed to have been instilled by his father through rigorous training, employing a strict discipline. Although my father is not the owner of a large corporation, he runs a respectable company and is frequently invited to social gatherings. As the time approached, I remarked that Harry began to anxiously glance at the clock and the door. The neat hairstyle at his forehead, coupled with the incongruous lightning scar, swayed with his movements. Harry's hair, styled with gel into a loose slick back, no longer concealed his forehead, significantly altering his overall demeanor. The appointed time arrived, and the doorbell chimed, indicating that our ride had arrived. Today, to accommodate both Harry and me, who are unfamiliar with the wizarding world, Draco and Lucius Malfoy personally came to fetch us. Although I worried that the protective charm might prevent Lucius from entering our home, it seemed my fears were unfounded. Professor Snape, also a former Death Eater, had once visited my home for guidance, suggesting that the efficacy of the protective spell may depend on the intentions of the visitor. Harry opened the door to find Draco standing outside with flushed cheeks, perhaps due to the cold. "Harry, how have you been?" Draco inquired. "Draco." Harry joyfully embraced him. Draco's cheeks turned even redder, his entire demeanor stiffening. After a moment, Harry realized he might have overstepped and awkwardly cleared his throat before releasing a reluctant Draco. "I apologize. I was just so happy," he said, his own cheeks now tinged with bashfulness. Their interaction was heartwarming, yet Lucius, standing beside Draco, was intently observing Harry, which instilled a sense of trepidation. His expression remained unchanged, leaving me to wonder about his thoughts. "Thank you for your trouble today, Mr. Malfoy." I greeted Lucius in an attempt to lighten the atmosphere, and Harry hastily bowed in agreement. Lucius scrutinized me from head to toe before revealing an overly perfect smile. "You must be Miss Dursley. Draco has spoken of you in his letters, mentioning that you are the top student in your year. I am delighted to know you." Confronted by Lucius's smiling visage, my mind went blank. Who claimed I was the top student? Wait, surpassing Hermione is quite a feat. I could at best be considered her equal. "Draco, you are overestimating me," I remarked, glancing at him, only to find him squinting with a smile. Communication seemed futile. "Furthermore, Mr. Potter, no, I should address you as Mr. Malfoy. I have heard whispers of your remarkable Quidditch skills." "Thank you." Upon enrollment, Draco imparted the rules to me. Lucius and Harry exchanged a few words, with Harry responding with a smile. "Well done, Harry. Cultivating a good rapport with Lucius will certainly prove advantageous, for he is indeed a significant benefactor in the original narrative. Ah, Mr. Malfoy, I entrust you with the care of my children today." Father conversed with Lucius. Although he harbored some wariness towards wizards, the sight of Lucius's proper attire alleviated his concerns, despite such opulent clothing seeming somewhat out of place in this tranquil neighborhood. "Rest assured, I shall take good care of them and return them by noon tomorrow." Father and Lucius exchanged a firm handshake. Draco appeared somewhat taken aback to witness his father shaking hands with a Muggle. I too was surprised. However, the Malfoy family possessed considerable wealth in the Muggle world before the establishment of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. Perhaps they still maintained connections with Muggles. In any case, Lucius's attire and demeanor were impeccable, portraying none of the disdain for Muggles often associated with wizards. "I heard you arrived by car today," Father inquired, glancing around in confusion, noting the absence of any vehicles on the road or nearby. "Indeed, I wish to avoid disturbing the neighbors with prolonged parking, so I had the driver take a longer route." "Ah, here it comes," Lucius nodded, directing his gaze towards the end of the road. A sleek silver vehicle turned the corner and approached us. That car appeared exceedingly long. I had to retract my previous statement. Arriving in a stretch limousine to such an ordinary residential area was indeed rather peculiar. Father, Mother, and Harry were all momentarily stunned. This would undoubtedly pique the curiosity of the gossiping neighbors. To avoid causing a stir, I bade farewell to my parents and, taking Harry's hand, followed Draco into the limousine. Draco modestly remarked that the vehicle felt somewhat cramped. What a jest! Even without the use of the undetectable extension charm, it was spacious enough. Harry remarked that he felt like a president. As I sipped my juice, I recalled the slogan during the Quidditch match advocating for Potter to become president. Chapter 49, A Long, Endless Night. Upon our arrival at Malfoy Manor, we were ushered to the guest rooms. My room was adjacent to Harry's. And while it is common for wizarding homes to exhibit spatial anomalies, the grounds of Malfoy Manor were vast. The guest quarters alone seemed endless. As I traversed the lengthy corridor, pondering the true number of rooms within. "Well then, I shall change my attire. You two can rest in the room for a while," Draco said before departing. I decided to wait in Harry's room. The guest quarters were far more spacious than some studio apartments, featuring a table and several chairs by the window, which overlooked a garden where white creatures moved in the distance. Were those peacocks? I strained my eyes to gaze into the distance, but it was too far to discern clearly. "Harry, do you know what that is?" I inquired. Harry squinted and peered into the distance, shaking his head. "I can't see it. My eyesight is worse than yours. Yet, on the Quidditch pitch, you seem to possess an innate aim, never failing to catch the golden snitch. The snitch is merely swift, and it's on the field." As we leaned against the window conversing, a faint sound emerged from behind us. Turning around, I noticed 2 pairs of binoculars resting on the table. Could it be the house elves? I remarked, expressing my gratitude as I picked up the binoculars. Harry tilted his head in confusion. "Who are you thanking?" "The house elves. For lending us the binoculars." It dawned on me that Harry was not familiar with house elves. He blinked his striking green almond-shaped eyes, mirroring mine. House elves? Indeed. Harry was unaware of their existence. Hogwarts has them too. They reside in the kitchen and were the ones who delivered our acceptance letters. Speaking of which, Vitalea often goes to the kitchen. I've tried to find them, but to no avail. Harry nodded, enlightened. "Do you want me to tell you where they are?" I asked. After a moment of contemplation, Harry shook his head. "Never mind. Let me try to find them on my own for a while. It's more enjoyable to discover things myself," he chuckled. "There is truth in that. For someone like me, who learned about Hogwarts from the original text, lacking such experiences diminishes the novelty. I shifted the topic away from the kitchen and began to observe through the binoculars as the distant white creature spread its wings. Harry, look quickly. Wow, how beautiful. Indeed, the creature was a peacock. As we continued to watch the garden through the binoculars, there was a knock on the door. Harry, Vitalea, may I come in? Draco stood there, clad in a black tailcoat adorned with exquisite golden embroidery, resembling royalty from a distant land. His hairstyle was slightly softened compared to his usual slick-back look. Could it be an effort to match Harry's hairstyle? Wow, Draco looks so handsome. Harry rushed to Draco's side, admiring him as if he were a work of art, nodding in praise of his attire. Although Draco must have been accustomed to such compliments, he still blushed. He remained so easily swayed by Harry. A familiar voice, tinged with exasperation, broke through. I spotted a recognizable girl. Her large eyes narrowed into a cat-like smile. Hello, Vitalea. Pansy. Pansy wore a black dress adorned with emerald sequins, exuding an air of maturity. The sequins increased in number towards the hem, creating a gradient effect. Her appearance evokes the image of a crow butterfly, truly exquisite and utterly adorable. However, being complimented by such a beautiful individual leaves me somewhat disheartened. Pansy gently tapped my forehead with her fan. Though my admiration was sincere, she seemed dissatisfied. I must attend to guests today, so I cannot remain by your side. Should any issues arise, feel free to consult Pansy. Draco feigned a cough to disguise his blush, then added, Is that so? Draco cannot stay with us. Harry expressed his disappointment. As the host of today's gathering, Draco must be quite occupied to accommodate us. Inexperienced partygoers, he has kindly brought Pansy along, which is indeed a tremendous help. Then we entrust you with this, Pansy. Leave it to me, Pansy declared proudly. Chest puffed out as Harry bowed to her. Draco, let us converse properly after the party concludes, I remarked, to which he nodded with a smile. Even if we have no opportunity to chat during the festivities, the night is still long. If only Pansy could stay as well, Harry suggested, and Draco nodded in agreement. Indeed, you should remain. Me? Pansy exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise, her cheeks flushing. I must ask my father. Thus, Pansy joined the overnight gathering at the Malfoy residence. Chapter 50. Would you care to dance with me? Malfoy Manor resembles a grand castle. A ballroom of such spaciousness is indeed rare in the homes of ordinary wizards, adorned with golden embellishments that reflect the light of the chandeliers, creating a dazzling spectacle. Despite its opulence, it exudes an air of refinement rather than vulgarity. It irresistibly reminded me of the Catherine Palace in Russia, which, undeniably, also resembled a castle. Harry stared in awe at the surroundings, and I gently lifted his chin to help him close his gaping mouth. Do not be astonished, Harry. Our home is merely a fraction smaller than this. Harry, do not dawdle. With a look of astonishment, he covered his mouth with his hand and whispered to me. Could Draco be a prince from some distant land? Harry's words made me chuckle. He shot me a resentful glance. I apologize, I should not mock you. Unless I cannot help myself. Though not a prince, in a certain sense, he is akin to one. The Black family, who proclaim themselves the kings of pure-blooded aristocracy, have seen their offshoots wed, while the heir to the family fortune has gone missing, and the eldest son is imprisoned in Azkaban. In reality, the Malfoy family stands as one of the most prestigious pure-blood lineages in the wizarding world. First, we should pay our respects to that prince. I took Harry's hand and led him toward the Malfoy father and son. While the guests were still few, it was best to address this matter promptly, for Harry truly draws attention wherever he goes. Mr. Malfoy, I am grateful for your invitation today. It is you all. Do not be so reserved, Miss Granger. Indulge in the festivities. We bowed to Lucius Malfoy, who, with a smile, looked down upon Harry and me. Thank you. Harry also smiled. Indeed, everyone was gazing at him. As I surveyed the room, I noticed many adults anxiously observing the interaction between Harry and Lucius. It seemed to be their first encounter with the close relationship between Harry Potter and the Malfoy family. Harry and Draco began conversing while I sought an unobtrusive retreat for Harry. At that moment, music filled the ballroom. Initially, young children, dressed in splendid attire, performed a dance in the center of the hall. Harry watched them, smiling, and remarked on their adorableness. Is that child Daphne's sister? I spotted a particularly charming girl amidst the crowd. Her golden curls sparkled under the chandelier's illumination, captivating everyone's attention. Her dancing was exquisite, and with her rosy cheeks and determined gaze, she seemed vaguely familiar. Yes, she was indeed Daphne's sister, quite reminiscent of her. Pansy nodded and whispered. Their personalities are entirely different, though. That girl is Astoria, Draco's future wife. The surrounding adults also appeared entranced by Astoria. It was an opportune moment. I grasped Harry and Pansy's hands, retreating to the wall of the ballroom, where we settled onto a plush sofa, the soft cushions providing comfort, our sanctuary amidst the festivities. Pansy deftly raised her right hand, and a card materialized before her. Through the card, I discerned a list of beverages. It was the drink menu. Let us order some refreshments. Starting off too excited can be exhausting, Pansy suggested, her finger gliding over the floating menu text. The menu vanished, replaced by a glass of champagne, which appeared to contain only orange juice, yet with Pansy's elegant attire and gestures, it seemed quite fashionable. Harry, imitating Pansy, procured grape juice. I too summoned the menu, which offered apple, grape, orange, lemon, and lime drinks, all suitable for children. I opted for the iced green tea at the bottom of the list. While Pansy grumbled beside me, "You truly act like an old lady. That is most unjust. At my age, I could only be your mother." The music seemed to conclude. As the melodies ceased, the young gentlemen and ladies who had danced wore triumphant smiles as they rushed to their parents. "By the way, Pansy, can you dance?" I inquired. Although I had Harry as a partner, I was curious about Pansy's arrangements. Such gatherings do not necessarily require a dance partner, but it was prudent to ask. "In exchange for looking after you, I could dance with him," Pansy whispered in my ear. As I chuckled teasingly at the blushing Pansy, she pinched my arm, causing me a twinge of pain. "Vitalea, must I truly dance?" Harry inquired, retracting his neck nervously. "We've come all this way. It would be quite disrespectful to Draco not to partake in at least one dance." Although it was Draco, the honor was ultimately owed to Mr. Lucius. One must repay the kindness of a meal and a night's lodging. After all, to benefit without gratitude is shameful. In the context of this gathering, Harry Potter's role is undeniably pivotal, even if he himself does not seem to grasp its significance. Moreover, should events unfold as in the original narrative, he would be compelled to dance by his 4th year. Let us acclimatize him to it a touch earlier. After a few songs, Draco approached to escort Pansy. Seizing this opportunity, I took Harry's hand and led him to the center of the dance floor. I sensed the adults around us seemingly holding their breath. Indeed, the attendees were primarily from pureblood families, but not exclusively from the Slytherin lineage. To those familiar with James and Lily Potter, our presence mirrored their own. Gazing at Harry, I noted his tightly pressed lips and evident tension. "No, Harry, you must perform splendidly here. Everyone is watching." "Harry, do you feel nervous during Quidditch matches?" I asked. "Well, during my first match, I couldn't even manage breakfast, but I'm completely at ease now," he replied. A hint of surprise at my inquiry followed by contemplation and a shake of his head. "What do you think about when chasing the golden snitch?" I pressed. "Honestly, I might not think of anything at all," he said, asserting that his mind fixated solely on the snitch during the chase. Indeed, otherwise, he would not invariably find himself colliding with walls or the ground. His focus is singular, yet not entirely oblivious to his surroundings. Harry adeptly dodges the bludgers, undoubtedly possessing a broad peripheral vision. "Harry, don't overthink it. Dancing is much the same." He tilted his head, regarding me with curiosity. "Really?" "Indeed," I affirmed. Following the rhythm of the music, Harry's steps became light and buoyant. In truth, Harry was an exceptionally athletic child even in primary school, even in the original tale. His prowess in evading Dudley's hits was remarkable. Now, he converses with me while dancing, unburdened by any worries. As the song concluded, applause erupted. The previous performances had not garnered such a response. This ovation was undoubtedly for Harry. Startled by the sudden clamor, Harry looked to Draco for assistance. Upon sensing Harry's gaze, Draco smiled leisurely, then bowed dramatically as if taking a curtain call. Pansy beside him also executed a graceful curtsy. Indeed, that is how it should be done. Harry and I mirrored Draco and Pansy's gestures, and the applause grew even more fervent. "Oh, how splendid your dance is." An elderly gentleman approached, his sparse hair exposing a gleaming scalp. His silver beard, reminiscent of a walrus, also caught the light. With large, round eyes filled with curiosity, he scrutinized Harry before casting a careful glance at me. To my astonishment, he seemed more intrigued by my presence, perhaps a sign of an unsettling fascination. "Are you siblings?" the gentleman inquired as he shifted his gaze between Harry and me. "No, we are cousins," Harry replied, shaking his head. "Ah, I see. It was apparent from our appearances that we shared a familial bond. This man must have known Harry's parents." Harry's response left the elder looking at me in surprise. "Oh, my apologies. I assumed you were from my past students. By the way, I have yet to introduce myself. I am Horace Slughorn, a former instructor at Hogwarts." "Pleasure to meet you. I am Harry Potter," Harry said as Mr. Slughorn shook his hand and then extended his own toward me. After a brief hesitation, I clasped his hand in return. "I am Vitalea Dursley, niece of Harry's mother." Mr. Slughorn nodded in acknowledgement. His unexpected presence at the gathering made sense, given his reputation as a socialite, showing interest in Harry. "Are you referring to my parents when you mention past students?" Harry asked with excitement. In the original narrative, Harry displayed impatience when Slughorn commented on his appearance. Yet in this realm, Harry had not yet encountered a wizard who recounted tales of his parents. For him, their story was a novelty. Well, as a teacher, one ought not to show favoritism, but Lily Evans, now known as Lily Potter, was one of my most cherished students. "Harry, your eyes are just like hers," Mr. Slughorn reminisced. gazing fondly into Harry's eyes. She was the most exceptional among all my students, possessing such charisma. I always told her she should join my house, but she would playfully retort, "Which house were you from?" Harry inquired. "I was the head of Slytherin." "Slytherin? Then you were Vitalia's predecessor," Harry remarked with a smile directed at me upon hearing Mr. Slughorn's words. "As the head, I dare not claim any predecessor relationships lightly. I should say I was a predecessor to Professor Snape. However, once Professor Snape becomes headmaster, he shall return to Slytherin, leading to a rather complex dynamic, as he will then refer to his former students as his superiors." "Oh, you are a Slytherin?" Mr. Slughorn exclaimed, his eyes narrowing with delight as I nodded. "Harry, you must be a Gryffindor then?" "Indeed," Harry affirmed in response to Mr. Slughorn's inquiry. "In truth, I yearn to be with Vitalia." Yet the sorting hat declared that I belonged to either Gryffindor or Hufflepuff. Upon hearing this, Harry merely shrugged. I was not particularly surprised, yet hearing it from his lips stirred a sense of reflection within me. Though I had endeavored to nurture Harry's gentle disposition from the onset, I had not anticipated that he would even alter his adaptability to the houses. Fortunately, he did not possess the traits of Slytherin. Otherwise, it would have been perilous for him to follow me into that house, as it would be unwise for our family to harbor two dark wizards. Even devoid of Slytherin's adaptability, he could still have forcibly chosen that path, but Harry is not of that temperament. His words piqued Professor Slughorn's interest further, his round eyes widening in astonishment. I informed him that the sorting hat had indicated I could belong to any house except Gryffindor, which left him nearly speechless. Chapter 51, Naturally Defiant. Harry and I began corresponding with Professor Slughorn. Although I was merely regarded as an accessory to Harry, this was still an unexpected boon. Professor Slughorn possesses an extensive network, which may prove advantageous should we encounter difficulties in the future, or perhaps he could introduce us to trustworthy individuals. Moreover, he is immensely knowledgeable, akin to how he imparted superfluous wisdom to Tom Riddle during his teaching tenure. In the Wizarding World, my status as a newly enrolled Muggleborn must have piqued Professor Slughorn's curiosity, perhaps due to my resemblance to Lily. Mr. Lucius Malfoy's leniency towards me likely stems from the fact that Lily was an exceptional witch. In contrast, Harry, resembling James Potter, has drawn Professor Snape's scrutiny, leading me to feel somewhat fortunate in this regard. However, had Harry truly borne a likeness to Lily, Professor Snape might not have altered his usual demeanor. "I find myself rather inclined to attend Professor Slughorn's potions class," Harry murmured. It was evident that he held a fondness for Professor Slughorn. In the original narrative, Harry often displayed indifference towards the adults around him, yet our Harry is sincere with everyone. The manner in which one interacts with adults during childhood significantly shapes personality. I felt a surge of joy at hearing tales from my mother's school days. Few can share such insights about her. "Yes," Harry remarked, beaming. "There are countless stories about my father, both good and bad, yet I am surely eager to learn about both of my parents." However, the account from my father's side might disappoint Harry, as he is not as flawless as he is often portrayed. Conversely, preemptively informing Harry about James Potter's transgressions against Professor Snape may slightly ameliorate his perception of his father. Yet, this course of action is fraught with complications. Why should I concern myself with the reputation of James Potter? If Harry were to regard him with disdain upon learning of his misdeeds towards Professor Snape, that would indeed be James Potter's own doing. Moreover, Harry is already pained by the discord between his mother and Lily. In his youth, James Potter was indeed a source of disappointment, having offended my parents as well. I fear that Professor Snape would prefer Harry remain oblivious to their long-standing animosity. Sometimes ignorance can be a blessing. Our Harry, however, is not one to pry into others' secrets, and I sincerely hope for a peaceful resolution. Yet, I find myself quite hungry at this moment. Harry, clutching his stomach, emitted a rumbling sound. Earlier, his nerves had stifled his appetite, but now hunger had taken its place. I led Harry to the sofa against the wall, where Pansy was already seated. Harry had previously exaggerated his reluctance to dance, leading me to anticipate a rather dreadful performance. Yet it turned out to be merely mediocre. Pansy wore a playful grin, while Harry shot her an indignant glare. "You should compliment my dancing," he asserted. "Oh, really? Do you truly believe you danced well?" Pansy teased him joyfully, causing Harry to look at me in shock. "Vitalia, Pansy is bullying me," Harry exclaimed. "Well, that is simply her nature. Is this your first day meeting her?" I replied. "Ron, Hermione, and Neville are the type to offer unconditional praise, while Draco is a devoted supporter of Harry, making Pansy's friendship a refreshing change for him. I must admit, I have indulged Harry as well. I certainly did not bully you." Pansy feigned innocence. She tenderly rested her head on my shoulder, prompting me to embrace her while casting a reproachful glance at Harry. "Indeed, Pansy is a good child," I concurred. "What? Am I mistaken?" After I nodded in agreement, Harry furrowed his brow in exasperation. Observing Harry's perplexed expression, Pansy smiled with satisfaction. "I was merely teasing. Everyone here has danced thousands of times since childhood, and it is commendable that you beginners manage to avoid embarrassment Pansy complimented from a distance. Huh. Harry appeared confused, prompting Pansy to sigh in exasperation. I was praising you, she confessed, allowing a rare display of tenderness. As Harry's smile emerged, Pansy diverted her gaze. He is such an easy one to please. His laughter is simply adorable, she murmured softly. At that moment, an elegant voice broke the ambience. Hey, everyone, good work. We turned to find a familiar handsome young man with brown skin, clad in a finely tailored robe, his usual languid demeanor replaced by an upright posture. Blaise, were you invited to? I inquired. Yes, Draco invited me. This is my first time attending such a grand party. It's wonderful to see a familiar face. He replied with a shy smile. For him, such an occasion was indeed a bit daunting. Draco's invitation to the Malfoy family gathering indicated that he regarded Blaise as a long-term friend, a distinction that held considerable honor among the children of pureblood families. Look, I have brought some food for you, said Blaise, handing over a plate adorned with a whole spinach quiche. Thank you, I exclaimed as I picked up a slice of the quiche. Though it may have been a tad impolite, the atmosphere was casual, being surrounded by children. How considerate of him. Pansy, peeking over my shoulder, also took a slice of quiche. Despite our identical actions, she exuded an air of elegance that set her apart. While she spoke candidly to her peers, her graceful demeanor served as a reminder of her noble lineage. Harry, you should join in, Blaise encouraged, passing the remaining quiche to Harry. Thank you, Harry accepted the quiche, regarding Blaise intently. It struck me that Harry and Blaise had scarcely exchanged words since the sorting ceremony. I am Blaise Zabini, but you may simply call me Blaise, he introduced himself. Blaise, I know you are quite close with Vitalea, but this is our first formal conversation. Just call me Harry. I appreciate your friendship with Vitalea. Harry beamed with genuine warmth. Leaving Blaise momentarily taken aback, Pansy muttered softly, what a charming fellow, truly a bane for our Slytherin. I had to concede that Harry's allure was indeed remarkable. He harbored no ulterior motives, yet his straightforward affection for friends was somewhat difficult for a Slytherin to digest. What a pity, Blaise has also fallen under Harry's spell. Bitten by the serpent's fang, Pansy whispered to me. Blaise was evidently touched by Harry's kindness, revealing a rare smile. Serpent's fang? Does that imply Harry resembles a snake? I inquired. Indeed, we are the serpents, yet we have all been devoured by him, Pansy shrugged, watching Harry and Blaise shake hands. Why are Gryffindors so straightforward? Pansy sighed, narrowing her eyes. Perhaps the conflict between Gryffindor and Slytherin stemmed from this very difference in character. Slytherin's subtlety could easily irritate Gryffindor, while Gryffindor's bluntness seemed almost violent to Slytherin, making the rift between the two houses seemingly insurmountable. By the way, didn't you mention that you fancy mature men? Is there anyone here that catches your eye? Pansy suddenly broached the topic of romance, and I responded with a wry smile, realizing this conversation was far from over. So, who do you find most charming? Pansy asked, eagerly tugging at my arm. There is only one answer to that question, I replied nonchalantly. Lucius's father, perhaps. Uncle Lucius? Wow. Your taste is quite refined, Pansy exclaimed, her eyes widening at my response. You are in no position to judge me. I hinted at Pansy's own admiration for Draco, who bore a striking resemblance to Lucius, yet she remained unfazed. Although she had previously blushed and felt shy, she now seemed to have accepted the situation with a certain nonchalance, rendering her somewhat tedious. According to Pansy, a number of first-year Slytherin girls have an affinity for Draco, which is no secret. I was genuinely unaware of Draco's popularity. Blaise is truly mature and handsome. Draco and Pansy are as well. The students of Slytherin are quite dependable. I entrust Vitalea to your care. Harry casually praised Slytherin, causing Blaise to lower his guard completely. Thank you, but Vitalea has been of greater assistance to me, Blaise remarked. Vitalea always puts on a brave front. If she appears exhausted, please persuade her to take a break, Harry said, but I hastily interjected. Harry, remember, I am older than you. I am the sister. Although I am merely a month older, considering my past life, I am significantly older than Harry. I could even be his mother. Nevertheless, it is true that Vitalea possesses intelligence yet often acts rather foolishly, Pansy concurred. Recently, during Halloween, she narrowly escaped being kidnapped by a suspicious figure. Blaise's words instantly darkened Harry's expression. An unknown suspicious figure? I thought it was a troll that attempted the abduction. You didn't tell Harry about them? Pansy stared at me in astonishment. No, I did not inform them. In fact, I haven't fully confided in Pansy either. I hesitated, unsure of how to explain without causing them worry, so I kept silent, not wanting anyone to know I had defeated the troll. The rumor that Professor Snape rescued me from the troll was indeed a fortuitous twist. That mysterious young man is likely not an enemy. But explaining everything is far too complex. It might be better to assert that he doesn't exist at all. It seems the time has come to reveal the truth. When Harry is angry, he bears an uncanny resemblance to his mother. Chapter 52, The War Between Draco and Harry. It turns out that Vitalea truly defeated the troll. Why didn't you tell me? Harry and Pansy exclaimed almost in unison. After the Malfoy family's Christmas party, I sat uneasily in the guest room of Malfoy Manor. Blaise patted my shoulder, offering me a reassuring smile before making his exit. I painstakingly recounted the events of Halloween. Yet the hostility in Harry and Pansy's demeanor remained unyielding. To be prudent, I refrained from revealing that when I was taken to the troll, Professor Snape had already sustained an injury to his leg. Although he behaved like a suspect, I knew it was merely a coincidence and did not wish for Harry and the others to suspect Professor Snape. Defeating the troll should have earned at least 10 points for our house. Why have you been concealing this? Draco lifted his chin in contemplation, as if the direction of thought had shifted slightly. Well, 10 points is indeed astute. In the original story, Ron and Harry each received 5 points. Since Draco was not overly upset, I seized the opportunity to sidestep Harry and Pansy, finding refuge behind Draco's slender frame. Despite the sharpened gazes of Harry and Pansy, for the sake of my mental tranquility, I must maintain a distance from them. I do not wish to draw attention to myself. What if the monstrous assailant were to set their sights on me? Indeed, I first addressed Draco's inquiry, and he nodded in satisfaction. I continued to defend that enigmatic youth. In truth, the individual who led me to Professor Snape and the troll may have harbored no ill intentions. Why do I assert this? Harry asked, pouting. He instructed me to look after Professor Snape, and while I was uncertain of his motives for seeking me out, I sensed that he aimed to assist Professor Snape. Why not confront the troll himself instead of sending a first year like Vitalea into such peril? Such a person is hardly trustworthy. Harry's sound reasoning left me disheartened. Perhaps weary of the original narrative where Harry was manipulated by adults, I found a strange solace in the situation. It was indeed a good thing that Harry pointed out these issues, yet my emotions were conflicted. One who endangers children is certainly unworthy of trust. Although my mental age aligns with that of an adult, my defense could not persist. Well, yes, I apologize. Vitalea, you ought not to be so amiable toward such a stranger. After my apology, Harry sighed. Alas, ruminating over what has already transpired is futile. The crux is that you did not report it. Your situation, alongside Harry's, differs from that of the other students. Draco approached the table and began to write a letter with a quill. The Malfoy family owl descended from the opposite end of the table. After the holidays, let us convene at our usual spot. Others should be informed of this matter, as it is crucial for your and Harry's safety. Draco looked earnestly into my eyes before handing the letter to the owl. Pansy nodded in agreement. Indeed, let them deliver a proper lecture. After all, you seldom heed our advice. Pansy flashed a mischievous smile. Harry joined in the laughter, saying, "Ah, indeed, that would be most beneficial. I wonder what Hermione would say about this." At the simultaneous mention of Hermione's name by Harry and Pansy, I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me. Yes, Hermione's wrath is the most fearsome. She would chastise me thoroughly with her keen intellect and extensive vocabulary, wailing all the while. Have you finally resolved to reflect on your actions? Draco crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow as he regarded me. Huh, is Draco also annoyed? I have been considering my actions. I felt no qualms about concealing the truth from them, yet as the words formed on my lips, I faltered. For some reason, the three of them seemed to perceive no intention of reform on my part, particularly Draco, who gazed at me with evident concern. Let us conclude for today. After all, no one wishes to quarrel during the Christmas holidays. Draco sighed deeply, announcing the end of the interrogation. I too released a sigh of relief. Everyone, I truly apologize. Vitalea, everyone is quite concerned about you. Harry embraced me and whispered in my ear, we are family. Vitalea, you are an exceptional witch. You can handle most things on your own. While this may seem like an asset, it can also be a liability. Draco remarked as a small house elf approached with a teapot and teacups, jingling softly. I surmised it was Dobby. Draco accepted a teacup from the elf and took a sip of the red tea before looking up. His icy gray eyes, shimmering with gold and silver beneath long lashes, bore into mine. Next time you find yourself in peril, consider how worried your family would be, especially Harry. Draco's words carried an undeniable weight. Indeed, he was right. The gentle presence of my parents and the affection of my younger brother brought tranquility and happiness to my life. Yet Harry was different. To him, I and our parents were his last remaining kin. I merely thought that telling you would cause you concern, so I refrained from mentioning it. I apologize. Well, ignorance can be more terrifying, Harry murmured, resting his head on my shoulder. I promise I will inform you next time something arises, Harry, and everyone else as well. Despite the many secrets I held, I would strive to be honest with Harry and my friends. Upon my promise, Pansy shook her head. Let us hope there won't be a next time. That was indeed true, but in this world, the likelihood of avoiding further incidents was almost non-existent. Harry, you too. Please inform me if you encounter any dangers, all right? I gently patted Harry's back, questioning him as one would a child. Harry shook his head. That cannot be guaranteed. Oh, I couldn't help but chuckle. Is it double standards? Because you are a girl? I don't want to involve you, Harry explained. However, I was not satisfied with this answer. It was unacceptable. I am your sister. Regardless of being a girl or a boy, you must include me. While I understood Harry's feelings, I could not yield on this matter. Harry, who was often in the public eye, was far more likely to encounter danger than I, who hid in the shadows. To avert unnecessary troubles in the future, I had deliberately entered the unfriendly realm of Slytherin toward Muggleborns. There could be no missteps on Harry's part. All right, Harry reluctantly acquiesced. If you find yourself in trouble, don't forget to tell us. While I can't say you're welcome, I still wish to help. After hearing Pansy's words, both Harry and I nodded in agreement. Satisfied with our response, Pansy clapped her hands. Well then, let us put this matter to rest. It's rare for us to spend the night together. We should engage in something joyful. All right. Do you understand the rules of Wizardess chess? Draco asked, as he set up the chessboard. Having procured it from some unknown source, or perhaps it was a gift from the house elf. In Gryffindor, it is quite popular for Ron and Neville to bring a chessboard and pieces to Hogwarts. Harry, laughing with delight, froze at the sight of the house elf. While Harry stood motionless, Draco uttered something to him. I pricked up my ears, as it indeed seemed that the house elf's name was Dobby. Harry, having learned the rules of Wizard's chess earlier than in the original story, must have been taught by Neville. No wonder the two were always inseparable at school. And what of Vitalea? Draco turned to me. I shrugged and replied, I understand the rules, but I am not very skilled at playing. My response widened Pansy's eyes in surprise. Really? You have something you are not proficient at? Surely you jest? Was it really so astonishing? I could tell that Draco's eyes also widened as he regarded me. Vitalia's prowess in card games and chess was quite mediocre, Harry remarked with a wry smile. Indeed. Harry's rueful grin indicated that my chess skills were utterly deplorable. Nevertheless, let us give it a try. May I play the first round against Harry? Draco took a seat, gesturing for Harry to sit opposite him. Oh dear, you are quite the charming little fellow, just my type, Draco quipped as Harry's queen piece gazed up at him. Harry furrowed his brow, sitting down with a perplexed expression. It seemed Harry's pieces possessed quite the personality. I requested Dobby to bring some warm milk, sipping it while observing the battle on the chessboard. This is outrageous, master, exclaimed the bishop piece under Draco's command. The bishop, ordered to be sacrificed, shook its head in protest. No more chatter, move. Draco impatiently nudged his chin forward. Meanwhile, a soldier nearby kicked the bishop in the back. Rude. Ah. The bishop glared at the soldier who had kicked him, only to be frightened into sitting down by Harry's soldier. Harry chuckled, advancing his pawn. And the bishop under Draco let out a dying cry. Checkmate. Draco grinned widely. Draco's queen toppled Harry's soldier, the pawn now aimed straight at the king. Well, I've lost. Harry is quite formidable. Harry scratched his cheek, looking somewhat vexed. The victorious Draco happily rearranged the pieces. Every night, I am trained by Neville and Ron, Harry remarked, seemingly recalling something with a nostalgic expression. Ron? Draco blinked in surprise. Harry nodded resolutely. I believe Ron is the strongest in Gryffindor. Even the upperclassmen are no match for him. This suggested that the Gryffindor fellows were rather lacking in skill. Though Harry, you are indeed impressive. Draco was on the verge of dismissing Gryffindor, but ultimately refrained. Impressive, though I had already sensed it. This Draco is evidently more mature than in the original, likely due to having made friends with those who once vexed him. I would consider myself to be of moderate to above average skill. Oh, Draco replied casually, yet a spark of competitive spirit ignited in his eyes, fueled by enthusiasm for Harry and a desire to challenge Ron. It seemed that the overnight gathering at a friend's house was destined to transform into a chess match. I hoped that this chess competition would shorten my time spent being lectured. Contemplating this, I cradled a steaming cup of milk in my hands to warm my fingers. Chapter 53, Delivering Stomach Medicine to Professor Snape. The magical chess match at Malfoy Manor continued late into the night. The following day, Harry and I, rubbing our weary eyes, returned to number 4, Privet Drive. By the way, Harry had managed 1 victory against Draco and suffered 9 defeats, while I was completely vanquished, unable to even triumph over the novice Pansy. Oh, how humiliating. As I bid farewell to Draco and Pansy, they hinted at exciting Christmas gifts awaiting us. Now, Harry and I were assisting Mum in the kitchen, preparing for the family Christmas party. This task required considerable time, as our household possessed only 1 oven. Yet we needed to roast 2 turkeys, all due to my father's prodigious appetite. He could consume an entire turkey single-handedly. One must commend his voracity. On the kitchen table lay cheese-baked rice, French savory pies, and meat pies, all awaiting their turn in the oven. Leave the rest to Mum. You two should take a break. You look positively dreadful, Mum remarked, gesturing to the dark circles under our eyes, effectively ushering us out of the kitchen. Harry and I stumbled upstairs, exchanging glances in front of our respective rooms. I have gifts for everyone. Could Hedwig assist me? I inquired. Of course, Harry replied with a smile. I dashed back to my room, clutching a bag of wrapped gifts as I entered Harry's room. Upon being invited inside, Hedwig stood proudly in the center, her chest puffed out. Hedwig, you're going to be quite busy today, Harry said, gently stroking her white feathers as she hooted contentedly. Hedwig, if you would be so kind, this is for Draco, this is for Pansy, and this is for Hermione. I specified each recipient, noting the numerous locations, but thankfully, the sun had set on the once great empire, and the distances were manageable enough for a swift return before nightfall. Harry also had a considerable number of gifts to deliver, but Hedwig was clever enough to memorize them all. The gifts for our acquaintances were uniform fountain pens. At first glance, they appeared to be ordinary Muggle pens, but we had modified them with magical implements borrowed from Fred and George. A mere touch would change the ink color. A tricolor fountain pen in red, blue, and black. Fountain pens are far more convenient than quills and should delight everyone. For Ron's twin brothers, we had chosen a set of dried herbs and spices from a Muggle shop, confident that their clever minds would devise entertaining uses for them. Harry had also prepared a box of sweets for a close upperclassman. To my dear friend from Slytherin, I gifted a snow globe containing genuine snowflakes. This handcrafted present is imbued with magical principles akin to the blue flames Hermione uses for warmth, crafted meticulously piece by piece before the Christmas holiday. I also bestowed upon Professor Snape some stomach medicine, perhaps incurring his ire in the new term. Harry, this is for you, though it might be a tad early. I handed him a parcel containing a pen. Thank you, this is my gift for you. Harry presented me with an exquisitely wrapped small box. Upon opening it, I discovered a charming green stone hairpin. Wow, it's beautiful, thank you. It's quite inconvenient not being able to visit a salon at Hogwarts. So having something to style my hair is immensely helpful. I couldn't help but smile. Mary's pen is indeed a marvelous convenience. Harry unwrapped my gift and scrutinized the pen along with its accompanying instructions. Thus, during potions class, when Professor Snape says, "Why are you all dawdling?" Take notes. This will allow you to swiftly jot down the key points. I mimicked Professor Snape's tone, standing tall. Harry erupted into laughter. Harry Potter, your laughter is far too loud. What are you doing? It's well past curfew. Hurry back to your beds. I then imitated Professor McGonagall's voice, urging Harry to rest. His face flushed with laughter. He wiped away tears from his eyes and managed to say, "Understood, Professor McGonagall, huh? Well then, good night, Harry. I shall see you shortly." I left Harry, who was still chuckling, and returned to my own room. Lying in bed, though the mattress was slightly firmer than the one at Malfoy Manor. It was the bed to which I had grown accustomed. I felt utterly exhausted. The joy of frolicking during Christmas was a pleasure I hadn't experienced in years. Tonight, there would also be a Christmas Eve party. It felt as though I had returned to my childhood. This was the first time since my reincarnation into this body that I eagerly anticipated Christmas. Although I had celebrated the holiday each year prior, my heart had long since matured, primarily spending the festivities alongside family while feigning delight. Now, I found myself relishing Christmas. Perhaps my mental age had regressed, or perhaps Harry S. had caught up to mine, or perhaps it was a combination of both. Reflecting on my experiences since entering Hogwarts, everything had transformed. Compared to primary school, the students here were far more mature. Thanks to them, I found it easier to masquerade as a child, particularly among Slytherins, many of whom exhibited great self-discipline and strived for their family's honor. How fortunate I am to attend Hogwarts. Although numerous challenges remain, I sincerely feel this way. That night, our family's Christmas Eve party was splendid. My father, usually required to adhere to a strict diet, was allowed to indulge that day, and he devoured dish after dish with great delight. Harry boldly attempted to challenge my father with the turkey, but surrendered halfway, leaving the rest for the two of us to enjoy. Chapter 54, Draco's Gift, Playing Poker in Harry's Room. Vitalea, wake up. Look. On the following morning, I found myself ensnared in a dreadful nightmare, condemned to an endless task of concocting enema potions after having sent Professor Snape some antacids. Just then, I was roused by the sound of Harry's voice. As I struggled to lift my heavy eyelids, still pondering the perplexity of Harry's presence in my room, I caught sight of a poster adorning the wall, depicting Harry's beloved football club. Ah, this is Harry's chamber. Indeed, last night, unable to sleep after an extended nap, we had engaged in a game of poker in Harry's room. The result of our late-night revelry was that we had fallen asleep at some point, thoroughly disrupting my biological clock. I appeared to have curled up on a single armchair, and it was no wonder that I was plagued by nightmares, with my body aching all over. In the center of Harry's room lay a heap of gifts, and Harry was diligently unwrapping one of the parcels. A shimmering silver fabric nestled in his arms. What is this? The texture is rather peculiar, Harry mused, tilting his head in contemplation. That strange fabric slipped from Harry's grasp like water, accumulating upon the floor. Undoubtedly, this was an invisibility cloak. Harry glanced at the letter attached to the package, a look of bewilderment spreading across his face. This seems to belong to my father, but not my dad, my biological father. Ah, I see. I watched Harry, lost in thought as he gazed at the invisibility cloak, uncertain how to console him. I too directed my gaze towards the cloak. Surely, Harry must be missing his parents as well. By the way, who could have sent this? Is it truly my father's possession? Harry showed me the letter, which was likely penned by Professor Dumbledore, succinct and serene, just as in the original tale. The letter advised us to make good use of it. However, I had no idea how to employ it. Harry raised the invisibility cloak in confusion. I could instruct him on its usage, but if we were to play with it at home, and our parents were to discover it, we would undoubtedly face a scolding. When we return from the holidays, you can ask Ron. Yes, that's a splendid idea. Harry nodded at my suggestion, tucking the invisibility cloak into his suitcase prepared for school, seemingly losing interest and turning his attention to the other gifts. Hermione had gifted him Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Ron presented a renowned wizard trading card, and Draco bestowed a watch. Wow, this must be a rather expensive item. What should I do? Was the blue flame I gifted to Draco too trivial? That was something I had concocted with Hermione's help, encased in a jam jar. I had heard that the Slytherin dormitory was quite chilly. Harry, with a worried expression, grasped his head. I stole a glance at the watch, which appeared to be of remarkable quality, featuring a deep red dial adorned with golden hands and markings. While it may not be expensive enough to purchase a car, it certainly wasn't inexpensive. Surely, Draco could acquire such valuables himself? He would likely prefer a gift crafted with care over something easily bought with money. I gently patted Harry's slumped shoulder. For Draco, the beloved blue flames that Harry specially conjured for him must have filled him with immense joy. I surmise that tonight, Draco will extinguish the fireplace in his room and snuggle beneath his covers, enveloped in the warmth of the blue flames. Additionally, I gifted Draco a pen. Although I had enchanted it slightly, it was originally a simple item purchased with pocket money from a Muggle stationery store. Draco is well aware of this, yet he opted to present a watch instead. Could it truly be so? Harry lifted his gaze, a hint of unease etched upon his face. I smiled at Harry, reassuring him. Of course, Draco is not the type of child to be upset or disappointed by the monetary value of a gift, is he? Indeed. Upon hearing my words, Harry finally exhaled a sigh of relief, nodded, and resumed unwrapping his presents. I left Harry, who was still engrossed in his gifts, and returned to my own chamber. In the center of my room, much like Harry's, was a heap of gifts. Hermione had bestowed upon me a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Pansy gifted a caramel-colored leather diary adorned with embroidery. Neville presented a sachet of dried flowers, and Draco offered a watch, a version reminiscent of Harry's, but in Slytherin colors. As for Ron's gift, judging by the thickness of the wrapping, I had anticipated a set of renowned wizard trading cards, only to be surprised by the contents. Upon opening it, I discovered a glass bookmark encasing dried bluebells. What is this? It's exquisite. Honestly, I had not expected to receive something so chic and delightful from Ron, which genuinely astonished me. Such thin yet sturdy glass does not exist in the Muggle world. It must have been crafted with magic. I found myself questioning whether Ron possessed such magical prowess, or perhaps his brothers had lent him a hand. The accompanying note read, "These flowers were gathered at Hogwarts. There is no special meaning, just hope you like them." I recalled that bluebells thrive in Professor Sprout's herbology greenhouse. He must have gathered them there, risking a scolding if caught. In the original story, Ron's demeanor towards Hermione was particularly unkind, often lacking consideration for girls, yet having formed friendships with 3 young ladies. Has he truly changed so dramatically? His father, Mr. Arthur Weasley, is an enthusiastic husband, suggesting that Ron may indeed be a hidden gem. Just as I was lost in my thoughts, a gentle tap at the window broke my reverie. I opened the window, and an owl swooped in, clutching a book in its beak. "You must be Hogwarts Owl," I inquired, and the owl hooted affirmatively, depositing the book onto my arm. The cover bore the title, "Magical Remedies for Gastrointestinal Issues. Solve your troubles with this book. Peptic ulcers, bloating, indigestion." A piece of parchment, akin to a note, was affixed to the cover. "No need for stomach medication. Please do not send any more," it read, penned by Professor Snape. Though the letter bore no signature, the terse and unfeeling words were unmistakably penned by him. Upon opening the book, I found the margins densely inscribed with his distinctive handwriting, chronicling more efficient methods for potion preparation. It seemed that Professor Snape had endured considerable hardship. In his youth, he must have concocted countless magical potions for gastrointestinal ailments, and I couldn't help but feel a genuine sense of sympathy for him. Chapter 55. Why is there only half a day of classes on the first day of school? The joyous Christmas holiday swiftly came to an end, and on the eve of the new term, Harry and I returned to Hogwarts, accompanied by Hermione. "Hey, do you know who Nicholas Flamel is?" Ron bluntly inquired upon our arrival at the station, startling me with the unexpected mention of the name. It seemed that during the holiday, Hagrid had inadvertently revealed this name. He truly was too easily led astray, falling victim to the inquiries of children. I had heard that he was connected to whatever the dog was guarding, yet I could not elicit further details. Ron, looking dejected, remarked, "Well, it feels like I might have heard of him, or perhaps not." "Vitalea, Hermione, do you know?" Harry, arms crossed and head tilted in confusion, then turned to me. Though I was aware of the answer, I could only shake my head apologetically, and Hermione similarly expressed her inability to recall. Suddenly, I caught sight of Draco observing us, his expression a mix of hesitance and eagerness. "What's wrong, Weasley? Don't you even know this? I've heard you're quite keen on collecting famous wizard cards, but it seems you merely collect them without ever reading the words upon them." Draco produced a card to show us. Incidentally, when other students are present, Draco always refers to Ron by his surname, and Ron reciprocates in kind. The card he displayed was one of Dumbledore. And the introduction on the back indeed mentioned the name Nicholas Flamel. Harry, Ron, and Hermione's eyes widened in astonishment. Draco wore a slightly bashful smile before tucking the Dumbledore card back into his pocket, departing with a triumphant laugh, accompanied by Crabbe and Goyle. A splendid show. Ah yes, I have seen that name before, Ron stammered, his face flushed as he squatted down to draw circles on the ground. What was wrong with him? Was he embarrassed to have been pointed out by his lifelong adversary? Ron, are you all right? Harry asked with concern. Ron continued to bury his face in his arms, emitting a muffled mm. I strained to listen, trying to discern his mumblings. That card, it was a rare one I gave him for Christmas, with a different frame color. Ah, it seemed that the very gift he had bestowed had now turned against him, leaving him mortified. Moreover, the fact that Draco kept that card tucked in his robe's pocket was certainly enough to induce a blush. The most astonishing aspect is that even Ron himself could not recall every word on the card, yet Draco was able to recite it effortlessly. It is difficult not to imagine that he must have clutched the gift in excitement for an entire day and night. It appears that Draco genuinely adores the gift you presented, having memorized even the reverse side. What a delightful notion. Hermione, ever astute, also considered this point. Upon hearing her remark, Ron let out a deeper groan. I already felt a considerable disparity between my gift and his. And now discovering that I had not even remembered the contents of the card made it seem as though I had carelessly given him something trivial. Ron cradled his head in despair, the wide sleeves of his old robe revealing a glimpse of a watch identical to Harry's, prompting a radiant smile from Harry. However, thanks to your gift, we have finally learned who Nicholas Flamel is. What a splendid revelation. I said this, encouraging the dejected Ron. Although the Christmas holidays had just ended, the nights remained quite cold, and lingering here for too long could lead to a chill. I urged Ron onto the carriage drawn by the knight's steed, and we climbed aboard, observing the swiftly passing scenery. I did not catch sight of the knight's steed, and although I had certainly perished in a previous existence, that did not count. I was uncertain whether this was due to the insignificance of that past death, or some other reason. It was rather unfortunate that we had to attend Professor Snape's potions class right after the holidays. Could they not grant us an extra day off? Especially since we had no classes in the afternoon? Ron finally regained some of his spirits, grumbling. Indeed, at the start of the term, many shared this sentiment. Encountering a Friday on the very first day of classes was rather disheartening. However, as a diligent student, I relished attending classes, thus I held no objections. We first-year students were already fortunate, having missed an entire class. While the upperclassmen still had lessons in the afternoon, how could they afford to grant us an additional day of respite? Hermione interjected, her tone filled with disapproval. She evidently held a firm stance against the notion of reduced classes, prompting Ron to regard her with an expression akin to one observing a peculiar creature. Harry, who had been sharing the view with me, chimed in as well. While I enjoy potions class, being the first to be called upon often leaves me somewhat disheartened at the thought of returning to school. That is indeed true. Professor Snape has made this a daily routine. Hermione nodded thoughtfully, her head tilting slightly as she expressed her envy, saying, how wonderful it would be to be called upon by the teacher every time class begins. However, she seemed to discover a flaw in her thought. But Professor Snape never calls on me. He always targets Harry. Is he deliberately trying to make things difficult for him? That goes without saying. He is the head of Slytherin, after all, and certainly wishes to see us Gryffindors make fools of ourselves. Ron retorted loudly. Professor Snape's hostility towards Harry is an undeniable truth. However, Ron, have you forgotten that we have a Slytherin student among us? If it were an intentional torment, his methods seem rather mild, don't you think? Moreover, Harry manages to answer correctly every time. Hermione remarked that this diminishes Professor Snape's malice towards Harry to a trivial degree. Despite the considerable effort Professor Snape expends, neither Harry nor the entire Gryffindor cohort genuinely perceives his animosity. It hardly seems deliberate. Harry shook his head. In Muggle elementary schools, there are teachers who consistently call upon the same student. I believe Professor Snape merely aims to ensure the smooth progression of the class. Potions involve both theory and practice, necessitating ample time for concocting elixirs. Thus, he frequently selects me to respond to questions, allowing Vitalea to supplement any shortcomings. While this may sound a tad self-indulgent, I interpret it as a sign of his considerable trust in me, compelling me to strive diligently in my studies of potions. Although I do feel a twinge of anxiety when called upon, Harry concluded, revealing a faint wry smile. I never anticipated Harry would harbor such thoughts. What a refreshing perspective. No wonder Slytherin students find him so easily beguiled. I truly wish I could relay Harry's words verbatim to Professor Snape, just to witness his reaction. Hermione was evidently moved, exclaiming how remarkable it was, and then she clasped Harry's hand tightly. Truly, it is quite extraordinary. I, too, wished to commend Harry for his integrity, thus ruffling his disheveled black hair. Ron, on the other hand, chuckled in exasperation. Harry, you are a Gryffindor student, yet you seem quite fond of Professor Snape, don't you? I inquired, to which he nodded. despite his slight awkwardness. He may be a bit peculiar, but his lessons are quite comprehensible. And I sense he genuinely cares for us students. Whenever Fred, George, and I engage in mischief, he always manages to intervene in time and reprimands us. Harry uttered some astonishing remarks with a smile. It appears that unbeknownst to me, Harry has transformed into a mischievous boy within Gryffindor. Such a scenario was absent in the original narrative. Where did it all go awry? Could it be that my methods of guidance have faltered? I hope Fred and George Haven T led Harry to become a prankster like James Potter. Furthermore, Professor Snape's ability to swiftly detect Harry's mischief is not due to his vigilant observation of students. Rather, his gaze is unwaveringly fixed upon Harry. I have always been puzzled by Harry's high regard for Professor Snape, but now I finally comprehend. In Harry's eyes, Professor Snape indeed embodies a dedicated Hogwarts teacher. Oh, my apologies, Professor Snape, for the troubles my Harry has caused you. Had I known he had been such a handful, I would not have merely gifted you a single bottle of stomach remedy for Christmas. At the very least, 20 bottles would be sufficient. Vitalea, you must also speak of him. Do not allow Harry to be overly influenced by Fred and George. Hermione exclaimed, her voice rising. Beside her, Ron nodded vigorously in agreement. Harry, what mischief do you intend to concoct? I inquired with curiosity. Harry stroked his chin and began to elaborate. We plan to create an ice rink on the frozen lake that boasts a speed tenfold the norm. Or perhaps construct a grand snow sculpture of Dumbledore and a dragon on the playground, animating them to engage in combat. It certainly sounded delightful. In the midst of winter, while the Slytherin students languidly occupied the Great Hall, they were busy scheming such whimsical plans. Is that so? Mischief is ill-advised. You ought to reflect upon it. Do include me next time, I implored, to which Harry cheerfully nodded in assent. At that moment, the carriage came to a halt, and my life at Hogwarts resumed amidst Ron and Hermione's protests. Chapter 56. Dudley's Regret, the image most yearned for in the mirror. I held my breath, gazing at the imposing mirror adorned with engraved characters. The mirror stood in an empty classroom, beside a tall suit of armor. On Friday night, Harry decided to accompany me on a late-night exploration of the school, prompted by Ron's revelation regarding the invisibility cloak, thus inviting me to partake in his inaugural venture into rule-breaking. We steered clear of the staff office and narrowly avoided detection by Filch. However, Harry seemed irresistibly drawn by an unseen force, naturally gravitating towards the classroom housing the mirror. Perhaps it was some enchantment cast by Professor Dumbledore, designed to lure wayward students who crept out at midnight. Harry curiously approached the intricately adorned mirror, and suddenly his expression shifted. I see my mum and dad, he whispered, nearly pressing his forehead and nose against the glass. I couldn't help but ponder whether Harry might be drawn into the mirror itself. Indeed, they bore an uncanny resemblance to me and Vitalea, as if we were reflections of our future selves. Look, Harry exclaimed, gripping my hand and pulling me to the mirror's front. I, as a mature adult, wondered what I might behold, wealth or eternal youth. I had no desire to be ensnared by the mirrored longing as Harry was in the original tale. I slightly opened my eyes, only to be met with an unexpected sight. The mirror revealed a girl of my age, engrossed in a book. I recognized her face, as well as the children's book she held, adorned with a white owl on its cover. That was my past self, reading the Philosopher's Stone. And the mirror reflected my cherished childhood bedroom, crammed with picture books. I had once held a deep affection for those somewhat childish tales, Beauty and the Beast, The Frog Prince, Sleeping Beauty, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Those enchanting stories had captivated me. I found myself puzzled. Was this truly my desire? In the mirror, I suddenly lifted my head, meeting my own gaze. The reflection transformed, like colors on a palette blending into a new scene. A chubby, older boy stood there, holding a cup of tea. I recognized the place as my home on Union Road, in front of Harry's room. The plump boy, Dudley, knocked rudely on the door, and a disheveled teenager emerged, wearing glasses with a scar on his forehead. Instantly, I recognized him as 17-year-old Harry. Dudley handed the teacup to Harry and uttered a few words, causing Harry to look surprised as he accepted the cup. Then, the image in the mirror faded to darkness, disappearing entirely. Was this Dudley's wish, or perhaps a reflection of his inner regrets? Vitalea, look. My dad is shaking hands with my current dad, and my mom is embracing my present mom with a smile. Harry's voice pulled me back to reality. Yet I remained lost in the scene I had just witnessed. Harry, I'm afraid I can't see it. Really? I shook my head, and Harry's expression fell, his gaze turning towards me. This mirror is supposed to reflect one's desires. I pointed to the inscription on its frame. After pondering for a moment, Harry seemed to grasp the concept and nodded. Vitalea, what did you see? I found myself surrounded by numerous books, engrossed in their contents. I attempted to feign indifference, casually responding to Harry. This wasn't a lie. Upon hearing my words, Harry laughed and shook his head. How perfectly fitting for you, Vitalea. Harry's innocent heart aided me, allowing me to effortlessly mask my deception. Now, I could somewhat comprehend the sentiment expressed by Professor Dumbledore when he spoke of desiring socks, revealing one's innermost wishes, especially to a child, is a formidable challenge. No one wishes to expose their hidden vulnerabilities or confusions to innocent children yearning for parental affection. Adults possess their own pride, reluctant to reveal their weaknesses and worries. Perhaps I should give Professor Dumbledore a pair of socks next Christmas. Harry, we should be heading back. All right, Harry agreed, nodding to my suggestion. Although he cast a lingering glance at the mirror, he obediently unfurled the invisibility cloak. I felt relieved by how easily he accepted my proposal. Even though we had no classes the following day, it was unwise to linger here too long. Staying up late is detrimental to one's health. Unlike the original timeline, the Christmas holidays had already concluded. If we stayed up late, our circadian rhythms could be disrupted, undoubtedly affecting our classes on Monday. On Monday morning, Slytherin had professor bins for history of magic, which allowed for a brief nap, but Gryffindor was not so fortunate. I pressed closely to Harry's side as we slipped beneath the invisibility cloak. I felt it best not to return to this place. The mirror was enchanting, yet it felt like a perilous temptation. I understand. As I warned Harry, he nodded earnestly. He seemed to have grasped the peril associated with the mirror. In the original narrative, Harry had been captivated by it, yet the Harry before me appeared not to have developed an undue reliance on the phantoms of his parents. Perhaps this version of Harry is not as solitary. Initially, I feared he might seek out the mirror each night, but it now seems that concern is unwarranted. Will the mirror eventually be relocated to the Forbidden Corridor's end? I hope it has moved soon. With such thoughts in mind, I departed the empty classroom alongside Harry. Chapter 57, The Hardship of Ron. You have violated school rules. If the teachers discover this, it could lead to serious repercussions, Ron remarked in a tone of resignation. Hearing such earnest words from Ron was indeed surprising. Could it be that Harry's recent behavior in Gryffindor has been too reckless? This notion caused me to furrow my brow. However, I too had breached the rules, leaving me without the right to admonish. But we weren't caught by anyone, Harry said with a carefree smile. As if Ron's concerns were trivial. His fearless demeanor might well be an inheritance from James Potter. Of course, Harry is not like his father. He is kind to everyone. Yet his intense curiosity and desire for exploration seem to be inherited traits. Forgive the interruption, but let us return to the matter at hand, Hermione interjected. Today's gathering was to take place in the Room of Requirement, initially intended for Hermione to lecture me about my earlier concealments. The discussion had been temporarily set aside due to the matter of Nicholas Flamel. This was largely thanks to Hagrid's inadvertent revelations. The big fellow still proves to be useful. Everyone, look at this, Hermione said, laying a thick tome open on the table. Nicholas Flamel is the only known individual to have successfully created the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione traced the text with her finger as she read aloud. Upon hearing this, Neville's eyes widened, while Harry and Ron wore expressions of confusion. What is the Philosopher's Stone? Harry and Ron almost chorused in unison. Hearing their words, Draco sighed deeply, pressing his fingers against his temples. It is understandable that Harry, having been raised by Muggle parents, may not know, but Ron, you truly ought to read more. Even if you start with picture books, you should cultivate the habit of reading. I would hate to think that you haven't even read the tales of Beedle the Bard. Are you mocking me? I read that countless times as a child. The tales of Beedle the Bard, the Wizard, and the Hopping Pot, the tale of the three brothers. Ron exclaimed, his voice filled with indignation. In the face of Ron's glare, Draco wore a charming smile. That is reassuring. I truly worry for you. I would not wish for my friend to grow up in the British wizarding world, yet remain unacquainted with the tales of Beedle. Such a lack of cultural literacy is quite disheartening. Thank you for your concern. Yet, dear Draco, the well-versed gentleman, why must you provoke so? Your remarks are rather feeble. Lacking any real bite, Ron retorted with dissatisfaction. Draco donned an expression of innocent curiosity, tilting his head slightly. Did you not claim to seek me out for arguments frequently? That much is true, Ron replied, his face flushed with frustration as he stamped his foot. This marks the 16th occasion I have witnessed Ron succumb to Draco in verbal sparring. Fully aware that he cannot best his opponent, Ron nonetheless feels compelled to respond to Draco's jibes. Had he truly resolved to vanquish Draco, perhaps he might stand a chance. However, it seems he harbors no such intention. Thus, the outcome is invariably Draco's merciless triumph. Yet, despite the sharpness of their exchanges, both bore faint smiles, which provided me a modicum of comfort. Very well, let us defer our quarrel for another time. Concerning the Philosopher's Stone, the book states that it can transmute any metal into gold and produce the elixir of life, granting immortality. That is the gist. Hermione skillfully read the description of the stone, her voice resonant and clear. I believe she would excel as a broadcaster or perhaps even a politician. Given the timeline, she might contend for the position of Prime Minister. Is someone coveting the Philosopher's Stone? Neville inquired with concern. Perhaps Nicholas Flamel has discovered that the stone is under scrutiny and thus sought Dumbledore's assistance, for they are friends. Who would dare steal from Dumbledore? Parkinson nodded, glancing at the card of Dumbledore that Draco had brought. The Dumbledore depicted on the card seemed utterly indifferent to our discourse. munching on biscuits as he listened. Could it be that our clandestine meeting is entirely known to Headmaster Dumbledore through the portrait within the card? I cannot shake the feeling that, given his capabilities, this is not implausible. The Philosopher's Stone? I am exceedingly curious to see it, Harry murmured. Harry, you mustn't. Ron admonished him, to which Harry smiled and shook his head. Even I would not dare undertake actions that might jeopardize my life. However, should Fred and George learn of this, they might well rush into that forbidden corridor. Thus, we must keep this matter confidential. As Harry suggested, if it were Fred and George, they indeed might act so. Their abilities render the situation particularly precarious. Ron seemed to share this sentiment, nodding slightly, a hint of pallor crossing his face. Let us conclude this matter here. Since the professors are safeguarding the Philosopher's Stone, it is surely secure. If we observe any nefarious intentions, we shall inform the teachers, and that is all we can do. As I spoke, I lifted the cup filled with red tea and took a sip. My previous remarks were predicated on the assumption that there were no traitors among the professors at Hogwarts. Yet in a few months, everything would change. However, at this moment, there is little we can do. Worrying excessively about the safety of the Philosopher's Stone would be futile. Instead, it is far more beneficial for everyone to engage in experiences, play, and learn, accumulating wisdom to combat that individual. This is the paramount concern. By the way, speaking of learning, there is something that has piqued my curiosity. Ron, I have a question for you. The bookmark in the Christmas gift was simply delightful. Thank you. What kind of magic was employed? I turned to Ron, who widened his eyes in astonishment. I am curious too. The bookmark is truly exquisite. I use it every day. Look, I even brought it today, Hermione said, pulling out a pressed flower bookmark from between the thick pages of her book. Inside Hermione's bookmark was a forget-me-not, slightly smaller than mine, with blue petals evenly distributed between the glass panels. I adore it as well. I never expected Ron to give such a charming gift, Pansy giggled. By the way, the bookmark I received from Ron contained a wood sorrel flower, which she had shown us on the first day of the new term in the dormitory. It is wonderful that you all appreciate it. Ron blushed at the girl's praise, then bashfully recounted the story behind the gift. Initially, I intended to give the three of you wizard celebrity cards as presents, but Fred and George dissuaded me, claiming that such gifts were rather dull for girls. So, I decided to gather some flowers instead. Ultimately, Percy suggested that this would be preferable to flowers that would wilt swiftly. Although my magic was used for pressing them, it was Percy who sealed them in the glass. Truly, Percy is remarkable. His romantic experience sets him apart. I am uncertain whether Percy is currently dating Penelope Clearwater, but at least by next year, they will be sharing kisses in empty classrooms. There is no need for you to divulge every detail, you know. Such candor may not earn you any popularity, Draco remarked with exasperation. Indeed, Ron need not have mentioned his original intention of gifting wizard celebrity cards. Simply stating that Percy assisted would have sufficed and rendered him more commendable, yet he inadvertently complicated matters. Yes, I am certainly not as popular as you, Ron exclaimed in frustration. Hermione attempted to soothe Ron. All right, Ron, this unvarnished honesty is also one of your virtues, and I find it admirable. Although her words sounded quite positive, whether she was praising his character or the appeal of his straightforwardness to the opposite sex is something I shall have to clarify at a later time. I wonder if Hermione in this world will, like her original counterpart, eventually fall in love with Ron. Draco is indeed fortunate, receiving admiration from so many girls. Ron glared at Draco with a resentful gaze, muttering under his breath. It seemed Ron yearned to be surrounded by girls. Truly, it was this very mindset that made him less appealing. Draco blinked in confusion, observing Ron. Am I popular with girls? That must be a delusion, he remarked, devoid of his usual sardonic expression, revealing a genuine belief in his statement. Impossible, Harry exclaimed, while Neville echoed the sentiment in astonishment. This might have been the first time Neville spoke so loudly. Both he and Harry wore expressions of utter shock. Draco then clarified, if I had to say, the most popular in our first year was probably Blaise, at least that's my perception. Moreover, those who admire me do so not merely because I am Draco, but because I am a Malfoy. Though he spoke nonchalantly, there was no hint of self-pity in his tone. It was as if he had grown accustomed to it. The four Gryffindors displayed expressions tinged with hurt and a hint of sadness, and I perhaps mirrored their sentiments. I will likely marry whoever my parents choose for me. Hey, don't wear that expression. I don't mind such an arrangement. I trust that the person they select will be remarkable. But Ron, you ought to pay more attention to your image. You are a good person, yet no one seems to notice, which is truly a pity. In simple terms, just be a bit more charming. Draco's direct compliment to Ron was indeed rare. Consequently, Ron appeared utterly flabbergasted by this unexpected praise, his face contorting into a comical expression. What is going on? Is it going to rain knives tomorrow? I am serious. Ron finally asked Draco, his face pale, about the weather for the following day. While Draco sulkily pouted. Ron, this is just fine. If you suddenly become too much of a gentleman, we would be utterly bewildered, Hermione exclaimed. A hint of panic in her tone, her cheeks slightly flushed. I had just been contemplating Hermione's feelings for Ron, but it seemed that confirmation was no longer necessary. Pansy appeared to notice something, casting a teasing glance towards Hermione. "What are you looking at?" "Nothing," Hermione retorted, her face reddening as she glared at Pansy, who remained calm and elegantly sipped from her teacup. Indeed, Ron's charm lay in his authenticity. "He is simply being himself," Harry remarked with a smile, to which Neville nodded in agreement. It seemed there existed the concept of Ron as a straightforward man among the Gryffindors. "Ah, I think I understand. What does that mean? Are you implying I am a failure?" Ron inquired, his expression puzzled. "It means you are sincere," Neville replied with a smile, addressing Ron's inquisitive pout. "I have never been to the Gryffindor dormitory. It seems I have missed quite a bit. Ron would make a great prefect." "You always remind Fred and George and me not to pull pranks," Harry said, grinning. Ron wore an expression of resignation. "If that is indeed the case, I wish you would refrain from employing magic to play pranks. Do not fret. We shall only use magic for feats that astonish and delight everyone," Harry replied with a smile, despite Ron's murmured complaints. Though his response was quite spirited, Ron sagged his shoulders in defeat. In this world, Harry's mischievousness carried a hint of danger, while Ron had assumed the role of the stabilizing force. I felt a twinge of sympathy for the burdensome role Ron had to bear. Chapter 58. "See you at the usual place tonight. Here comes Harry Potter again," a seventh-year Slytherin student shouted, clutching his head in exasperation. He looked up to see Harry perched on his broom, triumphantly holding the golden snitch aloft. In today's match against Gryffindor, Harry had almost single-handedly secured victory, propelling Gryffindor to the pinnacle of the Quidditch League. Professor Snape, serving as the referee, wore a look of regret as he slowly descended to the ground, dismounting his broom. Although the original narrative depicted Snape riding a broom on several occasions, witnessing him maneuver it with such ease caught me by surprise. I had anticipated a certain clumsiness, yet he performed unexpectedly well, leaving me with a sense of betrayal. Was there truly no wizard in existence, like myself, who exhibited such dismal prowess on a broom? "Dursley, Potter is your cousin, is he not? Are you aware of any of Potter's weaknesses?" This inquiry came from Graham Montague, a Slytherin upperclassman 2 years my senior, who would eventually become a Quidditch chaser, although he was merely a substitute this year. "Well, let me think. Perhaps his eyesight is not very good." I offered a rather obvious weakness that anyone could discern. Even if Harry did possess significant vulnerabilities, I would never divulge them. However, in Slytherin, it is crucial to exhibit a willingness to provide information. Despite the insignificance of the information, Montague fell into contemplation, resting his chin on his hand, lost in silence. "He is my important brother, so please refrain from engaging in overly perilous activities." I feigned innocence, tilting my head slightly to gaze at him. A faint blush crossed the upperclassman's face as he nodded in acknowledgement. After all, being requested in such a manner by an endearing girl must have felt rather delightful. Although I had seldom utilized my appearance since my arrival, I had to admit, it proved to be quite advantageous. Under Draco's intimidation, no first-year Slytherin dared to confront Harry, but the situation was somewhat different with the upperclassmen, leaving it to me to intervene. Arguments, bullying, and harsh words, once they occur, only become easier to repeat. Thus, it is imperative to eradicate such behavior before it manifests for the first time. "Vitalea, may I have a word with you?" Draco remarked, patting my shoulder as we returned to the common room. I turned to see Draco and Pansy standing together, their faces etched with tension and seriousness. "I wish for you to witness this." Draco discreetly opened his palm, cautiously ensuring that no other students were privy to it. It was utterly astounding. When I beheld the Muggle coin in Draco's hand, I nearly gasped in disbelief. Why on earth did Draco possess that coin? When had Hermione entrusted it to him? More importantly, how had first-year Hermione managed to successfully cast such magic? "We shall rendezvous at the usual spot tonight." Draco communicated the illicit plan through subtle lip movements. I nodded, then lowered my gaze once more to the object nestled in Draco's palm. It was a counterfeit two-penny coin, its inscription surrounding the Queen's likeness differing from that of the authentic version. "The one who seeks to harm you is Quirrell." Upon witnessing the inscription that emerged upon the coin, my face involuntarily twitched. "Well then, I shall see you shortly." Draco stuffed the coin into his pocket and departed. I cradled my head, my thoughts a chaotic whirl. Harry must have witnessed the conversation between Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell, as depicted in the original narrative. I admired Harry. Despite observing Snape's seemingly dubious actions, he chose to place his trust in him. Yet, this development appeared perilously close to the truth. If Harry and his companions remained overly vigilant toward Quirrell, the latter might become even more cautious, making his movements increasingly cumbersome. No, perhaps that would be a fortuitous turn of events. After all, since that individual had not infiltrated Hogwarts, as long as the Philosopher's Stone remained secure, Harry need not confront Quirrell directly. Conversely, had Quirrell not been possessed by the Dark Lord, first-year Harry might indeed have fallen to him. Ironically, it was precisely because the opponent was that individual that Harry in the original tale managed to safeguard the Philosopher's Stone. This posed a rather intricate dilemma. I sat on the empty sofa in the common room, gazing into the flames of the fireplace. According to the original storyline, by this time, Hagrid should receive an egg from a Norwegian ridgeback dragon. Following that would be the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. However, if that individual had not entered Hogwarts, could the unicorns escape calamity? I must ascertain the implications of his absence on the events, lest they spiral beyond control. At this juncture, I realized the unfolding situation was quite delicate. To momentarily calm my racing thoughts, I cast a spell upon the flames in the fireplace. The fire crackled, transforming into a spectrum of colors, with tiny fireballs sprouting legs, dancing merrily in the hearth. Each time I employed this peculiar magic, I found myself in a state of transcendence. Perhaps Harry, enamored with the prankster magic of Fred and George, sought solace from his anxieties and troubles in a similar manner. That evening, the enchanting little soiree by the fireplace continued until Draco and Pansy returned to the common room. Chapter 59, Mirror, Oh Mirror. During the urgent tea gathering held in the room of requirement, the information received largely aligned with my expectations. Harry had witnessed Professor Snape threatening Professor Quirrell. Harry appeared to place complete trust in Professor Snape, firmly believing that he was persuading Professor Quirrell to abandon his attempts to steal the Philosopher's Stone, while Ron, on the other hand, was utterly distrustful of Snape, insisting that he was indeed threatening Quirrell to seize the stone, mirroring the misunderstandings depicted in the original text. However, the fact that Professor Snape had previously transported the Philosopher's Stone from Gringotts to Hogwarts rendered Ron's assertions invalid. Ultimately, we concluded, what does it matter to us? A few first years could hardly hope to overpower the faculty of Hogwarts. We could only pray that Professor Snape would succeed in convincing Professor Quirrell. The following weeks passed in serene tranquility at Hogwarts, with no notable changes. In the original narrative, Professor Quirrell was said to appear pale and haggard at this time, but, having not been possessed by that individual, he seemed unremarkable. Meanwhile, Hermione and I immersed ourselves in reviewing for the end-of-year examinations, while Harry became increasingly focused on Quidditch matches. All seemed calm until one fateful day when an unexpected event transpired. That day, I was studying in the library alongside Draco, Pansy, and Blaise. As I relaxed and enjoyed the ordinary rhythm of school life, an incongruous figure appeared in the library, delivering a startling surprise. It was Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds. He shuffled his enormous frame, anxiously withdrawing and replacing books from the shelves. When I glimpsed the title Species of Dragons in Britain and Ireland and a guide to raising dragons from egg to fiery hell, I nearly buried my face in my hands. I had not forgotten about the baby dragon, but I never anticipated witnessing such a scene at this moment. I had assumed that it would be Harry and the others who encountered Hagrid in the library. Even if I were present, it would have been alongside them. But glancing around, I discovered that we were the only ones studying in the library, surrounded by an eerie emptiness. What should I do? Should I greet Hagrid? Vitalea, what's the matter? While I was lost in thought, Blaise perceptively noticed my distraction. As he spoke, Draco and Pansy paused their writing, looking up at me. For a fleeting moment, I hesitated. Slytherin students had their own way of handling matters, and if the situation were to be revealed, they might not aid in concealing it. If any wrongdoing were to be uncovered, it would indeed be Hagrid's own folly, but if Norbert, that little dragon, failed to hatch, I might find myself haunted by nightmares. It's nothing, just a moment of distraction, I replied, shaking my head and deciding to ignore Hagrid. The hatching of the dragon hatchling should still be some time away. Let us temporarily set this matter aside for today, I resolved inwardly and nodded. Meanwhile, the curious gazes of the three individuals observing me suddenly froze. They all looked up towards my back, their faces displaying expressions of astonishment. What is happening? Is there a beautiful maiden for you to behold? As I turned around, I found myself locking eyes with a pair of luminous blue orbs, belonging to the kindly visage of a white-bearded elder, Professor Dumbledore, who had appeared there unbeknownst to us. Studying diligently for the end-of-year examinations, are we? Dumbledore's sudden inquiry struck us, leaving the four of us to nod in mute agreement. Ha ha ha, no need to be tense. Though I am the headmaster of Hogwarts, as you can see, I am merely an old man, he chuckled. Even so, it would be inappropriate to casually inquire, old Dumbledore. What brings you here? Then, headmaster, what brings you to the library? The ever-composed Blaise was the first to regain his composure and ask. I found myself admiring his remarkable social skills. Even Draco and Pansy, who had been tempered in the aristocratic circles of pure-blood society for years, or I, with my past life as social experiences, could not match his calm demeanor. Well, I have a matter to discuss with Miss Dursley, he stated. Me? I couldn't suppress my surprise at being unexpectedly named by Dumbledore. Typically, he only appeared before Harry. Was this visit related to him? Speaking here might draw Irma's ire. Shall we take a stroll around Hogwarts Castle? Dumbledore suggested playfully, winking. It seemed that our conversation had caught the attention of Madame Pants, who cleared her throat from deep within the library. All right. I gathered my textbooks and notebooks from the table and rose to follow Dumbledore. He nodded approvingly and walked slowly toward the library exit, while I trailed behind, anxiously pondering what he was about to say to me. I haven't done anything wrong. Have I? Surely not, definitely not. Or perhaps. Vitalea, we shall return to the dormitory first, Draco's voice chimed in from behind. Have you settled into life at Hogwarts? Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to consult Professor Snape, or you may come directly to me, Dumbledore inquired. Everything is fine. The Slytherin students have been quite kind to me, I replied. As we walked down the corridor, we engaged in trivial conversation. Honestly, being alone with Professor Dumbledore sent my heart racing. Perhaps it was due to my knowledge of his plans for Harry from the original story. And the longer I remained in his presence, the more I felt a prickling unease, hoping he would soon broach the subject at hand. However, Dumbledore continued to discuss the delightful pastries at Hogwarts and the forecast for clear weather in the coming week. He spoke of a rumor that if one could remain awake and endure until the end of Professor Binns' class, their romantic endeavors would flourish, which piqued my interest slightly. After all, in the original tale, Hermione, who resisted Professor Binns, indeed succeeded. By the way, have you seen your cousin Harry and his Gryffindor friends outside the entrance crafting a statue of me from dirt? It is truly a splendid display of magic. If you have yet to witness it, do take a moment to admire it later. What? Upon hearing Headmaster Dumbledore's words, I exclaimed in astonishment. Harry, you mischievous child. I distinctly asked him to include me in his antics. Upon further inquiry, I learned that this earthen statue had garnered high praise from Mr. Filch and Professor McGonagall, who even awarded Gryffindor 5 points for it. As Headmaster Dumbledore cheerfully recounted these events, he paused before a tall suit of armor and then walked directly into an empty classroom. Huh, what is this place? I was drawn in and followed him into the classroom, only to accidentally drop my textbook in surprise. Why is there a mirror here? I muttered to myself. And Dumbledore chuckled. What a curious question, Miss Dursley. You have seen this mirror in this classroom before, have you not? He was correct. The objects that once resided here still remained, which was hardly surprising. However, if this mirror were the mirror of Ariste, that would be an entirely different matter. According to the stories I know, the mirror of Ariste should have been relocated to the end of the Forbidden Corridor, serving as the final line of defense for the Philosopher's Stone. I felt a cold sweat begin to bead on my forehead as the headmaster's twinkling eyes regarded me with keen interest. This was not good. He was probing me. Although he seemed disinclined to employ legilimency on students, I could not afford to let my guard down. I bent to retrieve my fallen textbook and notebook. Attempting to seal away my memories and shut down my inner thoughts, I could not fully trust Albus Dumbledore. Undoubtedly, he wished to protect Harry, but at the same time, he might lead him into peril. What would happen if he uncovered my memories? I could not allow my knowledge of the original story to be wielded as a weapon against the Dark Lord. If the narrative were rewritten by him, my situation would become precarious. At least now was not the time to reveal anything, I thought to myself, quietly gritting my teeth. If he were to seize the opportunity to question my peculiar mutterings, I feared I would not be able to maintain my faade. So, what do you believe this mirror of Ariste would reveal to us? Unexpectedly, Headmaster Dumbledore shifted to another topic. Perhaps he was intrigued by my secret, but chose not to mention it. It is the deepest desires of the heart, I replied, and Dumbledore smiled pleasantly, nodding in agreement. Indeed, very well, a point for Slytherin. To my astonishment, I still managed to score. I secretly deemed this a stroke of luck. Yet, the moment I relaxed, it felt as if all my thoughts were laid bare. I desperately clung to my nearly tranquil spirit. What desires does the mirror unveil for you? Professor Dumbledore inquired. After taking a deep breath, I responded. I saw myself surrounded by numerous books. The image reflected in the mirror was no fabrication. Why was that? Because I have an affinity for reading. In response to Professor Dumbledore's second question, I replied truthfully, feeling as though I were attending a class. I had presumed your desire was something else. Perhaps you should confirm it by taking another look at the mirror of Ariste, he suggested, gesturing for me to stand before the mirror. What does this man truly know? Yet, since it was his suggestion, it must carry significance. Resolutely, I took a step forward. The reflection in the mirror revealed my former self as a young girl, engrossed in reading. Was this truly my desire? Certainly not. The last time I beheld this scene, I merely accepted the surface of what I saw. Upon reflection, my genuine wish was neither to relive my past self nor to immerse myself in books. If I were to articulate it, my most immediate desire is simply to save Harry. Not only Harry, but also Cedric, Professor Snape, and anyone in the future who captures my affection. I yearn to rescue them and to acquire the power to do so. You can surely achieve this. The girl reflected in the mirror affirmed. The 11-year-old girl, distressed by her botched bangs and confined to her room, stood up. She pulled several picture books from the shelf and smiled as she embraced them tightly to her chest. I felt the weight of my textbooks increase. Oh, I let out a soft sigh. When I lowered my gaze, I discovered 3 picture books nestled between my textbooks and parchment notebook. The covers were familiar. They were my picture books. How could this be? Here, I lifted my head to find the mirror of Ariste had turned pitch black, reflecting nothing further. What a remarkable phenomenon. I had never encountered such power in the mirror of Ariste. Are these your treasured possessions? Professor Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he observed the picture books in my hands. Although I remained somewhat dazed, I nodded in response to the professor's inquiry. Yes, these are precious books I lost long ago. They should have vanished from this world along with my previous life. I often told my close friends that if I were to die, they should incinerate my books with me. I never imagined I would lose my life so soon. Nor did I expect my books to reappear before me. How wonderful it is. We must cherish them and not lose them again, said Professor Dumbledore with a smile before departing the empty classroom. I believe the matters he intended to discuss with me have come to a conclusion. As I hurried out, the silhouette of the headmaster had already vanished down the corridor. Turning back to glance at the darkened Elysian mirror, a flicker of curiosity stirred within me. Whom would Professor Dumbledore see reflected in that mirror? Chapter 60. The incredibly rare Snape statue. As I stepped out from the entrance hall, I immediately noticed a peculiar clump of clay resting before the door. Could this be the rumored mud puppet? Tilting my head, I felt it bore little resemblance to the descriptions I had heard. It was said to be crafted in the likeness of Professor Dumbledore. Yet before me stood nothing more than a mound of clay, roughly human-sized. Was there some hidden mechanism within? Circling to the other side of the clump, I discovered the answer. Please clean the dirt from your shoes before entering the school. The sign bore a rounded, whimsical script, resembling the charming handwriting often employed by young girls, likely penned by Fred. Ah, so this is how it is. Scourgify. I cast a spell upon my shoes. The dust that should have been entirely eradicated was drawn into the clay mound, which began to twist and contort, gradually morphing into the likeness of Professor Dumbledore, savoring a candied pie. Now I understand. No wonder Mr. Filch held it in such high regard. With such an engaging mechanism, students practicing Quidditch in the courtyard would surely stop here to clean the mud from their shoes. A total of 15 poses, and even a hidden rare version. At that moment, the voices of the mischievous twins reached my ears. Turning around, I saw Fred and George standing proudly before me. It seems this mud puppet is random, capable of transforming into various poses of Professor Dumbledore. While this may not qualify as a prank, it marked our first success in earning points for our cleverly designed mechanism. Harry truly is our brilliant strategist. Clearly, securing points had left the Weasley twins in a state of exuberance as they clasped their hands and danced around me. Hey, I'm not firewood, I exclaimed. Moreover, our illustrious Harry had managed to draw the Slytherin princess into our ranks. Wow, is that true? I can hardly wait to embark on the next project. It was as if we had all conspired together. Fred released one hand and, with a gentle leap, George seized his other hand, propelling Fred over me and landing him beside George. Fred spun gracefully, striking an exaggerated pose, while George supported his waist, and the two presented themselves in a genteel dance posture. Two nearly identical faces beamed with the same smile as they exclaimed, "Please take good care of us." With a light chuckle, I graciously welcomed the synchronized remarks of my companions. Engaging in conversation with them always invigorated the spirit, as though we were engulfed in an effervescent surge of energy, though Professor Snape of Potions might possess a differing perspective on such matters. Oh, what a rare trio we are. Just as we were immersed in our laughter, Neville approached, cradling a large basket brimming with an assortment of herbs, presumably harvested from Professor Sprout's garden. He was caked in mud, with soil adorning the tip of his nose. Neville, did you gather all this from the garden? I sincerely apologize for my absence in tending to the herbs lately. It must have been quite a burden for you. Although we had initially agreed that whoever had the time would care for the plants, I had been remiss, preoccupied with exam preparations, leaving Neville to shoulder the responsibility alone. I expressed my contrition, to which he merely smiled and shook his head. It's all right. I simply enjoy what I do, and besides, Vitalea, you are busy with your studies, Neville remarked, glancing at Fred and George. The two of them were gazing skyward, whistling with a glint of mischief in their eyes. It dawned on me that they were the instigators of the betting scheme. I shot them a disapproving look, which elicited a knowing shrug from them as they spoke. Final exams can be dreadfully tedious and utterly disheartening. One must seek some amusement. We only intended to provide a bit of entertainment. They hastily added, and fear not. The stakes are not monetary, merely chocolate and other treats, so please, keep this from the professors. Indeed, we would be more than willing to make amends. Within the bounds of our capabilities, they implored, hands clasped in a gesture of supplication. George closed his eyes tightly, adopting a beseeching expression, while Fred winked, attempting to appear comical. I couldn't help but admire how such a trivial matter could reveal the nuances of their personalities. In truth, they need not apologize, for I bore no ill will. As long as my studies remained undisturbed, I was more than intrigued by their whimsical wager, eager to place a bet myself. As a participant, I could easily tip the scales to my favor. However, since they were so inclined to offer reparations, I decided to propose a compromise. "Ah, I have a splendid idea," I exclaimed, eliciting puzzled expressions from Fred and George. Yes, I indeed had a predicament that required resolution. Let these exuberant and idle fellows assist me. thereby allowing Hermione and me to focus on our studies. Furthermore, I was confident they would be most amenable to helping. You see, I recently spotted Hagrid acting rather furtively in the library, and it seemed he was preparing to acquire yet another peculiar pet. A sense of foreboding washed over me. Could I enlist your help to uncover what he intends to adopt? As I recounted the incident involving Hagrid's dragon egg, Fred's eyes sparkled with excitement, while George's lips quirked into a slight smile. How splendid! We shall undoubtedly unveil the secrets of this keeper of the forest. Fred enthusiastically patted George on the shoulder. I could sense an air of mischief and thrill. George remarked with a wry smile, his assessment quite astute. Although I felt a pang of guilt for potentially embroiling them in trouble that might lead to nocturnal escapades in the Forbidden Forest, I was confident they would relish the adventure. Moreover, like Ron, they were members of the Weasley family, capable of reaching out to Charlie, who studies dragons in Romania. I was certain they could safely entrust the hatched Niffler to him. All right, leave it to us. We will inform you of any updates immediately. Fred thumped his chest, while George displayed a reassuring smile. Thank you ever so much, I bowed to the two of them. While it pained me slightly to send these underage boys off on an adventure, one must seize opportunities when they arise. And please do share this with me discreetly, Neville. Standing beside me, mischievously whispered. Of course, I nodded at Neville. I intended to inform him that although I had entrusted the task to the twins, the spectacle of hatching the dragonlings should be a shared experience. I shall return to the dormitory now. Neville smiled contentedly in response and headed towards the entrance. Oh, wait a moment, Neville. I waved my wand towards him, casting a cleaning charm to rid his shoes and robe of the dirt, which was promptly absorbed into the earth. The soil began to stir, gradually forming a humanoid shape. This is a hidden rare variant, truly a testament to the bravery of Gryffindor. Fred and George exclaimed with glee. It seemed the mud clinging to Neville had summoned an exceptionally rare golden legend. The completed mud figure was tall and slender, resembling an overgrown bat. Professor Snape? The figure unmistakably mirrored the frowning visage of our Slytherin headmaster, Snape, whose expression was decidedly displeased. Neville gazed at the mud figure, utterly horrified. Indeed, the hidden variant captures Professor Snape's expression when he deducts points from Gryffindor students. Isn't it remarkably relatable? Wow, how terrifying, Fred confidently declared. Then he and George embraced each other, exaggerating their fear. If Professor Snape were to discover this, those two children would likely lose 100 points, I mused. I never anticipated someone would draw a hidden variant so swiftly. The odds were 1 in 5,000. Fred and George fell into contemplation, debating whether they ought to reduce the probability of the hidden variant. Thus, I left the twins to their deliberation and decided to accompany Neville back to the castle. The incident regarding Hagrid's dragon egg has reached a resolution, and I have acquired a wealth of knowledge about herbology from Neville. I then made my way to the library to continue my studies, resolutely determined to secure the top position. Today has been delightful, and I shall continue to strive tomorrow. Chapter 61. The Discovery of the Dragon Hatchling. During the morning break, I dashed across the campus alongside Draco and Pansy, heading towards Hagrid's hut. I could hardly believe he intended to raise a dragon. That gamekeeper is utterly foolish, Draco exclaimed, panting heavily. Pansy, her face flushed, nodded in agreement. I had kept the secret of the dragon egg from these two Slytherin students until today, as it was on the brink of hatching. I certainly did not wish for Draco to inform his father. It was not a matter of distrust, but rather that the boy possessed an unwavering faith in his father. Nevertheless, after class, both of them unhesitatingly chose to accompany me to witness the perilous hatching of the dragon, and I truly cherished their company. Indeed, Slytherin students are full of character. However, a newborn dragon, such a sight would likely be rare in a lifetime. I too was out of breath, managing to utter a few words. Perhaps among the three of us, my breath was the most ragged. I was utterly weary of my frail body. Indeed, Draco nearly shouted, somewhat resignedly. Upon reaching Hagrid's hut, the curious-eyed Harry opened the door and welcomed us. It's about to hatch. We squeezed into the cramped space, where Ron, Hermione, and Neville were already waiting. Hagrid leaned in close to the dragon egg resting on the table, holding his breath in anticipation of that moment. We too crowded in the hut, holding our breaths and staring intently at the egg, which had developed cracks, emitting a series of soft clicking sounds. It hadn't hatched yet, had it? Just then, the door burst open, and the Weasley twins stumbled in. Almost simultaneously, a loud scraping sound erupted as the egg suddenly cracked open, and a small dragon tumbled out onto the table. It resembled how Harry had described it in the original text, with large, closed eyes akin to a newly hatched bird. Its body was jet black, and its wings were somewhat bat-like rather than reptilian. When the little dragon sneezed, sparks erupted from its long snout. It was utterly magnificent. Hagrid reached out to touch the dragon, and, true to the lines from the original, the dragon opened its sharp teeth and bit him. Wow, incredible! It knows who its mother is. Hagrid laughed joyfully. Draco, standing beside me, twitched the corner of his mouth. Looking around the hut, Ron wore a similar expression, and George, standing at the door, mirrored it as well. In contrast, Harry and Fred had glimmers of eagerness in their eyes, longing to touch the little dragon. Neville's face turned ashen. Yet perhaps due to Hermione's presence behind him, he desperately steadied himself. Hermione peered over Neville's shoulder, scrutinizing the small dragon. "Hagrid, how swiftly does a Norwegian ridgeback grow?" she inquired, echoing a question from the original text. Hagrid lifted his gaze to respond, his expression suddenly stiffening and paling. He hastily rose, overturning chairs and tables in his haste, and rushed to the window. The unexpected turn of events took me by surprise, prompting me to follow Hagrid as we opened the window and looked outside. A child was peering through the gap in the curtains, now dashing towards the school. Hagrid muttered absent-mindedly above my head as I gazed in the direction the figure had departed. Clearly, this individual was not Draco, for he was present here. The silhouette appeared not to belong to a first-year student, but rather seemed to be a taller, upperclassman still in the throes of adolescence. Was that Montague from Slytherin? Fred burst through the doorway, raising his right hand to shield his eyes from the sunlight, squinting at the departing student. Indeed, if one were to say so, that broad figure resembled Montague quite closely. "It's him again," George sighed, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. Fred pouted, crossing his arms. He truly resembled our fervent admirer, his enthusiasm almost overwhelming. It appeared that friction always existed between the Weasley twins and Montague. Their relationship, as depicted in the original text, was rather strained. Montague had likely been attempting to expose Fred and George's secrets, seeking to ensnare them. Little did he know that due to Fred and George's involvement in the incident, such consequences would ensue. "Please, do help us persuade him not to act recklessly," Fred implored the three of us, evidently hoping we, as Slytherin juniors, would intervene with Montague. "Oh, that's impossible. I didn't see anything today. I have no idea what transpired here," Pansy scoffed, shaking her head. It seemed Pansy had resolved to remain silent about today's events. Draco, too, voiced his agreement with Pansy's sentiment. Raising dragons was inherently illegal. If we defended the keeper of that hunting ground, our own positions would be jeopardized. Perhaps such foolish bravery would be lauded among the Gryffindors, but we would not engage in such folly. Fortunately, we remained invisible from that small window. Indeed, the three of us Slytherin students were positioned in the alcove, unseen by those outside. Montague should not have caught sight of us. To feign ignorance of the matter was already the greatest concession we could afford. After Draco spoke, he averted his gaze, dodging the twins' scrutiny. He stood with an air of arrogance, chest out and arms crossed, though his expression betrayed a hint of awkwardness. Fred and George were adversarial Gryffindor students, and also Ron's brothers. Yet, no one is aware that Draco and Ron share a friendship. Even Draco himself is uncertain how to approach them. "You cannot possibly be a good person, can you?" Fred exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. George, standing nearby, mirrored his astonishment as he gazed at Draco. Draco's assertions were entirely valid. He bore no obligation to assist Hagrid. Nevertheless, a look of guilt crept across Draco's face. The negative image of Slytherin and Malfoy that resided in their minds began to shift, if only slightly. Dubbed a good person, Draco looked at Ron with a perplexed expression, seemingly seeking guidance. Ron silently shook his head. "If the Weasley twins were to take a liking to you, you would find yourself endlessly besieged in the future." Indeed, Draco is a good person. He has taught me much about the wizarding world and even assisted me with my homework. The last time I misplaced the golden snitch during Quidditch practice, he spent the entire day helping me search for it, Harry exclaimed excitedly, unable to contain his enthusiasm for Draco's virtues. "Harry, I understand your sentiments, but this is not the way to go about it. It's akin to pouring fuel on a fire," I interjected, noticing Draco's ears turning crimson as he hung his head. Upon hearing Harry's words, Fred and George's eyes sparkled with the delight of children who have just received a new toy, fixated on Draco. While Draco was indeed remarkable, the crux of the matter lay elsewhere. In an effort to divert attention from Draco, I spoke up. After all, this was hardly the moment to shift the conversation elsewhere. "Oh right," Fred and George exclaimed in unison, covering their heads. "That Montague. He will surely report us to the headmaster," they shouted, while Hagrid turned pale, his enormous frame trembling helplessly. The floor creaked ominously, and dust rained down from the ceiling. If this continued unchecked, the room would soon be enveloped in a haze of dust. "To reassure Hagrid," I said, "Montague will not report us immediately. If he reveals the dragon's existence now, only Hagrid would face punishment. Montague's true aim is to ensnare Fred and George, so he will wait until they assist Hagrid before taking action." In the original narrative, Draco did not betray the secret of the dragon immediately, likely for the same reason. To conceal a crime, one must commit a new one. Montague would bide his time until Fred and George broke the rules in their effort to protect Hagrid. Indeed, I would likely do the same. Draco nodded in agreement upon hearing my words. With Draco's endorsement, I felt reassured. Truly, Slytherin's wisdom is to consult with a serpent regarding serpent matters. Fred clapped his hands, seemingly in approval. Was he complimenting me? If so, we still had time. George spoke thoughtfully, his expression contemplative. while Hagrid, cradling the baby dragon, exhaled in relief. Just then, Hermione suddenly cried out, startling everyone and causing them to turn their heads in her direction. Her face was pale as she lifted the sleeve of her robe, revealing the watch on her wrist. "We're going to be late for our next class." It was so typical of Hermione to worry about tardiness even in such circumstances. Ron shrugged, as if to say, "What is the big deal? Let it go? We might as well skip." "Absolutely not." Hermione grasped Ron's arm, pulling him desperately towards the exit, and the two of them hurried through the open door. Harry and Neville quickly gathered the textbooks that had been carelessly discarded on the floor, trailing behind Ron and Hermione. "We should go too." Pansy gently patted my shoulder. Draco and I nodded in agreement and began to walk. Fred and George showed no inclination to leave, appearing to be in a hushed discussion, likely plotting to skip class. Although such behavior was hardly commendable, I was grateful they would handle this matter in Harry's stead. With appreciation for Fred and George, I made my way to the classroom for the next lesson. Chapter 62, The Overbearing Professor Snape. The little dragon, Norbert, of the same name as in the original text, seemed to be growing rapidly. Perhaps rapidly is not entirely accurate, as I had not witnessed Norbert's growth firsthand. I learned of it through the diary exchanges with Harry. Though I had witnessed the moment of its hatching, I had not ventured close to Hagrid's hut since then, for I had no desire to engage with such a perilous creature. A bite would surely be excruciating, and moreover, Senior Montague was inquiring about Norbert, so I felt it wise to refrain from meddling. Harry's diary mentioned that he had already written to Ron's brother, who was studying dragons in Romania. The matter of Norbert not being able to remain in Hagrid's hut seemed to align with the original narrative, which offered me some reassurance. Next Saturday, Charlie's friends were expected to come and collect Norbert, though it was astonishing that Charlie had 4 friends willing to assist in transporting a dragon. It seemed his school days were not without their own challenges, and indeed, the Weasley family did not harbor idlers. The question remained, what about next Wednesday? I muttered to myself, and my toad, Leaf, playing in my room, seemed to respond with a croak. According to the original story, on the following Wednesday, Ron, who was helping to care for Norbert, would be bitten. While the hospital wing could remedy his injury, it was prudent to remind him. I scribbled in my diary, "Don't forget to wear dragonhide gloves when taking care of Norbert," and snapped the notebook shut. Just in case, I thought I might lend my gloves to Ron. Considering the Weasley family's financial situation, he likely only possessed an old pair of safety gloves. In order to readily lend out the safety gloves, I tucked them into the pocket of my robe, cradling Neville's exchange diary in my arms as I made my way to the Gryffindor dormitory. "All right, Lufrog, it's time to return you to Neville. He must be searching for you," I said to Lufrog. It chirped and leaped onto my head. Although it was a troublesome frog prone to escapades, it exhibited an unusual obedience towards me. I wished it could show the same deference to Neville. Traversing the hushed common room and the sparsely populated corridors, it seemed everyone was resting in their rooms. The corridor before the Slytherin dormitory lacked windows. The evening sun must be ablaze like fire outside, and if I did not hasten, darkness would soon envelop the castle. "Miss Dursley." As I hastily passed by the potions classroom, a voice called out from behind. I turned to see Professor Snape, our Slytherin head, peering out from the laboratory door, his gaze fixed upon me. "The sun is nearly set. Where are you headed at this hour?" Professor Snape's brow furrowed, his expression peculiar. For some reason, he regarded me with an exceedingly displeased countenance. I pondered his expression, tilting my head in confusion. I had committed no wrongdoing, so why such scrutiny? At that moment, Lufrog began to fidget atop my head to regain its balance. "I am going to the Gryffindor dormitory to return this toad." "Ah, this toad belongs to Neville from Gryffindor, and it accidentally ended up with me," I replied. Professor Snape cast a glance at the toad perched on my head. Is he watching Lufrog rather than me? In the original narrative, Professor Snape had indeed attempted some cruel acts towards Lufrog, but that was merely to vex Neville from Gryffindor, not out of a disdain for toads. "It's quite late. I shall take it to Longbottom on your behalf." Professor Snape, his right hand gloved as if he had just been conducting an experiment, extended his hand towards me. A slender white wrist peeked out from between the sleeve of his robe and the glove. Behind him, the laboratory door stood ajar, revealing a ceiling adorned with dried toads. "No, wait, I have something to deliver to Harry and Ron as well. I cannot trouble you, Professor Snape." I retreated a step, concerned for Lufrog's safety. However, Professor Snape seemed to disregard my protest. He frowned, taking the exchange diary and Lufrog from my hands. "This diary is meant for Potter, is it not?" He scrutinized the notebook marked with my and Harry's names, narrowing his eyes slightly. "And what do you intend to deliver to Weasley?" He transferred the notebook and Lufrog to his left hand and extended his right hand towards me. Though he was assisting me, it felt akin to extortion. What was this? A new form of bullying within the school? Professor Snape cradled Lufrog, which appeared to glare at me with resentment. Yet even so, Professor Snape would not harm a student's pet. Surely he would not. Or perhaps he might not. I relinquished my resistance, retrieving a pair of safety gloves from my pocket and handing them to Professor Snape. Although he displayed a look of perplexity, he nonetheless accepted the gloves and tucked them away. My apologies, dear Gryffindors. Your esteemed Professor Snape is approaching your direction, and I hope the Weasley twins are not up to any mischief. It would be prudent for you to return to your dormitory swiftly, for the night at Hogwarts is not conducive to wandering about. Professor Snape inclined his chin, gesturing for me to proceed towards the Slytherin common room. My apologies, Leif. It is time for you to experience the treachery of human nature, and I hope you emerge unscathed. Under the relentless demeanor of Professor Snape, I nodded 3 times before hastily retreating to the Slytherin dormitory. By the following morning, rumors circulated that Professor Snape had attempted to invade the Gryffindor common room and cast a stunning spell on the students. By evening, this tale had transformed into a heroic narrative of Neville bravely confronting Professor Snape to rescue his pet. Perhaps this was due to Neville being summoned by Snape to retrieve Leif, which resulted in his fainting from fright. Every time I overheard the students whispering, I could only manage a wry smile. Chapter 63. Professor Snape peers into my diary. On the following Wednesday, although Norbert bit Ron, miraculously, he sustained no injuries. Instead, a large hole had appeared in the dragonhide safety gloves I lent him. On Thursday morning, Ron nearly wept as he came to apologize for damaging my gloves. But I assured him that as long as his hand was unharmed, it was of no consequence. Knowing full well he might be bitten, I had deliberately lent him the gloves. After all, a single pair of gloves would render the Weasley family indebted to me, and Slytherin never engages in unprofitable ventures. At that time, Ron informed me that by Saturday night, everything would be resolved. Subsequently, Harry's diary exchange contained similar sentiments, indicating they planned to send Norbert away using the same method as in the original story. What brought me further solace was the knowledge that Fred and George would be responsible for transporting Norbert to the tower that Saturday night. This meant that Harry would be entirely spared from any repercussions in the Forbidden Forest after dark. Although Montague was still lurking about, causing some concern, we could only await Saturday's arrival. I was somewhat restless in anticipation of that evening. A foreboding sense loomed over me. At long last, the long-awaited Saturday night arrived, and Pansy approached me with a grave expression. What is it? I feigned calmness in my response, though my inner turmoil betrayed me. I had informed Pansy and Draco that a solution regarding the dragon had been found, yet I had withheld the details of how to manage the dragon and the specific timing of our actions. However, Pansy's arrival at this juncture suggested that something may have gone awry. Just moments ago, Montague had stealthily departed from the common room. If he were heading towards the boys' dormitory, there would be no need for concern. However, if he were walking towards the girls' dormitory, it would undoubtedly be more raucous. Thus, he must have departed in the opposite direction from the student accommodations. In other words, he went towards the academic building? Indeed, I confirmed with a nod, and Pansy affirmed this with a slight gesture. It appeared that Senior Montague had discovered through some means that Norbert would be taken away tonight, and he intended to catch him in the act. I had assumed that since Ron had not been sent to the infirmary, the information had remained undisclosed. But it seemed the situation was more complex than I had imagined. Vitalea, are you and your group handling that dragon tonight? Pansy inquired in a hushed tone. Although my room was a single and did not necessitate such caution, perhaps due to psychological factors, Pansy exhibited considerable wariness. Yes, I nodded in response. Upon hearing my reply, Pansy pressed her fingers to her temples as if enduring a headache. I too found myself covering my face with my hands, feeling utterly helpless. As a Slytherin, all I could do was pray. If Senior Montague were discovered by the professors, the Slytherin house points would be deducted, and should Norbert be found, he and Hagrid would likely face severe repercussions, along with all of us associated with this affair, facing unpredictable consequences. Anxiety and unease enveloped my heart. Though I could wait in bed until dawn for answers, I lacked the spirit to do so. Sleep felt utterly elusive. Ultimately, Pansy and I resolved to proceed to the common room and await Senior Montague's return. Before the extinguished fireplace, in preparation for exams, I opened my textbooks and notes. Yet nothing seemed to register. My throat felt parched, and I consumed 3 cups of cocoa in succession. Clearly, Pansy was equally restless, frequently glancing at the antique clock on the wall, intermittently checking the time. As the hour approached 1 in the morning, according to the original storyline, Harry and Hermione should have been captured by Filch by this point. At the very least, I hoped that deviations in the actions of certain characters would not disrupt the trajectory of the plot, and that the narrative would continue to unfold as originally intended. As I pondered this, the stone wall connecting the school buildings creaked suddenly, and a passageway opened. Voices emerged from within. Professor, it's true, there really is a dragon. This was Senior Montague's voice. Pansy and I quickly concealed ourselves behind the sofa. After a few moments, Senior Montague and Professor Snape entered the common room. Professor Snape spoke with an expression of utter disinterest. I am aware that the Keeper of Keys is raising a dragon. In that case, upon hearing Professor Snape's words, a spark of hope ignited in Montague's eyes. However, Professor Snape shook his head, extinguishing Montague's hopes, and continued speaking. Regrettably, the dragon has been granted a temporary protective permit by the Ministry of Magic, absolving the keeper of the grounds from any responsibility. As for you, regardless of the reasons, you have no right to wander the school in the dead of night. This statement leaves little room for negotiation. Montague's shoulders sagged, and he appeared dejected. Wait, Professor Snape's earlier remarks took me completely by surprise. The keeper of the grounds is raising a dragon? The ministry has approved the permit? Does that mean Fred and George's efforts tonight were in vain? Professor Snape urged Montague to return quickly, and he trudged up the spiral staircase leading to the boys' dormitory. Well then, Professor Snape deliberately cleared his throat. Dursley, do not hide. Come forth. With the revelation of my presence, hiding seemed futile. Yet, why was it only I who had been discovered? I exchanged glances with Pansy, and we slowly rose to our feet. Seeing Pansy beside me seemed to surprise Professor Snape. His eyes widening slightly. You both should retire for the night, he said in a low voice, followed by a sigh. It appeared that our late-night escapade would go unpunished. I had expected at least a point deduction given Professor Snape's disposition. When our eyes met, he quickly averted his gaze. Why did Professor Snape appear more embarrassed than I was? Suddenly, a hypothesis struck me. The temporary protective permit for the dragon did not exist in the original narrative. If that were the case, it must have been that Headmaster Dumbledore learned of Norbert's existence and made arrangements. Given his political clout, this was entirely plausible. But how did Headmaster Dumbledore come to know of Norbert's existence? Professor, did you peruse our exchange journal? In response to my inquiry, Professor Snape neither confirmed nor denied, instead turning to leave. What an infuriating teacher. I felt dizzy from my own oversight, my anemia flaring up, and I crouched down, cradling my head. Pansy regarded me with a puzzled expression. It appeared that once the riddle was solved, the situation was rather straightforward. Professor Snape must have seen our exchange journal the day I handed Norbert to him. As Dumbledore's trusted aide, he would certainly report the dragon's existence to the headmaster. Dumbledore has always been lenient towards Hagrid, thus securing Hagrid a permit to raise a dragon, albeit temporarily. However, once Hagrid learns of the permit's approval, even if only temporary, he would undoubtedly be reluctant to part with Norbert. Consequently, Professor Snape concealed this information from Hagrid and the students. This explains why Professor Snape appeared so displeased, considering Hagrid's close ties with his longtime rival. As for how Senior Monty became aware of tonight's operations, it remains an enigma. However, considering the unfolding events and their striking resemblance to the original narrative, it is plausible that the secret was divulged by Fred or George. Oh, it seems I have come to a realization. This thought incited a flicker of irritation within me. How dare they pry into our exchange diary? Nonetheless, I can empathize with Professor Snape's predicament. Entrusting our exchange diary with him was, in hindsight, a misstep, for, in a certain sense, it is indeed within Professor Snape's purview to scrutinize Harry's diary. My familiarity with the original text allows me to grasp Professor Snape's situation, yet it leaves me with an unresolved discontent. Nevertheless, in light of the outcome, this may have been fortuitous, given that the professors are now aware of the dragon's existence. Even if Fred and George were caught, their penalties may not be as severe as those faced by Harry and his companions in the original tale. Although I am unclear about the specifics, it appears the dragon incident has been resolved, leaving only Senior Monty in a predicament. With that, I should retire for the night. Good night. Pansy gently patted my shoulder, yawned, and departed. I exhaled deeply, rose to my feet, and ascended the spiral staircase toward my chamber. I had done nothing yet felt utterly drained. Further contemplation would only serve to exacerbate my agitation. I longed to recline in bed and rest. Chapter 64. I had no intention of spying on your changing. Those two were unexpectedly a bit dull. One could say they are indeed Ron's brothers. The following morning, as I retrieved the invisibility cloak left atop the astronomy tower, I muttered to myself. The two referred to the Weasley twins who had transported the little dragon, Norbert, here last night. Surely, after successfully delivering Norbert, they had relaxed their vigilance and inadvertently left the cloak behind, resulting in their capture by Filch or some other teacher on their way back. The presence of the cloak here is evidence of such a scenario. In the original story, even the astute Hermione had made a similar blunder, and perhaps the corrective influence of the original narrative is at play, so I am not in a hurry to fault them. In the original tale, the invisibility cloak left atop the astronomy tower ultimately found its way back to Harry safely, rendering the likelihood of it being discovered by a third party quite low. Nonetheless, to be prudent, I resolved to keep it for the time being. By the way, I plan to borrow it momentarily. It is only natural for a sister to take her brother's belongings. No worries, I trust Harry will surely forgive me. I wrapped the cloak around myself and began my descent down the spiral staircase of the astronomy tower. Once back within the castle, I proceeded along the deserted corridor, halting before Professor Quirrell's chamber. Professor Quirrell, I must apologize. Mr. Filch, I extend my apologies as well. I silently expressed my regret. Then with all my might detonated the stink bomb I had acquired from Fred and George, taking great care to avoid the blast radius. What is going on? The door swung open with a force, and Professor Quirrell, adorned with a triangular nightcap, stumbled in while uttering fragmented shouts. His eyes widened as he surveyed the corridor. Now a chaotic mess from the explosion of a stink bomb. After confirming the absence of students, he furrowed his brow and clicked his tongue, his expression resembling that of disgust. Oh, it seemed he truly caught a whiff of something foul. Ah, Professor Quirrell, your true self has been revealed. I jest internally as I slipped through the crack of the door into his quarters. Within the confines of his room, personal belongings were notably scarce. Only a few reference books adorned the desk, everything meticulously arranged. It appears he is a man of discerning taste. The lack of personal items suggests he intends to resolve all matters within the year, not planning to linger at Hogwarts, a conviction I could sense emanating from him. With a deep sigh, Professor Quirrell retreated further into his room. I cautiously nestled into a corner to avoid an encounter, while he tossed aside his nightcap onto the bed. The back of his head was smooth and clean, indicating that the other person was indeed absent. As he paced the room with a contemplative expression, he began to unbutton his nightrobe. Though peering at others while they change is inherently improper, I averted my gaze towards the ceiling, my nostrils angled at a 45-degree angle in his direction. It is rather amusing to sneak into someone else's room and then ponder privacy matters. When I deemed the moment appropriate to lower my gaze, Professor Quirrell had already donned his usual robes. As he wrapped a scarf around his head, he checked his appearance in the full-length mirror before departing the room. Once the sound of his footsteps faded into the distance, I once again surveyed the room. It seemed prudent not to disturb the desk drawers. They appeared to be ensconced with some sort of mechanism. These drawers were undoubtedly suspicious, likely harboring evidence related to that individual. Yet, from my readings of the original text, it is already an evident fact that Professor Quirrell is connected to that person. Thus, there was no need for further confirmation. Moreover, with my current capabilities, I was incapable of deciphering spells of a professor's caliber. What intrigued me more was the contemplation within Professor Quirrell's mind. A room often reflects its owner's character and mental state. I opened an old wardrobe, which stood empty except for 2 tattered robes, the interior devoid of any other contents. Indeed, it appeared he had prepared only the most essential items. Peering beneath the bed, I noted he kept it remarkably clean, the floor devoid of dust. There lay a conspicuously suspicious box. I verified its position, pulled it out, and was met with a jingling sound. The box lacked a lid, and within it was a chaotic assortment of empty vials. According to the timeline from the original work, the next event to unfold would be the punishment in the Forbidden Forest. From a temporal perspective, the empty bottle that appears so out of place in his shabby room was presumably intended to contain unicorn blood. He might have intended to present this precious substance to someone, or perhaps he was compelled to do so. It becomes evident that there is still some insight to be gained. Professor Chilo is evidently grappling with an internal conflict. He likely harbors a reluctance to slay the unicorn. In the barren wardrobe and cabinets, there are indeed numerous places to store these empty bottles, yet he seems disinclined to have them within sight, opting instead to conceal them beneath the bed. I returned the box to its original position and gazed out the window. It was a Sunday morning, and the playground lay deserted, with most students likely still lost in their dreams. Thus, before the room's owner returned, I decided to make my discreet exit. Alakazam, open the door, flying broom. I opened the window and summoned the broom that I had previously hidden on the playground. Although my broom riding skills remain abysmally poor, descending from the 3rd floor to the ground posed no challenge. Of course, circling the playground on it was out of the question. Perhaps it is an inherent flaw in my affinity for transportation, as I had failed the driving exam 3 times in my previous life. I mounted the broom, kicked off the windowsill, and glided down slowly, all the while ensuring to wave my wand to close the window behind me. Ultimately, I landed safely on the ground, which was quite an achievement for me during my internship. I concealed the broom behind a flower pot and hurried toward the gates of Hogwarts, still unable to remove my invisibility cloak, uncertain of when I might be seen by anyone. Descending the staircase in front of the Great Hall, I entered the kitchen, perhaps the least likely place to be discovered. Upon removing my cloak, the house elves, busy preparing breakfast, stared at me in wide-eyed astonishment. My apologies for the interruption. Could you please keep what just transpired a secret? I implored, raising a finger. Though perplexed, the house elves nodded in agreement. After waiting a moment, I proceeded to the Great Hall, returning the invisibility cloak to Harry, who was enjoying breakfast at the Gryffindor table. Fred and George enveloped me in a tight embrace, nearly moved to tears. They had feared they had lost the heirlooms left by Harry's parents, and were on the verge of self-punishment. I somewhat regretted not leaving a calling card at the astronomy tower, as opportunities to startle these 2 prankster princes are rare. Upon inquiring about the events of the previous night, it was indeed as I had surmised. Fred and George had been caught by Filch after escorting Norbert away. Since they were assisting Hagrid in delivering the dragon baby and, in a sense, helping to shield Harry, he bore them no ill will for misplacing the invisibility cloak. Incidentally, they were docked only 20 points in total. While 20 points is no trifling matter, it pales in comparison to the 150 points deducted in the original story. Professor McGonagall, it seems, was sympathetic to their predicament. I heard that she even informed them about the temporary protections in place at that time. Having expended considerable effort to transport the dragon, it was disheartening to receive a dragon-keeping permit in return. The two individuals felt a profound sense of disappointment. Yet, could this not also be regarded as an intriguing adventure? I inquired, and they exchanged a sly smile, nodding in agreement. Chapter 65. Was Professor Snape's expression truly so expressive? Evading watchful eyes proved exceedingly challenging. No, that was not the intended meaning. I understood now. Professor Quirrell's voice trembled, as though he were engaged in a conversation with someone unseen. In a classroom seldom utilized, he likely communicated with that individual through some form of correspondence. To conduct such a conversation in a place where one might easily be overheard was rather careless for the typically cautious Professor Quirrell, indicating a loss of his usual composure. With only a week until the final exams, this exchange, although somewhat altered, mirrored the dialogue Harry had eavesdropped upon between Professor Quirrell and that person. Suddenly, the classroom door was flung open, and Professor Quirrell emerged, his face ashen and fraught with panic, nearly on the brink of tears. He clutched an object resembling a hand mirror and hurriedly made his exit, seemingly oblivious to my presence by the door. I surmised that Professor Quirrell had received orders from that individual to attack the unicorn. What course of action should I take? If I were to shout that the unicorn was in danger, I would undoubtedly be regarded as a madman, potentially drawing the attention of both Professor Quirrell and that person. Yet, confronting Professor Quirrell alone would surely result in a disastrous retaliation. Despite his outward appearance of ineptitude, he possessed considerable strength. Thus, while I felt sympathy for the unicorn, I resolved to remain observant. Moreover, the unicorn's blood represented a significant clue linking the perpetrator coveting the Philosopher's Stone to that individual. This night, the unicorn was destined to be attacked. If that were the case, Fred, George, and Prefect Montague would be summoned to the Forbidden Forest for punishment the following evening. Could I accompany them? The Forbidden Forest was inherently perilous. However, with Hagrid and Fong in tow, it would be considerably safer. Such an opportunity, if not seized, might never present itself again. Nevertheless, I could not deliberately violate school rules and incur points deductions simply to be punished. As a Muggle-born student in Slytherin, accruing too many demerits would jeopardize my ability to maintain a peaceful existence within the school. Was there a way to avoid point deductions while still facing punishment? An idea sparked as I gazed at the notebook in my hand. Clutching the Muggle notebook inscribed with my and Harry's names tightly, a brilliant notion surged forth. The following morning, I hummed a cheerful tune as I traversed the underground corridor, arriving at the door of Professor Snape's office adjacent to the potions classroom, where I knocked gently. "Good morning, Professor." "Good morning, Miss Granger. Is there something on your mind this early?" I greeted energetically as the door swung open, revealing Professor Snape, his complexion as pallid as ever. "Professor, this concerns the notebook." I smiled, lifting the exchange diary, but Professor Snape averted his gaze, somewhat uncomfortable. "Professor, I am aware that you find it difficult to resist my appearance and that you feel guilty for having perused my diary." I maintained my smile, refraining from voicing these inner thoughts. "You have read it, haven't you?" I reiterated my earlier inquiry. Professor Snape's eyes wandered through the air before, in resignation. They finally met mine. I apologize. Perhaps he had resigned himself to the situation, for he uttered those rare words of apology. To hear an apology from Professor Snape was a moment I longed to capture, to record as a treasured heirloom for future generations to appreciate. "Professor, I feel somewhat hurt." I purposely pouted, lowering my head in a playful manner. "Therefore, I desire an apology. In truth, I have a request." As I spoke, I stole a glance at Professor Snape, who blinked twice before revealing a hint of relief on his countenance. Such a spectrum of expressions. Could he truly excel as a double agent? It is hardly commendable to threaten a teacher, Professor Snape sighed, his tone tinged with resignation. His expression reverted to its customary icy facade. "I heard that tonight, Senior Montague and the Weasley twins from Gryffindor are to face punishment, and I wish to accompany them." Upon making my request, Professor Snape regarded me with an expression akin to that of an interrogating detective, as if attempting to see through my facade. "How curious it is for one to voluntarily seek punishment. It appears you are already aware of the nature of the punishment, yet I must ask, how do you know of something that even the subjects of the punishment are unaware of?" Just now, Hagrid let it slip inadvertently. I lied with an unflinching demeanor. Perhaps my lie was too convincingly delivered, for Professor Snape believed it, furrowing his brow as if contemplating that fellow. "My apologies, Hagrid. Please bear the blame for me. If only for the moment. The Forbidden Forest is perilous at night. It is best to avoid it." Professor Snape shook his head. "However, Professor, despite it being a punishment, you still permit students to enter the Forbidden Forest, do you not?" I countered, noting the displeasure etched on his tightly pressed lips. "Moreover, Professor, it is quite dangerous to place 3 incompatible individuals together in that treacherous forest. I have had dealings with the Weasley twins through Harry, should a conflict arise. I could mediate." I enumerated the various advantages of my participation in the punishment within the Forbidden Forest. If this does not suffice, then I shall have no choice but to concede. It was I who discovered Hagrid's desire to rear dragons and involve them in this matter. Since I had solicited Fred and George's assistance, it would be unjust for me to escape punishment alone. I enumerated what appeared to be reasonable justifications and awaited Professor Snape's judgment. Professor Snape, seemingly enduring a headache, pressed his fingers against his temples before speaking. Very well. But in exchange, I shall accompany you. This response astonished me. Professor, you are exceedingly lenient towards me. With such a reliable ally joining, I could not help but smile, albeit restraining myself to merely reveal my emerald green almond-shaped eyes. Chapter 66, Cries in the Forest. That evening, when I was escorted to the entrance hall by Professor Snape, Mr. Filch regarded me with a perplexed expression. I haven't heard that this child is to be punished. What rule has she broken? Mr. Filch inquired. Professor Snape remained silent for a few moments, gazing at the ceiling as if pondering, then gently replied, she peeked at a diary. It seemed he had not concocted a more convincing excuse. As soon as the words left his lips, a flicker of regret crossed his face. I struggled to suppress an urge to laugh. A diary? Mr. Filch questioned, his brow furrowing in confusion. Did she read your diary? In response to Mr. Filch's inquiry, Professor Snape did not answer. After all, it was he who had initially peeked at the exchange diary between Harry and me, so in a sense, Professor Snape was not lying. I was uncertain how Mr. Filch interpreted this statement, but he cast me a glance tinged with pity before making his way towards Hagrid's hut. Having overheard the conversation between Professor Snape and Mr. Filch, Fred and George seemed to stifle laughter, while Montague appeared somewhat awkward, his gaze darting about. The twins seemed particularly intrigued by the contents of Professor Snape's diary, and I anticipated that they would approach me with questions later. As we proceeded to Hagrid's hut, perhaps due to Professor Snape's presence, Mr. Filch maintained a rare silence, behaving quite subdued. In the original text, he was known for his provocations towards Harry and the others. Upon hearing that Professor Snape would accompany us, Montague appeared somewhat reassured, a hint of joy gracing his features. In contrast, Fred and George bore expressions as if the world were ending. Hey, over here. Hagrid was waving at us from the distance in front of his hut. It seemed that, due to Mr. Filch's lack of lengthy reprimands, we had arrived just in time for our appointment. Unlike in the original narrative, Hagrid did not seem anxious. Instead, he wore a smile. Oh, Professor Snape? And Vitalea, what brings you both here? Hagrid inquired, tilting his head in puzzlement upon seeing us. The student shall also receive additional punishment. With an increased number, leading the group will become even more arduous. Hence, I shall accompany them. That is truly splendid. Professor Snape succinctly elucidated the matter, and Hagrid, seemingly unperturbed, nodded in agreement. Is Hagrid, perhaps, a tad slow-witted? Do you think this hulking figure comprehends our reason for enduring punishment? Fred whispered to George, who responded with a wry smile. The answer was evidently in the negative. After watching Mr. Filch return to the castle, Hagrid declared, All right, everyone listen closely. Tonight's endeavor is fraught with peril. We must not act recklessly. For the duration of our expedition, stay closely behind me. Hagrid raised his lantern and began to advance, closely followed by Fred and George, who walked side by side, exuding exuberance. A little further behind was Senior Montague, while Professor Snape and I brought up the rear, forming a line. Upon noticing our trajectory towards the forest, Fred and George joyfully exchanged high fives. Look over there. Can you see the shimmering objects on the ground? Do you see the silver? That is the blood of a unicorn. It appears a unicorn has been injured in this forest. Hagrid pointed towards a narrow path leading deep into the dense woods. The ground and low-hanging branches glistened with the silver liquid, twinkling faintly. We must locate that unfortunate creature. If it cannot be saved, we must ensure it suffers no longer. Upon hearing Hagrid's words, Senior Montague shivered, displaying a look of distaste, and inquired, What if the one who attacked the unicorn is a powerful wizard and still lurks within the forest? In the original text, Draco had uttered similar sentiments. Yet, Montague seemed more apprehensive about the possibility of having to end the unicorn's life than about the assailant. I had not noticed this during my reading, but perhaps Draco in the original text was similarly attuned. He is a child who understands the preciousness of life. As long as you stay close to me and Yaya, no creature in this forest shall harm you, and with Professor Snape here, we shall be amply protected. Now let us split up. Wait a moment. There may be intruders in the forest. We should not disperse carelessly. Professor Snape interjected, halting Hagrid's words. Hagrid blinked, nodded in agreement, and continued onward. We traversed the dark forest, the atmosphere eerily silent. The twins, who had been excited at the prospect of entering the woods, fell silent upon hearing we were to search for the injured unicorn. After a while, the path diverged into two. Professor Snape waved his wand, illuminating the ends of both paths with a pale blue glow. In the original text, Harry and his companions chose the left path, where a faint silver light was discernible. Very well, let us proceed this way. Hagrid puffed out his chest, nodding as if the achievement were his own. then raised the lantern and strode towards the narrow path on the left. Although Professor Snape was not one to revel in showcasing his prowess, Hagrid's demeanor struck me as peculiar. An indescribable feeling stirred within me, and as I turned my head, I chanced upon Professor Snape plucking a leaf from a plant by the roadside, discreetly stowing it away in his robes. Though the light was dim, I surmised it was likely a leaf for potion ingredients. Indeed, he was a shrewd individual, and I too wished to replicate his action on our way back. Hagrid, is there only one injured unicorn? I called out to Hagrid, who was walking ahead. I needed to clarify certain matters. In the original text, when Harry and his companions entered the forest, one unicorn had already fallen victim, yet this detail was omitted during the earlier explanation. Perhaps there was indeed only one. For unicorns are swift creatures, and capturing them is no easy feat. They are beings of immense magical power, yet I had never witnessed a unicorn in distress. Hagrid replied, scratching his cheek in confusion. There is only one injured unicorn. This implied that last night marked Professor Quirrell's inaugural crime. Unlike in the original narrative, where his life was at stake, his actions here might have been somewhat sluggish. Along the way, we encountered the red-haired centaur, Firenze. He remarked, innocents are always the first to sacrifice, and tonight, Mars shines brightly. Shortly thereafter, we met the dark-haired centaur Bane, who similarly noted the brightness of Mars. As we departed, I felt his gaze bore into me, though perhaps it was merely an illusion. We continued deeper into the forest, following the glimmers of silver light. I had lost track of how far we had wandered. Both Montague and I began to pant. Even the typically vigorous twins exhibited signs of fatigue. A faint voice wafted through the wind, forgive me. I halted, scanning the surroundings. The others seemed oblivious, and upon noticing my sudden stop, they wore expressions of confusion. Dursley, what's the matter? Montague rushed to my side. Though he himself feared such situations, he still tended to my needs as a junior. I think I heard something, I replied, and Montague's complexion turned even more pallid. Forgive me, it was indeed the sound of someone weeping. Ah! This time, everyone heard it. Montague screamed, crouching down and cradling his head. The hound fawn lay beside him, pressing its body to the ground. Almost simultaneously, Professor Snape waved his wand, and the forest was instantly illuminated by a dazzling light, revealing a slightly cleared area through the trees. There, a pure white, luminous unicorn lay helplessly on the ground, its slender legs drooping weakly, and beside it stood a figure cloaked entirely in black. Quirrell, I involuntarily exclaimed his name, utterly unprepared to find him in tears. My murmurs elicited an expression of shock from Professor Snape, who immediately raised his wand and dashed towards Professor Quirrell. Sensing our presence, Quirrell discarded the vial in his grasp and fled deeper into the forest. Stay here. Do not follow, Professor Snape commanded the students, before plunging alone into the thicket in pursuit of Quirrell. Yaya, guard these children well, Hagrid instructed the seemingly unreliable Yaya, and then vanished into the underbrush. The situation had escalated significantly. What would happen if Professor Snape captured Quirrell? The thought of the Philosopher's Stone conclusion flashed through my mind. Conversely, if Quirrell managed to escape, Snape would surely question me about how I knew the figure cloaked in black was Quirrell. Although he had told us to wait, right? Fred stroked his chin, deep in thought, and I felt an ominous premonition. How could one remain quietly here amidst such intriguing events? With a brilliant smile revealing his pearly whites, Fred sprinted towards the direction of the professors. Wait. The voices of the other three echoed through the forest, utterly unprepared for his impulsive action. Hey, Fred! George exclaimed, taken aback, and hurriedly called out Fred's name. He intended to chase after him, but hesitated, turning to glance at me and the stunned Montague, seemingly unwilling to leave a young girl and a completely dazed companion behind. Honestly, that Fred, abandoning his partner. George chuckled wryly, gritting his teeth in frustration. Chapter 67, Taming the Steed Unicorn. Hey, Yaya, stop trembling over there and come here. Aren't you supposed to protect us? George shouted at the quaking Yaya, who was cowering beside Montague. Yaya lifted his head, sniffed the air to confirm the hooded man had vanished, and then bounded towards George. George patted its head, and Yaya's tail wagged with joy, while Montague remained crouched on the ground. Suddenly, a shrill cry pierced the air like a whistle blown with great force, and the unicorn, previously thought to be lifeless, began to convulse and struggle. It was alive. Montague sprang upright and rushed towards the unicorn. Hey, don't move, Montague called out, attempting to approach the unicorn, but it now resembled a wounded beast, dangerous and untouchable. A kick from its powerful legs could result in more than mere fractures. What should we do? Montague's whisper left George speechless. The unicorn's injuries were grievous, evidently fatal. Its current movements might merely be the last vestiges of its life force. Harry had once remarked that if it could not be saved, at the very least, it should be spared further suffering. Healing spell. Monty, the senior, brandished his wand. At such a tender age, he was capable of casting healing spells, a true testament to his prowess as a Quidditch player from Slytherin. However, even a healing charm proved ineffective at such a great distance. Moreover, this spell was only meant to mend minor injuries. It was utterly futile against the grievous wounds of a dying unicorn. Damn it! Monty gritted his teeth in frustration. Indeed, the spell had failed. Nonetheless, he did not relent, advancing step by step towards the unicorn. Senior, it's too dangerous. I attempted to dissuade him, but he merely shook his head and pressed on. Stay still. Monty lunged at the unicorn, using his somewhat hefty frame to restrain its hind leg. Healing charm, mend now. George rushed forward as well, waving his wand to cast the spell. Yet, such a treatment merely addressed superficial wounds and would not suffice to save the dying unicorn. It seemed that only the tears of a phoenix or the life-giving water from the Philosopher's Stone could offer salvation. Even aware of these remedies, we felt powerless. The unicorn yearned desperately for life, yet it was futile. After a moment's hesitation, I too raised my wand and cast the healing charm. Perhaps this would only prolong its suffering, but I could not stand idly by. Soon, the unicorn appeared too weak to resist, collapsing once more to the ground, its large, clear eyes gazing at us with despair. Monty released his grip, weeping as he waved his wand, witnessing the life before him slipping away. I glanced at the bottle abandoned by Professor Quirrell, recognizing it as belonging to his chamber. Yet, what mattered most to me were my parents, Harry, and the friends and teachers at Hogwarts. Just as that individual could sacrifice a pure unicorn for the sake of his own life, I too was willing to sacrifice this unicorn, to allow its blood to flow for my own survival. Flowing blood, a continuation of life? I murmured in contemplation, picking up the bottle from the ground. The silvery liquid within shimmered in the moonlight. To drink such blood would invoke a curse, for it stemmed from the slaying of an innocent, defenseless creature. This echoed the words once spoken by Firenze in the original text, which I had also read in the library. But what if the unicorn were to drink its own blood? I looked at the weakened unicorn on the ground, its eyes seemingly pleading with me to live. Are you saying you wish to survive? If you are truly cursed, it would be of your own making. One hand grasping the bottle, the other gently stroking the unicorn's mane, I thought, even if you resent me afterward, it matters not. Dudley, what do you intend to do? Monty and George gazed at me with bewilderment. I uncapped the bottle and poured its contents into the unicorn's mouth. Seniors, please continue casting the healing charm. Upon hearing my words, the two individuals, momentarily stunned, promptly brandished their wands. The blood of a unicorn may prolong life, yet it cannot mend wounds. As the liquid in the vial was fully expended, I too grasped my wand and cast a healing spell. After an indeterminate passage of time, the surface wounds of the unicorn had completely healed, and it stood unsteadily, revealing upon closer inspection that this unicorn was rather diminutive, seemingly still a juvenile. Have we succeeded? Murmured Senior Monta. George gazed in disbelief at the unicorn that had risen once more. This is truly remarkable ingenuity, came a voice from behind. Turning to look, I beheld a tall centaur with a pale golden mane. It was Firenze. Thank you, he expressed. This pure child owes its life to your efforts. As a denizen of the forest, I extend my gratitude. Firenze placed his hand upon his left breast and bowed, much like a human. The unicorn staggered towards Firenze, appearing to exhale a sigh of relief, its eyes gently closing. Firenze caressed the unicorn's mane and spoke. The internal injuries have yet to fully heal, but it will gradually recover. Firenze's words relieved Senior Monta. I had no idea he held such fondness for animals. Firenze. At that moment, a reproachful voice echoed, and another centaur emerged from the thicket. I witnessed it. You behave like a human. What a disgrace. Do you not possess the dignity of a centaur? Bane was evidently displeased with Firenze's earlier bow. In the original narrative, he had previously chastised Firenze for allowing Harry to ride on his back, indicating that Bane could not tolerate a centaur's actions reminiscent of other beings. Bane, I merely expressed my gratitude to them in our own manner, if it cannot be conveyed. It is in vain, Firenze replied, as if in persuasion. This evidently aggravated Bane further, who bellowed in outrage. What significance does human opinion hold? Centaurs should only concern themselves with matters of prophecy. Is it our duty to adjust our steps for those wandering humans in the forest? Bane's agitation was palpable, his hind legs striking the ground fiercely. Moreover, that unicorn is destined to meet its demise here. The moment Bane's words fell, the forest was enveloped in an eerie silence. Are you suggesting it should be slain? Senior Monta's whispered inquiry resonated starkly in the stillness of the night forest. As it appeared that Senior Monta was about to charge at Bane, George hastily seized his arm. Let it be. That fellow is not one to reason with. But Senior Monta bit his lip in frustration, as if reason told him he should not engage in conflict with the centaur. Bane, it is inappropriate to speak of what you glean from the stars in the presence of humans. At some point, the centaur Ronin had materialized there, frowning with a look of confusion upon his face. The seemingly fragile centaur gazed at the unicorn being caressed by Firenze, a perplexed yet somewhat relieved expression gracing his face as he spoke. Innocents have always been the foremost victims, a truth as old as time. However, this night was different. In response to Ronin's words, Bane retorted with dissatisfaction. asserting that the innocent had thus deviated from the natural order. What does it mean to deviate from the order? No matter, she and her companions would guard this child beyond the confines of such laws. While stroking the unicorn, Firenze turned his gaze towards me. Is it me? The unexpected direct address made my eyes widen in surprise. Why me? Was it because the unicorn favored witches over wizards? You are like a dark cloud, obscuring our stars. Bane sneered down at me, his disdain palpable. His icy glare sent a chill down my spine. It seemed my earlier impression of his piercing gaze was not mere illusion. To obscure the stars, did this imply that I should not exist here? Did they know my true identity? Bane, let us depart. That matter has been resolved, Ronan called out. Understood, Bane replied reluctantly, nodding. With a wry smile, Ronan pulled the discontented Bane away. After watching their figures fade from view, I turned to Firenze, who smiled down at me. I have a few questions, if that is permissible? The multitude of confusions and surprises left my mind in a state of chaos. Upon hearing my inquiry, Firenze nodded gently. What does it mean to deviate from the order? Is it because the blood of the unicorn brings a curse? I asked, my gaze fixed on the unicorn that clung to Firenze, unwilling to part. The cost of unicorn blood stems from the harm or death inflicted upon these pure, defenseless beings. Therefore, this child's fate is not cursed. Firenze shook his head, and I exhaled in relief, as it appeared that my greatest fears had not come to pass. However, those who have consumed unicorn blood carry an unusual aura. They have escaped death and strayed from the natural order, and this aura is loathed by the unicorns. A look of sorrow crossed Firenze's face. Montague tilted his head in confusion, while George seemed to grasp something, swallowing hard. To be despised by unicorns means, he pondered. It implies that one can never return to their kin, he concluded, crossing his arms in contemplation. Montague finally comprehended the gravity of the situation, his face paling as he gazed at the unicorn. How could this be? Montague appeared stunned by the magnitude of this revelation, rendered speechless. As a pure-blood Slytherin, Montague held a profound love for blood relations and kin. For him, being unable to return to his kin felt akin to a death sentence. So, we must care for this child, correct? I confirmed, to which Firenze nodded affirmatively. Bearing an aura that transcends the established laws, this child can no longer remain in the forest where the unicorns dwell. Consequently, Firenze, who also resides in this enchanted woodland, is unable to continue caring for the child. This implies that we, who saved its life, must now assume the responsibility of nurturing it and riding it for a lifetime. Fear not, for I have experience in tending to young dragons, and there exists no challenge more formidable than that. George beamed, thumping his chest with confidence. Indeed, such self-assured words offer solace. Upon hearing the mention of dragons, Senior Monta recalled the reasons for his presence here, casting George an eye roll, tinged with a hint of pity towards the unicorn. Moreover, there is another matter. I did not heed Bane's earlier comments, he continued, still enveloped in his melancholic thoughts. Firenze nodded thoughtfully and, after a moment's contemplation, replied, even we centaurs encounter celestial phenomena that elude our understanding. Although Bane dismisses this notion, I perceive it as a glimmer of hope for altering one's fate. The hope he spoke of, was it meant for me? The prophecy of the centaurs remains inscrutable, which, in a certain light, is reassuring. After all, an undesirable future remains unseen. Hey, you lot. Hagrid emerged from the depths of the forest, waving, followed by Professor Snape and Fred, with the disheartened Professor Quirrell, his hands bound, trailing behind. It appeared that Professor Quirrell had been captured. Despite being the first to locate that individual, he proved no match for the former Death Eater, Professor Snape. Both George and Senior Monta wore expressions of astonishment upon seeing Professor Quirrell. George, you missed quite the adventure. Fred chuckled, cheerfully wrapping an arm around George's shoulders. How outrageous. You left me all alone. George replied, comfortably reciprocating the embrace. The lively banter of these twins was always a source of amusement. Taking care of that coward must be quite the hassle, eh? Fred glanced at Senior Monta. The one labeled as a coward, Senior Monta, frowned in discontent but seemed to feel too powerless to retort, opting instead for silence. No, he is a brave soul. George shook his head. Upon hearing this, both Fred and Senior Monta widened their eyes in disbelief. More importantly, mates, I bear good news. We may soon find ourselves once again as caretakers of illegally kept magical creatures. George smiled, gesturing toward the unicorn standing beside Firenze. Fred blinked in astonishment, staring at the unicorn. That is, no, could it be? Fred glanced back at the spot where the creature had fallen moments before. It seemed he had mistakenly assumed it to be a different entity. Hagrid, Professor Snape, and Professor Quirrell also gaped in astonishment. It was Senior Monta who saved it. Had it not been for his relentless perseverance, this child would not have been rescued. I elucidated to the four uninformed individuals that the unicorn still lives, for this is indeed the truth. Had it not been for my senior's remarkable fortitude, I might have merely stood by, watching the unicorn struggle towards its demise. Yet, it was truly Dursley who saved it. Senior Montague shook his head. Without his efforts, I could not have conceived of such a solution. I owe it all to him. I smiled resolutely, while Senior Montague bashfully lowered his gaze. How wonderful it is that it survives. Professor Kettleburn knelt upon the ground, murmuring softly, tears streaming down his cheeks. Even though the beast yet lives, it does not alter the fact that it has suffered at your hands. Professor Snape gazed down at Kettleburn with an expression of resigned dismay, embodying the very essence of his character, unyielding even towards the weeping. Oh, I know, but oh, how wonderful. Kettleburn sobbed like a child, continuing to weep, prompting me to sigh deeply. I recalled the scene from a few days prior when I had infiltrated Professor Kettleburn's office, in that tidy and orderly room. The only disarray was a box filled with empty vials, a reflection of Kettleburn's inner turmoil and conflict. Indeed, not everyone possesses the courage to stand up against that individual. I assured George and Fred, I shall take care of the unicorn, so you need not worry. They exchanged glances, a smile curling at the corners of their mouths. A hint of an imperceptible smile flickered in Professor Snape's eyes. Hagrid scratched his cheek, somewhat perplexed. George remarked, "Then we shall rely on you, Dursley." "Of course, no problem," I replied with a smile and a nod. The unicorn, guided by Firenze, approached me with slow, graceful steps, its snow-white neck gently brushing against my shoulder. Observing this delicate yet tenacious creature, I smiled and stroked its neck, contemplating a fitting name. Perhaps I shall call it Fortune henceforth. Chapter 68. Am I a witness? A punitive confinement? The following day, I gazed at the posted announcement, tilting my head in confusion. The notice proclaimed that Professor Kettleburn had been indefinitely confined to his quarters for violating the rules of Hogwarts. It did not specify the exact transgression that led to this confinement. Perhaps the decision to confine him rather than expel him was a merciful act by Headmaster Dumbledore. Had he been outright expelled, he might have faced dire consequences from that individual. As I entered the Great Hall to partake in breakfast, I found the students fervently discussing the matter. They speculated wildly about what astonishing deed the feeble Professor Kettleburn could have committed. It seemed that the incident with the unicorn had yet to spread. Fred and George had not divulged anything to anyone the previous night. And Senior Montague likely would not be broadcasting it either, as he had even advised me to keep the matter confidential. "Where were you last night?" Pansy inquired as she took a seat beside me, evidently having visited my room the previous evening. "I find myself in a predicament. When did you engage in such a punishable act?" Upon hearing my response, Pansy gazed at me with a look of perplexity and curiosity. I had implored Professor Snape to allow me to face my punishment. I regret to say, I must take my leave now. What a surprise. I rose from my seat, leaving Pansy with a face full of questions. I needed to hurry, aiming for the third floor. Honeydukes fudge, lemon drops, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, chocolate frogs, sour lollipops, rock cakes, and exploding bonbons. Wait, butterbeer is not a candy. Standing before the headmaster's office, I recited every candy name I could conjure. Yet the statue guardian remained unmoved. Just as despair began to settle in, a voice called from behind me. "Pancakes." I turned to see Fred and George, their mischievous smiles illuminating the corridor. The statue abruptly sprang to life, granting us passage as the spiral staircase appeared. Fred and George each draped an arm over my shoulder, and we ascended the stairs together. The staircase automatically lifted us, transporting us to the headmaster's office in an instant. "Haha, I knew you would arrive." Professor Dumbledore awaited us with a warm smile at the foot of the staircase. With a flourish of his wand, he summoned 3 chairs that thudded to a halt behind us, indicating we should sit. "This concerns Professor Quirrell's disciplinary actions, does it not?" Dumbledore inquired, offering us teacups. "Indeed. What fate awaits Professor Quirrell?" I nodded, prompting him with my question. Dumbledore began to elucidate slowly. Although it was an attempted crime, the act of attempting to harm a unicorn carries significant weight. The Ministry of Magic will soon hold a trial, and following the verdict, Hogwarts will issue formal disciplinary measures. Professor Quirrell has confessed and shows no intent to flee. Thus, he may remain at Hogwarts until the trial, albeit confined to his quarters since he can no longer teach. I feared this was a unilateral decision by Dumbledore, yet it appeared to be a measure taken in accordance with the law. It seemed the ministry had already been informed. Evidently, Quirrell's failure had reached the ears of that individual. Rather than risk Quirrell's detention by the ministry, it was deemed safer for him to stay at Hogwarts. However, I have a request. I hope you will testify as eyewitnesses during Professor Quirrell's trial. I shall notify Mr. Montague shortly. If you are unwilling, you may refuse. Other witnesses include Professor Snape and Hagrid. Dumbledore stroked his full beard, his tone suggesting he was not imposing. "I am willing. Please allow me to go," Fred exclaimed loudly, his expression more earnest than ever. George looked at Fred in astonishment as Fred glanced down at his teacup, gripping it tightly before looking up again. "Last night, Quirrell mentioned he felt threatened. I can testify to that, can I?" Fred gazed intently into Dumbledore's eyes, which sparkled with an intense light, revealing his intention to defend Professor Quirrell. It dawned on me that something significant might have transpired last night while following Professor Snape and the others. "We are grateful for your support," Professor Quirrell is fortunate to have students like you, Dumbledore remarked with a smile directed at Fred. At least it appeared that Dumbledore was not ready to abandon Quirrell, and considering the actions he had compelled Snape to undertake, he might leverage this situation to exert control over Quirrell, certainly a preferable alternative to allowing that individual to eliminate him outright. I had no intentions of obstructing the unfolding events either. I mentioned that I had witnessed Quirrell in tears after being threatened, although I had not seen the face of his assailant. Fred's eyes shimmered with hope as I recounted the events from the day before, and Dumbledore smiled with satisfaction. Regarding the trial, I had requested the Ministry of Magic to postpone it until after the end-of-term examinations, as the crucial witnesses were both teachers and students. The Ministry had acquiesced, so you may focus on your studies. As for the unicorn incident, Hagrid will manage that. Dumbledore's words elicited a groan from Fred and George. Indeed, the final examinations loomed ominously. I was eager to utilize the time for revision, but for Fred and George, this news was likely disheartening. The examinations might genuinely pose a threat. As soon as we exited the headmaster's office, Fred began to complain. We have been preoccupied with taking care of Norbert, and oh, by the way, Vitalea, this is for you. Fred suddenly remembered something and pulled a bag from his pocket, handing it to me. I looked at him in confusion, while George chuckled and revealed the contents of the bag. Norbert's droppings. Which means, well, they can be sold at a premium to potion shops. Fred beamed with a sunlit smile. Indeed, dragon dung is a prized ingredient for potions. They must have carefully preserved it while tending to Norbert, quite astute of them. We've also set aside the shed skin and the teeth that fell out during teething. We'll use those first, though there's too little of it to include in our pranks. Fred and George chimed in unison before whirling away like a tempest. It appeared they were intent on concocting something with the dragon hide and teeth, likely neglecting their exam preparations in the process. However, judging by their demeanor, even without these materials, they probably would not take their studies seriously. Yet, I had no time to fret over these two geniuses. I should focus on revising for the exams, I muttered to myself, gazing out the corridor window, my goal being to surpass Hermione. At least, I felt the weight of this pressure from Professor Snape and Draco's father. Such stringent expectations were indeed burdensome. Of course, I would strive to do my utmost. But my opponents were formidable. At least in potions, I had to exert considerable effort. The original examination topic was the forgetfulness potion. However, considering Professor Snape's disposition and the events of the previous night, he might opt for a different subject. In order to distinguish between high achievers like Hermione and myself, the practical examination is crucial. This assessment is intended to determine our eligibility for advancement, and it is likely that Headmaster Dumbledore will scrutinize the content, thus avoiding excessively challenging questions. Although the preparation of the forgetfulness potion involves intricate and multifaceted steps, anyone can succeed as long as they follow the correct sequence. Were I to set the examination questions, I would likely choose simpler concoction methods, the quality of which could be easily influenced by subtle variations. Perhaps potions such as analgesics or healing elixirs of various sorts. Upon vocalizing this hypothesis, I found it to be quite plausible. Professor Snape would likely proceed in this manner, categorizing all healing potions from peppermint extract to healing salves under the umbrella of restorative elixirs. Incidentally, the examination notice stated that we could bring any number of cauldrons into the examination room. Initially, I presumed this was to ensure we had spares in case of accidental burns, but upon reflection, it became clear that Professor Snape is not so considerate. He must intend for us to brew multiple potions for submission. Consequently, I should procure several new cauldrons. Nodding to myself, I resolved to visit the Olery and send a letter to the cauldron shop in Diagon Alley. Speaking of which, I have yet to meet Minister Fudge. Although I promised to serve as a witness for Professor Quirrell, I am uncertain of the impact his situation may have. Given that individual's influence, Minister Fudge may very well avoid a thorough investigation, leaning instead towards the likelihood of deeming Professor Quirrell mad. After all, to the traditionalists, that man has long since perished. Chapter 69. The one whom my brother admires. Such an intriguing affair has unfolded that I cannot remain silent and stationary. Fred expressed his exhilaration vocally as he traversed the forest. I noticed that my brother, who was meant to accompany me, had halted, yet I pressed onward without hesitation. There was no alternative. George is too gentle, likely reluctant to abandon Vitalea and her companions, even though Vitalea's magical prowess may surpass our own. Unexpectedly, the punishment for transporting dragons at such an hour has evolved into this fascinating situation. While the deceased unicorn is indeed lamentable, it is precisely for this reason that we must apprehend the perpetrator. The last time George and I ventured into the forest in an attempt to capture a unicorn, we were utterly unsuccessful. To capture and slay such a nimble unicorn, the assailant must be an extraordinary wizard. Although Snape ordered us to remain in place, relying solely on him, a brooding recluse, and the somewhat slow-witted Hagrid, is rather disconcerting. Well, it seems I too should pursue the trail. Furthermore, Hagrid's path is unmistakably clear. The grass crushed beneath his enormous weight is flattened, and the branches he traversed are unnaturally broken. I merely need to follow these traces onward. As I sprinted forward, I finally caught sight of Hagrid's silhouette ahead. "Hagrid," I called out, but received no response. Puzzled, I hastened towards him, only to discover that he had fallen asleep while standing. "Hagrid!" "Hey!" I exclaimed, but regardless of how much I shook or prodded him, he remained utterly motionless, snoring in that peculiar posture. A slap on his cheek proved futile. He was undoubtedly under a spell, though the nature of the enchantment eluded me. It was clear that the perpetrator was no ordinary foe. I only hoped Snape was safe. For if he had indeed been ensnared by this villain and left to slumber throughout the night in this forest, I would feel a sense of deservedness. Yet the situation was likely more complex. It was possible he was not merely hypnotized. In the worst-case scenario, he might fall into an eternal sleep. Regardless, this predicament must be averted. Though Snape was the most dreadful of teachers, he was, after all, someone cherished by my adorable junior. Wait, that sounds convoluted. I should say he was the object of affection for the sister of my lovely junior. Yes, still rather tangled. Within Gryffindor, there exists a rumor that the prodigious girl, referred to as the Slytherin princess for her equitable treatment of students across houses, possesses but one flaw: her abysmal taste in men. The authenticity of this rumor is uncertain. Yet whenever Snape maliciously ridicules students and deducts points, Vitalia's gaze indeed lingers on him with keen interest. George remarked that it resembled the gaze of an audience member in the front row at an opera, but to me, it might well be the look of a lovesick maiden. Ultimately, this is of little consequence, at least for Vitalia. Snape is an essential teacher, and should anything befall that significant mentor, she would undoubtedly be affected. Such a scenario must not transpire. All right, onward I pressed, firmly clutching my wand. I continued to track the diminishing traces. The sound of water reached my ears. Perhaps a river was nearby. At that moment, a glimmer of light flickered ahead. Could it be Snape and his companions? I tread softly, drawing closer. As I crouched down, peering through the underbrush, I beheld Snape confronting a hooded man by a shallow stream. The man raised his wand, unleashing a beam of light, but Snape merely waved his wand to dispel it. They were engaged in a silent duel of spells. Who would have thought Snape possessed such prowess in combat? He was the man who was said to melt under sunlight, forever lurking in the shadows. The man, thwarted by Snape's repeated counterspells and sensing a stalemate, began to retreat slowly, attempting to flee. "You shall not escape," Snape bellowed, and red sparks erupted forth. The sparks grazed the man's hood, striking a large tree behind him. The great tree emitted a creaking sound before crashing down, effectively obstructing the man's path. His hood slipped off, revealing his true identity. "Impossible," I involuntarily gasped, hastily covering my mouth. The man beneath the hood was none other than Quirinus Quirrell, a professor at Hogwarts. Although he wasn't adorned with his signature purple turban, that face was unmistakable. I could hardly believe that the individual who had just engaged in an intense, silent duel with Snape was actually Quirrell. The shock I felt surpassed even the terror elicited by Snape's formidable prowess. Quirrell, who had merely laughed in confusion when subjected to pranks by George and me, was capable of such horrifying deeds. Foolishness. I had long considered him a fool, yet I never imagined he could display such depths of folly. Snape, still clutching his wand, spoke coolly, a tone reminiscent of his lectures. Quirrell, however, wore an expression of grave intensity that I had never before seen, glaring fiercely at Snape. "Severus, what could you possibly understand? I have reached the end of my rope." Quirrell's words flowed smoothly from his lips. What was happening? Had his usual stutter merely been an act to deceive others? "I have told you before, you must choose wisely whom you pledge your loyalty to," Snape replied in a calm manner, as though addressing his students. "Loyalty?" Quirrell exclaimed. "How can you expect me to trust you? To trust a former Death Eater? You might still be in contact with that person." At Quirrell's words, I widened my eyes in astonishment. Though I had heard rumors, I never anticipated that Snape had indeed been a Death Eater. "As you know, I was merely ordered by Dumbledore to infiltrate their ranks and gather intelligence," Snape retorted, a hint of impatience in his voice. This was the first I had learned of his role as a spy within the dark forces. How thrilling. It was no wonder he possessed such formidable abilities. One truly cannot judge a book by its cover. That only makes it harder to trust you. Dumbledore informed me that the individual might still be alive, which is why I sought him out. I merely wished to test my own strength, to avoid being belittled by students, and then, I encountered that person. Quirinus Quirrell broke down in tears, recounting his past with a pain akin to drowning. His lamentations about not wanting to be underestimated by students troubled me. I had always perceived him as the most easily teased of all the teachers. But that was because he accepted it with a smile. "Dumbledore merely revealed the truth to you, nothing more. That was before those children began their studies. To prepare us mentally, yet you misunderstood the terror of that individual and foolishly approached him." Snape's expression remained unchanged in the face of Quirrell's almost ghostly words. The terms Death Eater, that person, and awareness surfaced intermittently in their conversation, instilling a sense of unease within me. The individual they spoke of, could it be? If he is indeed as I suspect, then Chilo has acted with great recklessness. Yet, could this truly be so grave? I, too, yearn to explore the peculiar wonders of this world and test the extent to which my abilities might influence it. If I were to hear that this person still lives, I might even feel compelled to seek him out and confront him. Indeed, I was foolish then, daringly challenging him, only to face defeat. However, he held me in high regard. A sinister smile crept across Chilo's face. Snape, with a tone of derision, remarked, "Ah, I see, so you were blinded by flattery, only to be thoroughly exploited?" Snape's words rendered Chilo's expression one of anguish, as if he were gnawing on bitter gall. I pledged my loyalty to that man. Yet I failed. When I infiltrated Gringotts, you had already taken the stone. The man was furious, and should I fail again, no, it will be my end. As Chilo spoke, his complexion turned ashen, and he began to tremble. Who could possibly rescue me? A traitor to Dumbledore. I cannot escape his grasp no matter where I flee. No one in this world, save Dumbledore, can stand against him. The thought of the cruel death awaiting me, a fate even more terrifying than death itself, filled me with dread. No, I cannot. Chilo began to murmur softly, his expression distant, as he staggered toward me. Surely, wouldn't he discover my hiding place here? A cold sweat trickled down my spine. Chilo halted mere inches away, turning to face Snape. He sniffled, emitting a choked sound. Those of us, like myself, stained by sin, are not even worthy of fear. With that, Chilo drew a knife from his cloak. The sight of a wizard wielding such a perilous weapon nearly rendered my legs weak with terror. Chilo raised the knife high and plunged it toward his own chest. To stab oneself with such a weapon would surely bring excruciating pain. No, it would lead to death. Wait. When I regained my senses, I found myself shouting. In a reaction born of instinct, I thrust my hands forward, forcefully pushing Chilo away. He lost his balance on the muddy ground, his head striking a protruding tree root with a dull thud. Then, unbeknownst to me, Snape had magically sent the knife flying through the air, the hilt striking Chilo's head as he lay face down, before it clattered to the ground. Chilo lay still. Could it be? Is he dead? I picked up the knife and tossed it far away, then cautiously turned over the unmoving Chilo. His eyes rolled back, his body limp, yet he still breathed. Thank goodness. This means I shall not become a murderer, even if he truly perished. Discerning whether it was I or Snape who delivered the final blow would not be an easy task. Weasley, what brings you here? Snape's voice, low and serpentine, echoed from behind me. I turned to see that familiar visage glaring at me, a face from which George and I had garnered a significant portion of the points deducted from Gryffindor. Indeed, I was all too familiar with that face, familiar to the point of infuriation. Yet today, I found myself more timid than ever. Ah, Professor, what a coincidence to encounter you here. By the way, the stars are truly enchanting tonight. Mars shines brilliantly, does it not? I endeavored to mask my trepidation, but Snape's cold gaze remained fixed upon me as he spoke. You continue to disregard the teacher's instructions during detention, Gryffindor, points deducted. Wait, do you know which Weasley I am? If you're uncertain, you cannot deduct points. If you make a mistake, it would be a grave injustice. I interjected, desperately attempting to avoid any point deductions. Ordinarily, I would have been indifferent to the loss of points. However, as the academic year drew to a close, Gryffindor and Slytherin were embroiled in fierce competition. Each point deducted could sway the outcome of the House Cup. Snape smirked derisively, his eyes glinting at my anxious demeanor. You are the brother, 5 points deducted. How can that be? I was taken aback by his unhesitating recognition of me as the brother. Even our mother occasionally confused us. Yet Snape, who typically regarded all Gryffindor students with disdain, could discern our twin differences. I had always assumed we were mere nuisances in his eyes. May I inquire how you recognized me as Fred? I asked Snape, who was crouched down rummaging through Quirrell's belongings. What criteria allowed him to distinguish between us twins? To be honest, I felt a naive curiosity about this matter, recalling how Harry had once remarked that Professor Snape was highly attentive to his students. Yet, the man who was so intimately aware of his pupils didn't even glance my way before stating, the brother is even more foolish. Well, that left me speechless. Although there was some truth to his assertion, Snape gently extracted a long purple scarf from Quirrell's grasp. Ah, this must be the particularly conspicuous scarf. With a flick of his wand, the purple scarf coiled around Quirrell's body. He then cast a healing spell upon Quirrell, retrieving a strange vial from his robes and administering its contents to him. Silently, Snape handed me the empty vial, and I hesitated before accepting it, scrutinizing it under the moonlight. A few remaining drops of liquid at the bottom were colorless and odorless. Was it a truth serum? The fact that he carried such a potion with him and executed the action with such ease left me feeling somewhat unnerved. Was he accustomed to this? To be honest, it frightened me a little. Snape appeared to be more akin to a figure from the underworld, perhaps an assassin or a spy. Oh, indeed, he was a spy. I cast an indescribable glance at Snape, only to find that he seemed quite pleased. The reviving charm. Just moments ago, Snape had been silently casting incantations. Yet now he deliberately articulated the spell. Was he intentionally letting me witness this? The reviving charm, a simple incantation introduced in the 4th year, was something I had mastered in my 2nd year. I couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing, for it felt as though I was attending a remedial lesson in defense against the dark arts, with Quirrell serving as our textbook. It was truly bizarre, yet brimming with a madcap delight. This, indeed, marked the first time I had engaged in such an extended conversation with Snape. What's happening? Quirrell stirred awake. He glanced back and forth between Snape and me, and upon confirming his bindings, he let out a deep sigh. The manic expression had vanished from his face, replaced instead by a sense of ease, as though he had shed some burden. Severus, I presume you've administered the Veritaserum, haven't you? Quirrell inquired, his tone calm and even laced with a smile. Once we return to Hogwarts, you must clarify everything. Rest assured, even without your request, I shall divulge all that I know, I began, but suddenly, Quirrell started to writhe in agony. His complexion turned ashen, his lips transforming into a shade of purple reminiscent of his scarf. Snape stood before me, shielding me with his wand, yet he exhibited no signs of casting a spell. It was evident that Snape was equally perplexed by Quirrell's distress. Quirrell tilted his head to the sky, gasping for breath like a fish stranded on dry land, his elongated throat visibly swelling as though something was lodged in his airway. Why was this happening? What should I do? My mind was inundated with these questions. If I did not take action, Quirrell might perish, and I had only just thwarted his suicide. Amidst my tumultuous thoughts, a cascade of memories surged forth, like a cinematic reel. It was peculiar. I was not the one on the brink of death, Quirrell was. Do not risk your life for such a trivial prank. My mother's voice echoed in my memory, laced with exasperation. When had that been? I recalled a time long before my arrival at Hogwarts, when I had gotten my head stuck in a jar due to a prank, and my mother had to pry me free using soap. Perhaps I could employ some slippery substance to coax whatever was lodged in Quirrell's throat from the inside. But how was I to accomplish that? Suddenly, the visage of my younger brother flashed in my mind. As the commencement of the academic year at Hogwarts approached, Ron exhibited signs of unease. I imparted a spell to him, instructing that if anyone were to bully him, he should retaliate with this magic. Ron beamed with delight at the time, and the incantation I taught him was Snot Eater. I shouted fervently. Snape regarded me with an expression of utter incredulity. Should all else fail, I would bring immense humiliation upon the nearly lifeless Quirrell, the kind that would haunt him eternally. Quirrell's body trembled violently, his already swollen throat expanding further. With a groan, a multitude of slugs erupted from Quirrell's mouth. Amidst the cacophony of slugs splattering against the ground, another object fell, a metallic sphere, roughly the size of the golden snitch. If such a large object were lodged in one's throat, breathing would undoubtedly be impossible. Yet, what perplexed me even more was the mystery of when and how Quirrell had managed to swallow such a substantial item. Once Quirrell finally expelled all the slugs, he collapsed, gasping for breath. I hurried to support the kneeling, faltering Quirrell. This is to seal your lips, Snape muttered, then retrieved a second vial of Veritaserum from his robes, dripping it onto the enigmatic metallic sphere. Astonishingly, the sphere began to swell like a balloon. There was no doubt it was designed to ensure that before he could divulge any secrets under the influence of the potion, his life would be extinguished. How utterly ruthless. It made one question whether Quirrell was merely a pawn, expendable at any moment. Ultimately, I am but that, Quirrell whispered, a trace of desolation in his eyes. Indeed, these were the tactics employed by that individual, Snape remarked as he collected the metallic sphere and concealed it within a leather pouch beneath his robes. Even though the execution before us was but an attempt, Snape's visage revealed no hint of emotion as he gazed down at Quirrell impassively. Now, you ought to comprehend to whom your allegiance should lie, he intoned, questioning Quirrell. With a pained smile, Quirrell shook his head. Even if I am not killed by that individual, I shall be sent to Azkaban. Regardless, I cannot serve Dumbledore. Of course, before facing punishment, I will divulge all that I know to you. Azkaban. This was tantamount to a death sentence. Few wizards imprisoned there ever emerged alive. They either perished from torment or succumbed to madness. Indeed, the slaying of a unicorn is a grave offense. Yet it was difficult for me to reconcile the bumbling Quirrell with such a heinous criminal. I recalled an incident when George and I were first-year students. Caught by Filch and facing reprimand, Quirrell was the one who came to our rescue. At that time, Professor Quirrell was teaching Muggle studies. I had never attended his class directly and knew little about his character, yet I always perceived him as one of the rare kind-hearted instructors at Hogwarts. I was aware that some regarded him with disdain for being excessively lenient towards mischievous students. I had, on several occasions, played pranks on him, not unlike those individuals. Perhaps it was our antics that had driven his gentle nature to such extremes. My intention with these pranks was to bring joy to everyone. Thus, does Quirrell not qualify as one among them? Quirrell, you ought to cherish your life more. I shall not permit you to employ the Dark Lord's methods. Yet you must not let your students, who have twice attempted to save you, down. As I pondered, Snape suddenly seized my head and shook it vigorously. Wait, was he caressing me? How harsh. Indeed, my apologies, Fred, for allowing you to witness me in such a disheveled state. It is rather embarrassing, though I have always been a rather ineffectual teacher. Quirrell smiled, a hint of remorse dancing across his face. Yes, that was his smile. He had always smiled in that manner. No, while George and I have played many tricks on you, we never intended to mock you, never at all. As I spoke, tears began to well up in my eyes. The pranks we played on our teacher were merely attempts to test the limits of adulthood. In truth, we mistakenly assumed that such behavior would be tolerated by adults. It is quite all right. Your pranks have always been amusing. It is merely my narrow-mindedness that prevents me from accepting them with grace, Quirrell replied, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. So, indeed, I have caused you unhappiness? I could not help but chuckle. All right, enough of this idle chatter. The remaining students are still awaiting us, Snape interjected, somewhat forcefully pulling Quirrell along. It astonished me to hear Snape utter the word concern, yet I surmised that his circle of worry likely did not include George and Montague. Wait, had I forgotten something? Hey, Snape. Professor Snape. Oh, right, it was Hagrid. Hagrid approached us, lantern in hand, waving it about. There was no sense of urgency in his demeanor. He approached so loudly that one wondered what would happen if Snape and Quirrell had yet to resolve their conflict. My apologies, I seem to have dozed off. Huh, what are you doing here? Professor Quirrell is present as well? Hagrid looked quizzically at Quirrell and me. Clearly, despite the evident circumstances, he had yet to comprehend who was truly responsible for attacking the unicorn. Snape's face displayed obvious annoyance, his brow twitching. He appeared eager to vacate the premises. Albeit in a figurative sense. The one who attacked the unicorn is I, Quirrell confessed to Hagrid. Hagrid was startled, blinking as he scrutinized Quirrell from head to toe. Professor Quirrell? What prompts you to do this? Hagrid inquired, his gaze shifting toward Snape in search of clarification. He evidently did not comprehend why the seemingly healthy Quirrell would require unicorn blood. Snape, called upon to elucidate, sighed, weary of further discourse, and turned to stride ahead. Observing this, Hagrid hastily followed. Wait, Professor, are you returning to the students? The forest is quite dark. Allow me to lead the way. He lifted his lantern, illuminating the shadowy depths of the forest, despite Snape being a wizard who had no need for such a decrepit light source. Clearly, Hagrid had forgotten the implications of Quirrell's attack on the unicorn and my presence here. Quirrell, bound and subdued, trailed behind the two. For a fleeting moment, our eyes met. His expression bore a hint of resignation. Indeed, I shared his sentiment, although Quirrell made no move to resist. Was it truly wise to allow a captured criminal to walk behind us? We formed an odd little quartet, traversing the darkened woods in silence. Absently, I glanced upward. Mars twinkled between Aquarius, Pisces, and Cetus. Chapter 70, Lucius's Schemes. The end-of-year examinations had concluded smoothly. As anticipated, the practical potion exam centered on concocting a healing potion, a rather vague task. In addition to several potions learned in class, I submitted a tincture made from peppermint extract and a healing salve that Draco, Neville, and I had been collaboratively developing. I had heard that Draco and Neville submitted the same formulation. Neville felt exceptionally confident about his herbalism and potion-making exams, his palpable assurance evident in his demeanor. The deviations from the original narrative brought me delight. Hermione seemed eager to discuss the exam content, colloquially known as comparing answers. But alas, such discourse was not feasible, as the trial of Professor Quirrell was imminent following the conclusion of the examinations. After enduring the exams, I yearned for a moment of respite. In the lounge of the Ministry of Magic, Fred muttered. George nodded in agreement. But I was aware that the twin brothers had not genuinely studied. Instead, they had been preoccupied with their experiments. Senior Montague looked on at the duo with exasperation, while Professor Dumbledore, who had brought us here, appeared as a jovial grandfather delighted by a visit from his distant grandchildren. His smile broad, yet hindered by a mouthful of sweets. Hagrid remained at Hogwarts to tend to the unicorn, and lacking a stable of my own, I had no choice but to leave it in his care. Moreover, considering he might utter something he ought not or complicate matters further, it was perhaps best he stayed there. Professor Quirrell is required to undergo a physical examination and take a truth serum prior to the trial, alongside various other preparations and procedures. At this moment, Professor Snape is accompanying Professor Quirrell, hence his absence. The mere mention of the truth serum caused Fred's expression to darken instantaneously, and I couldn't help but notice his unusual demeanor. Fred has been rather enigmatic lately. George leaned toward me and whispered, a tinge of discontent evident on his face. Indeed, since the incident with the unicorn, Fred has become significantly quieter. Although this might be attributed to their preoccupation with experiments involving the byproducts of dragon care, I have not witnessed any of their usual pranks since then. There are even rumors circulating within Hogwarts that the Weasley twins have finally resolved to study diligently before the end-of-year examinations. When Professor McGonagall discovered they had not genuinely focused on their studies, but were instead developing a new version of their pranks, her expression was reportedly quite spectacular. But I digress. I glanced at the clock. It seemed there was still some time before the trial commenced. Although the Ministry of Magic is an organization prone to personal biases, I doubted they would start the trial prematurely. Furthermore, there appears to be no animosity between the Minister of Magic and Professor Dumbledore at present, and they would not resort to the inhumane methods employed against Harry. As depicted in the original narrative, perhaps I might seize this opportunity to explore the Ministry's inner workings for future reference, at least to familiarize myself with the locations of various departments. If I were to be discovered, I could feign being lost. After all, I am merely 11 years old, and making minor mistakes is quite forgivable. I'm going to pick a flower, I remarked, implying my intention to head to the restroom. Dumbledore nodded, perhaps understanding my underlying message, while Fred exhibited a look of confusion. What? You're leaving? I'll accompany you, he offered. You fool. Montague blushed slightly and playfully tapped Fred on the head. Fred, bewildered, turned to George, who merely shrugged with a rueful smile. When did these three become so harmonious? I mused. Surely it must be due to the current situation. I chose to disregard their bickering and made my way out of the common room. What should I do now? While uncertain of my ability to enter the inner sanctum, I at least needed to ascertain the location of the Department of Mysteries. Thus, I deliberately walked in the opposite direction of the restroom. Along the way, I brushed past a staff member who was sprinting with an armful of documents. He clearly had no time to acknowledge my presence as a minor, not even casting a glance in my direction. Wizards can be quite antiquated in certain respects. They could easily employ magic to transport these documents. If someone were to invent a spell or magical tool for document transportation, it would undoubtedly enhance productivity significantly. However, in my previous life, there were many instances, much like those tedious spreadsheets requiring manual data entry, that could be effortlessly resolved with just a little more effort in inputting formulas. It seems that humanity's approach to work is rather uniform. Here, on the 10th subterranean level, Professor Quirrell's trial will take place in the very courtroom of the Wisingamot, where Harry was interrogated in the original narrative. The Department of Mysteries resides on the 9th level. I ascended the staircase to the corridor above, deliberately avoiding the inconvenient elevator leading to the 9th level, and proceeded down the opposite hallway. Soon, a black door devoid of a handle materialized before me. I gently pushed it open and peered inside. Blue flames flickered against the walls, revealing several doors, and the dimly lit room appeared unoccupied. Is anyone there? Nonchalantly, I pushed the door wider and stepped inside. The circular chamber was adorned with 12 identical doors evenly spaced along its walls. As I ventured into the center of the room, the walls began to rotate, seemingly designed to disorient anyone attempting to discern from which door they had entered. How do the employees here identify their intended exit? Nevertheless, I retained confidence in my dynamic vision, perhaps a hereditary trait from the Evans lineage. Harry, the seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and Dudley Dursley, who had once triumphed in a youth boxing match in the original story, must possess commendable dynamic acuity as well. Had Harry been forewarned of the rotating walls, he would have surely encountered less difficulty. As these thoughts occupied my mind, my gaze remained fixed on the door connecting to the corridor, fearful of losing sight of it. When the rotating walls finally halted, I endeavored to open the door opposite the one leading to the corridor. Success! A dazzling light reminiscent of diamonds illuminated the room, revealing an array of clocks of varying sizes. This was indeed the place I sought, as I had long suspected it resided directly across from the corridor door. However, one must ponder, has the Ministry of Magic's security grown exceedingly lax? How was I able to traverse here unhindered? Is this not indicative of an administrative body inept at handling confidential information? On my return journey, I exited the Department of Mysteries and descended the corridor staircase. As I approached the lounge, I unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure. Mr. Lucius? I inquired, as those ice-gray eyes, strikingly akin to Draco's, gazed down upon me. Lucius Malfoy, after confirming my identity, maintained his usual expression, yet his eyes sparkled with the excitement of a child who has just captured a stag beetle. Oh, so he has come to investigate the scandal surrounding Professor Quirrell, drawn like a moth to the flame. Ah, it's you, Miss Dursley. Long time no see. Lucius offered a seemingly amicable smile, yet the squint of his eyes betrayed no warmth, his probing gaze piercing into me. I feigned ignorance of his scrutinizing stare and responded with a smile. Mr. Lucius, what brings you here today? I've heard troubling news regarding a Hogwarts instructor. As a concerned parent, I simply could not remain idle. Lucius placed a hand on his chest, adopting an exaggerated posture of sorrow. What he stated holds a substantial truth. Yet the remaining fraction undoubtedly serves as a pretext to usurp Headmaster Dumbledore. I lament that amidst the tumult of the end-of-year examinations, I failed to elucidate the events transpiring in the Forbidden Forest to Draco, at the very least to caution him to maintain discretion. Will you be attending the trial? Although the Wizarding Court lacks a gallery for spectators, I posed the question deliberately. Upon hearing this unfamiliar term, Lucius displayed a look of perplexity, blinking a few times as if a sudden realization dawned upon him. Regrettably, the Wizarding trials do not permit third parties to enter the courtroom. He explained in a gentle tone to me, a muggle-born unfamiliar with the ways of the wizarding world. It appears Lucius possesses a certain understanding of Muggle society's systems. I speculate that the Malfoy family likely holds assets in the Muggle realm, a possibility that seems increasingly plausible. Is this to exploit every available resource? Or perhaps to secure a safeguard for the family's future? At the very least, he is covertly engaged with Muggles. Is that so? I feigned ignorance, widening my eyes in a display of feigned astonishment. Therefore, I have a request. Could you bring this into the courtroom? Lucius handed me a small hand mirror. I was uncertain of its magical properties, yet he likely intended to use it to eavesdrop on the trial proceedings. Given the circumstances, I believe we, as the parents of students, are entitled to be informed. Lucius's lips curled slightly in a smirk as I nodded with a vague smile. When the trial commences, the revelation that the individual presumed deceased is, in fact, alive will unfold. What actions will Lucius take then? Will he align himself with that prominent figure? Or will he feign ignorance until summoned? I have an inkling it shall be the latter. Individuals like Lucius place greater value on their family's safety and standing with the victors rather than on ideals and principles. He would not easily approach dangerous individuals. A reckless advance could place his young Draco in jeopardy as a hostage. Hey, Vitalea, where have you been? It's been quite a while. What are you doing here? Fred's voice echoed from the depths of the corridor, seemingly in search of me. Upon noticing Lucius Malfoy standing before me, he widened his eyes in surprise and hesitated before speaking. Hello? Fred seemed unable to disregard Lucius's presence, offering a greeting. Yet he clearly could not contain the ensuing awkward silence, lowering his gaze in discomfort. Lucius, on the other hand, appeared taken aback by Arthur Weasley's son acknowledging him, raising an eyebrow slightly in astonishment. Well then, Mr. Malfoy, I shall take my leave. I broke the tension, bowing to Lucius. As I held the small mirror and mouthed the words handed over, Lucius displayed a satisfied smile. You are always welcome to visit. Draco and my wife would be most pleased. Thank you. Upon hearing Lucius's suggestion, a smile involuntarily graced my lips. Though the examination results had yet to be revealed, it appeared that the camaraderie between Draco and myself might extend into the forthcoming academic year. Fred, realizing our conversation had concluded, exhibited a look of relief, nodding slightly before making his way to the common room. At that moment, Lucius addressed him. Oh, by the way, please convey my regards to your father. Fred whirled around, his face a mask of astonishment, yet Lucius had already turned his back to us, rendering his expression invisible. Was that a touch of irony? Indeed. There seemed to be an element of sarcasm within. I nodded in response to Fred's inquiry. He covered his face with his hands and groaned, then lifted his head to exclaim, the Slytherins are truly perplexing. Indeed, that's true. However, on the surface at least, Slytherins tend to extend courtesy, for when Fred greeted Mr. Lucius, he received a reply in kind. That said, I found it somewhat surprising. I had assumed you were not particularly fond of Mr. Lucius, I remarked. Fred chuckled in confusion. True, my father despises him, but I don't really know him, and his son Draco Malfoy is quite a decent fellow. Speaking of which, they had met once at Hagrid's hut. At that time, the twins seemed to take a liking to Draco. Perhaps unbeknownst to me, they had been exceedingly kind to him. Moreover, Fred leaned in close and whispered, Draco is friends with our Ron, right? It would be rather impolite not to acknowledge him. He let out a wry smile. Did you know this all along? I asked in astonishment, to which Fred shook his head. I only recently noticed. Is it due to the Forbidden Forest incident? Initially, the intention was for Draco to assist Harry in transporting the dragon, which ultimately led to a significant plot twist. The unicorn was still alive, and Professor Quirrell would face trial. Since that day, Fred appeared to have undergone a transformation. What consequences might this change herald for the future? I could only hope that it would aid him in surviving what lay ahead. As I pondered, I watched the silhouette of the figure bearing the same fiery red hair as Ron. Chapter 71, Trouble at Hogwarts. Indeed, the Ministry of Magic is a cadre of incompetence. I cursed inwardly while observing the Minister of Magic's furious rebuke directed at Professor Quirrell. Professor Quirrell confessed to his involvement in the Gringotts heist and the harm inflicted upon the unicorn, revealing that it was all orchestrated by that individual. He even submitted a memory, that nebulous, ethereal figure, who, even in such a weakened state, had bested Quirrell and, through intimidation, offered him praise. This memory was shared by all present, yet Minister Cornelius Fudge claimed it was fabricated. If you continue to lie, I shall have you imprisoned in Azkaban. Fudge bellowed, his face flushed with rage. Professor Quirrell, pallid and trembling, repeatedly implored Fudge to believe him, yet Fudge remained impervious to his pleas. Having ingested the truth serum provided by the ministry, how could Quirrell possibly fabricate falsehoods? Yet, Fudge dismissed him entirely. It appeared that even Dumbledore had not anticipated Fudge's obstinacy. He sighed deeply and, in a tone laden with disappointment, declared, as I previously stated, Professor Quirrell was coerced by Voldemort. Through sheer brutality and cunning persuasion, he was left with no other option but to comply. This should be taken into account as a mitigating circumstance. Coerced by that individual? Absurdly ludicrous. Dumbledore, have you lost your senses? Fudge retorted, a derisive smile curving his lips as he fixed his gaze upon Dumbledore. The headmaster sighed once more. Those memories are fabricated. He insisted, or perhaps a misunderstanding, merely a false shadow. How could an ill-reputed instructor at Hogwarts possibly encounter that individual? It is sheer folly. Fudge sneered condescendingly at Professor Quirrell, who opened his mouth as if to speak, only to lower his head in despair. I am certain that the shadow Quirrell encountered was indeed Voldemort. Dumbledore's voice resounded throughout the courtroom. Dumbledore, Fudge roared, his expression twisted in rage. It was evident that Dumbledore sought to convey to the Ministry that the threat was far from extinguished, while Fudge persistently evaded reality. He understood that acknowledging that individual S' continued existence would compel the Ministry to act, a burden he felt ill-equipped to shoulder. Yet, with such stagnation, no progress could be attained. As the prospect of this deadlock extending into the evening loomed, Fred suddenly raised his voice. Isn't this all irrelevant? A hush fell over the room. George and Montague, seated beside Fred, exchanged astonished glances, while Dumbledore stroked his beard, narrowing his eyes at Fred. All present turned their attention to Fred, and in the center of the courtroom, the pallid Professor Quirrell slowly lifted his head. Fred smiled broadly, standing tall as he proclaimed, "Please wait, everyone. The matter at hand is not whether that individual still lives, is it?" As he spoke, Fred opened his arms, surveying the assembly. Let us set aside whether Professor Quirrell was genuinely threatened by that individual. As the minister stated, that shadow may very well be a fabrication. Perhaps merely a Death Eater unable to relinquish that individual's name. Fred's words caused Dumbledore to purse his lips slightly, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction, while Fudge wore a look of contentment. However, the crux of the matter lies not in this, but rather in Professor Quirrell's unwavering conviction that the individual in question is indeed that very person. Who could possibly defy the commands of someone who proclaims himself to be the nefarious Dark Lord? Moreover, it is worth noting that Professor Quirrell has not been devoid of resistance. All eyes were fixed upon Fred. His eloquence could certainly be deemed a remarkable gift. I could almost hear someone holding their breath. In the past, countless individuals have succumbed to the coercion of that person, and should Professor Quirrell be judged, it ought to be in a manner akin to the judgment of those others. Upon concluding his statement, Fred turned to Professor Quirrell with a smile before returning to his seat. Perhaps Fred had perused previous cases, noting that those deemed to be under that person's control were largely exonerated, while those who capitulated under duress were often released under the supervision of the Ministry of Magic. Nearly all parents from Slytherin belonged to this category. May I utter a few words? Professor Snape, who had been a silent observer, raised his hand. Fudge wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief and nodded. This is what we extracted from Professor Quirrell during his capture. Professor Snape rose, retrieving a spherical iron object from within his robes. A young wizard, seemingly an employee of the ministry, appeared, taking the metallic sphere from Professor Snape's hands on a tray and presenting it before Fudge. The young wizard produced a small vial and poured its contents over the metallic sphere, causing it to expand rapidly. This device, upon contact with the truth serum, would swell until it obstructed the airway. At that time, I administered the truth serum to him, nearly resulting in his demise. At Snape's words, I involuntarily gasped. The circumstances surrounding Peter Pettigrew's demise flashed through my mind. Indeed, that person would never pardon a traitor. Quirrell, do you know when this sphere entered your body? No, I do not. Professor Snape inquired. Have you never noticed swallowing the metallic sphere? Quirrell shook his head. Then, have you ever partaken of food or drink under that person's shadow? No. Snape's persistent questioning caused Quirrell to shake his head once more. The jurors began to stir restlessly, while Fred and George exchanged excited high-fives beneath the table. I too found myself clenching my hands tightly. The methods available for discreetly inducing the target to swallow the metallic sphere were limited. If it were not mixed into food or drink, then there remained but one alternative, the obedience charm. Professor Snape's inquiries revealed the possibility that Professor Quirrell might have been controlled by the obedience charm. Quirrell seemed to grasp this notion as he trembled while gazing at his own hands, while only Montague remained utterly bewildered, casting around in confusion. Noticing Montague's expression, Fred mischievously leaned in to whisper in his ear, "The obedience charm?" Montague let out an exclamation, his voice echoing throughout the courtroom, drawing the attention of all present. Reminiscent of a student caught in the act of an indiscretion in class, he quickly realized his lapse in decorum and covered his mouth with both hands. Fred and George appeared somewhat flustered, yet this inadvertently provided an excellent opportunity for everyone present to grasp the possibility that Professor Quirrell may have been under external influence. Professor Snape, seated calmly, remarked, when he attacked the unicorn, his state was exceedingly chaotic. This could be a result of some magical manipulation. I reached into my pocket, my fingers brushing against the hand mirror given to me by Mr. Lucius. If Professor Quirrell had indeed been controlled by that individual, Mr. Lucius could no longer cast blame upon him. However, It was far more likely that Mr. Lucius was trembling at the mere fact that that person had not perished. Who here supports the acquittal of the defendant? A female voice resounded in the courtroom, prompting the judges to raise their hands in agreement, with even Fudge participating. And who advocates for a guilty verdict? Only 2 hands were raised. One belonged to a stern-faced wizard, while the other belonged to a stout witch. Very well, acquitted, Fudge proclaimed loudly, and almost simultaneously, Fred and George leaped over the table, rushing towards Professor Quirrell, who, perhaps relieved, found his legs give way under the sudden embrace of the twins and fell to the ground. The judges merely cast a fleeting glance their way before dispassionately gathering their belongings and departing. Just moments ago, they had been fixated on Professor Quirrell. Yet now they seemed entirely indifferent, a rather peculiar sensation. However, Fred, you truly performed admirably. You may be quite suited for the profession of law, I complimented, to which Fred, with a puzzled tilt of his head, inquired, what is a lawyer? Observing his utterly bewildered expression, I was reminded that the wizarding world does not possess such a profession. Indeed, this was the very reason Sirius Black had been wrongfully imprisoned in Azkaban with such alarming swiftness. It is a profession from the Muggle world. A legal expert who resolves disputes between individuals from a legal perspective, or, as you did today, defends the accused in court, advocating for leniency or acquittal. I was uncertain if my explanation was sufficiently clear. If Hermione were present, she would undoubtedly elucidate the matter with greater clarity. Fred seemed not to fully comprehend. Yawning as he pondered, it appears to be an odd vocation. It is one thing to see a friend standing trial, but to defend a complete stranger? Montague crossed his arms, tilting his head in confusion. Indeed, the legal and judicial systems of the wizarding world differ from those of Muggles. While I am uncertain of my qualifications to assert this, it is undeniably a crucial profession for safeguarding the rights and interests of the accused, Professor Quirrell remarked. Truly, he was worthy of his title as a former professor of Muggle studies. At that moment, a white owl soared through the doorway, gliding above the heads of the judges hurrying home. Hedwig, I exclaimed. Undoubtedly, this exquisite creature with its pristine wings was Harry's Hedwig. The owl descended gracefully before Professor Dumbledore, gently depositing a letter. An ominous premonition surged within me. I had believed that everything was fine since Professor Quirrell had reformed. Yet reality might not align with my hopes. With neither Professor Snape nor Professor Dumbledore present at Hogwarts, if that individual sought to seize the Philosopher's Stone, today would be the day. It appeared I must return to Hogwarts post-haste. After reading the letter, Dumbledore's expression turned grave, and he vanished with a flicker of apparition. Surely, he wouldn't abandon us here. If he intended to spare the students from worry, such caution was entirely unnecessary. Could it be that something dire had transpired at Hogwarts? Realizing the potential peril, Professor Quirrell's face drained of color, and he began to tremble. He was likely contemplating that if that individual obtained the Philosopher's Stone, his next move would be to eliminate him. Professor Quirrell, it will surely be all right. Harry and the others, no, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Dumbledore will undoubtedly handle the situation. I clasped Professor Quirrell's trembling hand tightly. In a state of fear, I found it impossible to utter anything as crass as hurry. Take me to Hogwarts. Something has happened to Harry, hasn't it? George inquired, sensing Professor Quirrell's distress. And I nodded silently. This place was too conspicuous. We must relocate. Professor Snape's voice was taut as he helped Professor Quirrell to his feet. The few judges still present cast puzzled glances in our direction. I hoped that upon our return, we would find our companions unharmed. Yet my heartbeat quickened as I followed Professor Snape. Chapter 72, The Triplets. We departed the Wizengamot courtroom, hastily returning to the witness lounge where we had briefly paused before the trial. I began to comprehend why Professor Snape harbored such animosity towards Harry Potter. Perhaps it was because he perceived the shadow of James Potter within him. Professor Snape was a man of profound emotions, and as the child of one he had loved deeply, he found it impossible to regard Harry with calmness. In truth, he must have yearned to rush to Harry's side immediately, his gaze flitting anxiously between us and the clock. Well, are we not in a hurry to return to Hogwarts? Fred broke the silence, directing his question at Professor Snape. Wesley, if you believe yourself stronger than Dumbledore and capable of resolving the current predicament, you are welcome to depart on your own, Professor Snape replied, his tone dark and furrowed. Snape's stern demeanor caused Fred and George to shrink back, while Professor Quirrell, seated in the corner of the room, flinched in fright. Well, if that individual acquires that object and is with me, the children will be in grave danger. Should I act separately? Professor Quirrell spoke tentatively, his fear of that person palpable, to the point of trembling. Yet, he proposed such a suggestion, which evoked a measure of admiration from me. In the original narrative, due to that person's influence, Professor Quirrell's spirit had been corroded, obscuring his true nature. However, it now appeared that he was, in fact, a gentle soul. Are you suggesting we abandon you? Absolutely not. Fred and George crossed their arms defiantly, pouting. Oh dear, Gryffindors. Is there something amiss with your judgment? Senior Montague nodded in agreement with Professor Quirrell's suggestion, But upon witnessing George's vehement opposition, he anxiously tugged at George's sleeve. "Oh, I see. Indeed, Gryffindors are remarkably brave, commendable even," remarked Professor Snape as he positioned himself before Fred. Under Snape's gaze, Fred momentarily faltered but quickly regained his composure. Glaring at the professor, Snape extended his hand towards Fred. "Ouch!" Fred shrieked at the ominous sound that followed. From Snape's fist protruded several strands of familiar red hair. Fred, taken aback by the sudden removal of his hair, rubbed his head with tear-filled eyes. One more noisy fellow is hardly a concern. Professor Snape retrieved a vial from his robes, deftly uncapping it with one hand. He placed Fred's hair into the bottle, causing the viscous liquid within to bubble ominously, emitting a hissing sound. This is the polyjuice potion. The mixture, infused with Fred's hair, took on a striking sunset hue of red and orange. Beautiful enough to deter one from consuming it. However, the taste was unlikely to be pleasant. After all, in the original tale, the potion containing Harry's essence had caused 6 individuals to grimace in distaste. Professor Snape handed the completed potion to Professor Quirrell. Though unlikely, should that individual decipher the final obstacle and seize the target, this potion serves as a precaution. Consume it before proceeding. Snape spoke with an air of authority, addressing the hesitant Professor Quirrell. But Professor Quirrell attempted to retort, but to no avail. Snape, losing patience, forcefully thrust the vial into Quirrell's mouth. Quirrell's face contorted as his form gradually diminished, freckles emerging, and soft red hair spilling forth from beneath his dislodged turban. "Wow. Look, George, he resembles you exactly," exclaimed Fred. "Indeed, but I still consider myself more handsome." Fred and George gazed with sparkling eyes at the transformed Professor Quirrell. Snape, producing a Hogwarts robe from an unknown source, draped it over the Quirrell, who now appeared as Fred. It appears that he and Professor Dumbledore have devised a strategy to address this situation. This transformation is less about targeting that individual and more about safeguarding Professor Quirrell from the harm posed by that person's followers. Professor Dumbledore's assessment suggests that the individual in question is unlikely to take direct action. The primary concern now lies with those who remain at large and actively serve that individual. Frankly, apart from Nagini, I cannot conceive of anyone else fitting this description. Although she is not merely a human, but rather a serpent. We departed from the Ministry of Magic, cautiously navigating the throngs of people, traversing the dimly lit alleyways of London, and halting between a bookstore and a somewhat dilapidated record shop nearby. It was the Leaky Cauldron. Professor Snape adeptly secured a room within the Leaky Cauldron sufficient for our needs, and then gathered us in one of its chambers. It was already quite late, and we would return to Hogwarts in the morning. For now, we should disperse. What? Professor Snape's unexpected declaration elicited gasps of astonishment from Fred and George. However, Professor Snape, that person is still at Hogwarts, isn't he? Montague inquired anxiously, his fingers fidgeting. Fred and George nodded in agreement. Indeed, we would be too worried to sleep. As the twins voiced their protests in unison, a silvery light pierced through the room's walls. Professor Quirrell, bearing Fred's face, let out a shriek. I too became alert. Yet upon closer inspection, I discovered that the silvery light gradually transformed into the image of a phoenix. It was Professor Dumbledore's Patronus. The phoenix-shaped Patronus unfurled its wings and conveyed a message in Professor Dumbledore's voice. The threat has been neutralized, and Harry is safe. As soon as the words were spoken, the Patronus vanished. It seemed that the tale surrounding the Philosopher's Stone and Harry Potter's journey had reached a triumphant conclusion. Excellent. I exhaled in relief, only to feel my knees weaken as I succumbed to a bout of orthostatic hypotension, collapsing to the ground. Beside me, Professor Quirrell also crouched down. Unbeknownst to me, the effects of the polyjuice potion had waned, and Professor Quirrell had reverted to his original appearance. All right, disperse, Professor Snape announced once more. However, I found myself incapacitated by exhaustion, unable to rise, and I remained there in a daze until Fred and George seized my shoulders. We ought to celebrate Hogwarts' safety, they exclaimed. Of course, Vitalea, you will join us, won't you? Fred and George said, pulling my hands from either side. The phrase carrying the coffin suddenly surfaced in my mind. I cast a pleading glance at Professor Snape, but he merely waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a stray cat. It appears he intends to send Professor Quirrell away alone, particularly since the Dark Lord is likely to come seeking to silence him. It is imperative to distance Professor Quirrell from the students. I found myself half-dragged, half-led by Fred and George into the adjacent room. Thus, we several students are now engaged in a game of poker referred to as Old Maid. Speaking of which, why did that individual infiltrate Hogwarts? Fred inquired, tilting his head as he extracted a card from my hand. It is indeed a puzzling question. Montague mirrored Fred's gesture, his expression one of confusion. That is. George, staring at his cards, let out an awkward groan. Oh, that reaction. What is it, George? Do you know something? Fred's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at George. For him, the revelation that his inseparable partner possessed knowledge he did not was evidently quite shocking. During the Christmas holidays, wasn't Ron incessantly asking if you knew about Nicholas Flamel? At that time, I pretended to be unaware. But it was likely due to the Philosopher's Stone, George remarked with a shrug. To my surprise, George had already uncovered the secret of the Philosopher's Stone hidden within Hogwarts. The Philosopher's Stone? Montague gasped. Then why didn't you inform Ron? Fred pressed. At this point, no one was paying attention to the old maid game any longer. Montague, awaiting his turn, was completely oblivious to me stealthily removing his card only to return it and draw again, his curiosity directed solely at George. If Ron ventured into that forbidden corridor for the Philosopher's Stone, it would be exceedingly perilous. Ah, indeed, that is quite dangerous. After hearing George's explanation, Fred nodded repeatedly in agreement. This implies, have you two ever ventured into that forbidden corridor? I inquired cautiously. Upon hearing my question, Fred and George simultaneously responded with nonchalance. There is a fierce dog there. I see, I nodded. I had always wondered how the two prankster kings, Fred and George, managed to resist the temptation to explore that corridor. It turns out they had already been there. That corridor unexpectedly became off-limits at the start of this academic year, which I found rather strange. It was due to the Philosopher's Stone, after all. Montague nodded, mumbling to himself. Now I feel that regardless of what occurs at Hogwarts, I shall no longer be surprised. After uttering this, Montague let out a tremendous yawn. Unfortunately, however, Hogwarts still conceals countless astonishing secrets. Once unveiled, Montague's confidence would likely be shattered. For instance, the basilisk, the giant spiders, and the horcruxes, contemplating the dangers lurking within Hogwarts. A certain idea surged within me. Chapter 73, Harry's Mother. The following morning, as I returned to Hogwarts and made my way to the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey greeted me with a warm smile. Harry was peacefully slumbering on the white sheets deep within the infirmary, his complexion appearing quite healthy, with the soft, rosy cheeks characteristic of youth. My gaze inadvertently drifted to the adjacent bed. Though obscured by a screen, it seemed there was someone lying there. I cautiously leaned in for a closer look and discovered it was Neville. Beside Neville sat a well-behaved toad, patiently awaiting its master's awakening. What was Neville doing here? I pondered, yet the answer eluded me. Perhaps it would be best to inquire directly once they awoke. I pulled over a round stool leaning against the wall and settled beside Harry's bed. After a night of card games that persisted until Professor Snape admonished me, I now felt exceedingly weary. As I stifled a tremendous yawn, Neville's toad, Trevor, emitted a croak. I glanced back at Neville's bed to see him stirring, slowly sitting up. Good morning, Trevor. Huh. Neville rubbed his bleary eyes and surveyed his surroundings with a puzzled look. Good morning, Neville. Are you all right? Huh, Vitalea? Where's this? After I greeted him, Neville's eyes widened in surprise as he took in the infirmary once more. This is the infirmary. It seems you've been through quite an ordeal. What exactly happened? I inquired. Initially, Neville blinked in confusion, but then his face drained of color. Oh no, the Philosopher's Stone, he exclaimed, covering his cheeks with his hands, his expression reminiscent of Edvard Munch's The Scream, as he froze in shock. The Philosopher's Stone? What transpired? I asked cautiously. Could it be that it had been stolen? No, that was impossible. Headmaster Dumbledore had assured us that the threat had been neutralized. I envisioned various dire scenarios, yet Neville's response was entirely unexpected. What should I do? I swallowed the Philosopher's Stone. It's in my stomach. You swallowed the Philosopher's Stone? I echoed in disbelief. Neville nodded anxiously, confirming my worst fears. In what circumstances could one possibly ingest the Philosopher's Stone? More importantly, was it even safe for a living being to do so? Such an occurrence was likely undocumented in any literature. Are you all right, Neville? Does anything hurt? I asked, prompting him to check his body for any signs of discomfort. After a thorough inspection, he wore a look of relief and murmured, "Seems like nothing's wrong." Neville's words brought me some solace. If swallowing the Philosopher's Stone truly posed a mortal risk, Madame Pomfrey would hardly have been so unconcerned as to allow him to rest so peacefully in bed. Surely, he must be fine. Could you tell me what transpired between you and Harry? I inquired, and Neville paused momentarily before glancing at the slumbering Harry behind me. Harry appeared to be fine, which brought Neville a sense of relief as he exhaled deeply and began to recount the events of the previous night. Harry had suffered a severe headache, prompting Ron and me to escort him to the infirmary. While the three of them awaited Madame Pomfrey's arrival outside the infirmary, they witnessed a troll, manipulated by the mysterious figure, making its way toward the forbidden corridor. Consequently, they penned a letter to Professor Dumbledore and proceeded to track the troll into the forbidden corridor. The revelation that the mysterious figure had possessed the troll was shocking. It seemed that during Professor Quirrell's absence from Hogwarts, the figure had temporarily found a substitute vessel. Thanks to Hermione's intellect, they managed to locate the Philosopher's Stone. However, at the final juncture, within the chamber devised by Professor Snape, they encountered the mysterious figure. In the room engulfed in flames, I was captured, and the subsequent events elude my memory. Yet I recall Harry handing over the Philosopher's Stone to the mysterious figure in a bid to rescue me. After which I snatched the stone from him. And then you swallowed it? I asked Neville, who nodded in affirmation. It appeared that Neville too was unclear about what transpired thereafter. Only Harry seemed to possess knowledge of the events that followed. When would he awaken? In the original narrative, he seemed to have slumbered for approximately 3 days. I gazed at Harry's face, and just then, the seemingly slumbering Harry unexpectedly grasped my hand. "Oh, it's Vitalea. How peculiar," he remarked, looking at my face with a perplexed expression. What could he have dreamt of? Harry scanned the infirmary, spotting Neville, and then smiled. "Ah, Neville is also unharmed." "Harry, weren't you the one who saved me?" Neville asked. Harry slowly shook his head. "It was a strange man, and my mother saved me." That was all Harry said before he blissfully drifted back into slumber. Neville, wearing a look of confusion, murmured, "Who could that strange man be?" Yet I held the answer within me. In this world, aside from myself, there was another individual displaying unusual behavior, the one I encountered on Halloween night. This time, he had cleverly reappeared at a crucial moment following the conclusion of the end-of-year examinations. Perhaps he possessed knowledge of the original narrative as well. Though I wished to remain in the infirmary a while longer, Madame Pomfrey insisted on promptly extracting the foreign object that Neville had ingested, effectively ushering me out. I had no choice but to wait outside the infirmary. Before long, Neville emerged, his complexion as pale as if he bore the weight of the world's misfortunes, displaying the Philosopher's Stone that had been extracted from his body. That stone, once described as blood red, had now transformed into an ordinary gray rock. "It has merely become an ordinary stone." Madame Pomfrey stated that it could serve as a memento for me, and she also mentioned that my health has been restored, allowing me to venture outside. Neville's voice was laden with profound fatigue. I marveled at how Madame Pomfrey had managed to extract the stone from his stomach, but it was evident that the process was excruciating. What shall become of Nicholas Flamel? Neville gazed anxiously at the object that had once been the Philosopher's Stone. He likely felt as though he had destroyed it. I gently patted Neville's back, offering him solace, assuring him that he would surely be forgiven, for that had always been his intention. The following day, Harry had fully recovered and triumphed in the last Quidditch match of the year. Subsequently, the celebratory feast marking the end of the academic year commenced. Within the grand hall adorned with the colors of Slytherin, I observed my fellow students rejoicing. Letting out a sigh, a few students noticed my seemingly melancholic demeanor, despite being the one who had contributed the most points towards the house cup. But as the tables began to overflow with delectable food, they swiftly dismissed this fleeting moment of concern. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table, seemingly unconcerned by Slytherin's decorations, laughing joyfully alongside Ron and Hermione. Seeing him in good health brought me a sense of relief. Another year had passed. Headmaster Dumbledore stood up, cheerfully proclaiming, "Before you all indulge, I have a few words to share. What an unforgettable year it has been. I hope you have managed to fill your minds with more knowledge than before, but before the new academic year begins, you are about to embark on a thoroughly refreshing summer vacation. Now, we shall proceed with the awards ceremony for the House Cup. The scores are as follows. 4th place, Hufflepuff House, 352 points. 3rd place, Ravenclaw House, 426 points. 2nd place, Gryffindor House, 452 points. And 1st place, Slytherin House, 512 points. Gryffindor's position in 2nd place diverged from the original narrative, likely due to the absence of the illicit activities surrounding the NEWTS, which spared them from losing substantial points. Furthermore, the points I had accrued in Professor Snape's class had altered the standings, allowing Slytherin to claim the top position. Should Gryffindor receive additional points now, they might easily surpass, yet the prospect of bridging a 60-point gap was, in essence, implausible. Well done, Slytherin, you performed admirably. But recent events must also be taken into account. Dumbledore surveyed the hall full of students, ultimately fixing his gaze upon me. I shall be awarding some extra points. First, Miss Vitalea Desley, for her astute judgment in saving a near-death fragile life, shall receive 50 points for Slytherin. Dumbledore's unexpected pronouncement left me momentarily astounded. Following this, George Weasley and Graham Montague, for their relentless efforts in continuing to heal the fragile life, will each receive 20 points for Gryffindor and Slytherin, in recognition of their noble hearts and compassionate spirits. Accompanying this was the announcement of the delightful points awarded to the extraordinary collaboration between Slytherin and Gryffindor, which stirred a commotion within the Great Hall. The face of the venerable Professor McGonagall flushed a deep crimson. As I cast my gaze towards the Gryffindor table, I noticed George surrounded by Fred and his companions, displaying a somewhat bashful smile. Next came Ron Weasley, who showcased a remarkable chess game at Hogwarts, one not witnessed in years, earning Gryffindor an additional 20 points. Professor Dumbledore bestowed a smile upon Ron, though he seemed completely oblivious to it. Ron's face glowed as red as a sunburned carrot, likely unable to hear a thing. What concerned me more was that Ron's awarded points were fewer than in the original text. Perhaps the substantial points in the narrative were meant to compensate for the losses incurred during the Norbert incident. Following him was Neville Longbottom, who, utilizing his herbology knowledge, rescued a friend from peril, thus granting Gryffindor another 20 points. Upon hearing his name called by Professor Dumbledore, Neville immediately burst into tears, and Hermione embraced him. Finally, there was Harry Potter, commended for his extraordinary spirit and unparalleled courage, earning Gryffindor 50 points. Harry beamed with joy, offering a slight bow in acknowledgement to Professor Dumbledore. There was one last individual, yet this award should be presented by you. Professor Dumbledore directed his gaze towards Professor Quirrell at the staff table. Indeed, Professor Quirrell had resumed his position shortly after the trial. He wore a slightly awkward expression, yet ultimately stood and spoke. Well, then, Fred Weasley, who spoke fearlessly before the judges of the Wizarding Court, breaking the deadlock. Thank you. It is due to you that I can stand here. Professor Quirrell smiled at Fred. A bashful Fred turned as red as a cooked shrimp, hiding behind George. Perhaps the mischief-maker Fred was unaccustomed to receiving praise in front of others. While George wore a wry smile, the students were astonished by Professor Quirrell's fluent delivery. Thus, I award Gryffindor 20 points. Before Quirrell's words had fully settled, Gryffindor's students erupted in cheers. Indeed, both houses were now even. I sighed in relief, for Slytherin had not overtaken us. Therefore, we shall make a slight adjustment to the decorations, announced Professor Dumbledore, clapping his hands. The green drapes at the center of the hall transformed into a vibrant red, and silver morphed into gold. The Slytherin banner, which had previously adorned the staff table, shifted to the left, making way for the Gryffindor lion banner beside it. Instantly, the hall resonated with enthusiastic applause. For reasons unknown, the students of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff also joined in the celebration with Gryffindor. If I had known Harry was in danger, I too would have faced it alongside him. Draco pouted in regret. Merely witnessing this scene made Harry immensely happy. At the faculty table, Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall exchanged a handshake, after which he seemed to express some dissatisfaction to Professor Quirrell. Quirrell, with a wry smile, shrugged his shoulders. If Professor Quirrell were to continue teaching, it would imply that Gilderoy Lockhart would not be returning to Hogwarts as a teacher next year. Considering this, I took a sip of pumpkin juice, feeling that it would alleviate some potential troubles. However, this small glimmer of hope was swiftly extinguished. Headmaster Dumbledore announced yet another piece of news. The Muggle Studies professor would resign to accompany her fiancé to America, starting from the next academic year. Professor Quirrell would take over the Muggle Studies class. The older students should recall that he had taught this subject before, so there was no need for concern regarding his qualifications. As Dumbledore spoke, he stroked his beard. Perhaps the professor's retirement had been in the works all along, merely advanced in timing. Moreover, it was indeed inappropriate to have Professor Quirrell continue as the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor, having been under the influence of that individual. From this perspective, assigning him to teach Muggle studies seemed a prudent choice. Yet, this meant that the position for Defense Against the Dark Arts was once again vacant. It appeared that Hogwarts would soon welcome another troublesome teacher. I felt quite vexed. The day following the end-of-year party, the first-year examination results were announced. I achieved the top score in my year, but upon closer inspection, I discovered that Hermione had received the same marks. The Gryffindor students who had wagered on whether I or Hermione would claim the top spot were thrown into disarray. Most students were ecstatic upon seeing Hermione's report card, but their astonishment quickly turned to disbelief upon learning of my score. Ultimately, the only one who had predicted that both of us would tie for first was Neville, who was grinning from ear to ear, having won a plethora of snacks from his fellow Gryffindors. The remaining days passed in a flash, and we received a notice prohibiting the use of magic during the holidays. I packed my belongings into my suitcase, boarded the Hogwarts Express, and chatted with my friends for a while before swiftly arriving at King's Cross Station. Everyone come over to my house. I'll send an owl to you shortly, Ron said. Hermione, Harry, Neville, and I all smiled and nodded in agreement. Can I go too? Pansy inquired, peering over my shoulder. This unexpected remark caused both Ron and Draco, who stood a little farther away, to widen their eyes in surprise. If I tell my father that Harry Potter will be there, he should agree, Pansy remarked with a hint of pride. Currently, the Slytherin parents held Harry in high regard. Perhaps his attendance at the Malfoy family's Christmas party was a contributing factor. It would be wonderful if Draco could come too, Harry whispered in my ear. Perhaps if we went to Neville's, or to our home, his father might consent. However, visiting the Weasleys would likely prove more challenging, given the inherent animosity between Malfoy and Weasley. Draco, I shall write to you frequently. Furthermore, let us procure our textbooks together, Harry exclaimed, waving exuberantly at Draco. Draco blinked, then happily nodded in agreement. Consequently, Harry and I departed from Platform 9 at King's Cross Station, racing into the embrace of our awaiting parents. Chapter 74. The Crisis of the Philosopher's Stone. After completing the examination on the eccentric old wizard who invented the automatic stirring cauldron, I leaned over my desk and discreetly stretched. Once this written test on magical history concluded, the end-of-year assessments would be entirely finished. It had indeed been a prolonged ordeal. I couldn't help but reflect. The thought of the additional subjects awaiting me in third year was, to be frank, rather daunting. Unlike Vitalea, I did not particularly relish the pursuit of knowledge. At the very least, I detested examinations. Yet, such sentiments must be typical for someone of my age. Though whenever I observed Vitalea and Hermione, I couldn't help but question whether my feelings were indeed normal. The bell rang, and the papers gently floated upward to be collected, thus granting me my freedom at last. Instantly, some students sprang toward the playground, while others engaged in conversation with close friends, and still others rotated their arms to relieve the tension in their shoulders, each face radiating a sense of ease. I surveyed the large classroom and noticed in the distance that Vitalea, Draco, and Neville were engaged in a fervent discussion, likely deliberating on the practical examination for potions. That topic seemed tailor-made for the three of them. Just behind me, Ron appeared utterly exhausted from the examinations, resting his head on the desk. Harry, regarding question 14 on the Goblin Charms exam, I can't shake the feeling that my answer is somewhat off, Hermione said, having just escaped the confines of the test, but immediately turning to me with inquiries about the morning's exam, which left me feeling somewhat vexed. Moreover, I had long since forgotten what the questions were. Well, it might be best to consult Vitalea about such matters, I suggested to Hermione. Indeed, she replied, her attention drawn back to Vitalea and the others. Professor Snape was engaged in conversation with Vitalea before leading her away. Is it for that trial? Hermione murmured in disappointment, gazing at the retreating figures of Professor Snape and Vitalea. It seemed there was a trial today, necessitating their prompt arrival at the Ministry of Magic. Neville, having noticed our gaze, quietly approached us to inform us. How peculiar. Hermione furrowed her brow. In the Muggle world, it is quite extraordinary to convene a trial on such short notice. My father says that the Minister of Magic is rather capricious, so the dates for trials often change. Ron raised his head after finishing his sentence and let out a great yawn. What could become of Professor Quirrell? Neville murmured as he gazed at the open door of the grand classroom. The figures of Vitalea and Professor Snape had already vanished. It was rumored that Vitalea and Professor Snape, along with Fred and George, were to testify on behalf of the suspended Professor Quirrell. It seemed that on the day Fred and George were punished, Professor Quirrell had done something nefarious, yet neither Fred, George, nor even Vitalea had divulged the details to us. Speaking of Quirrell, do you know where Fred and George were the night before the exams? They had been in Quirrell's chamber. Ron said incredulously, pouting. Indeed. It was said that Fred and George had spent their time in the room of the suspended Professor Quirrell. Vitalea also mentioned that Professor Quirrell had reflected upon his actions, assuring us that there was no cause for concern, but he was the one who attempted to steal the Philosopher's Stone and breached Gringotts. Can we truly be at ease? Just as I found myself lost in thought, Pansy approached from the other side, and, passing by, whispered in my ear, perhaps the keeper of the grounds knows something. I quickly turned to look at her, but Pansy, feigning nonchalance, walked straight towards Draco. By the way, Fred mentioned that the punishment took place in the Forbidden Forest, so Hagrid must have been involved. Now that the exams are over, let us pay a long overdue visit to Hagrid. I deliberately raised my voice so that Draco and Pansy in the distance could hear. I truly wished that Draco and Ron could converse openly without any pretense. Hagrid's hut had changed remarkably since our last visit. Beside the original hut stood a modest wooden structure, lacking walls on the front. The wooden space was strewn with straw, clearly constructed for the purpose of housing some creature. A unicorn, Hermione exclaimed. Emerging from behind the mound of straw was a creature adorned with a mane that shimmered with a pearlescent sheen. Unbelievable. After dragons, now a unicorn? Miss Pansy gasped in astonishment. The unicorn appeared quite familiar with humans, approaching us without any sign of alarm, sniffing curiously. Though it was said that a unicorn's coat is silver, in the midday sun, this unicorn's fur exhibited a hint of a delicate red hue, reminiscent of Draco's platinum hair. Oh, you're here. Harry emerged from the forest, spotting Hagrid who was approaching with a log in his arms. Hagrid, how did this unicorn come to be? I inquired cautiously. Hagrid pursed his lips into a straight line and replied, Do you think I've unlawfully kept this unicorn? Impossible. I have the Ministry of Magic's approval. He puffed out his chest proudly. While conversing with Hagrid, I sometimes felt as though I had said something amiss. And now that sensation was upon me once again. This unicorn is rather extraordinary. It has sustained an injury and can no longer return to its herd. Hagrid gently caressed the unicorn's mane while explaining its plight. The unicorn, somewhat reluctant, tossed its head and turned away from Hagrid, approaching Ron instead. Injured? It appears quite healthy, Ron remarked with a puzzled expression as he observed the unicorn before him. The unicorn sniffed Ron's scent and then affectionately pressed its nose against his cheek, revealing itself to be an exceptionally sociable creature. Witnessing this display, Draco tilted his head slightly and inquired, Ron, you aren't a girl, are you? Of course not. Ron retorted emphatically. I've heard tales of unicorns favoring young witches. Although Hermione and Pansy are present, the unicorn has chosen to approach Ron, which is indeed surprising. This unicorn was rescued by your brother and Vitalea, so it recognizes a familiar scent on you, Hagrid explained with a smile. The threads of my thoughts began to intertwine, an injured unicorn, Ron's brother, and the trial of Quirinus Quirrell. Suddenly, a realization struck me. Could Quirinus Quirrell's crimes be related? I couldn't help but exclaim. Hagrid's expression immediately became grave, confirming my suspicions. Quirinus Quirrell was indeed the one who harmed the unicorn. In pursuit of the Philosopher's Stone, for reasons unknown, Quirinus had poisoned the unicorn. Hermione's keen intellect swiftly arrived at a conclusion. Harry, the blood of a unicorn can sustain a dying person, she spoke softly. Her tone tinged with a chilling detachment, yet I could sense her underlying fear. However, once one consumes unicorn blood, they become cursed, condemned to a fate of living death. I was uncertain of what a living death entailed, but I understood it must be an exceedingly dreadful existence. Ordinary people would surely shun accursed survival. Yet all these dilemmas could be resolved with the Philosopher's Stone, Draco mused thoughtfully. I felt the truth beginning to surface, tantalizingly close to being unveiled. However, Quirinus appeared quite healthy. I could comprehend his desire for immortality through the Philosopher's Stone, but why then did he require the blood of a unicorn? Neville asked, perplexed. Indeed. I find it strange as well. Both the Philosopher's Stone and unicorn blood pertain to life, yet Quirinus had no need to risk attacking the unicorn. Pansy hesitated, lowering her gaze. My father once mentioned that he may not have truly vanished, if he still lives. She lifted her head, and our eyes met. Her cheeks, usually flushed, were now pale, and her round eyes brimmed with tears, as if they might spill over at any moment. I finally understood why Vitalea had been so relentless in her efforts. Pansy's face suddenly contorted with emotion. Vitalea had excelled academically since primary school, yet she had never before exerted herself to such an extent. She began to study fervently upon learning of her impending admission to Hogwarts. Initially, I surmised her motivation stemmed from her Muggle heritage, a desire to bridge the gap between herself and her wizard peers. But what if the truth were more profound? Had Vitalea long suspected that individual might still be alive? Just then, a sudden jolt struck my head, akin to a hammer's blow, accompanied by a wave of excruciating pain. I felt a dizzying sensation, my balance faltering. I could not discern whether I had crouched down or toppled over. The ground abruptly appeared before me. The harrowing term cerebral hemorrhage flashed through my mind, yet I knew that was not the case. My forehead scar burned fiercely, a sensation unlike any I had ever experienced. Harry, are you all right? The pain, gradually subsiding, felt as though it would linger perpetually. I strained to lift my head and beheld Draco standing before me. Ron and Neville supported my shoulders as Draco leaned in with a worried expression. Thank you, I'm fine now, I said to the three of them as I rose to my feet. Though the wound on my forehead throbbed persistently, it was bearable. I attempted a smile to reassure them. However, upon meeting Hagrid's anxious gaze, a flicker of unease stirred within me. Hagrid, why would the person who gifted you the dragon egg bestow upon you such a challenging creature? Do they not worry you may struggle to care for it? I inquired. Hagrid first wore a puzzled expression before puffing out his chest with pride. Oh, he said it's difficult to care for dragons. Only those with capability should raise them. So, I told him that compared to looking after Fluffy, a three-headed dog, dragons are much simpler. As soon as Hagrid finished, Draco covered his face with his hands, while Ron and Neville gaped in disbelief. That means, I began to probe further when Pansy interrupted me. Harry, that's enough. We have a fair understanding now. Hermione nodded in agreement. After Hermione suggested we relocate, we left Hagrid's hut and made our way to the room of requirement. As Hermione opened a hefty tome, she remarked, "What is certain is that this individual already knows how to handle a three-headed dog, and this information is not difficult to uncover." The book contained an illustration of the creature, along with detailed accounts of its associated mythology. It noted that three-headed dogs have a particular fondness for sweets, especially baked goods, and when indulging in such treats, they remain oblivious to passers-by. Furthermore, they would slumber upon hearing enchanting melodies. When Professor Dumbledore returns, we must inform him of this matter, I stated, to which Hermione nodded in agreement. Indeed, Quirinus Quirrell nearly acquired the Philosopher's Stone, Hermione said, a note of relief in her tone, grateful that his malicious deeds were revealed prior to his dismissal. Upon finishing her words, she closed the book. Subsequently, we enjoyed tea, engaged in light conversation, and then departed in the evening. At that moment, we believed that the crisis concerning the Philosopher's Stone had dissipated. Chapter 75, The Thorns of the Rose. Despite having nestled into bed, perhaps due to fatigue, the scar on my forehead continued to throb, as if it were conveying some unspoken message. Sleep eluded me, compelling me to sit upright. Harry, I think it would be wise for you to visit the infirmary, Ron said, his gaze filled with concern. Yes, but curfew is fast approaching, I replied, glancing at the clock. In just a few minutes, the evening's restrictions would take effect. It would be worse if things worsen by the time curfew arrives. Let us go now. I'll accompany you. With that, Ron donned his uniform robe over his pajamas. To be honest, I was fairly certain that my physical condition was not dire, and a trip to the infirmary would be futile, causing me to hesitate. Yet, if we were caught by Filch isn't that precisely the purpose of the invisibility cloak? I used Filch as an excuse, and Ron wore an expression of resignation. Indeed, I still have the invisibility cloak. Hey, where are you two headed? Neville called out as Ron and I were about to pass through the common room. He regarded us with a puzzled expression, prompting Ron to reply, I'm taking Harry to the infirmary. Upon hearing Ron's words, Neville nodded and smiled. Then I shall accompany you as well. It wouldn't be easy for Ron to support Harry alone if he were to collapse again. With that, Neville pressed closely to my side. Although curfew had yet to be enforced, being caught by Filch would pose a significant problem. The three of us donned the invisibility cloak and made our way towards the school building. As we traversed the dimly lit corridor, Neville suddenly spoke. Actually, Leaford has escaped again. It turned out that Neville had remained in the common room due to this incident. Ron chuckled lightly at Neville's revelation. So you're also looking for him? Quite the strategist, aren't you? I'm genuinely worried about Harry. Neville pouted. Even in the darkness of the corridor, their presence provided me with a sense of comfort. As we conversed, we soon arrived at the infirmary. We removed the invisibility cloak and gently knocked on the door. However, there was no response. It seems no one is here. Should we wait a moment? Neville inquired, tilting his head, just as I was about to nod in agreement. Ron furrowed his brow, surveying the surroundings. I sensed something peculiar. Indeed, as Ron had noted, a strange odor permeated the air. The scent was reminiscent of refuse left to fester in the heat or the stench of a neglected public restroom that had not been flushed in ages, growing increasingly potent. I held my breath, straining to listen for any sounds, faintly hearing the sound of water dripping. Quick hide. I swiftly unfurled the invisibility cloak. The three of us huddled closely together, holding our breath as heavy footsteps echoed nearby. A colossal figure, with skin of a dark gray hue and a texture akin to that of rugged stone, passed us by. Its short, stout legs resembled tree trunks, adorned with grotesque growths, and its flat feet were disfigured. More alarmingly, it exuded an unbearable stench. It was a troll. Why would a troll be wandering within the confines of the school? Previously, we speculated that Professor Quirrell had released it, but this time was different. Professor Quirrell was currently facing judgment at the Ministry of Magic. As I gazed intently, I realized the troll appeared peculiar. Its eyes were vacant, its eyelids unmoving, and its mouth hung ajar, drool dripping to the ground as it slowly retreated. No, this was not right. Terror gripped me, my heartbeat nearly ceasing. The troll's feet lacked toes. What should have been toes were on the other side, while this side bore only heels. Its neck seemed grotesquely twisted at a 180-degree angle, with its head turned backward. The troll was already lifeless. The liquid pooling on the floor was not drool, but blood. Ron and Neville seemed to have noticed this too, their grips on each other's arms tightening. The eerie troll gradually faded towards the staircase. It headed into the corridor leading to the forbidden area. The Philosopher's Stone was in jeopardy. I struggled to voice my thoughts. My throat constricted with fear. So, was that person controlling the troll's corpse? Ron trembled as he posed the question, while Neville shook his head. No. The troll's front bore a human face. That must be the individual. Neville, his complexion pale, recounted what he had observed. We must inform Dumbledore, I instinctively stated. It dawned on me that this was indeed our only course of action. We dashed towards the Ollery, delivering a letter to Hedwig, hoping that Dumbledore could decipher my shaky handwriting. As I watched Hedwig's white wings vanish into the night, I turned to face my companions. I must pursue Voldemort. At his pace, there might still be time to catch up. I recalled the troll possessed by Voldemort. With its sluggish gait, it likely had not yet reached the location of the Philosopher's Stone. Do not utter that name. Ron's face drained of color. It was as if the mere mention of that name would summon Voldemort before us. Yet, it was too late for such caution. Even without voicing his name, we had just brushed past him moments ago. Upon my words, Ron and Neville's expressions soured further. Then, as I approached the forbidden area, they followed closely behind. The three of us squeezed beneath the invisibility cloak, pushing open the door to enter. The three-headed dog had caught our scent and began to sniff around. What do we do? We have no instruments. Ron anxiously stared at the creature. At the feet of the three-headed dog lay a harp, yet we dared not approach it. Although we were still at a considerable distance, it was merely a matter of time before we were discovered. Should we attempt to sing? If not, we shall retreat, I suggested. Ron, seemingly unable to endure his fear any longer, suddenly committed himself and began to sing with fervor. If you belong to Gryffindor, where brave hearts reside, embodying the spirit of fearless knights that sets you apart. This was the melody he remembered from the Sorting Hat song during the ceremony, albeit with some off-key notes and misplaced lyrics. Yet the three-headed dog began to grow drowsy. However, it did not succumb to complete slumber. Harry, give this a try. Neville handed me a bag filled with biscuits. As we continued to sing, we cautiously approached the three-headed dog, and at the last moment, we scattered Neville's biscuits upon the ground. All three heads of the dog joyfully lunged towards the treats. Seizing the opportunity while the creature was preoccupied, we grasped the handle of the concealed door. The door swung open abruptly, revealing an impenetrable darkness ahead, obscuring our vision. The prospect of leaping into the unknown was daunting. Yet hesitation could lead to the three-headed dog perceiving us as mere snacks once it finished its biscuits. With resolute determination, we jumped down, though we fell several meters. We emerged unscathed, cushioned by a tangle of some vine-like plants below. "It's the devil's snare," Neville exclaimed. I recalled having heard of the devil's snare before. Indeed, Professor Sprout had mentioned it in herbology class. I swiftly evaded the vines that sought to ensnare my ankles, but Ron was not quick enough, and his legs were firmly bound by the tendrils. "Ron, wait, I shall save you," Neville called out as he retrieved some seeds from his robe pocket and cast a spell. The seeds sprouted rapidly, transforming into a cluster of small trees adorned with numerous white, five-petaled flowers. "Blooming is of no use," Ron shouted, struggling against the vines that had now wrapped around his waist. Suddenly, Neville's plant emitted crackling sounds and ignited, causing the vines ensnaring Ron to loosen their grip. This was a fire seedling, known for incinerating surrounding flora while leaving only its own seeds behind. The devil's snare detests heat and light, and the effect was remarkable. Neville smiled. Perhaps he carries such dangerous items regularly? We pressed onward, arriving in a chamber filled with fluttering keys. We mounted our brooms to capture the keys corresponding to the door to the next room, and then we advanced further. Before us lay a vast chessboard. "I believe we must become the pieces ourselves," Ron remarked, contemplating the empty board. "Can we win?" Neville asked anxiously, glancing at the opposing white pieces. To which Ron responded with an encouraging smile. "Leave it to me. At Hogwarts, the only one capable of defeating me is Draco. Even Draco, in his numerous encounters with Ron, has only triumphed 3 times. It seems I must place my trust in Ron. Harry, you shall assume the position of the bishop. And Neville, you will take the castle position over there. I shall play the knight." Neville and I nodded in agreement. Watching our pieces advance step by step was indeed a nerve-wracking experience. Yet Ron showed no signs of weakness. The fallen black pieces piled up in the corner, while an equally substantial mound of white pieces stood on the opposite side. "Ron, you cannot be thinking." As the game drew to a close, Neville suddenly exclaimed. After a brief moment, I too grasped Ron's intention. If the queen before me could be moved aside, I could deliver checkmate to the king. The only way to achieve this was by sacrificing myself. "I will be captured. Harry, you must press on," Ron shouted with a pale face, charging ahead. The white queen lunged forward, raising her right arm to strike down upon Ron's head. In an instant, a flash of light flickered between Ron and the queen. However, there was no time to discern the nature of that light. The white queen dragged the unconscious Ron toward the wall. I approached the white king, who removed his crown and cast it at my feet. "We have won." I noticed Neville sinking weakly at the edge of my vision. As the pieces parted to bow toward the door ahead, I moved to Neville's side, grasped his hand to help him stand, and then turned back to Ron. He sat amidst a pile of damaged black pieces, a look of confusion etched upon his face. "Ron, thank goodness you're all right," I exclaimed as I rushed towards him. "Well, it seems so," Ron replied, still somewhat dazed as he descended from the pile of pieces. We took his hand and continued onward. The next chamber was empty, yet it reeked terribly. "Perhaps a troll once resided here," Neville whispered, covering his nose with his robe sleeve. Ron nodded in agreement and reached to push open the door to the next room. It appeared to be obstructed by something. The foul stench indicated that a troll had indeed been present here. Yet, where could the troll possibly have gone? We crossed the threshold into the next chamber, only to witness the entrance we had just traversed suddenly engulfed in flames. As I beheld the entrance ablaze with purple fire, I realized it was magical flame. Black flames erupted at the doorway on the opposite end of the room. Then I turned my gaze toward the center of the chamber, where a table was adorned with potion vials, and there we stood, beneath the looming presence of a colossal troll that nearly grazed the ceiling. The troll's eyes were clouded, revealing nothing. It exuded no sign of life, reminiscent of the troll we had encountered earlier in the corridor before the infirmary. The troll's head spun around, its backside facing forward. Just as Neville had remarked, there was a human face there. Harry Potter. That face called my name. I realized we had been lured here. The monstrous creature that should have been in the foul-smelling room was the very one before me. This indicated that the face on the back of the monster's head, Voldemort, had already entered this chamber, deliberately wandering in the corridor to draw me in. Behold this visage. It is but a shadow and an illusion, taking form only through the borrowed body of another. As Voldemort spoke, he extended the monster's arm to seize Neville's body. "No, Harry, save me," Neville cried desperately, reaching out toward me as he was lifted into the air. I immediately extended my hand in return, yet it was beyond my grasp. "Drink from the smallest bottle. Then come alone," Voldemort commanded, carrying Neville through the black flames into the next room. "Harry, it's a trap," Ron shouted loudly. "But I must save Neville," I replied, noticing the twitch of Ron's face. As I grasped the smallest bottle on the table, Ron shouted once more, "That bottle could be a fake. It might be poison." Ron wept. To soothe him, I endeavored to respond in a calm tone. If Voldemort wished to kill me now, he would not go to such lengths, I reasoned. He needed me for some mechanism in the next room. Furthermore, my letter should have reached Professor Dumbledore by now. He would surely come to our rescue. Upon mentioning Dumbledore's name, Ron calmed slightly. I will return with Neville. Please trust me, I implored, and Ron nodded through his tears. I drank the contents of the bottle. A cold sensation flowing into my body like ice water. I am going, I informed Ron before stepping into the black flames. They were not hot at all. I felt completely unharmed. Upon crossing through the black flames, I arrived in the final chamber, where Voldemort stood before a large mirror awaiting my arrival. Come, stand before the mirror, he commanded. Hearing Voldemort's directive, I approached the mirror. As I beheld my reflection, I realized it was the very mirror I had encountered in the empty classroom. The reflection of myself reached into my pocket and withdrew a stone as red as blood. Then, my mirrored self blinked and returned the stone to the pocket, and I felt the weight of it pressing down. If you do not wish for this boy to be torn apart, hand over the stone. Voldemort noted that I had obtained the stone, extending the other hand that grasped Neville, demanding it from me. I understood. Nodding, I withdrew the stone from my pocket. No, Harry, you cannot give it to him. Neville shook his head vigorously. I knew this was dire, exceedingly dire. This must be a malevolent ritual that could bring about the world's destruction. Yet, for the sake of saving my friend, I would willingly barter my soul to the demon. However, Neville does not wish for me to do so. You are quite fitting in your current form. I shall not allow you to conjure forth any more offspring like myself. Neville shouted vehemently at Voldemort, extending his hands to seize the magical stone from my grasp, thrusting it into his mouth. This astonished both Voldemort and me. Voldemort clutched Neville's face, attempting to force his mouth open, but Neville resolutely clamped his lips shut. Then, we heard a disquieting gurgle. The creature from the Longbottom estate. I shall rend you to pieces here. Voldemort hurled Neville's body violently to the ground, glaring at him with malice. Neville lay still, likely having succumbed to unconsciousness from the recent impact. The troll's massive arms, as thick as tree trunks, reached towards Neville, and I hastily withdrew my wand from the pocket of my robe. It was too late. Too late. Armor! Someone shouted. A translucent barrier materialized between Neville and Voldemort, obstructing the troll's grasp. I had no time to ascertain the source of the voice. I desperately clutched Neville's unconscious arm, attempting to pull him away. Oh, you dare to show your face before me again. I thought you would remain hidden, but it seems you have indeed betrayed me. Voldemort displayed a faint, cold smile. Yet his eyes bore no mirth. His blood-red gaze fixated upon a young man. Although he exuded the aura of a Hogwarts upperclassman, I sensed otherwise. He donned an elegant black suit adorned with golden embroidery, rather than the customary robes. Sweat clung his dark hair to his forehead, yet his visage remained strikingly handsome. He bore a slight resemblance to Draco. I shall not permit you to harm that child again. The young man glared fiercely at Voldemort with his gray eyes. I always believed you different from your wayward brother, but it appears I was mistaken, making such a foolish choice, willing to let noble bloodline vanish. Voldemort let out a low, mocking laugh, slamming the troll's fist against the wall. The stone wall shattered, sending sharp fragments flying. I tightly embraced Neville's body, bracing for the impact. However, nothing occurred. When I cautiously opened my eyes, I discovered a shield spell had manifested before us. I had declared it would not allow you to harm him again. The man raised his wand, directing it at Voldemort. As a silver light surged forth from the wand's tip, hurtling towards Voldemort. Voldemort bellowed something, and at that moment, my head throbbed as if it would burst, causing me to collapse to the ground, my glasses flying off to some unknown location. In my blurred vision, I barely followed the silver light. The radiance coalesced into a mass, striving to subdue the troll's form. I thought to myself, this must surely be a trap of the demon. Where the light touched, the vines of the plants surged forth from the monstrous body, ensnaring it tightly. Upon realizing that the creature was immobilized, Voldemort unhesitatingly abandoned that corporeal form. The visage of Voldemort, which had manifested at the back of the giant's head, gradually melded into the flesh, vanishing completely, while a black mist, akin to the smoke of a cigarette, billowed forth from the creature's half-open mouth. The cursed witch's incantation lingered, an ominous presence that refused to fade. The spectral black fog cursed vehemently. Aware that I could not allow him to escape, I reached out to grasp the mist. Just as my fingertips grazed its surface, Voldemort's shriek resonated directly within my mind. Subsequently, I sensed his essence waning until it vanished entirely. Struggling to maintain my consciousness, I crawled laboriously on the ground, searching for my lost spectacles. In the haze of my surroundings, I discerned the man casting a healing spell on Neville. I yearned to inquire who he was, yet the words remained trapped within me, my body too heavy to move. Pain surged. A sharp sting on my cheek momentarily rekindled my awareness. I realized what I had mistaken for a demon's snare were, in fact, the thorns of a rose. Upon closer inspection, I saw that the thorns were adorned with dense pink petals, with a few blossoms in full bloom. It seemed these rose thorns had scratched my cheek. The rose once again transformed into particles of silver light, gradually dissolving into sand. Within those luminous particles, a shape slowly formed, resembling a human figure. Mother? I extended my hand, yearning to touch her, to feel her warmth. Amidst the fading consciousness and radiance, I clearly beheld my mother's silhouette and heard her calling my name. Harry, Harry. Chapter 76. She is the guardian. The tale always begins at our home. Although that house, which once existed solely in books, was not mine but belonged to the Dursleys, where Dudley was born and raised, it has always marked the beginning of Harry's story. Today is Harry's birthday. Our family gathered to celebrate with a modest birthday party, indulging in delicious dishes and cake. Before entering Hogwarts, Harry's birthday was always celebrated alongside my June birthday, but today is indeed his true birthday. Harry appeared exceedingly joyful, though he occasionally cast furtive glances at me, revealing a hint of guilt. In truth, he need not feel remorse for celebrating my birthday at Hogwarts, yet that is simply Harry's nature. Ironically, it is because Harry celebrates his birthday during the summer that I can savor the delightful feast specially prepared by our mother. After bidding Harry goodnight, I opened my bedroom door, only to draw in a sharp breath. What should I do now? I steadied myself, stepping into the familiar room and sitting on my bed. Then, I slowly exhaled, lowering my gaze to the figure that had suddenly appeared. Indeed, upon my return to the room, I was taken aback to discover a guest awaiting me. The house elf Dobby, who in the original narrative was meant to be perched on Harry's bed, had perhaps deemed it inappropriate to sit on a girl's bed and instead chose to wait on the floor. While I had anticipated Dobby's visit today, I remained somewhat skeptical about his actual arrival. After all, Harry had received congratulatory cards from numerous friends, including Ron, Hermione, Neville, Draco, and Pansy. Moreover, I was uncertain how Lucius Malfoy, now aware that the individual in question was still alive, would respond. Did Dobby's presence here imply that Lucius intended to smuggle Riddle's diary into Hogwarts, just as depicted in the original text? Hello. You are the little elf belonging to the Malfoy family, aren't you? I inquired, observing the sparkle in Dobby's large eyes. You remember Dobby? His expression was almost tearful with emotion, prompting a sigh from me. House elves are often quite dramatic, but Dobby was particularly so, if I followed his lead. This conversation would never reach a conclusion. I decided to gently steer the discussion in a more direct manner. Are you in need of Harry? I asked, questioning why he had come to my room instead of seeking Harry. To be honest, Dobby is here to request your assistance, he replied earnestly, fixing his gaze upon me. The fact that he had come to me was somewhat unexpected, yet I feared the matter was not too dissimilar from what transpired in the original narrative. You do not wish for me to prevent Harry from going to Hogwarts, do you? I queried, as Dobby's eyes widened to an alarming degree, triggering my compulsive tendencies to want to poke them out. Harry Potter cannot go to Hogwarts. He must remain in a safe place, Dobby exclaimed, his face a portrait of distress. While his concern for Harry was endearing, I could not allow him to hinder Harry's journey to Hogwarts. If Riddle's diary was not destroyed beforehand, it would pose a significant danger. After all, the Tom Riddle within the diary might not be affected by Lily's protective spell. However, this merely postponed the issue. Surely Harry would be safe here until he reached adulthood? If the problem could be resolved before then, that would be ideal. But it was evident that this was not the case, was it? Upon hearing my words, Dobby blinked in confusion, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Dobby was indeed rather naive. Dobby is a bad elf. Dobby is a bad elf. He suddenly cried out, clutching his head. Despite my anticipations, his outburst startled me. All right, we can discuss punishment later, I said, grasping the frayed hem of Dobby's garment and pulling him back from his self-destructive act of banging his head against the window. From his awareness that this house was a safe haven, it was clear he understood the protective magic placed upon Harry, and rightly so. Would you mind sitting down? We can converse for a while. If you have pressing matters at the Malfoy residence, it's perfectly fine to postpone our discussion for another day, I suggested, attempting to divert Dobby's attention. He nodded appreciatively and obediently sat on the ground. Well then, what should we discuss? Since the opportunity is rare, why not inquire about the investigation that currently troubles me? Dobby, what do you know about the Thorn Witch? She is the master of the Deathly Hallows. As soon as I asked, Dobby raised his voice without hesitation, as though I had posed a pivotal question. This unexpected response widened my eyes in astonishment. I had not anticipated hearing keywords related to the Deathly Hallows here, yet something felt amiss. At this moment, the invisibility cloak was in Harry's possession, while the Elder Wand resided with Professor Dumbledore. If the Thorn Witch had ever possessed or controlled all three Deathly Hallows, just how ancient was she? Do you know her true identity? I inquired. Dobby shook his head regretfully, then continued with a hint of excitement. Dobby had been waiting, as had nearly all house elves, for the return of that master. What does that mean? I asked, my mind swirling with questions regarding the Thorn Witch. I had posed inquiries to the students of Hogwarts, but they seemed terrified of broaching that topic, so I too relinquished any further pursuit. I desired to hear the master's opinion, yet dared not ask Professor Snape. After all, she might be the one who stole Lily Evans' body, a subject that was evidently taboo for Professor Snape, and even I hesitated to broach it directly. That cannot be spoken of, Dobby said, lowering his head in frustration. If a house elf declares that it cannot be spoken of, then no amount of questioning would yield results. House elves know much, yet they remain perpetually tight-lipped. I surmise that it is precisely this rigidity and multitude of restrictions that forge their unique magic. Those spells that can only be invoked under specific conditions or environments tend to be exceedingly powerful. The protective magic Lily bequeathed to Harry, enhanced by Professor Dumbledore, along with unbreakable vows and horcruxes, could be categorized among them. Some say she is a servant of that individual. Is that true? I recalled what Ron had said on the Hogwarts Express during the opening ceremony. Dobby's expression turned to one of surprise upon hearing my question, and he shook his head vigorously. Impossible. That master is a guardian. Dobby exclaimed excitedly. A guardian of whom? Is it to protect something? I inquired. To which Dobby nodded emphatically. Who exactly is being protected? I was about to continue my questioning when I halted, for Dobby had clasped his hands over his mouth. So, you cannot tell me whom she protects? I asked, and Dobby silently nodded. Since an answer cannot be provided, there is little to be done. However, discovering that the thorn which is not an accomplice of that individual is indeed a significant revelation. I had previously harbored doubts regarding her association with him, yet lacked any definitive evidence or testimony. House elves are generally not prone to deceit. Naturally, circumstances dictated by their masters might yield different outcomes. However, given Dobby's loyalty to the Malfoy family, he had no reason to mislead me. The mysterious magic mentioned by Harry may very well be attributed to the Thorn Witch. Oh, there is one more matter that requires clarification. Do you know who saved Harry? I inquired, and Dobby's eyes widened with excitement. I know. He is an extraordinary person. However, Dobby cannot reveal his name to the Mississippi. Dobby's voice gradually diminished, and ultimately, he hung his head in disappointment. I see. Although I remain unsure of that individual's identity, it is at least certain that he is not a figure of danger. If he were adversarial to Harry, how could he possibly have saved him? Moreover, Dobby's tone was certainly not one of hostility. Thank you for sharing this information. It has been immensely helpful. I expressed my gratitude to Dobby, whose eyes shimmered with tears. Then, with a soft pop, he vanished. The room fell into a sudden silence as I lay back on the bed. House elves, I murmured softly while gazing at the ceiling. Although I had engaged in some exchanges with the house elves in the Hogwarts kitchen, I had never fully comprehended their potential. They are exceedingly knowledgeable, and their unique network of information is not to be underestimated. Regarding the Thorn Witch, I should have consulted them from the very beginning. Such a simple matter. Yet it had eluded my mind. It seems that their excessive humility towards wizards inadvertently fostered my own arrogance. They willingly and unobtrusively slid to the bottom of the hierarchical structure. Kind-hearted Hermione will undoubtedly be troubled by this in the future. The thought that this friend may soon strive to elevate the status of house elves brought a bittersweet smile to my face. Chapter 77. Ron's letter. A week has passed since Harry's birthday, and I found myself gazing at the calendar, tilting my head slightly. It is rather peculiar. According to the original narrative, Harry should have already received an invitation to Ron's home by this time, yet I have heard nothing from Ron. During the holidays, Ron had mentioned inviting Harry to his house, so it stands to reason that he intended to do so. I had anticipated spending the latter half of the summer at Ron's, hence I had nearly completed my assignments and studies. As a result, I now find myself with nothing to occupy my time. Harry, how about going shopping in London tomorrow? I suggested to him. Harry wore an apologetic expression. I'm sorry. But tomorrow I am going to Cedric's house, he unexpectedly replied, leaving me momentarily incredulous. Cedric? Did he just mention Cedric? Are you referring to Cedric from Hufflepuff? I inquired, and Harry nodded. It seemed I had not misheard. Indeed, he is the senior we encountered at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. There is a Quidditch training ground near Cedric's home, and I plan to practice there with Draco, Harry said, grinning with delight as he meticulously took care of his Nimbus 2000. A year ago, I had met Cedric at Madame Malkin's, where Draco had also been present. We nearly had a quarrel then, but fortunately, it ended well, and we became friends. Upon witnessing our reconciliation, Cedric had smiled and remarked that it was wonderful, offering his assistance should we encounter any difficulties at school. However, after entering Hogwarts, I had not seen Cedric again during this past year. I had only glimpsed his remarkable skills during Quidditch matches, but once the games concluded, he was immediately surrounded by Hufflepuff students and girls from other houses, leaving me no opportunity to speak with him. But when did you two become so close? I asked, a mixture of surprise and curiosity in my voice. Harry seemed to grasp my meaning and replied with a wry smile. Cedric is a genuinely nice person. I happened to have the chance to speak with him during a Quidditch match. He has been quite busy with an overwhelming number of electives, spending most of his time in the common room aside from Quidditch. He mentioned that he would reduce his courses in 4th year. By the way, he also advised that if one wishes to continue Quidditch, one should avoid taking on 12 exams. Harry indirectly conveyed that Cedric's busyness was a plausible reason for not having greeted me. Is that so? I nodded, my emotions swirling within me. Initially, I had intended to enroll in every elective available, but now it seemed I would need to be more discerning. I recalled Hermione from the original text. A similarly busy individual, Cedric's situation might mirror hers. In the story, Hermione had to utilize a time turner to attend all her elective classes. As a representative for Quidditch, Cedric would likely be in a comparable predicament. With this thought, I smiled at Harry. Then enjoy thoroughly, and please convey my regards to Cedric. Harry beamed back at me, nodding in agreement. The scene shifted to a CAF. So, what will I do to pass the time during the upcoming holidays? I mused, resting my chin on my hand as I sipped my drink through a straw. Honestly, orange juice is hardly intoxicating. At that moment, I couldn't help but envy the adults savoring Pym's cup under the bright sun. However, thanks to this, I could study with Vitalea. I had always longed to study with friends on the CAF's terrace, and it felt delightful. Hermione, sitting across from me, smiled and said, "Ah, how soothing to the spirit." Harry had also followed me around a year ago, always trailing behind wherever I went, often wearing that same cheerful smile. Now, he has become capable of organizing his own activities and has even made plans to go out with others. Is this a sign of leaving the nest? Indeed, I have sensed some changes since he entered Hogwarts. By the way, have you received a letter from Ron? Hermione pulled a letter from her bag and placed it on the table. I glanced at the opened envelope, blinking in surprise. I have not received it yet, I replied. Hermione shrugged and sighed. I knew it. The day before yesterday, an elderly owl delivered a letter, but it appeared utterly exhausted and rested at my home for the night before returning. If it were to deliver letters to each of us, it would likely be unable to complete the task before the summer break ends. Moreover, if it had to deliver one more letter, it might not survive the endeavor. As Hermione expressed her concerns, she extracted the letter from the envelope and presented it to me. Ron has invited us to stay overnight at his house next week. Just as Hermione stated, the letter simply conveyed the invitation. I could not help but wonder when this letter would finally arrive at my home. In addition to writing to Harry and Hermione, Ron has corresponded with Neville, Pansy, and even Draco, indicating that the Weasley family's old owl has quite the burden. Oh, and the Weasley twins and Montague are also sending letters. If Ron's letter has not arrived during the summer, you must remember this information. Well, thank you. I nodded gratefully to Hermione and copied the contents of the letter into the margins of my notebook. Ron wrote that we should come through the fireplace at the Leaky Cauldron. Indeed, this is significant news. Hermione and I studied until the evening, then returned home. Unfortunately, on the appointed day, the Weasley owl still had not appeared. It couldn't have perished mid-flight, could it? Chapter 78, Expelling the Pixies. Harry and I exchanged glances in front of the fireplace at the Leaky Cauldron. Even though I had not received Ron's letter, it should be fine, right? Feeling somewhat anxious, I inquired of Harry. He appeared a bit worried as well, but nodded in agreement. Yes, I sent Hedwig with a message yesterday to inform him we would be coming, so it should be all right. After Harry spoke, he glanced into the fireplace. Only a small flicker of flames remained, along with some ashes and remnants of what had burned. I should have sent Hedwig earlier. Indeed, upon hearing my words, Harry seemed to display a wry smile. He then picked up a handful of flue powder and turned to me. I will go first. Harry skillfully sprinkled the flue powder into the flames. The emerald flames surged upwards, enveloping his form. As Harry called out number 4, Privet Drive, he vanished into the flames. Perhaps he had practiced at Cedric's home beforehand. Initially, I worried he might be transported elsewhere as in the original story, but it seemed my concerns were unfounded. I exhaled deeply, casting the powdered substance into the hearth. The burrow. As the green flames flickered, I felt as though my body were being contorted, an extraordinary sensation washing over me. It became difficult to discern whether it was my body spinning or the world around me, an uncomfortable feeling indeed. Gradually, I began to perceive a fireplace that certainly did not belong to the Leaky Cauldron. Both of you have arrived. Hermione and Neville just made their entrance. As I emerged from the hearth, Ron greeted us with a smile, appearing genuinely pleased. This must be the burrow, the residence of the Weasley family. Despite knowing it was somewhat impolite, I could not resist glancing around Ron's home. The space beside the fireplace was cluttered with battered pots, nearly reaching the ceiling. On the opposite side, mended pots were stacked equally high. Those belonged to Fred and George, before the holidays. They had gathered the broken pots from Gryffindor Tower to repair them. Suddenly, they seemed to have become enchanted with potion making. Likely due to some misadventure or a bump on the head, as they were concocting something new every day. Ron remarked with a hint of exasperation. The twins had taken care of dragons and unicorns over the break, collecting a plethora of rare materials. I could certainly understand their desire to experiment. Just then, a petite lady emerged from the kitchen. Pleased to meet you. I am Molly, Ron's mother. Take your time. There is no need to rush. Standing beside Ron, Mrs. Weasley smiled warmly, though her complexion appeared rather pallid. Unlike the buxom figure described in the original text, she seemed quite frail, with skin so thin at her wrist that one could almost see the bone beneath. Thank you. This is a gift from my mother, I said, feeling a peculiar sensation within me, yet I still greeted Mrs. Weasley and presented the gift prepared by my mother. Mrs. Weasley looked taken aback, hesitatingly accepting the gift with a somewhat stiff demeanor. Subsequently, Ron led us to his room. Hermione and Neville were already engaged in a game of chess. with Hermione seemingly at a disadvantage. Her lips pursed tightly as she glared at the board in frustration. As I observed the game, I leaned closer to Ron and whispered, "Ron, is your mother unwell? Is it truly all right to intrude upon you in such circumstances?" Ron appeared somewhat awkward, his gaze shifting. Mom is fine. She is always like this. If you could pretend not to notice, she would greatly appreciate it. She believes she conceals it well. After Ron spoke, seemingly to cover up the discomfort, he began pouring tea into a cup. I accepted the cup he offered, tilting my head slightly. Does Mrs. Weasley have such an affliction? I recall her being described as plump or robust. Later, Pansy arrived and posed the same inquiry to Ron, who seemed to have finally resolved to speak the truth. My mother harbors a certain fear of witches, Ron confessed, leaving Hermione perplexed as she tilted her head in contemplation. Yet, she was quite amiable towards me just moments ago, exhibiting such naturalness. Surely, she cannot be afraid of a little witch. However, Hermione, your candor may strike her as somewhat childish. Perhaps she finds it endearing, Ron explained apologetically. Upon hearing herself indirectly described as childish, Hermione displayed a look of astonishment. I had always believed myself to be more mature than my peers, she remarked, cradling her face in her hands as she gazed at her reflection in the window. May I inquire as to why your mother fears witches? Harry asked, to which Ron nodded in assent. Do you recall the tale I shared regarding the Thorn Witch? My mother had 2 brothers who were tragically slain by Death Eaters. It is believed they were taken by the Thorn Witch. Ever since that dreadful incident, she has been apprehensive of witches, despite being one herself, Ron recounted with a sigh. Lately, her condition has improved somewhat, but during the events surrounding the Philosopher's Stone, I inadvertently suggested that the person who rescued Harry and Neville might have ties to the Thorn Witch. Ron's voice dwindled, while Pansy regarded him with a hint of exasperation. You truly lack empathy, she remarked. Indeed, I share that sentiment, Ron admitted, his shoulders slumping in defeat. If Draco were present, he would likely preach about the responsibilities of a son to care for and protect his mother, arguing that one should never frighten her without cause. How vital mothers are. Draco, with his appreciation for family, would undoubtedly express such sentiments. Then, it seems your mother's current state is indeed concerning, I commented, glancing towards the window Hermione had utilized as a mirror. In the center of the courtyard, Mrs. Weasley was bent over, presumably tending to the garden's house elves. Shall we lend a hand? This way, Mrs. Weasley might find her task a tad easier, I proposed. Hermione, clearly having noticed Mrs. Weasley in the yard, brightened and nodded enthusiastically. What a splendid idea. The others appeared to concur with my suggestion, all nodding in agreement, though the chess pieces clamored. Insisting that the match was not yet concluded, we paid them no heed. Mother, we are here to assist, Ron called out to Mrs. Weasley as we made our way into the yard. She looked taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise. Upon noticing us standing behind Ron, she quickly rose to her feet. Oh dear, it's quite all right. You may rest, she said. We are eager to help, and besides, I have never cleaned a house elf before. I wish to give it a try, Harry replied to Mrs. Weasley, who blinked back tears at the kindness displayed before her. It brings me immense joy to see such wonderful children like you becoming friends with my son Ron. Although his 2 brothers, Fred and George, are fond of jesting, they easily bond with others. However, Ron is somewhat timid and has a penchant for seeking comfort, which leaves me concerned about his ability to make friends at Hogwarts. Mum. Ron's face turned crimson as he interjected, seemingly signaling her to cease her comments. Hermione tilted her head in confusion, pondering what Mrs. Weasley was alluding to. Indeed, when I first encountered Ron on the Hogwarts Express, he was remarkably loquacious. Perhaps it was simply due to our shared upbringing in a Muggle family. While Neville also hails from the Wizarding World, he is quite reserved and does not initiate conversation readily. At that time, Ron was the only one who could elucidate the mysteries of the Wizarding World to us, and that train compartment offered him a comfortable setting to express himself. Mum, that's enough. Leave this to us. Go sit inside and enjoy a cup of tea. Ron gently urged Mrs. Weasley, nudging her towards the house. Oh, is that so? Then I shall entrust this to you, Mrs. Weasley said with a smile as she retreated into the kitchen. Is it these little creatures called gnomes? Harry inquired, peering into the thicket. Following Harry's gaze, I spotted a bald gnome with a pockmarked head staring back at us. Harry had once likened gnomes to potatoes in the original text, and indeed, the resemblance was striking. If he had said, thanks to you, I've been saved from this potato, I might have believed him, though I have never rescued a potato myself. What are you lot staring at? The gnome shrieked. It can talk, Harry murmured, seemingly perplexed. It's so sad to have to drive these little creatures away. Hermione's face turned pale. Observing her distress, Ron quickly clarified. Though we say drive them away, we do not intend to harm them. We merely render them unconscious so they cannot find their way back home. Home. Oh dear. Isn't that akin to banishing them from their abode? Hermione sighed deeply, her expression filled with sorrow. Pansy regarded Hermione's sympathetic demeanor towards the gnome with disbelief. From a Muggle perspective, it was akin to hesitating over whether to expel pests from one's home. Just as Hermione seemed poised to advocate for the gnome's rights, Neville interjected. Hermione, do you feel sorry for the gnomes? Hermione nodded. Indeed, for they are living, sentient beings, and they can converse with us. Well, that is true. They can exchange a few words, but genuine dialogue is impossible as they quickly forget many things. Moreover, it would be perilous for them to remain in our yard. We could inadvertently step on them. Therefore, we must relocate them far from human habitation. That is a valid point, Ron conceded. Hermione appeared to be satisfied with Neville's explanation, nodding in agreement. It seemed rather pitiful to constantly drive them away. It would be far more effective to uproot all the weeds, ensuring they could not return. We could then plant some herbs to repel the gnomes. I have the seeds. Really? That's splendid. This way, we shall no longer need to chase the gnomes away. Neville produced the seeds from his pocket, causing Ron to raise his hands in jubilant cheer. Thus, we commenced our task of ridding the garden of gnomes and pulling weeds. Yet, regardless of how many we tossed out, they would invariably emerge in droves from their burrows, perhaps due to their remarkable breeding capabilities. Hey, Parkinson, stop just standing there and lend a hand, Ron shouted. No way, I do not wish to tan, Pansy replied. Elegantly situated at a table with a large umbrella in one corner of the yard, sipping tea with grace. The house elf she had brought along was fanning her with a large palm frond. Truly, she embodied the essence of a proper lady. However, it was indeed difficult to envision Pansy engaging in weeding. Harry and I exchanged a glance, sharing a resigned smile. Chapter 79, We Shall Become Family. In the garden. Having cleared the gnomes, we uprooted the weeds and placed the seeds of the gnome-repelling herbs, acquired from Neville, into the gnomes' burrows, subsequently filling in the holes. As we repeated this monotonous task, my mind began to wander. The two brothers of Mrs. Weasley, whom Ron had mentioned as being taken by the Boggart Witch, must surely be Gideon and Fabian Pruitt, members of the Order of the Phoenix. Although they were only referenced by name in the original narrative, their deaths constituted a profound trauma for Mrs. Weasley. Perhaps in this world, that trauma manifested in another form, exhibiting itself as a phobia of witches. The Boggart Witch, an anomaly not present in the original tale, had begun to exert an influence on the main characters. Next, I stumbled upon another matter potentially linked to the Boggart Witch, which included Harry's parents. The commonality among Harry's parents and the Pruitt brothers was, perhaps, that they all perished in the battle against you-know-who and the Death Eaters. Furthermore, they were all members of the Order. What, then, does the absence of their bodies signify? Why is the Boggart Witch collecting corpses? Ultimately, did the Pruitt brothers truly die? What about Harry's parents? The inability to locate their remains implies an uncertainty regarding their fates, akin to you-know-who, belonging to a realm that defies definition. Almost reminiscent of SCHR Dinger's cat. However, if those taken by the Boggart Witch are still alive, then the magic employed to protect Harry remains inexplicable. Vitalia, what troubles you? You appear rather pale. Unbeknownst to me, Harry had positioned himself before me, peering curiously into my face. His own emerald green eyes, mirroring mine, regarded me with confusion. I wondered what Harry thought of the Boggart Witch. Harry, do you also fear the Thorn Witch? I inquired. Harry crossed his arms, pondering for a moment. He appeared to be deep in thought, and after several seconds, he spoke. Initially, I was indeed afraid, worried about what might happen to my parents. However, I've heard that she stands in opposition to that individual. Perhaps she has her reasons. Harry hesitated slightly, then, as if resolved, continued, in fact, I believe the true identity of the Thorn, which might be my mother. A flush crept onto Harry's cheeks as he uttered these words. Perhaps realizing the dreamlike nature of his statement, he recounted how he had glimpsed Lily's figure within the magic cast by that enigmatic man. A magic Voldemort derisively called the accursed witch's power. Considering that Lily's magic had always shielded Harry, this notion was enough to inspire hope within him. If this is true, it would indeed be a beautiful thing. I nodded in agreement. Perhaps Harry had merely dreamily conflated my image, seen upon waking in the infirmary, with the magic he had previously witnessed alongside his mother's visage, particularly since I bore a striking resemblance to Lily. It was evident that both Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape shared this perspective. Nevertheless, I did not wish to undermine Harry's beliefs. Wow, look at this splendid courtyard. Now devoid of weeds, George. The owner of this house must be an extraordinary and handsome wizard, much like us. At some point, Fred and George had emerged from the house, exchanging light-hearted banter. The twins' dialogue elicited a chuckle from Harry, while Ron sighed in exasperation. Attention, workers. Lunchtime has arrived, Fred announced, promptly laying out a large picnic blanket on the ground. George then erected a peculiar, crooked sunshade nearby. Now that the courtyard is all tidy, let us eat here. Just remember to wash your hands first, George cheerfully instructed, waving towards the door. Following his gaze, we noticed a girl standing awkwardly at the entrance, cradling a large basket. Fred, observing her demeanor, chuckled ruefully as he seized the basket from her grasp and took her hand with his other. Ginny, come here. This is my sister, Ginny. Shyly brought into our midst by Fred, Ginny lowered her gaze. The charming girl, with the same fiery hair as her brothers, cautiously raised her head, her large eyes surveying us. There was no doubt she would grow into a beauty. I had no idea Ron had such a delightful sister. How have I never heard of her? Harry remarked in surprise, gently sliding between Ginny and Fred, smiling reassuringly at the flustered Ginny. Greetings, I am Harry. Perhaps you have heard of me. Much like Ron, I am a student of Gryffindor. Your brothers have always been exceedingly kind to me. Before the commencement of the school year, my sister, Vitalea, and I shall be residing here for a while, and I sincerely hope we can get along splendidly. As the affable Harry introduced himself, Ginny's face flushed crimson, her mouth opening and closing as if she were at a loss for words. It appeared that her nervousness rendered her incapable of comprehending what Harry was saying. Apologies, Ginny. Our Harry has grown accustomed to conversing with girls, primarily due to my influence. That is why I hesitated to mention it, Ron whispered in complaint, seemingly reluctant to introduce his charming sister to the charismatic Harry. Fred and George exchanged glances, as if acknowledging a miscalculation on their part. You are a year older than her? Oh, you shall be attending school this year. We can journey to Hogwarts together. This will be your inaugural ride on the Hogwarts Express, correct? Though I have only experienced it twice, I am still quite eager. Harry elicited information from Ginny step by step, nodding with evident satisfaction. While Harry generally possessed strong social skills and was adept at engaging with girls, his demeanor this time appeared particularly loquacious. Although it was unclear how self-aware he was, his conduct almost bordered on courtship. In the original narrative, they ultimately became husband and wife. Perhaps from the very beginning, Ginny was the type of girl that captivated Harry's heart. We may become family, Fred whispered in my ear, prompting a wry smile and a nod from me. Chapter 80. Draco can be quite Machiavellian. That night, a letter from Draco found its way to Pansy's hands. Though it was actually intended for Ron, Draco and Ron were exchanging correspondence through Pansy, which proved to be rather cumbersome. Hey Ron, why don't you ask your father to give it a try? Perhaps he could reconcile with Draco's father, Harry suggested. Do not suggest such impossibilities, Harry. If it were feasible, the Wizarding World would have long been at peace, and the animosity between Gryffindor and Slytherin would have dissipated by now. Ron shook his head in disapproval. If there were an easy way to eradicate the hatred between the two families, they would have accomplished it already. On another note, why is the relationship between Lucius and Arthur so abysmal? I suddenly voiced the question that had been lingering in my mind. I could somewhat comprehend Arthur's disdain for Lucius. As a staunch Gryffindor, Arthur could hardly tolerate Lucius's quintessential Slytherin blood purity and the exertion of pressure on the Ministry of Magic through wealth to manipulate politics. However, this issue did not rest solely with Lucius. Many others employed similar tactics. As for Lucius, he ought to have been indifferent to a ministry employee who was nearly in a position of insignificance. Yet, his aversion to Arthur was so intense that it escalated to the point of frequent altercations upon their encounters, which was quite astonishing. During their time at Hogwarts, it is said that there were overlapping years. Ron tilted his head in contemplation before tearing open the envelope in his hands. Draco mentioned that he would be visiting Diagon Alley tomorrow, and the letter explicitly instructed us not to bring our parents along, advising them to stay at home. Not bringing parents? How blunt. I couldn't help but chuckle. The implication was clear. Lucius would also be visiting Diagon Alley, and he preferred that Arthur not accompany him. However, my father would certainly be going along, as we needed to prepare everything for Ginny this year, and our textbooks had changed. We would need to purchase books for the four of us, and my mother alone would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Ron appeared somewhat troubled, his arms crossed over his chest. Hermione nodded in agreement. Indeed, they would surely have to look after us as well. Hermione was right. There were far more children than adults. And even if Ron's parents joined forces, it would still be insufficient. Oh well, let it be. I clapped my hands, signaling that we could move past this topic. Regardless of how it was contemplated, it was futile to prevent Arthur from visiting Diagon Alley. Moreover, if Lucius and Arthur did not cross paths there, I would not be able to obtain Tom Riddle's diary, an eventuality that simply could not occur. The next morning, in the heart of Diagon Alley, Molly spoke up. Shall we first visit Gringotts? Apologies, are you all coming along? Molly grasped Ginny's hand and looked towards us. All right, I was just thinking of exchanging some money at Gringotts. Hermione replied, pulling a muggle coin from her pocket to show us. Harry and I also needed to exchange currency. Oh, muggle money. How splendid. May I see how you exchange it? Arthur asked eagerly, his eyes fixed on the pound coin in Hermione's hand. Dad, aren't we supposed to be heading to the vault that is completely empty first? Fred suddenly interjected. Upon hearing the words completely empty vault, Arthur and Molly's faces flushed with embarrassment. Molly cleared her throat and said, our savings are indeed limited, but we can still gather your textbooks from the second-hand bookstore. Actually, there is a better way, Fred and George declared before striding directly into the apothecary shop before us. Arthur and Molly followed behind, their faces filled with confusion. I will head to Flourish and Blots, Percy said, showing no interest in the twin scheme as he walked in the opposite direction. We watched Percy's retreating figure before hurriedly following Fred and George into the apothecary. The shop was dimly lit. The goods appeared poorly preserved and rancid. Sour odor hung in the air. "Boss, let us buy this," Fred announced, placing a sack on the counter. The apothecary's proprietor, sporting a scruffy beard and unkempt hair hastily tied at the back of his head, looked quite suspicious. He scrutinized Fred and George's faces for a moment, then, with his emaciated hands, untied the string of the sack, revealing an expression of astonishment. A cascade of obsidian-smooth triangular scales spilled forth from the bag, blanketing the counter. I recognized them as Norbert's scales, likely shed during his infancy as a dragon. The shopkeeper meticulously examined each scale under the flickering candlelight, weighing them with an almost obsessive focus. After retrieving the final scale from the sack and placing it on the scale, he exhaled deeply. Then, he languidly shrugged and leaned back in his chair. All present held their breath, awaiting the shopkeeper's next move. 17 sickles, he announced. I stared in disbelief at his face. 17 sickles? This was astonishingly cheap. The tattered sign at the door proclaimed that 30 grams of dragon liver fetched 17 sickles. And that was safely harvested from a deceased dragon. A mere morsel was worth a gold galleon. The scales from a young, healthy, ferocious breeding dragon could not possibly hold such a paltry value. Clearly, Fred and George shared this sentiment, their expressions mirroring my shock. Yet, oblivious to the true worth of the scales, the Weasley couple erupted in delight. 17 sickles? With this, we can buy new wands for Ron and Ginny. The shopkeeper regarded the excited Weasley couple with a sardonic smile before turning to them, saying, "So, is it a deal?" A smug grin lingered at the corners of his mouth. "Wait, that's far too little." Fred and George interjected urgently. The shopkeeper rose impatiently, towering over them with an air of superiority. "What's the matter, little ones? Your parents are positively thrilled with my offer. I've given you this price for those salamander scales. Shouldn't you be grateful?" Salamander scales? Fred and George could hardly believe their ears. This was a disaster. They were being treated as gullible fools. The shopkeeper was a complete scoundrel, and despite Fred and George's eloquence, they were powerless against an adult who had clearly intended to deceive them from the outset. I felt compelled to assist them. 17 sickles. Not a single canute more. The shopkeeper bellowed. The Weasley couple's eyes sparkled with excitement, seemingly on the verge of accepting the price. Just as I was about to intervene, a cultured British voice resonated in the dim, dust-laden shop. 17 sickles? Is that all? The owner of the voice strolled confidently to the counter, smiling provocatively at the shopkeeper. "If that is all the money you can offer, then you should consider closing this establishment." Familiar ice-gray eyes flickered momentarily, glancing at us. Draco conveyed to us with a mere glance that we should entrust everything to him. Fred and George were momentarily taken aback by his sudden appearance. "You dare to impede my business?" The shopkeeper glared fiercely at Draco, who remained unperturbed, turning instead to Fred and saying, "If it were me, I would offer tenfold the price right now, and still have plenty to spare." "Enough of your nonsense," the shopkeeper retorted, grasping Draco's shoulder with displeasure. Draco's expression shifted momentarily, and he regarded the shopkeeper with palpable disdain. "Dobby, come here." "Yes, Master Malfoy." Draco's unwavering gaze remained fixed on the shopkeeper as he gently summoned his house elf. With a soft pop, Dobby appeared, bowing respectfully and presenting an object resembling a small pouch to Draco. As Draco's pale hand received the pouch, the metallic clinking of coins echoed from within. The shopkeeper, witnessing Dobby and the evidently substantial pouch of money, hastily released his grip on Draco's shoulder. It seemed he had come to realize Draco's distinguished lineage, his complexion paling considerably. "I apologize. I did not realize you were Master Malfoy." Evidently, upon hearing the name Malfoy, the shopkeeper understood Draco's esteemed background and hurriedly offered his apologies. The mention of the Malfoy name caused Mr. Arthur S. brows to twitch slightly. "No need to concern yourself. It is I who am at fault for interrupting your business. I sincerely apologize." Draco smiled, feigning humility, though his gaze remained slightly menacing as he looked at the shopkeeper. He returned the pouch to Dobby, who promptly vanished upon receiving it. "I have never encountered such rare dragon scales. I simply cannot resist the temptation. However, you are correct. It is wrong to encroach upon another's business. I shall wait until they are officially on the market before making a purchase." Draco's words rendered the shopkeeper's expression rigid. "Oh, if you cannot reach an agreement, then sell them to me later." After uttering this to Fred and George, Draco exited the apothecary. Harry, Hermione, Neville, and Pansy hastened to follow him out the door. Ron also seemed preoccupied with Draco, glancing outside periodically. "All right, what price do you intend to offer for these dragon scales?" Fred and George, back to their usual selves, smiled at the shopkeeper. It appeared that the affairs could now be entrusted to the Weasley twins without concern. I followed them out of the apothecary, catching up with Harry and the others. Chapter 81. The Beverage Shop in Diagon Alley. That shopkeeper. I can hardly believe it. I truly wish he would slip on a potion and break both his shoulders. Hermione exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. Pansy beside her nodded in agreement. Harry bit his lip, his wand gripped tightly, ready to be brandished at a moment's notice. "It's all right. Although he grasped a bit too firmly, I am uninjured, and there is no substantial issue." In stark contrast to the three individuals seething with anger, Draco maintained an air of tranquility, casually waving his left hand. Yet, it must have hurt quite a bit, right? Neville observed Draco's countenance with concern. Draco candidly replied, "A bit, but it's nothing serious." After saying this, he nonchalantly shook his arm. Witnessing Draco's relaxed demeanor, Harry finally tucked his wand back into his pocket and, with a tone of envy, remarked, "But Draco, you truly are impressive to have purchased it at such an exorbitant price. You must possess a far greater allowance than I." "How could that be?" Draco erupted into laughter upon hearing Harry's words. "No matter how wealthy I may be, I could never produce such a sum at once." "Then what was in that pouch?" Harry tilted his head in confusion. Draco smirked mischievously and summoned Dobby. Dobby reappeared, respectfully handing the pouch back to Draco. "Indeed, this is my wallet, but it contains nothing but the cheapest Canute coins." As he spoke, he untied the pouch and revealed its contents to us. The clattering of the copper coins suggested that the total was hardly even 17 sickles. "You are remarkably audacious," Hermione exclaimed. "To be so bold in that situation. I envy your courage." Neville also expressed his astonishment at Draco's nerve. "In my view, you all are the truly brave ones," Draco said with a proud demeanor. Clearly in high spirits from having successfully intimidated the shopkeeper, appearing as if he could burst into song at any moment. "However, when he grabbed your shoulder, I was genuinely startled. I thought my heart might stop," Pansy said, her complexion pale, nearly on the verge of tears. Observing Pansy's expression, Draco appeared somewhat apologetic. "Well, I'm sorry. No, you did nothing wrong, Draco." Pansy shook her head, pouting slightly in a petulant manner. "Speaking of which, we just ran out without permission. What should we do now?" Harry cast a worried glance toward the direction of the apothecary. "The Weasley family is bound to come into a fortune. We can wait for them in front of Gringotts. We should be able to catch them. I'll leave a message. There's a nice shop conveniently located across from Gringotts where we can wait." Draco handed a note to Dobby, indicating that everyone should follow him. He strode directly toward the towering Gringotts and entered a quaint little shop. This establishment, positioned at the corner of a narrow alley brimming with small stores, boasted a clean and tidy faade, with trinkets and ornaments arranged in an orderly fashion. It appeared that a balcony on the second floor served a dining function as well. "This place also accepts Muggle currency. You haven't exchanged your money yet, have you?" Draco stated confidently as he made his way toward the staircase inside the shop. Shops that accept Muggle money are quite rare. A casual glance at the merchandise revealed an array of mineral fragments, postcards featuring images of Gringotts, beautiful shells, and other items, all priced reasonably. Resembling a Muggle tourist souvenir shop. Following Draco upstairs, they were greeted by a smiling waitress holding a menu. Draco settled into a seat on the balcony, overlooking the bustling streets of Diagon Alley, leisurely observing the passers-by. "I had never noticed this place before, Draco. Do you frequent it often?" Harry inquired excitedly while perusing the menu. The menu indicated that a cup of coffee cost merely 1 sickles or £2, an exceptionally reasonable price. "Not really. My father brought me here once before. I actually prefer tea, but this establishment is quite pleasant," Draco replied, his expression tinged with mild boredom. The menu was replete with coffee selections, lattes, mochas, cappuccinos. Just as Draco had said, it was all coffee. Such a variety was indeed rare in the Wizarding World. And with the first floor stocked with what appeared to be souvenir items, it seemed the shop catered to wizards of Muggle descent. "Speaking of your father, isn't Mr. Lucius with you today?" "Father has other engagements. He seems rather occupied. We plan to meet later at Flourish and Blotts," Draco answered with a hint of ennui. For some reason, Lucius in this world seemed not to have taken Draco to Knockturn Alley. Was it because he was aware that the Dark Lord still lived? Or was it due to this version of Draco's innocence? "Nevertheless, I am quite pleased to encounter you all," Draco remarked with a smile. Perhaps it was precisely because Draco was so well behaved that Lucius chose not to take him to Knockturn Alley. If I were his parent, I might make the same choice. Draco seemed more approachable than in the original story, likely due to his lack of rivalry with Harry. "This place is delightful," Hermione observed, glancing around the shop. It was impeccably clean, exuding an air of tidiness. The items were well organized, lending the space a sense of expansiveness and comfort for a child raised by Muggles. The shop felt distinctly Muggle and quite formal. Pansy appeared to appreciate the ambience as well, nodding in agreement with Hermione's remarks. I couldn't help but chuckle as I watched Harry and Neville pour copious amounts of sugar into their coffee, then pretend to sip on black coffee without sugar. "Look, isn't that Ron?" Pansy pointed toward a distance where a red-haired boy was waving at them. "Indeed. How did the dragon scales go?" Harry asked, a hint of concern in his gaze. "I think it went quite well. Just look how happy he is," I replied, and everyone except Harry nodded in agreement. Ron approached, waving enthusiastically, his face beaming with vitality. "It appears so." Harry squinted toward Ron and finally spotted his smile, relaxing into a grin. Chapter 82, Malfoy and Weasley. "I can buy one now," Ron exclaimed excitedly, his cheeks flushed. Hermione was the first to express her joy upon hearing Ron's news. That's splendid. In truth, I have long harbored concerns that the wand you currently wield may not be the most suitable for you. Hermione's words caused Ron to blink in confusion. Ron, are you not rather inept at the incantation of goblin spells? Initially, I presumed your pronunciation was lacking, yet even when you articulate perfectly, the feather fails to levitate, and the water remains cold. Thus, I worry about what might transpire should you falter in your practical examination. However, in reality, your performance has not been as dismal as one might think. Ah, I see. I nodded in understanding, while Harry, Ron, and Neville tilted their heads in perplexity. What precisely does this mean? Harry inquired, his expression one of bewilderment. The practical examination assesses one's magical prowess through wand movements, yet each wand is unique, possessing its own strengths and weaknesses in spellcasting. Hence, I surmise that the professors likely evaluate based on the pronunciation of spells and the execution of wand movements. Oh, I comprehend now. After all, one's examination results should not be influenced by the variance of wands. Upon hearing my explanation, Harry finally grasped the concept and nodded in satisfaction. Ron appeared to be reminiscing about the examination, gazing at the ceiling as he spoke. Ah, now it makes sense. No wonder my performance in the practical examination was so poor, yet my score was relatively decent. Indeed, I do not perceive you as lacking in spellcasting ability. Rather, your wand's compatibility with you is woefully inadequate, Hermione lamented. She had likely sensed Ron's wand issues long ago, yet considering the Weasley family's financial constraints, she refrained from suggesting a new wand. Should you acquire a new wand, one would no longer witness your clumsy magical displays, which is rather unfortunate when one contemplates it. Draco remarked with a mischievous grin, presumably referencing Ron's past attempts at magic during disputes, which resulted in nothing but muck spewing from his wand's tip. In response to the jibe, Ron fixed Draco with a steady gaze. Draco, seemingly unaccustomed to the reaction he anticipated, appeared slightly awkward. What is the matter? I did not utter anything incorrect, he stammered, only to be interrupted by Ron. All thanks to you, Draco. I truly appreciate it. Ron flashed a radiant smile, as bright as the sun, expressing his gratitude to Draco. No, I did nothing of note, Draco replied, growing increasingly uncomfortable, his gaze shifting. I have always suspected you are, in truth, a good person. Is that what you have only just come to realize? Upon hearing Ron's words, Draco muttered something under his breath, and then both of them burst into laughter. After a brief moment of mirth, Ron suddenly seemed to recall something. By the way, Mother mentioned we are to meet at Flourish and Blotts in an hour. Then we must hasten to exchange some currency. Upon hearing Ron's words, Harry rose, clutching his wallet. Hermione also stood up, suddenly recalling something as she tilted her head and said, Mr. Arthur asked me to observe how he exchanges money. A hint of concern crossed Hermione's face, but Ron shook his head reassuringly. It's all right. Don't worry about Dad. He has long forgotten about that. Right now, he is probably preoccupied with how to spend that extra income. Ron gestured towards a corner of the street. We saw the Weasley couple just emerging from Gringotts, with Ginny trailing closely behind them. They had evidently just deposited their surplus funds into the vault. See, after watching the Weasley family and Ginny depart, Ron smiled at Hermione. She sighed in relief and nodded. Shall we go? I want to visit Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. I concur. Neville responded enthusiastically to my suggestion, clearly sharing an affection for ice cream. Pansy appeared to harbor similar sentiments, though she remained silent, her excitement evident. After exchanging money at Gringotts, we proceeded directly to Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, where we indulged in sundaes. Mr. Florian Fortescue, the proprietor, was particularly fond of children, or perhaps a fan of Harry, as he treated us with great kindness, even offering us a second serving of ice cream in our empty bowls. Following our delightful treat, we wandered along the winding cobblestone paths, engaging in some window shopping. Harry, Draco, and Ron paused in front of a high-end Quidditch supply store while Hermione and I seized the opportunity to purchase parchment and ink from a nearby shop. Pansy bought a hairpin from a general store, and Neville complimented her on how well it suited her, causing Pansy to blush and retreat behind me. As time slipped away unnoticed, we realized it was nearly time to meet Molly, so we made our way towards Flourish and Blotts. Hey, look! Along the way, Hermione spotted something and exclaimed. Following her gaze, we saw a notice affixed to the wall, announcing an event. It was a signing session featuring Gilderoy Lockhart. Though the date was last week, I breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed we had narrowly avoided a troublesome encounter. If we had come here last week, we could have met him, Hermione murmured, disappointment evident in her voice. I can't believe you would admire such a person, Draco remarked, his expression one of surprise. Quickly glancing at Ron, as if even he could discern Hermione's feelings for him, he authored nearly all the textbooks on our reading list. Hermione's cheeks flushed with excitement as she responded to Draco's inquiry. Oh, I see. You really are that type, Draco said, unable to suppress a bemused expression, even though he usually displayed a gentlemanly demeanor towards the women around him. Dad, calm down. Arthur, no, stop. Just then, a shout from either Fred or George, accompanied by Molly's shriek, echoed down the street. At the entrance of Flourish and Blots, two formidable figures were engaged in a fierce struggle, Arthur Weasley and Lucius Malfoy. Ron and Draco halted in astonishment. "Customers, please remain calm." The bookstore clerk, pale-faced, paced anxiously, attempting to separate the two combatants. Arthur had Lucius pinned to the ground, while Lucius retaliated by striking Arthur's face repeatedly with a hefty tome. "Stop it, you old geezers, cease at once." Fred suddenly squeezed through the crowd, parting the onlookers as if by mere chance. With his large hands, he seized both Arthur and Lucius by the necks and swiftly pried them apart. Arthur's lip was bloodied, and Lucius bore marks upon his visage from the book's assault. Breathing heavily, Lucius clutched Ginny's textbook tightly, the situation mirroring the original narrative closely. "Father!" Draco, ashen-faced, rushed towards Lucius. Upon seeing Draco, Lucius regained a semblance of calm, cleared his throat, and handed the textbook to Ginny. "Here, this is your book." This is the utmost he could manage. After thrusting the book into Ginny's hands, he forcefully swatted away Fred's grip, huffed, and turned to depart. Draco, pale and filled with regret, cast us a fleeting glance before racing after Lucius. Arthur remained seething, poised to pursue Lucius, while Fred continued to hold him back, gazing down the street. "Ignore what Lucius Malfoy said. He merely seeks to provoke you," Fred attempted to soothe Arthur. His analysis was calm and astute, starkly contrasting with the disparagement typically directed at the Malfoy family, leaving us curious about the shift in his perspective. As Fred brushed the dust from Arthur's disheveled robes, I gathered Ginny's scattered textbooks. The diary of Tom Riddle was conspicuously absent, likely tucked away within Ginny's educational materials. "This is truly unfortunate," Ron murmured, covering his face with his hands. Fred and George exhibited expressions of embarrassment, shrinking back as if reprimanded by Professor Snape. Percy had, at some point, retreated to the depths of the shop, seemingly attempting to blend in, though his conspicuous red hair betrayed his familial ties to Arthur. In the hushed store, Ginny's sobs pierced the silence. Setting such a poor example before the children, brawling in public, Molly's voice trembled with indignation. Realizing he had no allies among his family, Arthur dejectedly lowered his head. Chapter 83, Ginny Weasley and Slytherin. Following the events in Diagon Alley, Ron was deeply despondent, yet upon receiving a letter from Draco, his spirits were instantly lifted. The Weasley family spent their time cooking, tending to the garden, and repairing broken furniture. Just days before the new term commenced, Hermione, Neville, and Pansy returned to their respective homes. Harry and I remained at the Weasley residence until the very last day of summer, preparing to embark on our journey to Hogwarts alongside them. "Vitalea, you are in Slytherin, aren't you?" On the eve of the sorting ceremony, Ginny approached me for a conversation. "Will no one bully you in Slytherin?" I pondered what I would do if I were sorted into Slytherin. Ginny fidgeted nervously with her fingers, casting me an anxious look. I contemplated my response, aware that I could not utter the irresponsible phrase that it mattered not which house one entered. To claim that no malicious individuals existed would be a lie. However, most were inherently amiable, much like in other houses. While I spoke with a hint of gravity, I recognized that every house inevitably harbors its share of bullies. Upon hearing my reply, Ginny suddenly lifted her head. "But Slytherin champions purebloods, doesn't he it? If someone like me were sorted into Slytherin, I would surely be cast out." Her tone suggested she considered herself a Muggle-born, while in truth, it was I who hailed from such origins. The Weasley family, though supportive of Muggles, undoubtedly possessed pure blood lineage, even bearing the blood of the Blacks within Ginny. Her concerns seemed somewhat amusing. "Do not fret. Even if you are sorted into Slytherin, Pansy and I will be there for you, and you shall never be alone. You promise?" "Absolutely." Ginny's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she sought reassurance from me. At that moment, I had no inkling that Ginny's fears would manifest into reality. I merely found her demeanor endearing and gently patted her head. Slytherin. The following day, the sorting ceremony proceeded smoothly. When the sorting hat declared its decision atop Ginny's head, an eerie silence enveloped the hall. What had the sorting hat just proclaimed? I could scarcely believe my ears, hurriedly searching for Ron among the Gryffindor ranks. His face had gone pale as he fixed his gaze on Ginny, tugging at Harry's robe while murmuring something inaudible. Everyone had assumed that Ginny Weasley would be sorted into Gryffindor. The upperclassmen of Gryffindor evidently expected her to approach their table, ready to welcome her, only to be left aghast as they stood half-risen. Similarly, the students of Slytherin wore expressions of bewilderment, exchanging glances as if caught off guard by the unexpected result. Under the watchful eyes of countless students, Ginny's complexion swiftly drained of color, and tears welled up in her lovely, bright eyes. As she began to cry, the realization dawned on the other students that what they had just heard was indeed no illusion. I sprang to my feet, fervently applauding Ginny. If everyone remained standing still, it would appear as though Slytherin does not welcome her. While there may indeed be students who harbor such sentiments, not all share this view. Upon hearing applause, the older students of Slytherin snapped back to reality and hastily rose to their feet, while whispers circulated among the students from other houses in the hall. betraying the Weasley lineage, I overheard someone mutter. Silence. Suddenly, a furious roar drowned out the murmurs of the crowd. I noticed Ron, his face flushed, standing up from the Gryffindor side. Regardless of the house she entered, even if it is Slytherin, she remains my sister. Do not insult her. Ron's voice reverberated through the hall, overpowering all other sounds. Beside me, Blaise let out a whistle. Well said, little Ron, Fred and George teased, flanking Ron with their hands resting on his shoulders. Mother and father will surely be speechless. What a remarkable prank. No wonder she is our sister. Fred and George exchanged remarks, their expressions filled with mischievous delight. While everyone's attention was drawn to the twins, Professor Snape escorted Ginny to the Slytherin table. Ginny, come over here. I waved to Ginny, and Blaise immediately stood up to offer his seat, moving to the other side of the table to sit in a position that shielded Ginny from the gaze of students from other houses. Blaise's thoughtful consideration was truly commendable. What will we do? What will Mum and Dad say? Ginny sat down, clutching my robe tightly and lowering her head. Mr. Arthur and Mrs. Molly will not harbor disdain for you over this, but they will undoubtedly feel disappointed, Ginny countered, shaking her head. Indeed, she was right. Mr. Arthur and Mrs. Molly might feel regret that Ginny was not sorted into Gryffindor. But this disappointment stemmed solely from their parental desire for her to be in the same house as her brothers. We must demonstrate that one can thrive even in Slytherin, thereby assuring Mr. Arthur and Mrs. Molly. However, I found myself pondering why Ginny had been sorted into Slytherin. The fact was quite unexpected, and I could only shake my head in resignation. Draco. After the feast, as we made our way back to the dormitory, someone suddenly called out Draco's name. The voice sounded like Ron's. I turned around to look, but saw no sign of him. Draco and I exchanged a puzzled glance, wanting to continue on our way. At that moment, a hand suddenly emerged from thin air, grasping Draco's robes. It's an invisibility cloak. It seemed my earlier impression of hearing Ron's voice was no mere illusion. You go ahead. Draco glanced at the hand that clutched his robe and, with that, stepped into an empty classroom. Urgently and discreetly, Ron must have sought Draco for a particular reason. Presumably, he wished for Draco to look after Ginny. However, even without being tasked, Draco, Pansy, and I had intended to do so. It is worth noting that the fact Ron chose to seek Draco's assistance first, rather than mine, stirred a complex sensation within me. This feeling was rather subtle. It seemed Pansy had also observed this exchange, and she whispered quietly in my ear. I nodded in acknowledgement, smiling in response. Reflecting upon Ron's disdain for Slytherin upon our arrival at school, it was evident that his understanding of both Slytherin and Draco had deepened significantly since then. Miss Dursley. Upon our arrival at the Slytherin common room, Professor Snape engaged me in conversation. Yes, is there something amiss? Regarding the allocation of rooms. Would you mind sharing with a first-year student? Professor Snape inquired, handing me a parchment inscribed with room assignments. The document displayed the names of various students in their respective rooms, with Ginny's name conspicuously floating in the void. It appeared that once the sorting was complete, the room assignments needed to be finalized on the same day, contributing to the bustling affairs of the house. Of course, that would be no issue. However, I must tidy up the room a bit. Having had no prior roommate, I had requested a Hogwarts house elf to stow away the unused beds, and the space was repurposed for my cauldron used in potion brewing. Upon hearing my response, Professor Snape let out a sigh and waved his wand over the parchment. Ginny's name shifted from the blank space to my room. This was indeed a delightful surprise. Having Ginny as a roommate would facilitate my monitoring of the diary she held in her possession. That will be all, then. After Professor Snape concluded, he affixed the parchment to the wall near the entrance of the common room. The first years could not help but gather anxiously, eager to discover their room assignments. Ginny stood at the back of the first-year line, intently scrutinizing the list. Upon confirming the assignment, a look of relief washed over her face as she excitedly dashed toward me. Vitalea, I'm in the same room as you. At last, I witnessed Ginny displaying a smile. Several upperclassmen, relieved to see Ginny's cheerful expression, also exhaled in relief. It was evident they had been concerned for her well-being. Furthermore, as other first-year boys caught sight of Ginny's smile, their faces flushed with bashful crimson.